Chapter 13, Daily Life. After attempting several minor spells, all were met with success. The gazes of the young wizards were, without exception, filled with astonishment. Shimo raised his glass towards Lin Su. Su, you are a good person. You must live a long life. This is how you say it in Huaxia, isn't it? Lin Su, not in the best of moods, rolled his eyes dramatically. Shimo, I feel compelled to remind you that the average lifespan of a wizard is 200 years. Shimo scratched the back of his head. Then you must surely live to be 300. The young wizards erupted into laughter once more. The following day featured a class on the protection of magical creatures, with Hagrid making a grand entrance alongside Buckbeak. When asked which young wizard would like to step forward and give a try, Lin Su retreated alongside the other young wizards, leaving the naive Harry at the front. Lin Su gazed at the sky, while Ron stared at the ground, and Hermione, feigning innocence, continuously caressed the spine of her book as if she had just discovered the method to tame the monster's monster book. Harry, Lin Su noted Hermione's anxious grip on Ron's wrist. The two exchanged a glance before quickly averting their eyes, both evidently shy. It was unclear when Ron would finally catch on. After exchanging courteous bows with Buckbeak, Harry successfully mounted the winged creature and soared above Hogwarts. Such a thrilling experience ignited the hearts of many young wizards, significantly dissipating their initial fears of Buckbeak. Draco's status in Slytherin had diminished this academic year due to familial circumstances, yet he remained a leader among his peers. He munched on a green apple with an air of disdain as he approached. His opinions on the winged beast were rather indifferent, yet he held Hagrid in contempt. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. I have heard that the manners of the Malfoy family are impeccable. I wonder if we might have the honor of witnessing them. Draco shot Lin Su a silent glance. His father had specifically instructed him to cultivate a good relationship with this young witch. At the start of the term, she had even gifted him a green apple, clearly with the intention of endearing herself. So he might as well indulge her curiosity. Thus, young Master Malfoy stepped forward, elegantly bowing to Buckbeak in a gentlemanly manner, and Buckbeak reciprocated by bending low and soaring around the school with him. Upon dismounting, the young master appeared visibly exhilarated, his face flushed. Upon returning to the crowd, he cleared his throat and frowned, commenting, it was merely average. Time was limited, and Buckbeak's temperament was not always amiable. Throughout the lesson, only a few young wizards experienced the exhilarating flight. Upon returning to the dormitory after a full day of classes, Hermione was astonished to find that Lin Su had arrived before her. It is worth noting that although Lin Su has chosen few classes, she has been elusive, and it has been a long time since she returned to the dormitory to find Lin Su present. Lin Su was resting her chin in contemplation when she spotted Hermione's return, and her eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Hermione felt a twinge of unease. Su, what is the matter? Hermione, perhaps you would be willing to volunteer yourself for an experiment of mine? Lin Su stepped closer to Hermione. Hermione gasped, wondering if her dear friend had finally gone mad with her experiments. She retreated while urging Lin Su to calm down. Lin Su halted, her expression returning to normal. Just a jest, Hermione. Perhaps you would allow me to assist you in correcting your teeth? I happened to see Madame Pomfrey adjusting a young wizard's teeth when I delivered her medicine today. Of course, I do not mean to imply that your teeth are unattractive. In fact, I find them rather endearing. However, Madame Pomfrey mentioned that significant disparities in tooth size could lead to adverse effects later on. Fearing a misunderstanding, Lin Su hastily clarified. No need for explanations, Su. I understand. In fact, they are already causing me minor inconveniences, and I would like to seek Madame Pomfrey's assistance. However, my parents would never approve of using magic to correct teeth. You know they are both dentists. Hermione said as she placed her book back on her desk. Then you can say it was I who insisted on correcting them. Mr. and Mrs. Granger would surely find it difficult to blame me. Lin Su patted her small chest. Hermione turned to her friend. What have you been practicing lately, Su? That bracelet you made for Seamus was remarkable. It actually helped him control his magic. Lin Su grasped Hermione's robe, winking playfully. I've also been practicing controlling my own magic, Hermione, along with some basic healing spells. Since I frequently delivered potions to Madame Pomfrey, I have developed quite an interest in the healing arts. Hermione sighed. All right, give it a try, but you must promise not to make them too small. Otherwise, we will have to seek Madame Pomfrey's help. You know I'm quite busy and have no time for that. I assure you, there will be no mistakes, Hermione." Lin Su waved her wand, skillfully casting a spell that rendered Hermione's front teeth indistinguishable from normal ones. Seizing the moment to withdraw her magic, Lin Su produced a mirror and handed it to Hermione. "Hermione, look, isn't it perfect? I told you I have a gift for healing." Hermione smiled broadly, examining her reflection in the mirror. Though she was accustomed to her previous teeth, the new appearance was slightly jarring at first, yet looked quite pleasant, and she felt no discomfort. "It looks rather good, Sue." "Thank you," Hermione said as she set the mirror down, fully aware that Lin Su's intentions were not merely for practicing magic. Previously, she had been ridiculed by other young witches for her teeth, and although Ron had intervened at that moment, Lin Su had remembered it. She must have learned from Madame Pomfrey specifically. Fearing her sensitivity, she had claimed it was for practicing magic. "No need for thanks, Hermione. It is I who should express gratitude to you, as few would trust me to cast spells on their teeth." Lin Su appeared quite pleased, prompting Hermione to refrain from further comments. The two young witches then began discussing Hagrid's lesson for the day, surprised to discover he possessed some teaching talent. Lin Su's third objective was Neville. She understood the reasons behind his poor memory. Both of his parents were members of the Order of the Phoenix and had escaped Voldemort's clutches 3 times. Following the prophecy, although Voldemort had chosen Harry as his adversary, after his downfall, the Death Eaters did not spare the Longbottoms. Led by the fervently devoted Bellatrix Lestrange, a group of Death Eaters subjected the Longbottoms to brutal torment, and young Neville witnessed it all. His grandmother cast a powerful Obliviate charm on him to help him forget those traumatic experiences. During the previous academic year, Lin Su had contemplated assisting Neville in overcoming the effects of the memory charm while researching countercurses with Professor Flitwick, but at that time, she lacked sufficient reason. Now, she could easily claim to have learned of this matter from Lupin and Sirius, or she could simply say nothing at all, for Albus Dumbledore had tacitly approved of her actions. Chapter 14. The direction of the future. Before embarking on the healing of Neville, there were still several preparations to be made. During this time, the young wizards were greeted by their first weekend, with each of them having received signatures from their parents permitting them to visit Hogsmeade. The group set off in high spirits. The twins' first stop was still Honeydukes. Although they had amassed a considerable amount of startup capital, they had not yet abandoned their venture into the realm of procurement. When Ron inquired why, the twins responded that reputation is of utmost importance in business, and one must not forget their roots, causing Lin Su to stifle a laugh. Their intentions were clearly to assist their fellow young wizards, for Hogsmeade did not offer mail-order services. And the only ones willing to interact with the younger students from various houses were, aside from a few Hufflepuffs, the twins from Gryffindor. With their exuberant personalities, they proactively inquired if any young wizards needed procurement services, thus alleviating the awkwardness many felt in voicing their needs. Lin Su, accompanied by the trio, also ventured forth into the village for the first time. Sirius was unsurprisingly present, as he had indeed been rather free lately, with Remus by his side. The two adults guided the 4 young wizards along the paths once traversed by highwaymen in their youth. As they glanced towards the shrieking shack, which most wizards avoided, Remus discreetly winked at Lin Su and Harry. After a brief exploration, they proceeded to the 3 broomsticks, where Madame Rosmerta welcomed them warmly. Lin Su was eager to try the butterbeer, but her enthusiasm was swiftly quashed by the collective disapproval of the older and younger wizards alike. Eventually, a single mug of butterbeer was placed before the trio, while Remus and Sirius were served their special high-proof concoctions. Left with only a glass of cherry soda, Lin Su sulked in a corner, feeling somewhat overshadowed. Hermione, feeling a pang of compassion, pushed her butterbeer towards Lin Su for a small taste. Upon taking a sip, Lin Su's eyes sparkled with delight, and another sip brought forth even more joy. Hermione, her heart swelling, remarked, "Sue, you resemble a little kitten." Ron, oblivious to the exchange, scoffed, "Hermione, are you referring to your flat-faced Crookshanks?" Hermione shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "You simply lack appreciation. Crookshanks is quite clever." George then approached, cheerfully greeting everyone while unceremoniously pushing Lin Su's butterbeer back toward Hermione. Lin Su sighed, conceding, "Fine, if she won tea drink it, so be it." Having sampled the rich butterbeer, the soda now felt bland in comparison, prompting Lin Su to resolve to sneak away next time for a drink of her own. As the joyous weekend came to an end, Lin Su hastened to immerse herself in the preparations for the potion. She had previously sensed Neville's condition. He had been struck by a powerful oblivion charm, which not only erased part of his memory, but had also inflicted damage upon his already fragile neural pathways. Even though the spell had not been cast with malice, it nevertheless resulted in mild magical harm. The counter curse could awaken his memories, yet the damage would require potion-based treatment. Thanks to the life magic she had studied in the restricted section, she completed the potion within 2 weeks. This inevitably brought to mind the mushroom she had privately dubbed Dream Fungus. She had utilized several potion ingredients beneficial for memory, yet none proved as effective as this particular mushroom. She later returned to the same location in search of more, but to no avail. After handing some of the fungi to Professor Sprout, she learned that they were a variant of a mushroom known as the scaly fraud, and the professor kindly offered to assist in cultivating them, to which Lin Su expressed her gratitude. Neville, you now have 2 choices. You can use the potion solely to mend the injured part of your mind, resulting in your memory functioning like that of an ordinary person. Or you can recall everything that transpired that day. Even if your memories have naturally evolved, they should not be so complete. The effects of the counter curse will draw them all out. I choose the second option, declared the round-faced boy, his eyes resolute. He produced a box and opened it for Lin Su to see, revealing a collection of shiny wrappers from bubblegum. Su, she no longer knows who I am. Yet she still remembered to save these wrappers for me. I want to understand what my parents went through. I cannot bear to merely gaze at these wrappers without knowing what led to this. Neville's excitement rendered him somewhat incoherent. Lin Su felt a lump in her throat, unsure how to console Neville, and could only say, then let us proceed with the second option. He nodded, closed his eyes, and attempted to relax. As her perception intertwined with magical energy, Lin Su carefully navigated into Neville's mind, meticulously reversing the traces left by the prior curse. Being cautious not to disturb other sensitive nerves, her brow furrowed tightly as she worked, and only when the last trace was carefully restored did she retract her perception. Letting out a sigh of relief, Neville remained with his eyes closed, brows furrowed, clearly troubled by the memories that surfaced. Lin Su left the potion beside him and quietly stood to depart. Waiting outside was Harry, who had also heard about the Longbottoms from Remus. Hence, Lin Su felt no need to conceal her treatment of Neville from him, though he remained uncertain about how she had accomplished it. Su, is Neville all right? Harry inquired. Glancing into the empty classroom with concern, Lin Su shook her head. I think at this moment, he may prefer to be alone. Perhaps finding some solace in the company of the wrappers his mother saved. After passing the preliminary tests from various professors, Lin Su scarcely attended classes with the others, having received special permission from Dumbledore. Each day, she was escorted to St. Mungo's by either Dumbledore or Fawkes and Remus. The healing process required a gradual approach, and at St. Mungo's, particularly in the curse damage ward, she learned a wealth of knowledge. As most patients there were victims of dark magic. Given that dark magic often lacks counter curses, the ailments of the afflicted typically could only be suppressed rather than eradicated. Here, Lin Su discovered the greatest utility of her abilities. Perhaps her perception was inherently destined for such research. Even her wand was made from the vibrant wood of the yew tree. She had found her future path. If she could successfully eliminate the mysterious figure as planned, she might become a healer, as she had previously confided to Hermione. Today, Dumbledore brought her to St. Mungo's. Observing the young witch standing in the ward with a complex expression, she was genuinely striving to resolve the blood curse. Her progress was remarkable, visibly accelerating. Her perception and magical energy were consumed time and again, and each day, she returned eagerly. Initially, she merely used her abilities to assess the severity of ailments, but soon she began to treat patients. Starting with those in the least severe condition, her abilities nearly always facilitated swift improvement. As she encountered more severe cases, she began to require a combination of potions and her own skills, yielding significant results. Chapter 15. The little top busy days interspersed with moments of leisure found Lin Su attending the Gryffindor team's first Quidditch match of the academic year, opting to spectate. Although Draco had not sustained injuries during care of magical creatures class, Slytherin still found an excuse to forego the match, resulting in a matchup against Hufflepuff. Lin Su settled into the stands, noting Fred's sour expression as he ignored Cedric's friendly greeting, likely due to Angelina's recent compliments directed at Cedric. George was waving his bat in that direction, causing Lin Su's mood to lighten somewhat as she waved back. Dumbledore and Remus were also present in the stands, and Lin Su felt uncertain whether the Dementors would still target Harry. However, it was evident that the Dementors would not let their prey slip away easily. As Harry soared high in pursuit of the golden snitch, Lin Su sensed the presence of those vile creatures. Without hesitation, she conjured her Patronus. The agile bird still enveloped in mist as it ascended into the sky. Dumbledore cast a brief glance at Lin Su before raising his hand to release a silver phoenix. The majestic creature soared through the clouds, revealing the scene above. The Dementor's shadow had nowhere to hide and was forcefully expelled from Hogwarts, clearly indicating Dumbledore's ire. Harry, pale-faced, descended from the sky on his broomstick, thankfully managing to remain conscious. The match was far from over. Cedric had requested a timeout. The torrential rain had drained the energy of both teams, and Harry's visibly poor condition made Cedric reluctant to exploit the situation. Lin Su chose not to linger in the stands any longer. She made her way to the room of requirement. This time, she silently envisioned a room for hiding objects. After 3 attempts, an ancient door manifested, its weathered appearance suggesting it had endured the passage of time. Guided by her senses, Lin Su swiftly located Ravenclaw's diadem, placing it into a shielding box, ensuring it was separated from Slytherin's locket. She gazed at them for a moment before closing the lid, knowing that soon the other 2 Horcruxes would join them. After stowing the shielding box in her bag, Lin Su composed herself and returned to the stands with an air of nonchalance. Luna sat beside Ginny, still adorned with her lion headpiece that emitted a lion's roar. Upon Lin Su's return, Luna tilted her head, her carrot-shaped earrings swaying. "Su, have you banished the pesky flies?" Lin Su paused, realizing she had forgotten to retract her senses, and smiled as she nodded. "Indeed, those creatures are rather troublesome." Luna concurred with a nod, her gaze drifting back to the match. Eventually, Cedric caught the golden snitch, leading Hufflepuff to victory. However, Wood appeared disinclined to remain on the field, drenched by the rain, for he had already led his team to a Quidditch championship before, diminishing the weight of his previous obsession. If he had previously endured 5 hours in the rain, now just 2 would suffice to revive his spirits. After a brief respite, Lin Su imposed stricter demands upon herself. St. Mungo's was filled with survivors afflicted by dark magic from the last battle. The more she witnessed, the firmer her resolve became. Yet, she found herself unable to confront the agony inflicted by the Cruciatus curse with equanimity. Perhaps it was the torment from a previous life as heart condition. Or perhaps her arrival in this world was marked by the Cruciatus curse. Whenever she employed her sensing abilities to investigate the damage caused by it, she felt her heart twinge with pain. Thus, she was immensely relieved that she had not promised Neville she could heal his parents. The Longbottoms' hearts appeared intact. Yet through her perception, they seemed nearly shattered, merely retaining a semblance of their former selves. Even as Lin Su endured the pain she sensed to delve deeper, she could vaguely perceive that the magic responsible for their injuries bore the mark of both parties involved, likely stemming from the killing curse. The scars spoke volumes of the horrors they had endured that fateful day. It was no wonder Neville had remained unusually silent after his recovery, a child of remarkable talent. His academic performance surged once his memories returned, yet his spirits remained unlifted. Lin Su downed a vial of invigorating potion, steam wafting from her head, while her hands continued to concoct potions. If her sensing ability was faltering, she could supplement it with potion making. If her senses did not dominate, she could endure the pain. At that moment, George pushed open the door to the room of requirement. Lin Su had always brewed potions there during her time at school, and the twins, unaware of her activities, usually refrained from disturbing her materials. Skipping class, Lin Su glanced back, casually inquiring. George sat silently across from her, fixated on her movements. Lin Su adjusted the flame beneath her cauldron. "George, what do you wish to say?" The red-haired boy displayed a look of disapproval. "Su, you're on the verge of turning into a little top." Lin Su, taken aback, touched her face. "Really? Has my face deformed?" George reached over to tousle her hair, his expression earnest. "Indeed, Su, your head seems to have expanded." Lin Su stared blankly, bemused by his ability to follow her lead. George chuckled. "I would much prefer you were out wandering the forbidden forest nightly, lost and unable to find your way back." Lin Su, her mind slightly overloaded, tilted her head. "What do you mean?" George glanced at the cauldron brewing potions. "How long until the next stir?" This prompted Lin Su to respond immediately. 2 hours and 48 minutes. George raised an eyebrow. "That's sufficient." He then helped the little witch, still emitting steam from her head, to her feet, and led her out of the room of requirement. Lin Su, hey? It was hard to fathom all they accomplished in just over 2 hours. George first guided her through a secret passage to Hogsmeade, where he treated her to a butterbeer, allowing her only 3 sips. Lin Su's eyes sparkled, but under George's watchful gaze, she drank with decorum. Next, George borrowed Buckbeak from Hagrid, taking her on a tour around Hogwarts, culminating at Aragog's lair in the Forbidden Forest. After provoking a few spiders, they tossed some dung bombs to incite their ire. George then soared away on his broomstick, taking Lin Su to the edge of the Black Lake. They employed the twins' newly invented fish-frying contraption to silently fry a few oddly shaped fish, hastily retreating to the kitchen before Filch and Professor McGonagall arrived, requesting the house elves to prepare several dishes from the catch. Once seated beside the cauldron, Lin Su glanced at the small alarm clock she had left next to it before she left. Only 3 minutes remained. Lin Su mused, "Did I just have a dream? It must have been a dream." Chapter 16. Communing with Nagini. Lin Su's flurry of activity came to a pause after she commenced treatment for the Longbottoms. December had now arrived, and if the treatment proceeded smoothly, Neville might be able to see a pair of parents who could call his name by the Christmas holidays. Though meaningful communication would still require time. Newt had returned to England with Nagini, who had attempted to escape several times, causing Newt considerable trouble. Ultimately, it was his wife Tina, through a friend at the American Ministry of Magic, who unearthed old records and sent over some copies of photographs featuring Nagini and Credence, which barely persuaded her to accompany them. This process was fraught with complexities, resulting in significant delays. Newt did not hastily bring Nagini to Hogwarts, but instead took her to Godric's Hollow, to Dumbledore's former residence. When they went to meet Nagini, Dumbledore brought along Lin Su and Harry. The great serpent lay coiled in the living room, appearing somewhat unwell due to the cold, yet remaining vigilant as she observed the occupants of the room. Harry had previously accompanied Newt to see the basilisk, and Nagini's size did not frighten him now. Their eyes locked, and Harry felt a sudden sting from the scar on his forehead. He instinctively covered it with his hand, relieved when the pain quickly subsided. Lin Su was using her senses to examine Nagini's body and discovered that faint remnants of Voldemort's essence still lingered within her. However, this trace was on the verge of dissipating, indicating that Voldemort had indeed once inhabited Nagini for a time before possessing Quirrell. Nagini scanned the room, eventually tilting her head and flicking her tongue at Harry. Harry's task was to act as a translator between human and serpent, and he began to converse with her, while Dumbledore, Newt, and Lin Su waited in silence. After a considerable time, Nagini lowered her head and closed her eyes, appearing to seek rest. This serene posture suggested that at least for now, she felt secure, perhaps still holding some recollection of Dumbledore in her mind. Dumbledore cast a privacy charm around their group, allowing Harry to relay what Nagini had just said. She mentioned that she had been wandering the Forbidden Forest for a long time, without any companions. Around 6 years ago, in the Black Forest, she encountered a ghost who could also speak Parseltongue. This ghost accompanied her for several years until they met a man wrapped in a large hood, after which the ghost vanished. She recounted that last year, she saw him in the Black Forest. He appeared significantly weaker than 2 years prior, unable even to move alongside her. It was undoubtedly the fragment of Voldemort's soul. According to the original narrative, Voldemort, having been injured by Harry's love magic, was supposed to have returned to the Black Forest in Albania until he was located by Wormtail this year. This time, Voldemort's primary soul collided with the spells cast by Dumbledore and McGonagall, suffering some damage despite being a disembodied soul, and forcefully breached the protections of the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Prior to this, he had not yet found the opportunity to drain the blood of a unicorn, so, based on her conjectures, he would be even weaker than depicted in the books. The aura she sensed from Nagini, coupled with Harry's words, confirmed her suspicions. The current Voldemort's primary soul lacked even the strength to possess a powerful blood-cursed creature like Nagini. He likely sought to return to the Black Forest to gradually restore himself as before. Now, he could only inhabit ordinary creatures, step by step regaining vitality, either waiting for his loyal servant to rescue him or encountering the next wizard capable of allowing him to possess their body in the seldom visited Black Forest of Albania. Moreover, this wizard would need to possess less magical power than he currently did. However, one must ponder. How could a wizard of mediocre skill dare to venture alone into the Black Forest? As for Newt Scamander, Voldemort presently lacked the capability to possess him. Quirrell's misfortune was simply that he happened upon Voldemort, who had spent nearly a decade recuperating, gradually parasitizing ordinary creatures before moving on to magical beings. And in the following years, he had restored considerable strength through Nagini's body. Otherwise, he would not have had the audacity to brazenly return to steal the Philosopher's Stone beneath Dumbledore's very nose. Lin Su refrained from carelessly moving other Horcruxes, fearing unforeseen complications would arise. This year, her efforts were dedicated to restoring Nagini to her human form, wary not to easily place her trust in the fact that Voldemort, being a Parseltongue, could communicate with her, lest she be manipulated into committing murder or even be turned into a Horcrux herself. Such a fate was not meant for her. Yet, Lin Su could not guarantee that other magical beings would not be exploited by him. All she could do now was gather the Horcruxes without alarming Voldemort to the discovery of their existence. The fragment of soul within Harry still required Voldemort's personal resolution. Recently, Lin Su's mind had been ceaselessly engaged in contemplation, making the process of treating patients the most relaxed task of all. Her sensing ability once again enveloped Nagini. The earlier dialogue between Nagini and Harry had interrupted her examination. Newt was bidding farewell to Dumbledore, having endured considerable turmoil over the past 6 months. As he prepared to embark on a journey with Tina, Harry, seeing Lin Su utilize her sensing power for the first time, was filled with curiosity. Lin Su exhaled in relief, Nagini's attraction to the photograph of herself and credence indicated that she still retained some human memories, suggesting the blood curse had not entirely overtaken her consciousness. This was a promising development. Although her magical power was insufficient, they still had time. She could proceed gradually. First, she needed to reverse the encroaching magic in Nagini's brain, halting the next phase of the blood curse's spread, while also forming a small magical node to safeguard her recent progress, a step she had practiced extensively at St. Mungo's. Harry observed as Lin Su's expression shifted from serious to relaxed, then back to solemn, gradually beading with sweat, her complexion paling. Frantic, Harry felt helpless to assist, until Dumbledore entered the room. Seeing the calm demeanor of the headmaster, Harry endeavored to reassure himself to remain composed. Just before her magical energy was depleted, Lin Su opened her eyes, and Nagini revealed her yellow slit pupils, shaking her head, clearly sensing something. The moment Nagini's eyes opened, Dumbledore stood before her, and the great serpent lifted her head in apparent confusion, hissing softly. Harry's eyes widened as he turned to Dumbledore. "Do you know each other?" Dumbledore clasped his hands and nodded. It seemed Nagini would not flee easily now, and Lin Su felt a wave of relief wash over her, though she still sensed she had overlooked something. That night, lying in her dormitory bed, Lin Su struggled to recall the narrative she had read, suddenly sitting upright. Indeed, the blood curse would ensure that Nagini would ultimately forget her humanity, subjectively transforming into a snake. Although Nagini currently lacked memories, her ability to transform remained intact. In the books, she had still shapeshifted under Voldemort's command into the form of Bashida Bahat to deceive Harry and Hermione, albeit with limited speech. Merlin knew she had been fretting over how long it would take to completely reverse the curse on Nagini's substantial form, but now she finally had a plan. Chapter 17. Furry little issues. Throughout December, leading up to the Christmas holiday, Lin Su visited Godric's Hollow almost daily to treat Nagini. Nagini's human consciousness was gradually awakening. Previously, the blood curse could only amplify the serpent's instincts over the humans, but it could not extinguish the human consciousness entirely, or else Nagini would not comprehend human speech. With Christmas approaching, she felt compelled to return home to prevent her parents from worrying. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the chance to celebrate Christmas together at the Lin household, where Linida and Su Chi extended a warm welcome. Compared to last year, the gathering included more people, such as Lupin and Little Chunin, while the Dursleys did not participate this time, having taken Dudley to Aunt Marge's home. Frankly, this alleviated Lin Su and Harry's concerns about having to explain to Arthur that Vernon's views did not represent all Muggles. Harry mentioned that when Petunia returned that evening, she was furious but embraced him upon seeing him. Lin Su speculated that Aunt Marge had likely insulted Lily again, and thankfully, Harry had not accompanied her, or Marge would have likely faced dire consequences. On her first night back home, Lin Su experienced another nightmare, with a comprehensive plan taking shape in her mind. She subsequently drank the draught of living death each night to mitigate the impact of the nightmares on her psyche. She needed to maintain her composure. During the early part of the entire holiday, she remained dutifully at home, reassuring Su Chi, who was at ease, while Little Chun and showed no signs of awkwardness after not seeing his sister for a long time, continuing to display affection towards her. Just a few days after Christmas, Lin Su marked the calendar, eagerly anticipating the approaching full moon night. She sent a letter to Sirius via Weston, requesting him to find an excuse to bring Harry and herself to Godric's Hollow. This time, it was not for Nagini, but for Lupin. Lupin was profoundly resistant to his werewolf identity. Lin Su had previously lacked the confidence to broach the subject, but now, with Nagini's gradual improvement, she felt emboldened. Surely, the werewolf curse could not be more troublesome than the blood curse. To avoid placing any psychological burden on Lupin, Lin Su borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak and concealed herself in the room Sirius had prepared specifically for Lupin. Thus, that night, alongside the great black dog, she spent the full moon with Lupin, her form layered with a disillusionment charm and the invisibility cloak for double protection. It was not that she feared danger, but rather that she worried Lupin might not be able to accept the situation. Her sensing ability had now reached a commendable level. At least when Lupin transformed into a werewolf, she could discreetly observe the effects of the Wolfsbane potion within him without being detected. The inventor of the Wolfsbane potion was a genius. Its purpose was to allow werewolves to retain their human consciousness after transformation, preventing them from being overtaken by their primal instincts. However, Lin Su could not ascertain whether the torment of becoming a mindless werewolf was more painful than witnessing her own transformation into a being neither fully human nor fully beast with clear awareness. Perhaps Lupin would find the second scenario quite satisfactory, for he is a good man who would rather inflict harm upon himself than upon others. Thus, he might deem the Wolfsbane potion adequate, though a lower price would certainly be preferable. However, Lin Su hopes for a more favorable outcome for good men. At the very least, he should not punish himself for the transgressions of others or believe himself unworthy of love. This time, with the enthusiastic arrival of Tonks, Lin Su wishes for Lupin to freely express and embrace affection, ultimately living a blissful life with Tonks and little Teddy. Perhaps they might even welcome a second or third little shape-shifting Magnus, for it is unjust that they should never hold each other's hands until death. Calming her mind, Lin Su confirmed that the frail Lupin would not notice her. Her invisibility cloak could effectively conceal her presence. Thus, she retracted the disillusionment charm and began to heal him with her magic, attuned to his essence. Of course, success would not come swiftly, but the Wolfsbane potion provided her with a splendid opportunity, as the werewolf aspect of him was currently quite feeble. If not now, then when? The following day, upon returning to his human form, Lupin sensed something was amiss. Although the Wolfsbane potion allowed him to retain his rationality, it should not have permitted him to slumber in the latter half of the night. Every night spent as a werewolf, he remained awake, whether in madness or tranquility. Sleep eluded him. After Lupin had fallen asleep, Lin Su quietly slipped out of the room, accompanied by Sirius, who was still bewildered, unaware of what Lin Su had done. She had refrained from explaining at the time, as exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. The draining sensation from her magical perception had rendered her weary, compelling her to return to her room for rest. Upon exiting, Lin Su found Harry and Sirius seated at the dining table, where Lupin had prepared breakfast, his first such ease on the day following a full moon. The little witch stifled a yawn as she greeted the three, appearing still half asleep, a tuft of hair standing up from her restless slumber, making it impossible for anyone to discern that she had accomplished anything significant the previous night. "Good morning, Sue." The two adults and one child greeted her with complex expressions. Harry suddenly realized that his young companion had also spent the night in that room, seemingly engaged in something extraordinary. The three could hardly contain their curiosity until Lin Su had finished her meal. Lin Su scratched her head, ultimately directing her explanation towards Lupin. "It was that ability I demonstrated to you last time. I discovered it could also be employed to heal certain magical injuries. So I decided to give it a try." "Give it a try? Sue, you have no idea how significant this is for us," Sirius exclaimed, even more animated than Lupin, leaving Harry momentarily speechless. The current Sirius was a far cry from the man who had just emerged from prison a year ago, at least on the surface. He presented himself as a dashing and charming wizard. Had it not been for his decade-long imprisonment in Azkaban, he might have eclipsed even Lockhart in appearance. Yet, every time Sirius became excited, Lin Su couldn't help but recall that exuberant large black dog in the Quidditch stands. Suppressing her mental associations, Lin Su feigned calmness as she took another sip of milk before directing her gaze towards the contemplative Lupin. "Professor, I must say this is not a swift process. But I assure you that in the future, you will no longer be affected by this furry little issue. Just a few more full moons, and you will need to endure a bit longer." Lupin's eyes seemed to glisten with unshed tears. Years of wandering had granted him premature white hair, and scars from his transformations marked his face, scars etched not only on his skin but also in his heart. He had never anticipated hearing such words. "Sue, thank you." After a lengthy pause, he managed to voice a simple expression of gratitude, yet Lin Su could feel the weight carried within it. She feared encountering such earnest thanks. So she averted her gaze, adopting a more casual tone. "Then you must treat me to chocolate, like the kind we had on the Hogwarts Express." Chapter 18. Merry Christmas. After breakfast, Lin Su visited Dumbledore's house to check on Nagini. Upon entering, she found the great serpent comfortably coiled in the living room. With the progress of her treatment, even in her serpentine form, she appeared less averse to the cold. Nagini still preferred to maintain her snake form. Yet upon Lin Su's arrival, she instinctively transformed into her human shape, awaiting treatment. "Happy Christmas, Nagini." Lin Su greeted the now human Nagini, silently lamenting her busy schedule. Having not visited in the past few days, she felt it was indeed time to administer a bit more treatment. It was no exaggeration to say it was just a little, as the blood curse warranted caution. Lin Su believed her external aid was quite effective, yet progress was slow. Fortunately, she could see results, and thankfully, Nagini could take on human form. Otherwise, she felt she might be overwhelmed. After all, that snake was so long. Now, although Nagini could not yet speak, she had learned to use her tail to express her needs, indicating hunger or thirst through simple gestures rather than behaving like a wild beast. This time, Lin Su brought her a children's illustrated book from the Muggle world, which she and George had transformed into an audio version, originally intended as a Christmas gift for little Teddy. On a whimsical impulse, she had decided to bring it along. Once she could use her wand in Godric's Hollow, she had duplicated it, ensuring that both Teddy and Nagini received a copy. To her amusement, Nagini appeared quite childlike as she flipped through the pages. Lin Su hoped that when she fully regained consciousness, she would not remember this period. Dumbledore stood at the staircase's corner, observing Lin Su entertaining Nagini, a gentle smile gracing his face. Lin Su noticed Dumbledore and greeted the bearded headmaster, who nodded in acknowledgement. The two wizards retreated to the study upstairs for conversation, while Nagini continued to play with her talking book. "It seems your progress last night was commendable, Su," Dumbledore remarked, gesturing for a chair to slide behind Lin Su, while the teapot began brewing red tea. Lin Su seated herself without hesitation. "Very well, Professor. Though it will require a considerable amount of time before complete success is achieved," the little witch replied, counting on her fingers, revealing no secrets before Dumbledore. "Perhaps by the end of this academic year." Even Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated such remarkable progress from Lin Su. "To be honest, Su, my curiosity about your concealed matters is growing ever stronger. It has been quite some time since I found myself in such a state. When will you deign to satisfy this old man's inquiries?" Dumbledore conjured 2 teacups, and the teapot poured red tea into them. Lin Su's gaze remained fixed on her teacup as thoughts of the earlier news brought back by Weston flickered through her mind. And she raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps you shall receive answers soon, Professor." The teacups floated steadily before them, and both the old and young foxes took a sip. Squinting their eyes, Dumbledore in enjoyment, Lin Su from the sweetness. After exchanging pleasantries with Dumbledore, Lin Su set her teacup down and descended the stairs. As usual, she waved goodbye to Nagini, who would not respond, and made her way toward the door. Yet, she heard a sweet but stammering voice behind her. "Happy Christmas." Lin Su spun around in astonishment. Nagini stood before the sofa, indeed speaking to her. An indescribable emotion surged within her, and she couldn't help but smile. She was utterly elated. Sirius rode his motorcycle to take Lin Su home, while Harry chose to remain in Godric's Hollow. The two friends exchanged promises to meet again at the start of the new term before bidding each other farewell. In the ensuing days, Lin Su found herself lost in tranquility, contentedly accompanying her family. Lin Ida and Su Chi were evidently overjoyed, delighting Lin Su with an array of culinary treats. The little face that had slimmed down due to recent busyness now regained its roundness. As the time for school approached, Lin Su stepped onto the platform and immediately spotted Navi waiting at the entrance. The boy, with his cherubic face, exhibited less of the naive charm he once had and more of a composed demeanor. Upon seeing Lin Su, he could not contain his excitement. "Su, is that really you?" Beside him stood Navi's grandmother, elegantly dressed, one hand gripping a large red handbag while the other extended a small parcel towards Lin Su. "Miss Lin, I am profoundly grateful for all that you have done. Merlin shall bless you." The usually stern and temperamental elderly lady appeared visibly softened as Navi chimed in. "Su, please take this. It's my grandmother's specialty dessert, and it's absolutely delicious." Lin Su graciously accepted the offering. "Thank you, but I merely acted within my capabilities." The grandmother's gaze softened further. "Regardless, this indeed holds great significance for Longbatten. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to have Navi inform me." Lin Su nodded, and the grandmother instructed Navi to continue making progress before departing the station. Navi remained rooted in place. "Su, I struggle to express my gratitude. When I opened the door, my mother called my name and handed me candy wrappers, and my father smiled at me. For a whole hour. They didn't suddenly cry or shout. That feeling is beyond description." Lin Su had already anticipated that Navi's parents would reach this level of recovery during the Christmas holiday. Contemplating her response, she refrained from uttering phrases like, "When will they fully heal?" and instead softly wished him, "Happy Christmas break, Navi." Navi was momentarily taken aback before enthusiastically nodding. "Happy Christmas break." Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the entrance. "Hey, we've already started school, right?" Turning around, Lin Su confirmed it was Fred, who had his arm slung around his twin brother's shoulder, his tone buoyant. Lin Su responded, "Then I wish you a pleasant start to the school year, Fred." She then addressed George. "George, Chinon really loves the gift we sent. He.S. even starting to learn how to pronounce words." George ruffled her hair playfully. "Is that so? It seems he will be calling you sister in no time." Lin Su nodded, her eyes sparkling. "Yes, my mom says he likes me the most, and I feel the same, whenever I'm home. He clings to me, and even uses magic to float his favorite toys in front of me." George abandoned Fred, taking hold of Lin Su's suitcase as they made their way to the train. Fred, who believed he was helping his brother, was left utterly ignored by Navi and the other redheads. Only Molly smiled broadly at the sight of their retreating figures. Harry, who had been seated in a compartment observing the entire scene, turned to Lupin. "Remus, do you also find it odd how Sue and George act? The moment George appears, Sue seems to transform completely." Lupin replied, "What can save you, Harry? Even James wasn't like this back in the day." Chapter 19. The Ring. Lin Su's schedule was filled to the brim. Approximately a month after the Christmas holiday concluded, As she was being pulled back to the dining hall by George for yet another timely meal, Winston returned from outside. "Sue, why is Winston outside every day?" Ron inquired, noting that Winston had only stayed close to Lin Su for the first half-month after being acquired and had even formed a bond with Dee Dee and Afina, but had hardly been seen since. During Christmas, they had indeed seen him joyfully consuming food prepared by Lin Ida at the Lin household. Could it be that he lived there regularly? Lin Su smiled mysteriously. Winston has his own mission. As she spoke, she gently stroked the owl's head. The robust male owl appeared even stronger from prolonged flights, while the small pig nestled atop Harry's head subtly shifted positions. After finishing her soup, Lin Su departed with Winston. She offered him some owl treats prepared by Lin Ida, and Winston joyfully hooted twice, tilting his head proudly. Lin Su retrieved a stone from the air around his neck. It was a memory stone, which she had rendered invisible with a charm. Taking a deep breath as she gazed at the image left upon the stone, she prepared herself to tell a story. In the office of Lupin's defense against the dark arts class, Lin Su cheerfully requested Lupin to take her to a certain place. Lupin, busy organizing students' assignments, inquired, where to? He had grown accustomed to the little witch's daily bursts of creativity. The Gaunt Manor in Godric's Hollow, Lin Su replied, clasping her hands behind her back with an innocent demeanor. Lupin looked up at her, about to ask why, but then decided against it. To his surprise, the girl proactively stated, I will tell you when we return about what you have always wanted to know. Lupin stowed his quill, donned his hat, and set off with Lin Su. The old house, cloaked in darkness and overrun with withered vines, sent chills down one's spine, mirroring the scenes depicted in the memory stone. Lin Su's familiarity with the path only heightened Lupin's curiosity, and he refrained from questioning her, eager to discover the answers soon. Upon reaching the center of the house, they encountered a corpse, its tangled hair and pale, gaunt face unrecognizable as that of Bellatrix, the former heiress of the Black family. Lupin was taken aback. Her face bore an unsettling smile, her eyes wide open, contributing to the eerie atmosphere of the house. Most disturbing were her hands, appearing as though they had been submerged in a corrosive substance, dark and withered. Even though Lin Su had witnessed this scene through the memory stone, she still felt a wave of discomfort. She urged Lupin to keep his distance, suppressing her senses as she held her breath and carefully removed a ring from one of the charred fingers. She knew better than to let her guard down. Any lapse in her perception could lead to temptation by the ring. She was acutely aware of her own desires, as her encounter with the Mirror of Ariste in her first year had already demonstrated. Swiftly, she tossed the ring into a compartment of her shielding box and turned to Lupin. Professor, what shall we do now? The heavy atmosphere was instantly shattered, a talent shared among her and the Weasley twins. Lupin replied, should we notify the Aurors? Do we need a valid reason? Lin Su feigned innocence. Clearing his throat, Lupin suggested, I think it would be best to return and inform Dumbledore. He will know how to handle this. Lin Su clapped her hands together. Excellent idea. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore stood behind his desk, observing the defense against the dark arts professor he had personally invited and the perpetually troublesome young witch. One gazing at the ceiling and the other at the floor. After a prolonged silence, he slowly repeated their words. You are saying that you discovered the corpse of the Ministry of Magic's wanted criminal, Bellatrix Lestrange, at Gaunt Manor? Lin Su raised her thumb in approval. Exactly, Professor. Dumbledore scrutinized the young witch. Su, have you not prepared any desserts for me this time? Lin Su, feeling a twinge of guilt, pointed at her fingers and smiled at Dumbledore. I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Dumbledore averted his gaze. Lupin interjected. Is that what this was all about? He wrote a letter to Mad-Eye Moody, using a common school owl to deliver it, ensuring that no one else in the ministry would know the message originated from him, lest Fudge suspect Dumbledore of aspiring to be the Minister of Magic. Su, you may now begin explaining how you knew she would be there. Dumbledore arranged red tea for the three of them and added for Su. Your cup has less sugar. Feel free to drink, my child. Lin Su jested. As long as there's no Veritaserum, it should be fine. That stuff is dreadful. After she finished speaking, she took a sip of red tea. Though it was still a tad sweeter than the usual, it was infinitely better than the tea Dumbledore had previously offered. Lupin subtly pushed his cup a bit further away. Lin Su produced the memory stone that Weston had brought back. Look, Weston has been accompanying her lately. Without waiting for their inquiries, Lin Su began recounting the events that led to this moment. When the Aurors captured Peter Pettigrew, Lin Su had placed 2 lullabies on him, one that echoed James and Lily's voices to Peter, and another that transformed into a beetle to seek out Bellatrix. I utilized Dee Dee's feather. The owl's ability to locate individuals is truly remarkable. I must say, that lullaby has been my most successful alchemical creation in recent years, capable of tracking, cloaking, and shape-shifting. I have yet to create anything as comprehensive since. Lin Su exchanged glances with the 2 professors, awaiting their questions, but both remained uncharacteristically patient. Lin Su blinked, refusing to let the silence become awkward. You must be quite curious about how I managed to find her after her escape, right? After all, even the Ministry's owls couldn't locate her. With no hope of eliciting a response from them, Lin Su continued. Because I wasn't searching for Bellatrix, but for Dee. After I retrieved Weston, I brought him to the Ollery to familiarize him with Dee's scent. As long as the lullaby remains with Bella, Weston can track her, and that lullaby will adhere to Bella as long as I draw breath. However, Weston had initially returned empty-handed numerous times, as Dee sometimes shed feathers. Fortunately, he eventually succeeded. I must say, the name Weston suits him perfectly. He is indeed a clever little creature. Since earlier, he had been majestically perched atop the desk in the headmaster's office, unperturbed by Fox, the male owl, who cooperatively hooted, puffing up his chest. Lin Su rewarded him with a piece of jerky. Chapter 20. Prophecy. Aside from Weston's inherent prowess, I also cast a disillusionment charm on him to ensure he wouldn't be detected by Bella. Whenever Bella changed locations, Weston would return to inform me. Regrettably, he cannot call my name. Otherwise, I could have utilized the two-way mirror that Harry and Sirius possess. Lin Su spread her hands in a gesture of exasperation, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at the two men, her face radiating a plea for them to inquire further. In this serious moment, even Dumbledore could not suppress a slight smile, satisfying the young witch's curiosity by asking, "How did you come to know about Mrs. Lestrange and Tom's mixed bloodline?" Lin Su raised her head, mirroring the posture of the owl beside her. "I can also tell you that I received the notebook before the school year commenced. Upon acquiring it, I realized it contained a part of Voldemort. However, elaborating on that would require weaving too many lies, so I decided to be candid." As she concluded, the young witch's eyes sparkled with a resolute brilliance. "Professor, do you remember when I said that everything I have done, and will continue to do, is aimed at bringing happiness to everyone?" Dumbledore nodded. "Of course, my dear. I am indeed aware of many things I should not know," Lin Su stated, locking eyes with Dumbledore, while Lupin pondered her earlier words. Lin Su continued, "I am uncertain how to convey these matters to you. As if I had read the tales of Beetle the Bard and knew the fate of each character, only to find myself suddenly transported into that world, yearning to rectify certain regrets." Dumbledore and Lupin's expressions turned grave, prompting Lin Su to gather her thoughts. "So, child, now that you are here, in this story, do you believe you are happy?" Dumbledore posed the question, diverting from inquiries about the trajectory of the tale. Lin Su felt she ought to be surprised, yet she peculiarly sensed she had anticipated Dumbledore's question. Thus, she did not deliberate long before responding earnestly. "I am truly delighted to be here, Professor. The opportunity to amend some regrets fills me with immense joy." Dumbledore clasped his hands and smiled at her. "That is indeed splendid to hear, Su. Are you not curious about the plot? The forthcoming developments might prove quite useful." Lin Su inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Dumbledore sipped his tea once more. "Su, I have not forgotten what you said in your first year before the Mirror of Ariste, that you would strive for your wishes. I believe you have indeed altered many things. But have you considered that this place may no longer resemble the original story?" The notion sent a shiver up Lin Su's spine, her previous confidence seemingly deflating like a released balloon. Lupin, however, had a different perspective. "Su, do you mind if I make some conjectures?" Lin Su pursed her lips and shook her head. "Not at all, Professor. I do not know much, so my deductions may be incorrect. May I ask? And you tell me if I am right?" "Certainly. Proceed," Lupin encouraged. "Bellatrix Lestrange should not be dead in the story as you know it, correct?" "Correct. She will kill many in the future?" "Yes." Lin Su averted her gaze slightly, discomfort evident on her face. Lupin, realizing, spoke. "It seems that includes me." Lin Su shook her head but remained silent, prompting Lupin to continue his reasoning. "Not you. Then someone important to me. Is it Tonks?" Lin Su hesitated to divulge information about Tonks, believing their relationship should develop organically through collaboration, rather than her preemptively stating, "You will have a lover named Tonks." Such a revelation might leave a lasting impression on Lupin, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. Thus, she nodded in affirmation of Lupin's conjecture. Lupin rubbed his nose. "It seems I must treat Tonks even better when I return." Lin Su's spirits began to lift. At least she had undeniably changed certain outcomes. Clearly, that was Lupin's intention, as he refrained from asking about her future developments, instead guiding her to reflect on her accomplishments. Indeed, when Lin Su left the headmaster's office, she felt invigorated and emboldened. Lupin remained in the office, gazing at the elderly man across from him, his brow furrowed in thought. "Dumbledore, if I am not mistaken, you do not wish for Su to continue altering her fate." Dumbledore replaced his cup of red tea with another, nodding slightly. "Remus, perhaps you are aware of the prophecy Sybil made for Su?" Lupin had heard whispers. The prophecy had created quite a stir in Gryffindor and throughout the school. He responded with a teasing tone. Isn't that something Sybil mentions in every class? Dumbledore shook his head. No, Remus, Sybil does not recall making this particular prophecy. Lupin was taken aback. This implied the prophecy held truth. The subsequent widespread dissemination of it, with most only aware of the latter half, might have been orchestrated by Dumbledore to prevent others from believing it. True prophecies are often shrouded in obscurity. Based on Sue's account today, she must also recognize this as a genuine prophecy. Remus, yet she shows no intention of addressing it with us. She is still altering everyone's fate. This realization suggested she was prepared to willingly sacrifice her life one day. Dumbledore's expression bore no trace of the lightness that had accompanied Lin Su's presence. Lupin sank deeper into the sofa, grappling with acceptance. She is still just a child. Perhaps I should not have encouraged her to reflect on her achievements. Remus, I do not believe my words will dissuade her from the notion of altering fate, Dumbledore countered, shaking his head. In fact, had you not spoken as you did, Sue would have swiftly realized why I was attempting to discourage her. Lupin remained silent, and despite his self-perception as a person of considerable strength and composure over the years, he could not help but feel a tinge of melancholy at this moment. After lingering for a while, he rose and departed from the headmaster's office. Once he had left, Dumbledore rummaged through the cozy nest of foxworm feathers and extracted a transparent crystal ball. Fox let out an indignant chirp. It had been keeping the egg warm and had not budged even when that owl had provoked it. Within the crystal ball, a silvery substance, reminiscent of flowing sand, ebbed and flowed slowly. This was a prophecy orb, imbued with a new prediction. Chapter 21. The Perils of Beauty. The Ministry of Magic exhibited remarkable efficiency regarding the matter of Bellatrix Lestrange, as they did not even wait until the following morning. That very evening, the Daily Prophet reported the discovery of Bella's corpse, devoting a significant portion of the newspaper to the news. Lin Su noted that the author's name had transformed into Rita Skeeter, indicating that Riddletay was unwilling to report a story lacking thorough investigation. Lin Su confirmed in her mind that if Riddletay were to cover the story, it would likely be reduced to a mere statement about a certain date when a wizard reported the discovery of Bellatrix Lestrange's body at the Old Gunter estate. At the very least, it would not be as sensationalized as the current article, which, despite featuring a chilling mugshot of Bella, was rife with salacious speculation, such as whether Bella had attempted to escape to the lair of her fervently pursued Dark Lord upon realizing her life was nearing its end. The article extensively detailed the myriad obstacles Bella faced during her escape, highlighting her efforts, which were attributed not solely to the incompetence of the ministry, but also reminisced about her dissatisfaction during her wedding to Rodolphus. The ambiguous language left ample room for the imagination. Lin Su was at a loss for words. This journalist was indeed willing to risk it all for notoriety, perhaps sensing a threat from Riddletay's abilities and thus eager to prove herself. The fact that Fudge allowed this article to be published was both cowardly and audacious, showing a complete disregard for the Lestrange family, while the addition of the Black and Malfoy names was hardly sufficient to convince oneself that Voldemort was truly dead. Turning her gaze to the Slytherin table, she observed Draco's face flush crimson, yet he had matured enough not to storm off immediately. Instead, he surveyed the room, memorizing the faces of a few young wizards who were whispering and glancing in his direction before sneering. Although the Malfoy family had been ostracized by the ministry over the past year, their wealth and control over the economic sector still afforded them a respectable position within the wizarding community. Consequently, the young wizards' faces paled as they sought to engage Draco in conversation, at which point he stood and exited, with Crabbe and Goyle promptly in tow. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. It appeared that Lucius's standing in Voldemort's eyes would likely diminish further, considering he had not even intercepted the publication of this article. Thus, her collaboration with them could become more secure. Fudge had inadvertently aided her in this regard. Lin Su resolved to delay the Malfoy family's fulfillment of their partnership, deciding instead to prepare some desserts for Headmaster Dumbledore. Despite his earlier coldness towards her, she chose to be magnanimous. Moreover, she was not a fool. Dumbledore had his own reasons for his actions, and after a day of contemplation, she had come to a clearer understanding. Among Dumbledore's cherished students, one was destined to become entangled with Voldemort, and he was likely reluctant to see another child make such a sacrifice, even at the cost of his own life. Lin Su resolved to add extra sugar to Dumbledore's dessert. After the curfew that evening, Lin Su stealthily slipped into the kitchen. Just as she rolled up her sleeves, preparing to showcase her culinary skills, she was caught by the twins. Look who we've discovered. It's Su Lin. The one even the Marauder's map can't find. Fred exclaimed. The Marauder's map was still in the twins' possession. They had initially mentioned returning it to Harry when they learned it was created by Harry's father and his friends. However, Harry insisted it belonged to the most mischievous students in the school, not to him personally. and since Sirius had revealed all the secret passages to him, along with his invisibility cloak, the twins were more suited to wield it. They were more than happy to accept the title of the school's greatest pranksters and did not decline, merely telling Harry to reach out whenever he needed them. Lin Su discreetly employed a trick to obscure the Marauder's map, as she felt her mind would short-circuit whenever she encountered George. Each time she was in the room of requirement, George always managed to find her, if they were to spend their days together at school. Her mental lapses would occur far too frequently. Her brain could hardly withstand it. She had sat up in bed at the dead of night on numerous occasions, lamenting the perils of beauty. It was better to maintain a bit of distance. For the sake of both parties, and especially for her own good, Lin Su fixed Fred with a deadpan stare. "Can't you speak properly, Fred? Your tone is far too reminiscent of Professor Snape. Spare your good friend from that. I've heard enough during detention." Indeed, although she spent most of her days at St. Mungo's and Godric's Hollow, after adjusting her schedule this semester, she still had to endure potions with Professor Snape, as she was responsible for the potions in the hospital wing this academic year. A true Gryffindor bravely faced the detentions imposed by Professor Snape, and Lin Su was committed to that principle. Fred wore a look of utter disbelief. Merlin's ragged socks. I'm nothing like him. Just as he was about to say more, he noticed George approaching Lin Su, prompting him to shrug and turn to ask the house elf for food instead. They were still growing rapidly this year and always felt as though they hadn't eaten enough by evening. George glanced at the mold she had prepared. "What are you making?" "A traditional Chinese dessert. Would you like to join in?" Lin Su replied, handing him a duplicate mold. With a flick of her wand, she set the stone grinder to work, milling the glutinous and regular rice into flour, murmuring to herself that if it were Mrs. Weasley, she would likely complete the task with a single spell, without the need for this grinding process. She also wondered if Ginny could try using the bone-breaking curse. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, George waved his wand, and the stone grinder's speed increased dramatically. Lin Su gasped, "Wow, what spell is that?" George blinked. "I learned it from Mom during the holidays. She has her own little tricks when it comes to household magic. I only learned how to speed it up." Lin Su lavished him with praise, as she was not particularly skilled in domestic magic herself. She had only managed to teach her kitchenware to clean themselves, though they often remained dirty. She hesitantly asked George to shorten the fermentation time, and to her astonishment, he was capable of that as well, making her gaze at him more brightly. Fred, holding a plate of food, watched in silence as Lin Su and his brother engaged in their banter, chewing without expression. No wonder George spent the holidays trailing after their mother. She was in excellent spirits, and before school resumed, she had given George more pocket money than him, leaving little Ron with reddened eyes, even though neither of them particularly needed their family's allowance at this point. "George, aren't you hungry?" Fred finally called out to his brother, having had his fill. Lin Su offered George a nearly completed pastry. "Want to try?" George bit into the pink pastry directly from her hand. "It's quite good." Lin Su froze, and now it was Fred's turn to wear a deadpan expression. Back in her dormitory, Lin Su once again found herself sitting up in bed at an ungodly hour, pondering why she had invited George to join her. She could have easily had the house elf assist her, and that pastry, having added an ample amount of sugar that Dumbledore adored, how could it possibly suit George's taste? Beauty truly was a double-edged sword. Chapter 22. The eldest brother's silence. The following day, Lin Su brought the desserts to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, observing as the young witch cheerfully presented him with a platter of pastries. The treats were pink and possessed an unusual shape. Lin Su informed him that they resembled ancient silver ingots from China. Adorned with 2 Chinese characters, she noticed Dumbledore's inquisitive gaze and readily prompted him to inquire further. Lin Su first pronounced the characters in Chinese, Ding Sheng, then explained that they signified certain victory. These pastries, she elaborated, were crafted by the common folk of ancient times to bless their soldiers, wishing them triumph in the battles ahead. Dumbledore paused, gazing into the depths of the young witch's eyes, which glimmered with a profound determination and understanding. "Professor," she declared softly yet resolutely, "I care more than anyone for the second chance at life I have been granted, and I assure you, I shall not easily relinquish it." Instead of dissuading her from her aspirations to alter her fate, she proposed, "Why not assist me in achieving this? In the process, you can watch over me. What do you say?" Dumbledore refrained from directly addressing her proposition, instead savoring a piece of the pastry. "Sue, you've added quite a bit of sugar." "Indeed, Professor. Consider it a token of gratitude for your protection," she replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth, revealing the duality of her youthful innocence and warrior spirit. Dumbledore nodded gently. "Very well, my dear. For the sake of these delightful pastries, it seems this old man with the white beard must exert himself more diligently. Now, enlighten me about what you know." Lin Su retrieved a shielding box, opening it to reveal the ring of the Gaunt family, the diadem of Ravenclaw, and a pendant box from Slytherin. She only allowed Dumbledore a brief glimpse before closing it again. I believe it is wiser for them to remain within the shielding box. Professor, Dumbledore acknowledged with a nod. Child, have you ever noticed how conspicuous your expressions can be at times? Lin Su was well aware of this, yet caution was paramount. The image of Dumbledore's charred hand from the book lingered ominously in her mind, and she dared not probe into the spells contained within. She had to proceed with utmost care, needing to create a tool to extract the resurrection stone. It seems, in your narrative, I have been defeated by one of them. Dumbledore remarked calmly, as though speaking of another. Lin Su shook her head. No, Professor. You have been vanquished by yourself. The sorrow over your family has ensnared you in anguish, leading you to succumb to the temptation of donning the ring, even with the faintest glimmer of hope. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Such a simple yet profound observation. Lin Su nodded in agreement, and Dumbledore shifted the conversation. Since the diadem of Ravenclaw and the pendant box of Slytherin are accounted for, it seems the Hufflepuff cup cannot escape its fate either. With a confident smile, Lin Su replied, Yes, Professor, they shall soon be reunited, though their proximity is paradoxically distant. It appears our little witch has made further arrangements. Su, do you truly require my assistance? Dumbledore teased. Lin Su nodded fervently. Absolutely, Professor. I need you to be the anchor. With you, everything is assured. Without Dumbledore's deliberate cooperation, Nagini would not have been retrieved so smoothly, nor would Professor Snape have consented to brew potions. Thinking of Professor Snape, Lin Su winked at Dumbledore. Perhaps you have insights on Professor Snape's progress in potion research? Dumbledore regarded her with mild surprise. Child, I presumed you would be more informed than I. Have you not been brewing potions in Severus's office recently? Lin Su replied, So the fact that I've been grounded has become common knowledge? In truth, Professor Snape does not report his progress to me. She shrugged. As long as he refrains from mocking the potions I brew, it signifies success. Dumbledore mimicked Lin Su's gesture of exasperation. In fact, Severus does not report to me either. He usually presents the finished product, declaring it a success. A peculiar silence enveloped the headmaster's office. Dumbledore took another piece of the victory cake. Child, do you intentionally assign Severus tasks each year? In his second year, he was to research a potion to destroy Horcruxes. In his third year, he began with a vial of the despair potion. Lin Su contested this notion. In first year, you had Professor Snape concoct that illusion potion along with your dental tonic, which he has now passed on to me. Dumbledore relished the pastry, his eyes narrowing in delight. Feigning ignorance of her latter comment, Lin Su, understanding the unspoken agreement between them, tactfully shifted the topic. It was best for both her and Dumbledore not to dwell on the burdens placed upon Snape. However, she mused, perhaps immersing himself in potion research, free from the shadows of past grudges and the uncertainties of future subterfuge, would suit Snape better, at least in her current narrative. Snape's temperament was far more agreeable than that depicted in the book. With Lin Su's support and shared burdens, even Neville faced less ridicule. Learning to adopt Lin Su's thick skin and feigned ignorance, thereby alleviating his fear of Snape to the point of completing his potion work. According to Hermione, during a recent defense against the dark arts class with Lupin, Neville had been the first in line, his boggart manifesting as a red memory orb, which he had successfully transformed into a colorful lollipop. Lin Su had to concede that skipping class had deprived her of considerable enjoyment. Dumbledore ultimately refrained from questioning why Lin Su had not immediately destroyed the Horcrux. As perceptive as he was, even without her explicit admission, he had pieced together the general situation. Harry's identity was akin to a ticking time bomb, and he could not place such a burden solely upon a young witch. Before departing the office, Lin Su turned back, flashing Dumbledore a sincere smile. Professor, I assure you that my next words are genuine. We all love you. Dumbledore remained silent for 2 seconds before smiling and nodding at the young witch, who then skipped away. Lin Su understood that Dumbledore might not yet grasp her intent. The we she referred to also included that other person. But that was of little consequence. Now was not the opportune moment. With time and effort, Dumbledore would come to realize this truth. Chapter 23. Return to the cave. Perhaps due to a tightly packed schedule, Lin Su felt that her third year passed swiftly. A month before the term ended, Snape entered Dumbledore's office, carrying a vial of colorless potion. At that moment, Lin Su had just returned from St. Mungo's. Emerging from the headmaster's office when she encountered Professor Snape, she sensed that Snape was in a relatively good mood, as even his robes seemed to flutter more gracefully than usual. After all, he had successfully discovered an antidote for the complex despair potion. Snape's prowess in potion making was undoubtedly exceptional. However, upon seeing Lin Su being summoned back by Dumbledore, Snape's expression darkened noticeably. Lin Su forced a smile and waved at him. Snape produced the vial of despair potion, and when Lin Su handed it over, she also provided a suitable shielding container, advising him to avoid prolonged exposure to air during the research process. Yet, It was evident that the potion was now half a vial short. Lin Su stared at Snape in disbelief. "Professor, did you drink it?" Snape scoffed. "Refrain from your fanciful imaginations, Miss Lin. It has been decomposed." He then dripped a single drop of the colorless potion into the remaining half vial of the despair potion, causing it to gradually transform into a colorless solution. With a flick of his wand, he rendered the half vial invisible. Lin Su clapped in admiration, exclaiming "Wow," which earned her a frown from Snape and a disdainful glare. "Very well, Su. When do you intend to proceed there?" Dumbledore did not speak outright. Lin Su remained vague in her response. "When the time is right." Snape let out a derisive snort. "Ah, it seems that the illustrious Dumbledore and this young lady share a secret that cannot be spoken aloud. I suggest that next time you spare the poor potions professor the effort and time of concocting potions." With that, he swept away with a flourish of his robes. Lin Su exchanged glances with Dumbledore, blinking in surprise, and suddenly, both of them shrugged simultaneously, laughter erupting from the elder and the young alike. "I dare say, if Professor Snape were to discover that the one preparing was none other than Sirius, he might not even have the energy to be incensed," Lin Su remarked. "Indeed, Severus might very well confront Sirius in a duel." Dumbledore nodded in agreement, teasingly. Lin Su couldn't help but glance at Dumbledore again, wondering why the headmaster seemed to be in such high spirits. "Do not gaze at me so, my dear child. I find myself rather humorous," he quipped, noticing her scrutiny. He then waved his hand, summoning the Patronus to call Remus over. "Remus, how has your health been of late?" Dumbledore inquired with a smile. At this, Lin Su raised an eyebrow, pride swelling within her as she observed Remus. His complexion had vastly improved since their last encounter, the scars on his face gradually fading. With the next full moon merely 2 days away, he exhibited none of the usual anxiety. "I've never felt better, Dumbledore," Remus replied. "That is splendid news, Remus," Dumbledore nodded. Then asked about Sirius, "And how do you perceive Sirius's recovery?" Remus's gaze drifted to the cup that had contained the green potion. "Quite well, indeed. He hasn't touched a drop of alcohol in ages. It seems Severus's potion has worked wonders?" "Yes, so you and Su should decide when to venture to the cave." "Su appears reluctant to divulge its location to me," Dumbledore remarked, his eyes twinkling with mirth as they turned towards Lin Su. She merely smiled, choosing not to respond. She truly wished to keep Dumbledore away from that cave. Following the penultimate full moon of their 3rd year, the most vibrant version of Remus and Lin Su took Sirius to a seaside location. "The moon face, is it? Are you planning to host a celebratory party by the shore?" Sirius queried, increasingly familiar with the Muggle world, having become a frequent visitor to their family restaurant thanks to Lin Ida's letters. Furthermore, he had garnered some fame as a reckless motorcycle racer. And Su Chi had discreetly asked if she could have an autograph, preferably without revealing it was her request. The following day, Lin Ida's letter arrived, urging her to forget the previous letter from her mother, which left Lin Su feeling rather helpless. As for Sirius, his mental state had nearly returned to normal. He had rediscovered his passions. Perhaps the inbreeding within the Black family still influenced him, for he developed an insatiable love for thrilling pursuits. Quidditch during school and Muggle racing and boxing thrilled him in ways that alcohol never could. Lin Su thought it fortunate that she hadn't revealed to Sirius the existence of bungee jumping or skydiving, nor other extreme sports like cliff diving that appealed to the youth. Though a wizard, racing was comparatively safer. "Bigfoot, today is the day I change my fate. And there is something you must know," Remus stated seriously, looking at the oblivious, excited Sirius, who was plotting how to host a bonfire on the beach. Sirius's expression turned grave as he realized the seriousness of the matter. "What is it, Remus?" Lin Su once again led the two of them to the cave, this time bringing pig-s blood provided by the house elves. Sirius furrowed his brow at the peculiar method of opening the door. Was there truly no fault in those who entered in such a manner? As they reached the lake, where the boat had previously vanished, Remus halted. "Bigfoot, you must go with Su from here." Sirius had spotted the ominous green potion at the lake's center, his demeanor turning serious. "Why?" With a creaking sound, the boat glided into view, and Sirius's frown eased. "It appears the boat cannot accommodate a third. Perhaps I should transform into my animagus form and try?" Lin Su was silent, propping her chin in her hand, contemplating whether the creature lurking beneath the water could recognize an animagus. Remus hesitated, exchanging a glance with Lin Su. "Shall we give it a try?" The serious atmosphere lightened slightly as Sirius transformed without hesitation, a massive black dog appearing by the lakeshore. Lin Su couldn't help but twitch her lips. In terms of size, it seemed he didn't occupy less space than in his human form. Nevertheless, the large black dog bounded onto the small boat, curling up on the cramped deck and raising its head, signaling for the two to board, then tucking its head back down to allow them to rest their feet upon it. The boat remained stationary. Evidently, Voldemort had not considered the implications of an animagus. Lin Su was the second to board, curling up in a corner with her knees drawn to her chest, yet the boat remained still. Chapter 24. You must take him home. Remus observed the pair on the boat, attempting to minimize their space, feeling somewhat exasperated. As he climbed aboard, he remarked in a teasing tone, "Friends, relax. I shall assume I have not transformed into the size of a hefty lady." The large black dog attempted to respond, but remembered it could only bark, abandoning the thought and lowering its head again. When the boat finally docked at the small island, Remus disembarked first, followed by Lin Su, while the black dog stretched before leaping ashore, transforming back into his human form. Sirius turned to Remus to voice what he hadn't said earlier. "Why have you all recently taken to speaking like Snivellis?" Harry, too, during their last encounter in the two-way mirror, had animatedly recounted how he miraculously rolled away unscathed after falling from his motorcycle during a race. The ever-considerate Harry had been expressionless, staring at him from across the mirror, abruptly severing their connection. The next time he called out, he had heard Harry's emotionless voice say, "I assume you know you won't be apprehended by the Ministry of Magic." At that moment, he had been taken aback, although the concern was evident. The tone was far too reminiscent of Snivellis. As he recounted the entire episode, both Lin Su and Remus regarded him with disapproving eyes. Lin Su then spoke, her expression equally grave. "I assume you understand your significance to Harry, Sirius." While she did not oppose Sirius seeking thrills, she questioned how he could divulge such matters to Harry. Sirius was momentarily taken aback by her words, realizing that Remus too wore an approving expression. And he sheepishly replied, "Of course I know." Lin Su understood. After all, Sirius had spent 11 years in Azkaban, with his best years spent battling Dementors, which had perhaps stunted his thinking process to a time before his imprisonment. Now, oblivious to the existence of Horcruxes, with Wormtail dead and even Bellatrix, the subject of a ministry manhunt, discovered lifeless, the Dementors had retreated from Hogwarts. Remus's curse as a werewolf had a solution, and everything seemed to be looking up. He believed that all misfortune had come to an end, allowing him to live as he pleased. Lin Su sighed quietly, knowing she was destined to shatter this deceptive calm. Approaching the green potion, she refrained from immediately producing the antidote, instead retrieving her camera from her bag to document it. Sirius attempted to dispel the nagging sense of foreboding in his mind, attempting to lighten the mood. "Su, what is that? Does it really need to be documented?" Remus grasped Sirius's arm, placing a finger to his lips to signal him to be silent. After meticulously documenting everything, Lin Su retrieved the antidote developed by Professor Snape. She dared not pour it all at once, instead cautiously administering only a third of the potion. Fortunately, the antidote was potent. The green elixir visibly transformed into a colorless liquid. Lupin assisted her in recording this remarkable process. Lin Su then pointed her wand and, using the disillusionment charm, made the now transparent potion vanish successfully. Both she and Lupin kept a vigilant watch for any disturbances beneath the water's surface. The Inferi remained unresponsive. It seemed that, in Voldemort's arrogance, he assumed no one could concoct the antidote to the potion of despair. The locket lay quietly at the bottom of the transparent basin. Lin Su first took a photograph before skillfully retrieving it. Upon examining the locket, she pressed a certain spot, causing it to open, revealing a folded piece of parchment inside. After a moment of contemplation, she handed it to Sirius. "Take a look, Sirius. I believe you are the most suited to unravel this mystery." Sirius, bemused, accepted the note and unfolded it, illuminating the contents with a flickering light. After a brief glance, he looked up at the two before him. "Is this left by Regulus?" Despite their differing ideologies and allegiances, he unmistakably recognized his brother's handwriting. Before either could respond, Sirius lowered his gaze and continued reading until he reached the signature at the bottom, RAB. In disbelief, he read the note again from the top, shaking his head. "No. I thought he had been killed." The Black family realized they had followed the wrong leader, yet they could not escape. "Why didn't he come to find me?" "No. He knew I would not believe him." As Sirius recalled the events of that time, he suddenly comprehended why Regulus had not sought him out. The Black family had already found themselves ensnared, and regretting their choices was futile. They were trapped under Voldemort's control. Regulus, his younger brother, had assumed the weighty responsibility of the family legacy, becoming a key member of Voldemort's inner circle. Even without news of his involvement in those attacks, young Sirius would never have trusted him. Coming to this realization left Sirius in further turmoil. Lin Su spoke softly. "Sirius, Regulus, like Harry's parents, was a hero. He was the first to discover the Horcruxes, sacrificing his life to replace the true Horcrux. People need to know this." Lupin offered Sirius a comforting embrace. "Bigfoot. Regulus was a pioneer. We must carry on his mission. Voldemort possesses more than one Horcrux. As long as they exist, Voldemort will never truly die. You need to find your strength." Sirius looked up, his eyes bloodshot. "Where's Regulus?" "Right here, Sirius." Lin Su replied, gazing steadily into his eyes. You must bring him home. Taking the note from Sirius, she returned it to the false locket, then replicated the locket 3 times, placing them securely in her seamless expandable bag. Sirius clearly did not understand what Lin Su meant by right here. Lupin approached the water's edge, preparing Sirius psychologically. Sirius nodded, and Lupin bent down as if to scoop water from the lake. In that very moment, a pale hand emerged from beneath the lake's surface, grasping his wrist. Lupin, anticipating this, did not retaliate but feigned a struggle as the inferi converged towards them. It was then that Lupin conjured a roaring flame, driving the inferi back and enabling the 3 to see their ghastly appearances clearly. Returning to Sirius's side, Lupin regarded his dear friend with concern. Sirius maintained a steady tone. Has Regulus become one of them? Lin Su offered no comfort, merely stating the facts. We cannot be sure. Regulus was dragged down by them. The dead become inferi, but I do not know what happens to the living who are submerged. Chapter 25. The nameless tombstone. Sirius squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip, lifting his wand to make the droplet float. Lin Su could perceive a line extending from the droplet straight into the lake's depths. Lupin quietly explained to Lin Su, blood magic uses the blood closest to the heart. If the relative you seek is nearby, it can swiftly summon them, even if only their remains. If they are far away, the magic will indicate a general direction. The inferi in the lake jostled, and Regulus's body began to push through the throng, slowly making its way towards the small island in the center. Sirius's hand trembled. Regulus's corpse appeared remarkably intact. It seemed that Voldemort had tampered with the lake's waters, causing the dead to become inferi, while the living, after suffocating, underwent another transformation that prevented decay. Regulus must have suffered immensely before his death, yet now his corpse bore a faint smile, leading Lin Su to believe he perhaps found a long-awaited peace in his final moments. Sirius knelt before Regulus's body, yearning to touch it but hesitating. Lupin and Lin Su remained quietly by his side, allowing him the time to gather his composure. After what felt like an eternity, Sirius finally lifted his head, his voice calm yet restrained. We must take Regulus out. The boat cannot accommodate us all. From her bag, Lin Su produced an oak coffin, which immediately occupied the sparse space available. The 2 adults gazed at her in astonishment. Lin Su rubbed her nose, recalling that she had only thought of this on the day the antidote was completed. At that time, Professor Lupin was approaching the final full moon, and she did not wish to burden him. For this, she had sneaked into the Forbidden Forest for 3 consecutive nights, leading Dumbledore to remark on her dark circles and urge her to rest. Alas, whether among Muggles or wizards, a coffin evokes an ominous association. It seemed there were no openly sold coffins in the wizarding world, and she could not purchase one in the Muggle world without her parents finding out. If you don't mind, please use this, she offered, uncertain if it would be necessary, but preparing nonetheless. Sirius felt an odd sensation that his grief had been somewhat alleviated. Su, you are always so well prepared. Lupin, too, was surprised that Lin Su had this with her. He and Sirius used magic to transfer Regulus's body into the coffin. After shrinking the coffin and placing it back in her bag, the 3 returned to the lake's edge in the same manner as they had arrived. As Lin Su glanced back at the potion basin in the center of the lake, she noted that although the liquid had vanished, the atmosphere remained unsettling. Sirius brought Regulus back to Godric's Hollow, hoping that in death, he would not have to return to that dark home, having carried the family's burdens in life. Regulus's funeral was modest. The surviving members of the original Order of the Phoenix, save for Mundungus Fletcher and the secretive Severus Snape, gathered once more, including the still recovering Tonks and Lupin, with the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones, also in attendance. Dumbledore convened them and, before the funeral began, recounted Regulus's discoveries and actions. Lin Su provided the memory stone and photographs taken in the cave. As the sole underage witch present at this gathering, no objections were raised. The Tonkses, the Weasleys, Lupin, and even Dumbledore could vouch for her. Until the matter of Voldemort's Horcruxes was thoroughly confirmed, the Ministry of Magic, accustomed to a peaceful existence, would not acknowledge it. Regulus, having died as a Death Eater, would not be celebrated but rather reviled. Thus, his gravestone bore no inscription. People would only notice, at some unremarkable moment, that an unnamed grave had appeared beside those of James and Lily Potter. The funeral concluded, and the wizards, each departing with varying sentiments yet equally heavy hearts, went their separate ways. Before leaving, Mrs. Mori and Professor McGonagall each embraced Lin Su tightly. Professor McGonagall regarded her with a faint smile, saying, "Su, it appears I shall no longer need to request reasons for your actions." Lin Su did not respond, but returned her a radiant smile, with tears glistening in her eyes. Mrs. Mori enveloped her in another embrace, to which Lin Su replied softly, "Everything will be all right, madam." Hagrid and Lupin were accompanying Sirius for a drink. while Lin Su returned to Dumbledore's residence. Nagini quietly held the literacy book Lin Su had gifted her, and now she could maintain her human form for approximately 1/3 of the day. Aberforth and Albus were conversing in the study, employing a privacy charm that rendered Lin Su unable to overhear their discussion. The next moment, however, she witnessed Aberforth storming out of the study, his face a mask of fury. Rising to her feet, she greeted the white-bearded man, who bore a resemblance to Dumbledore yet exuded a markedly different aura. "Hello. I am Su Lin." Aberforth grunted dismissively, about to leave, but Lin Su trailed after him. After walking a short distance, the irritable old man turned back to her, exclaiming, "What do you want, little girl? Do you believe you have not made enough of a spectacle in the meeting just now?" Lin Su smiled brightly. "Grandfather Aberforth, if you wish to rid yourself of me, you could simply disapparate. I cannot do that." Aberforth scoffed. "How old are you? Wouldn't it be better to stay in school? Why must you insert yourself into matters that are hardly amusing?" The young witch was of an age similar to Ariana's. Why must she follow Aberforth into peril? Lin Su blinked and refrained from answering his question, suggesting instead, "Grandfather, why not take me to the leaky cauldron? They never let me drink there." Aberforth met her brown eyes and, for reasons unknown, acquiesced. Lin Su discreetly retracted her perceptual interference and silently celebrated behind him. They disapparated to the leaky cauldron, where Lin Su beheld the chaotic scene with her own eyes, understanding at last why Professor Flitwick always advised Hermione to bring her own cup. As she surveyed the surroundings, she spotted a portrait of Ariana hanging on the wall. The girl in the painting stood quietly, smiling as she observed the leaky cauldron. Lin Su raised her hand in greeting. "Hello, Ariana." Surprised by the salutation, Ariana waved back rather quickly. Aberforth's expression softened slightly as he handed Lin Su a cup of milk, stating, "At your age, you should only be drinking butterbeer from 3 broomsticks, of which I have none here." Chapter 26. Aberforth reluctantly. Lin Su took a sip of the milk and then, seemingly casually, remarked, "Fortunately, you do not share Albus's penchant for sweets." Aberforth replied nonchalantly, he did not always have such a sweet tooth, at least not to this extent. Then, as if realizing he had misspoken, he cleared his throat and repeatedly wiped a glass cup. Seizing the moment as he turned to place the cup down, Lin Su swiftly poured a measure of liquor from a bottle on the bar into her own cup. By the time Aberforth turned back, the young witch had already taken a hearty gulp. Observing the flush that rapidly spread across her face, Aberforth, having run a bar for many years, had never seen alcohol affect someone so swiftly. No wonder they forbade her from drinking. Retrieving a bottle of sobering potion from beneath the counter, Aberforth was astonished to see that she had already emptied her cup. "This is absurd," he muttered. He attempted to coax Lin Su into taking the sobering potion, but she refused, instead grinning mysteriously. "Aberforth, let me share a secret with you, one that Albus surely did not divulge." She beckoned for him to lean closer. Aberforth, expressionless, scrutinized her, uncertain of what this little witch might reveal. Seeing his inaction, Lin Su swayed unsteadily from her chair, evidently attempting to climb onto the bar. Aberforth, at a loss for words, could only comply. Lin Su chuckled softly, whispering, "I know things about the future." The old man contemplated throwing her out, but ultimately refrained, responding with a cold smirk, "Oh really? Then tell me, will Albus prevail this time?" Lin Su nodded fervently, declaring, "With me here, victory is assured." Aberforth chuckled. "Is that so? Have there ever been times when you were not present?" The young witch nodded, her bright eyes suddenly dimming. "That time, yes, we won, but many perished." As she spoke, she began to launch an emotional tirade against Aberforth. "You old man, can't you be a bit kinder to your brother? He has died, yet you still speak ill of him in front of his students. Wait, what does this mean? Albus will die?" Aberforth furrowed his brow and cast a privacy charm around himself and Lin Su. Dumbledore was so pitiful. Despite his constant preaching that love is paramount, no one loved him. You, his brother, must wait until you lose him, like Sirius, to truly appreciate him. Aberforth could not help but recall the desolate figure of Sirius at the funeral. "Clarify yourself. Why would Albus die?" Aberforth pressed, while simultaneously attempting to reassure himself. "I shall not mourn his death." Lin Su laughed derisively, her drunken state evident as her gaze fixated intensely on Aberforth. "Listen well." He forced himself to drink the potion of despair, and at the moment he needed water most, he found not a single drop before rushing towards death. Tears streamed from the young witch's brown eyes. She could not forget. And even though the antidote for the potion of despair had been discovered, she still could not bear the thought of Dumbledore approaching that cursed cave. Aberforth, perceiving the absurdity of the situation, regarded the young witch as she continued to cry. Impossible. Why would he choose to die so tragically? You possess the antidote for the potion of despair. Surely he could not? Lin Su wiped her tears with the back of her hand. What if he had less than a year to live? He had no time to strategize. only able to sacrifice his life to procure a happy ending for all. Aberforth felt increasingly uncomfortable under the gaze of the young witch, her fury palpable. Impossible. By your reasoning, this battle should be postponed by at least 80 years before Albus would run out of time. Lin Su wept freely, having never cried so openly in her life. Her words tumbling out incoherently. He could not resist temptation. He donned the ring left by Voldemort. Aberforth's disbelief deepened as he saw the young witch preparing to weep once more. That ring promised ethereal hope. He heard it calling. He believed that by wearing it, he would reunite with Ariana and hear your parents apologize, but it was all a lie. The curse was upon it. Aberforth, I am not deceiving you. Aberforth fell silent, beginning to doubt whether the young witch was serious or merely fabricating tales, yet her knowledge was too extensive to be mere coincidence. Could Dumbledore truly share such profound truths in the presence of children? It seemed improbable. The young witch sniffed vigorously, and Aberforth, exasperated, handed her a fresh handkerchief. Lin Su, without a shred of decorum, wiped her face, her already flushed cheeks turning an even deeper shade of crimson. Finally, as if having released all her pent-up emotions, she slumped over the grimy bar, closing her eyes and mumbling, Aberforth, could you not be a little kinder to your brother? He loves you dearly. Aberforth summoned his goat Patronus, intending to alert Dumbledore to come retrieve his inebriated student, but feeling vexed, he dismissed it, hesitated for 3 minutes, and then summoned it once more. The goat darted away swiftly. Dumbledore arrived promptly, and upon entering, he found Aberforth standing before Ariana's portrait, lost in thought. Upon seeing the young witch sprawled over the bar, her face flushed, Dumbledore shook his head. Aberforth, your establishment really ought to be cleaned. I believe a thorough tidying would suffice. Furthermore, I recall that the bar does not sell high-proof liquor to young wizards. Aberforth retorted irritably, rather than focusing on me. You ought to keep an eye on your students, ensuring they do not sneak over here to drink while I am distracted. Can you not see the glass of milk in front of her? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Very well, Aberforth, I shall take her with me. Though I am somewhat curious as to how she arrived here. Another elderly gentleman with a white beard grumbled, isn't it because you failed to supervise her properly? The student simply followed a stranger. Dumbledore fell silent, assisting the young witch to her feet, intending to disapparate her away. When he heard his brother shout at him like a child, Albus, at your age, can't you take care of yourself? Dumbledore responded, if I recall correctly, Aberforth, I am merely 3 years your senior. Aberforth jumped up in protest. I have no intention of looking after you. Do not expect me to gather information for you from my little pub. Dumbledore had grown accustomed to his brother's temperament. That is not permissible, Aberforth. You are my most trusted ally. Typically, at this juncture, Aberforth would have retorted, yet today he remained unusually quiet, leaving Dumbledore somewhat astonished. However, it was paramount to escort the little drunkard home first. Just before departing, he seemed to hear Aberforth murmuring softly, don't let yourself die, Aberforth. Perhaps it was merely a sign of aging that had led to auditory hallucinations. Chapter 27. What kind of trickery is this? With Lin Su in tow, Dumbledore disapparated back to Hogwarts, directly delivering her to the infirmary. Godric's Hollow was not convenient. The 3 adults at Sirius's home were likely in a far worse state than this little drunkard, and Nagini was not yet capable of caring for anyone. Within the entirety of Hogwarts, the only individuals who could potentially temper this little witch's exuberance were either Minerva or Pomfrey. He had just noted the young witch giggling to herself, thus decided to leave her in the infirmary. As she inhaled the potent aroma of potions in the infirmary, Lin Su quietly opened one eye, only to meet the stern gaze of Madame Pomfrey, who stood with her hands on her hips at the foot of the bed. Lin Su raised a hand in greeting. Hello, Madame Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey let out a cold chuckle, retrieving the potion that Dumbledore had brought earlier. It seems that Miss Lin will need to prepare some sobriety potions for her next visit to the infirmary. Lin Su smiled ingratiatingly. Oh, surely there cannot be so many irresponsible young witches in the school who would get drunk and require attention. She was already aware of her poor tolerance for alcohol. How could she not be prepared? Prior to venturing to the leaky cauldron, she had consumed a bottle of antidote, and the flush on her cheeks was a result of a charm she had cast upon herself. As for why she feigned inebriation, some sentiments are better left unspoken while awake, especially when conversing with a venerable elder. Moreover, she genuinely wished to weep for Regulus and Dumbledore in her previous life. She had to suppress her emotional turmoil, which would often lead to painful heart spasms despite her efforts to control it. This time, however, she could finally allow herself to feel without restraint. No one could criticize her for her indiscretion. After all, she was simply drunk. After a cathartic bout of tears, Lin Su felt a considerable weight lifted from her chest. This academic year had presented numerous challenges, leading to an accumulation of negative emotions. Previously, she had managed to process them well while with George, but the recent build-up had needed release, and her tears had alleviated much of that burden. Madame Pomfrey shook her head and sighed. Sue, you are still a child. You ought not to jest with your own health. While I understand that wizards possess greater physical resilience than muggles, and I know you are assisting the healers at St. Mungo's, you must ensure you rest adequately. Now, listen to me. Cast aside all thoughts and take a proper nap here. Yes, madam. But before that, may I write a letter? Lin Su blinked at Madame Pomfrey. Over the past 3 years, she had interacted most frequently with Professor Snape and Madame Pomfrey among the faculty. Given that Madame Pomfrey was a healer, she likely understood Lin Su's situation better than even Dumbledore did. After a prolonged gaze exchanged between the two, Madame Pomfrey relented. It appears that if I do not acquiesce, you will not rest peacefully? Lin Su nodded vigorously, and Madame Pomfrey conjured a small table, parchment, quill, and ink before returning to her potions room. This letter was addressed to Lucius Malfoy. It had been over 3 months since Bella's passing, and it was high time to fulfill their agreement. Once the letter was completed, Lin Su waved her wand to summon her Patronus to fetch Winston. The charm proved to be extraordinarily useful. The magpie, enveloped in silver mist, was indistinct, and Winston soon arrived. After handing the letter to the increasingly polished Winston and instructing him to deliver it to Lucius at Malfoy Manor, she peacefully succumbed to sleep. When she opened her eyes, the sun had already set, and only a dim candle remained lit in the infirmary. It appeared that the young witches and wizards had not encountered any issues today. Lin Su had enjoyed a restful slumber. Her recent fatigue had dissipated. She stretched languidly, rolled over in her blankets, and then spotted a shock of red hair. George had been sitting there for an indeterminate time, and the last occasion she had seen him with such a serious expression was during her first year when he had found her in the Forbidden Forest. Lin Su blinked rapidly, extending a hand from her cocoon to gently poke his cheek with her finger. Am I dreaming? George could no longer maintain his stern demeanor, but he furrowed his brow and took her hand, tucking it back under the covers. Sue, if I am not mistaken, you have been avoiding me lately. His tone was serious, yet he tucked the blankets around her, ensuring no draft could penetrate. He had noticed how she immediately retracted her arms after stretching. May in the Scottish Highlands was still rather chilly. Lin Su had indeed been avoiding him. Perhaps the efficacy of the shielding box was insufficient, or perhaps it was due to the plethora of Horcruxes within it. She had not been in good form lately. Moreover, the impending Triwizard Tournament would soon commence, and barring any unforeseen events, everything could conclude then. She needed to meticulously consider the feasibility and likelihood of success for each step of her plans, which had resulted in her increasingly pallid complexion. It was precisely because of this prolonged tension that she required a good cry to release her emotions. Remembering her red-rimmed eyes, Lin Su was uncertain whether George had noticed. She averted her gaze, whispering, "You should focus on preparing for your OWLs. If that is the case, Sue, I must tell you that your avoidance will only hinder my ability to concentrate on my studies." Lin Su felt her face flush hotter than the magical heat she had conjured earlier in the day. Thankfully, only a single candle remained. Lin Su muttered under her breath, and George inquired what she had said. Lin Su shook her head vigorously. "Nothing, George." "Then promise me you will not avoid me anymore, all right?" George said earnestly. "We are good friends." In that fleeting pause, Lin Su's heart raced, and upon hearing the entirety of his statement, she was uncertain whether to feel disappointed or relieved as she sighed. "Of course, George, we are good friends. We shall even open a magic trick shop together." Madame Pomfrey, standing at the door, cleared her throat forcefully, sternly ushering George out, who had snuck in while her attention was diverted. These two young witches and wizards were truly exasperating. She had specifically allowed him in, yet there had been no progress. What kind of trickery was this? Lin Su lay back in her blankets and exhaled deeply. As Madame Pomfrey extinguished the last candle, the infirmary was left in complete solitude. Lin Su sat up in her bed. After that conversation, she no longer felt cold at all. The waning moon, gradually diminishing after the full phase, hung coldly in the sky, leaving one to ponder how many sleepless nights it would herald this evening. Chapter 28. The Free Dobby. A week after sending the letter, Lin Su found herself in Dumbledore's office, awaiting Dobby, who arrived bearing the Hufflepuff cup. The little elf's ears drooped, and his large eyes timidly regarded Dumbledore, clearly intimidated by his first encounter with the renowned wizard. Upon noticing a corner of clothing peeking out from the golden cup, Lin Su gestured for Dobby to retrieve it. It was a garment suited for a house elf, and Dobby's eyes widened in delight, momentarily forgetting his manners in front of Dumbledore. He leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Did my master give Dobby clothes? Dobby is free." Lin Su informed Dobby that Harry was currently at the Quidditch practice field, and that he would likely be pleased to hear this news. After bowing to her, Dobby snapped his fingers and vanished. Dumbledore waited patiently for the exchange between the young witch and the elf to conclude before gesturing towards the cup, inquiring, "Shall we not put it away?" Lin Su placed the cup into a protective box and hesitated as she regarded Dumbledore. Professor, might you consider granting me a copy of the memories concerning Ariana? Dumbledore paused, his hand poised with a teacup near his lips. Su, did you say anything to Aberforth that day? Lin Su shrugged. You would have to ask Aberforth himself. I was rather inebriated and remember nothing. Dumbledore chuckled at her unabashedness. Very well, then. What do you wish to do with Ariana's memories? It has been some time. Perhaps my recollections have faded. Lin Su pointed to a small vial on Dumbledore's shelf, filled with shimmering silver strands of memory. Such significant memories, you must have preserved them well. Please, grant me a copy, as a gift to Aberforth. All right, my child, I shall make a copy for you. In my old age. My memory is not what it once was. I shall need to employ some tools, Dumbledore conceded. When Lin Su departed the headmaster's office, she carried a small glass vial. Dobby awaited her outside, eager to express his gratitude. Although Lin Su had merely mentioned in her letter the desire for the Hufflepuff cup to be sent to her, it was clear that Lucius Malfoy possessed a keen instinct and recalled Lin Su's prior request to keep Dobby with her. In her letter, Lin Su had instructed Narcissa to retrieve the Hufflepuff cup from Bella's personal vault, stating that although Bella was married, she had arranged with the goblins of Gringotts to bequeath her possessions to her sister Narcissa rather than to any member of the Lestrange family. Narcissa and Lucius were hearing this for the first time, yet upon their visit to Gringotts the following day, they discovered the truth of Lin Su's words. Had they not verified it, the greedy goblins might have absconded with the entire vault. Narcissa successfully retrieved the cup from the vault. Lucius, no fool, had begun to suspect that the cup was akin to the notebook he had previously received, both being parts of the Dark Lord, which indicated that the Malfoy lineage was not devoid of depth. However, at this juncture, the Malfoys found themselves with no option for retreat. Had Lucius known there was another Horcrux in Bella's vault? No, even if he had known, it would not have altered the diminished standing of the Malfoy family before the Dark Lord. Bella, in her fervent devotion to him, would only regard the Malfoys with disdain. Lucius harbored no doubt that if the Dark Lord issued a command, that madwoman would disregard any counsel from Sissy and personally inflict torment upon him. From this letter, Lucius could also surmise that Bella's demise was somehow linked to Lin Su. At the very least, she had foreseen Bella's death when she made her agreement with him. Thus, he felt compelled to elevate Lin Su's worth in his estimation. Without revealing the letter to Narcissa, the astute Sissy would surely deduce this, and such a revelation would be difficult for her to bear. Fortunately, Lin Su seemed to have anticipated this, as the letter was addressed to Lucius Malfoy with a note instructing him to keep it to himself. The red owl, nearly the size of their family's statue owl, followed him closely, ushering him into the study before presenting the letter. Merlin only knew why a bird that should have been a small owl had grown to 3 times its normal size. Had Sissy not been nearby, laughing heartily, he would have surely given it a reprimand. After reading the letter, it spontaneously ignited, and the perceptive Malfoy, after careful consideration, decided to convey a deeper sincerity to Lin Su. To the Malfoy family, Dobby was merely an asset, though a house elf was a mark of a pure-blood family's heritage. He could easily procure another. Yet, Dobby held a different significance for Lin Su, prompting him to shrink an old garment and gift Dobby to her. Dobby, you are free. There is no need for repayment, Lin Su earnestly assured the house elf. Dobby clasped his slender hands together at his chest. No, please allow Dobby to work for Miss Lin. Dobby wishes to serve Miss Lin for free, he earnestly proposed, extending 2 fingers, for 2 months. Lin Su chuckled at the sight of Dobby's ears perked up alongside his fingers. That's not necessary, Dobby, but I do indeed have a task for you at present. She retrieved the replica locket box from her small bag, having previously given the original to Sirius. She had 2 duplicates remaining. Confident that her current creation mirrored the original closely, even in essence. Could you deliver this to Creature of the Black family for me? She held the locket box aloft, demonstrating how to open it to ensure Creature, in his usual state of confusion, would manage it. Dobby accepted the locket box, embracing his first task after accepting his freedom. Although it was still pro bono, Dobby was eager to undertake this work. With a snap of his fingers, he vanished from Lin Su's sight, leaving her momentarily taken aback as she stood there, wallet in hand. Wait, is this really free, Dobby? That evening, Dobby re-entered Hogwarts, audaciously making his way into the Gryffindor common room. Yet, the little elf did not appear well. A conspicuous bump adorned his head. Oh, that wretched creature. The moment I appeared with the locket box, he struck me with a dragging wooden trunk, exclaiming that Master Regulus had commanded other elves to work for him. Dobby fumed, while the 3 young ones across from him offered varying reactions of sympathy. Hermione frowned. Dobby, you must forgive him. He is a pitiful old elf. Ron, equally frowning, but with a contrasting response, asked, but didn't you fight back, Dobby? Harry silently offered a small vial of potion. Perhaps you could use this, Dobby. Knowing what Creature had endured, he could not bring himself to cast any blame. But what is the locket box? And who is Master Regulus? Hermione suddenly noted the implications in Dobby's words. Lin Su internally cursed, realizing the predicament they faced. Chapter 29. The clever Hermione Dobby seemed aware he had landed himself in trouble, covering his mouth with his slender fingers and regarding Lin Su with anxious, glassy eyes, ready to accept his punishment. Yet Lin Su instructed him to leave first and suggested that the Hog's Head might serve as a good refuge. With a snap of his fingers, Dobby vanished. Harry was equally in the dark regarding the locket box, only understanding its significance to Voldemort. Knowing that Regulus had replaced it with a fake, he and Hermione turned to Lin Su, awaiting an explanation, while Ron glanced around. Not particularly curious, but nonetheless following his friend's lead and focusing on Lin Su. Feeling exposed under their scrutiny, Lin Su averted her gaze momentarily before returning it, attempting to appear at ease. This is not the best place for a discussion, my friends. Harry, are you not going to tell Ron what creature mentioned? Harry responded, huh? Lin Su, the source of trouble, glanced at his good brother Ron. You actually kept something from me, Harry. Hermione fixed her gaze on Lin Su, who gently shook her head and pointed in the direction of the dormitory. The two young witches returned to their chamber, and Hermione set down the book in her hands. Aware that there were less than 3 weeks until the final exams, her curiosity about Lin Su's secrets piqued. Lin Su raised her hands in surrender. Hermione, allow me to gather my thoughts. Hermione sat opposite her, arms crossed, observing her with a composed demeanor. Why not clarify everything you've done outside this semester, including Weston's previous movements, Professor Lupin's secrets? Su, don't think you can deceive me. I might know more than you realize. Lin Su replied. I knew I couldn't hide anything from Hermione. She shared what she could, particularly highlighting her achievements in the field of healing this academic year, attempting to divert Hermione's attention. Hermione gazed at her in silence, her eyes filled with understanding, prompting Lin Su to gradually fall silent. Hermione produced an object resembling a pocket watch from her robes. Su, do you know what this is? I can attend so many classes simultaneously, yet you don't seem the least surprised like Harry and Ron. You already knew this was a time turner, which is why you immediately associated tea leaves with timepieces in divination class. Lin Su restrained her previously playful demeanor, meeting Hermione's gaze with calmness and nodding. Hermione lowered her eyes to the time turner in her hands, her voice trembling slightly. Su, you know that when using this device, one must avoid allowing anyone to see a single person appear in 2 places at once. Hence, I have discovered many hidden locations this year, such as the little corner where you examined the memory stone Weston brought back. Lin Su's eyes widened slightly. So, Hermione, you saw it too? Hermione nodded. The day Weston returned, she vaguely sensed that Bellatrix must be dead. Her excitement made her forget to cast the concealment charms in the corner. And Hermione happened to use the time turner to pass by. Then you left Hogwarts with Professor Lupin. Su, what connection do you have with Lestrange's death? You, Professor Lupin, and Headmaster Dumbledore are all concealing something related to the Dark Lord, aren't you? Hermione struggled to keep her voice steady, but it quivered uncontrollably at the end, revealing her unease. Lin Su attempted to speak, but hesitated, not wanting to lie, merely wishing to obscure the focal points, clearly ineffective before Hermione. The clever witch with the voluminous brown hair regarded her intently. Su, in the second-year notebook, is that Tom Riddle the Dark Lord? Lin Su managed a faint smile, feeling for the first time how difficult it was to control her facial muscles. I should have realized it sooner. Parseltongue, a half-blood could command the basilisk left by Slytherin. I thought of it back then, but later I didn't focus on it. Hermione could no longer suppress her tears, reminiscent of the time in first year when Lin Su and Harry were attacked by Voldemort and lay in the hospital bed. She tightly embraced her dear friend. Su, I don't care what secrets you have, even if you never tell me, but promise me you won't risk your life. Lin Su instantly recalled Professor Trelawney's prophecy. She returned the embrace. Hermione, you know that Professor Trelawney is a fraud. Haven't you always doubted her words? Hermione indeed had not attended divination since the first term and had consistently used various theories to debunk Trelawney's prophecies. Yet upon realizing how much Lin Su had concealed from her this year, she could not help but think of that prophecy. Su, promise me. Hermione insisted, unwavering in her desire for her friend to agree. Lin Su patted Hermione's back, soothingly. All right, Hermione, I promise you, I will never jest with my life. Only then did the bushy-haired girl release her, shyly wiping away her tears, and the next moment, she seriously locked eyes with Lin Su, the locket replaced by Regulus. Is it the same as that notebook? Lin Su handed her a handkerchief. Hermione, you are the most intelligent witch I have ever met, truly. Lin Su's words affirmed Hermione's speculation, and before Hermione could utter the next sentence, Lin Su interjected, rest assured, Hermione. Professor Snape has developed a potion that can eliminate the object on it. A few days prior, Professor Lupin, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid, and Headmaster Dumbledore had all ventured out together. We found Regulus's body and held a simple funeral for him. He now rests beside Harry's parents. We and Sirius believe he would appreciate being there. Hermione suddenly asked, "Did Mr. and Mrs. Weasley go that day as well?" Lin Su nodded. Hermione pondered. "No wonder Mrs. Weasley said for Ron and the others to look out for you. However, we couldn't find you at school. Fred said the Marauder's map couldn't locate you. How did you manage that, Sue?" "Just a little trick. If you wish, I could help you do the same." "That won't be necessary, Sue. I just need to ensure it doesn't reveal two of me at the same time," Hermione joked back. The two young witches conversed for a long while. Lin Su shared all she could with Hermione, but refrained from mentioning future matters. Lying in bed that night, Hermione had already fallen asleep, and Lin Su quietly sighed, wondering if George sought her out because he received a letter. If Mrs. Weasley hadn't written, would he have said those things to her? Oh, how vexing. Chapter 30. Ariana before the final exams. The news of Professor Lupin's resignation arrived, reportedly because his good friend was spotted by Muggles while riding a flying motorcycle with him. The Ministry of Magic demanded their cooperation in the investigation and subsequent handling of the matter. In reality, he was nearing the end of a full academic year. And after consulting with Dumbledore, Lin Su advised him to find a legitimate reason for his resignation. As the curse Voldemort left on the defense against the dark arts position still lingered, his greatest personal issue had been resolved. So he had Sirius take him for a night flight over London, and unsurprisingly, several insomniac Muggles spotted them, leading to the commotion. Unaware of the situation, Harry scolded Sirius using the two-way mirror, and despite it being a specific Saturday, he did not come out to meet his godfather as he was confined to the school with Ron for exam revisions. Lin Su silently gave a thumbs up to the two graduates across from her, still full of unexpected tricks after so many years. One mustn't be too clever. They now sat in the Hogshead Inn. Since Lin Su couldn't drink, and the trio was absent, they decided to have something stronger with Aberforth. Lin Su looked exasperatedly at the milk before her. Even the alcohol at the bar had been put away by Aberforth, leading many patrons to wonder if they had a thief in their midst. Lin Su felt slightly guilty, as she indeed hadn't paid last time. She stood and approached the portrait of Ariana, now holding numerous copies of Aberforth's memories concerning her sister. Taking advantage of Aberforth and Hagrid's drunkenness, she had discreetly used her perception to confuse Aberforth, allowing her to obtain a memory of his sister as well. It must be said, Hagrid was surprisingly reliable at times, especially when he claimed it was to make Dumbledore happy, which energized him. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Aberforth was distracted, Lin Su placed a flower crown, which she had asked Dean to help create, in Ariana's hands. Ariana appeared somewhat astonished. She tentatively reached out, genuinely receiving the crown. The quiet girl pointed to the crown and then to herself, inquiring if it was a gift for her. Lin Su nodded, acknowledging that Ariana's portrait, having spent insufficient time with its subject, had yet to learn many things, including the art of speech. Although she could comprehend the intentions of others during her prolonged stay in the Wizard's Tavern, she lacked her own voice. Dean's painting medium had been infused with a potion by Lin Su, a remarkable concoction developed by Professor Snape in their first year, which proved exceedingly effective. She had also incorporated memories from two of Dumbledore's brothers, hoping to bestow some comfort upon the portrait. Before arriving here, she had experimented with a collection of paintings haphazardly discarded in the castle following Gilderoy Lockhart's capture. Fortunately, the results had been promising. Lin Su herself was uncertain whether her actions were right or wrong, for the true Ariana had long since departed. Could the portrait, now imbued with the memories of her two brothers, truly provide solace to the two Dumbledore brothers? She harbored doubts. Albus Dumbledore noticed the unfolding scene, traversing the bustling tavern to stand beside Lin Su. "Lin, how did you accomplish that?" he inquired, referring to the wreath she had placed within the portrait. Lin Su offered a brief explanation of her understanding of this minor charm, and Albus pondered her words thoughtfully. At that moment, Ariana, adorned with the wreath in the portrait, grimaced in agony, clutching her head. Albus immediately turned his attention to Lin Su with alarm. "Is that not an ordinary wreath? What have you done? Remove it." As he spoke, one hand instinctively reached for his wand. Sirius and Remus hastily approached, with Remus extending a hand to restrain the agitated elder. "Albus, Sue would never harm Ariana. Look at me. She resolved my issue. Can you not see I speak the truth? Calm down." A voice, distinctly that of a young girl, emanated from the portrait. "Albus, what are you doing?" The group turned their gaze toward the portrait, where Ariana held a book before her face. "Please do not look at me, gentlemen." "Albus, are these all your friends? Why don't you tidy up your home? The next time you see Aberforth, he will have something to say about it." The elder's eyes glistened with emotion as he conversed with Ariana. Lin Su, tugging at the robes of a still-dazed bandit, urged, "Gentlemen, do not linger here. You are making her shy." The three returned to their previous table, where some patrons had noticed the proprietor's lapse in decorum. It was unclear who raised a toast first, a toast to the boss. Whether intoxicated or sober, patrons raised their glasses, and with a wave of Albus's hand, the drinks were on the house, igniting a more vibrant atmosphere throughout the tavern. Thus, despite Lin Su abstaining from alcohol, she returned to Hogwarts reeking of spirits. Her cheeks flushed. Standing at the castle entrance was George, who clearly did not anticipate Lin Su's visit to the leaky cauldron. He had gone to Hogsmeade that day, but had not found her. "Su, have you been drinking?" The red-haired boy naturally reached out to touch Lin Su's cheek with the back of his hand, disapproval evident in his gaze, though he said nothing more. Lin Su raised her sparkling eyes to him. "I haven't been drinking, George. It's merely the scent of others' drinks." "Do I smell atrocious?" she asked, scrunching her nose and sniffing at herself. George felt a mix of relief and concern. "Others? No, you simply look flushed." He spoke as he retrieved a candy from his pocket, which Lin Su promptly popped into her mouth. It was grape-flavored. George's eyes brightened at the sight of the little witch's delight, a smile tugging at his lips. He had previously inquired of Mr. Lindy about Lin Su's favorite fruits, intending to concoct some hangover sweets, considering her evident fondness for butterbeer. He couldn't realistically allow her to only have 3 sips, could he? Grapes were known to help with intoxication, so he had prepared some, and it seemed she truly enjoyed them. However, the unwillingness expressed in Mr. Lindy's correspondence, filled with meandering attempts to evade the topic, was something Lin Su need not be privy to. "George, aren't you concerned about the exam in 2 days? I've heard it's quite significant." The little witch bounced beside him, seemingly having forgotten her earlier desire to avoid him. George sighed wistfully, unsure when she would finally catch on. Lin Su immediately glanced up at him. The red-haired boy gently ruffled her hair. "Of course I'm not worried, Su. Fred and I believe our future will never be confined by exam results. However, the elusive third owner of our theater, who is always difficult to locate, is quite bothersome." "What do you think, Su?" Lin Su feigned ignorance. "Really? Who is this person? How vexing. You should summon her. I'll help you teach her a lesson. A punch to the head, perhaps?" As she spoke, she raised her small fist. George chuckled easily at her antics, shaking his head. "That won't do. Hitting her head would make her foolish. Her little brain is brimming with brilliant ideas." Chapter 1. The holidays begin. The end of the third-year final exams arrived swiftly. Despite having previously passed the preliminary tests administered by their professors, Lin Su still participated in the final examinations alongside her peers. Wood led Gryffindor to victory in the last Quidditch match before graduation, leaving no regrets in his student career. At the end of term feast, Gryffindor once again claimed the house cup, their little lions exuberant after 3 consecutive years of triumph. While everyone celebrated joyously, Lin Su and George sat together, whispering, "Su, perhaps you'd like to join us for the Quidditch World Cup during the summer?" George hesitated, unsure whether Lin Su would be interested, as she appeared more inclined to spend time with her parents and brother. Before Lin Su could respond, Fred chimed in from the side. How could Su possibly refuse? She's a gifted chaser. Don't forget her first year. Lin Su smiled, turning her face towards Angelina. "Angelina. Oh, I meant she was already booked by Oliver to join the Quidditch team in her first year." Fred's tone shifted, now unafraid of Angelina discovering his feelings. But such confessions should be made personally. What was the point of having Lin Su say it? Angelina looked at Lin Su, puzzled. "What's wrong, Su?" Lin Su swiftly redirected the conversation. "Could you pass me a pudding from in front of you?" "Thank you. Of course, take the whole platter," Angelina replied, handing over an entire plate of pudding, which Lin Su placed in front of Fred and Ron. "George, if I can make it to your house before the match." "I will go," the little witch gestured to George. "Of course you will, Su," the red-haired boy replied with a smile. Before leaving school, Lin Su visited the headmaster's office to discuss certain matters, such as her knowledge of the story in which young Barty Crouch would impersonate Mad-Eye Moody using Polyjuice Potion to teach at the school, though this was unlikely to come to pass this time. In the original tale, he would have been accompanied by Wormtail, who was now deceased, and the Dark Lord's loyal servant, Bella, had also perished. During the Quidditch match, with a little guidance, young Barty should transform into the one seeking the Dark Lord in the Albanian Black Forest. Dumbledore listened quietly to the little witch's analysis, unable to suppress a smile when she inquired whether Gryffindor's sword and the Mirror of Arist could be sent on an assignment. Without asking what she planned to do, Dumbledore understood that, in her arrangement, he merely needed to appear at a crucial moment to confront the Dark Lord. The Mirror of Arist was manageable, but the Sword of Gryffindor could not be entrusted to her just yet. Lin Su felt no disappointment. She simply requested that if Dumbledore received a letter over the summer, he would bring the sword along. Dumbledore assented to her request. Before departing the office, Lin Su turned back to Dumbledore, smiling, in a scene reminiscent of their last encounter, though the words were different. "Professor Dumbledore, if you find some leisure, you might visit the leaky cauldron. Grandpa Abeforth would be pleased to see you." The young wizards, departing from Hogwarts aboard the Hogwarts Express, were abuzz with excitement, akin to fledglings returning to their nests, chattering animatedly. Little Chunin, now over a year old, donned a pair of adorable overalls, stood on the platform, and upon catching sight of his sister, erupted into joyous exclamations. As Lin Su approached, she scooped up the little one, marveling at how he retained such a memory of her despite their limited time together since his birth. Chunin pressed a damp kiss against his sister's left cheek. Fred and George observed from a distance, with Fred nudging his brother. George, aren't you going to go say hello? He gestured jestingly to his own left cheek, raising an eyebrow in mockery. George returned the eyebrow raise. What? Fred, do you expect me or little Ron to plan a kiss on you as well? I must say, that's rather revolting. Ron, who had been eavesdropping, grimaced incredulously at Fred and turned to Harry, standing nearby, to mutter, by Merlin's beard, I can't believe Fred is such a person, it's utterly disgusting. His conviction in George's remarks was evident. Otherwise, why would Fred point to his own face? Fred remarked, he is only saying that George is even more skilled at pranks than he is, but nobody believes him. Ginny glanced at her brothers, concluding that neither of them would ever be salvaged, and exchanged a silent, exasperated glance with Hermione. The Weasley and Granger couples approached amicably to greet them. Oh, look how adorable this child is, with such large eyes, just as beautiful as his sister. Molly and Mrs. Granger beamed at Chunin, while Hermione and Ginny tentatively reached out to poke his chubby cheeks with their fingers. Lin Su's parents felt a bit awkward in front of the Weasleys, as anyone would when aware that their daughter had been targeted at such an early age. The three couples agreed on a time to pick up Lin Su and Hermione for the match, and then each family returned home. Suki, sitting in the front passenger seat, found the situation increasingly unsettling. While it was understandable for Sirius to pick up Harry, given his role as godfather, it was rather odd for her own precious daughter's departure to be discussed so casually. She had not anticipated that Hermione would also be joining them. Lin Su and Harry settled into the back seat, with Chunin nestled in Lin Su's embrace, refusing to let go. Harry attempted to distract him with toys, but the little one only momentarily shifted his gaze. Su, he truly adores you, Harry observed, holding a small teddy bear toy. Watching as Chun-An's attention remained fixated on his sister, who held nothing, Lin Su suggested, perhaps you could try using a toy broom? He might enjoy that. Harry produced his miniature broomstick keychain, a legitimate trinket, as he doubted that wielding a child's toy broom in the car was a wise idea. As anticipated, Chun-An's curiosity was piqued, and Harry successfully secured him in his arms. Throughout the journey, Chun-An's gaze remained glued to the tiny broomstick, his expression quite earnest. Upon returning home, Lin Su first added a few drops of preservation potion to the flower bouquet on her mother's nightstand, contemplating whether to replace it with something else. Uncertain if her mother had grown weary of the arrangement, Suki vehemently opposed Lin Su's suggestion. Absolutely not, Su. I've grown accustomed to them being there. I wouldn't be able to sleep if they were gone. All right, then I shall think of something else. Perhaps a painting? I could include everyone. After enjoying a rare moment of tranquility at home, Lin Su felt a sense of ease she hadn't experienced in quite some time. The patients at St. Mungo's had nearly reached a stage where they could gradually recover with potions, and the healers were adept in their preparations. Aside from Nagini, her mind was free from burdens, and a small dose of the elixir of life at night ensured a sound slumber. Chapter 2. A return to Grimmauld Place. Harry found Lin Su to be quite peculiar. She had yet to share the details regarding the locket with him, and even Sirius and Lupin seemed hesitant. Before returning home for the summer, his friends had reminded him that if he experienced nightmares or felt pain in his scar, he should inform her, as if they were certain such symptoms would manifest. Burdened by the thought of nightmares and the potential for his scar to ache, Harry spent a tranquil month at the Dursleys, until Lin Su and Harry were escorted to Diagon Alley. Neither of the two events she had mentioned occurred. Lin Su embraced Suki, having already informed her mother about her decision to pursue a career as a healer, which meant she might need to intern at St. Mungo's after watching the match. Although reluctant, Suki reassured herself that St. Mungo's was located in London, and she must not hinder her daughter's aspirations. Most houses on Privet Drive had sealed their fireplaces and installed electric heaters. The Weasleys could not use flue powder, but Diagon Alley had public fireplaces connected to Grimmauld Place. Hermione, Harry, and Lin Su convened there, where Arthur would collect them for their journey home. The trio of young wizards, accompanied by Lin Su's parents and the Grangers, explored Diagon Alley, with Chun and bubbling with excitement. Lin Su purchased him a toy broom, requesting Arthur to cast a restriction charm ensuring it could only fly within the Lin household, as Muggle items were generally ill-suited for such enchantments. Once the two Muggle couples departed, the wizards returned to Grimmauld Place, where the Weasley children were already gathered, along with Bill and Charlie, who intended to attend the match. With 2 days remaining until the match, Lin Su joined the Weasleys in catching goblins, teasing the ghouls in the attic, playing Quidditch with her friends, and occasionally creating minor explosions in the twins' room. Remarkably, Molly had not once reprimanded them over the entire 2 days. That evening, a large group dined in the garden. As the house could not accommodate such a crowd, Ron devoured the stew prepared by Molly, having expended considerable energy throughout the day, his cheeks stuffed as he exclaimed, "It's wonderful having you all here. Mum's mood has improved." Molly smiled at her youngest son, Ronald Weasley. "Please enjoy your mother's lovingly prepared food quietly, rather than spraying it across your plate." Her gentle tone belied the fire in her eyes, revealing her struggle to maintain composure. Ron, sensing the mood, fell silent, while Fred and George exchanged amused glances. George whispered to Lin Su, "Mum's temper has indeed improved. She hasn't even commented on our prank shop orders." Fred added, "We thought she might be furious enough to burn those orders." Lin Su recalled the warm memories of Grimmauld Place. In the original story, Molly had indeed burned them. Perhaps she had changed her mind now. After dinner, the friends needed to rest, as they planned to depart for the match before dawn. Returning to her room, Lin Su quietly rubbed her arm, having foolishly engaged in a contest with them over who could throw a goblin the farthest. In the end, only she and Charlie remained. Caught up in the thrill of competition, she ultimately lost and twisted her arm. Although she had used a spell to treat herself, the results seemed inadequate. Her visit to St. Mungo's would not be limited to just the curse damage department. Yet, who would have thought a wizard could twist their arm? After all, they were all supposed to be elegant magic users. Fortunately, Lin Su had stashed some Muggle remedies in her bag. Purchased by Suki after learning of Lin Su's interest in the healing profession, Lin Su retrieved a bottle of red flower oil, warming it in her palms while silently critiquing her rather peculiar choices. Hermione and Ginny entered to gather their belongings, catching a whiff of the unusual scent. "Sue, what is that? Are you hurt?" "Nothing serious, just a minor twist. A little ointment will have me right as rain soon." Lin Su replied with a radiant smile. "This is a potion from our homeland. I must say, it smells far better than Professor Snape's concoctions, doesn't it?" Hermione and Ginny curiously examined the surroundings, inhaling the scents and furrowing their brows, momentarily unable to discern whether the red flower oil was more fragrant than the potions. A knock resounded at Ginny's door. Lin Su adjusted her sleeves before Ginny went to open it. George stood outside, and before he could speak, Ginny turned to Lin Su and said, "Sue, George is looking for you." Lin Su tidied her attire and stepped out of the room, while Ginny and Hermione shared a laugh as the door closed behind her. Lin Su, puzzled, inquired, "What's the matter, George?" "I think we need to make the most of our rest." George too caught a whiff of her peculiar scent. "Have you applied some ointment?" "Yes, how did you know?" Lin Su was momentarily taken aback. George pointed to her arm. "Your posture while eating was a bit off. I took some potions earlier, having requested them from Madame Pomfrey when we first entered the hospital wing, but I didn't use it all. Perhaps it is no longer needed." Lin Su gave him a thumbs up. "It seems so. Red flower oil is essential for bruises and strains. It works wonders." She attempted to lift her arm to demonstrate her well-being, but George gently pressed it down. "All right, it appears you truly do not need it. Let us get some rest early then. Good night, sweet dreams, Sue." Lin Su was rather bemused as she was gently nudged back into her room, and as she drifted off to sleep, she recalled that George's parting words seemed oddly familiar, as if she had heard them countless times before. In a fleeting moment, Mrs. Molly began ascending the stairs to rouse the children. A gaggle of young wizards, yawning and stumbling, trailed behind Arthur. As Lin Su walked, she pondered how the scene might appear from another's perspective, perhaps akin to a flock of ducklings waddling behind their mother. This thought made her chuckle, prompting her companions to glance in her direction. Lin Su shared her amusing thought, and soon everyone erupted in laughter, their spirits lifted, making the path ahead feel significantly less arduous. Ultimately, the group ascended White Weasel Mountain, where they encountered the Diggory father and son. The twins playfully nudged Cedric's shoulder, and upon learning that Cedric had begun dating Cho Chang from Ravenclaw, Fred found him much more likable. Even though Hufflepuff had triumphed in the first Quidditch match of their third year, it could still be considered a fair victory. After Arthur introduced the group of young wizards to Amos Diggory, Lin Su feigned curiosity about the door key, successfully preventing Amos from boasting about Cedric's past Quidditch victories in front of Harry. While she understood Amos's pride in Cedric, excessively flaunting it in front of others felt somewhat impolite. Chapter 3. The Quidditch World Cup. 10 individuals encircled a tattered boot, striving to touch it with their fingers. At that moment, Lin Su finally grasped the legendary sensation of a hook piercing one's navel. Her only thought was how fortunate they were not to have set off immediately after their meal. Aside from Cedric, the other young wizards were sprawled haphazardly on the ground, with Lin Su nearly cradled in George's arms. One of his hands still gripped her arm, which she had strained the previous day, and the now ineffective red flower oil seemed to rekindle a burning sensation on her skin. This involuntarily quickened her heartbeat, and to avoid George noticing, Lin Su sprang up from the ground, casually reaching for Hermione and Ginny without glancing back at George, amused by her bunny-like escape. George suddenly realized that perhaps the young witch harbored some feelings for him after all. Fred waved a hand in front of George. "Hey, wake up, George, we've arrived." The Diggory's tent was not located in the same campsite as the Weasleys. After exchanging the door key, they parted ways, heading toward their respective camps. Lin Su and Harry had informed Arthur of the denominations of Muggle banknotes in advance, allowing them to smoothly pay the rent and spare the poor manager from suffering a memory charm due to excessive interaction with wizards. While unavoidable, it was best to minimize such occurrences. Upon entering the campsite, Lin Su, Harry, and Hermione were astonished by the outlandish attire of the wizards and the bizarre tents before them. Based solely on appearance, it was difficult to avoid drawing Muggle suspicion. How could anyone wear ordinary clothing in such a peculiar manner? There were even male wizards clad in pleated skirts and high heels, as if that were not enough. One even donned lantern pants beneath his skirt, likely due to the cold. Lin Su shielded her eyes, pondering whether he truly found high heels comfortable to walk in. Following the campsite layout, they located the 2 tents belonging to the Weasleys. A group of young wizards assembled the tents based on intuition, with Arthur being the first to dive inside. By the time the young wizards entered, the interior resembled a cozy little house. They had previously used one of the tents during their overnight visit to the Lin family at Christmas. The girls occupied the smaller tent, arranging their belongings, making it far more inviting than the adjacent one by the time Harry and the others came to visit. As the young wizards meandered between tents, Lin Su quickly found the person she wished to see. Neville Longbottom and his parents were in front of a tent that appeared quite ordinary compared to the surroundings, trying to figure out how to light a fire for cooking using matches. Lin Su greeted her friends before heading toward Neville, leaving a lively silhouette behind. The boys exchanged glances of curiosity. Ron instinctively sensed something was amiss. Why is Sue so happy to see Neville? Did they perhaps go to Hogsmeade together? The notion of male and female wizards visiting Hogsmeade together implied a date. Ginny playfully smacked her oblivious brother, though she was unaware of Lin Su and Neville's relationship. However, her other brother's intentions were glaringly evident. Hermione cleared her throat awkwardly and whispered to her friends, "I think you need not worry. Sue and the Longbottoms merely share a healer-patient relationship, signaling for silence." Having said that, she and Ginny continued their quest for Luna's tent, as Mr. Diggory mentioned they had arrived a week prior. Ron remained perplexed, but Harry and the twins had caught on. Harry had witnessed Lin Su treating Nagini, while the twins had seen her concocting an array of peculiar potions in the room of requirement. Harry and Ron continued to saunter about, while the twins led the way to find some young wizards to sell their trinkets. Lin Su, having found the Longbottoms, was blissfully unaware of her friend's speculations. The Longbottoms' ailments had largely healed. Neville had written to thank her, informing her that his family would also be attending the Quidditch World Cup. This presented Lin Su with an opportunity. She had initially planned to visit Street Mungo S to see Neville after the World Cup concluded. Upon seeing Lin Su, the Longbottoms wished to express their gratitude, but she halted them, demonstrating the correct way to use matches before ushering Neville into the tent. "Neville, I have a question, and you must answer me truthfully," Lin Su said with utmost seriousness. Although Neville was puzzled, he nodded in agreement. "Do you consider yourself the happiest person right now?" Lin Su's demeanor was entirely devoid of jest, yet her question left Neville bewildered. I suppose I should be." Lin Su opted not to press further, retrieving the Erased mirror from her bag and placing it in front of him. "Come, look in the mirror." Neville, confused but respectful, stood before the mirror, and Lin Su positioned herself beside him, shielding her own perception. The mirror indeed reflected only Neville. After confirming with him what he saw, and ensuring he perceived it as an ordinary mirror, Lin Su felt a sense of relief. "I must leave now, Neville. I'll write to you, and we'll meet before the school year starts." As she spoke, she packed away the Erased mirror and left with a buoyant spirit, even more exuberant than when she had arrived. The Longbottoms were left in a state of confusion. Lin Su chose not to venture further inside, instead opting to return to the Weasley tent. She needed to teach Arthur how to use matches. Mrs. Weasley had provided them with ample ingredients. Yet to transform these into a meal, they required a bit of heat. Mr. Weasley would surely seize the opportunity to use the matches. As anticipated, upon her return, she found Arthur engrossed in examining a matchstick. Although everyone had learned in Transfiguration class how to transform a match into a needle, igniting it was still more conveniently accomplished with a simple charm. The choice of a matchstick as a teaching tool was likely due to its manageable size. When the young wizards returned, they discovered 2 individuals outside the tent, squatting alongside Arthur, their feet surrounded by a pile of used matchsticks. The 3 of them were alternately striking the matches, their faces lit with expressions of wonder. Lin Su had long since abandoned any attempts to dissuade these three bored adults. The moment Harry caught sight of them, he rushed over. Sirius. Remus. Sirius stood up and embraced his godson tightly, while Lupin, standing behind, chimed in with a complaint. Harry, if it weren't for the drunken antics of last night, we would have arrived sooner. Harry hugged his godfather once more. After returning home for the holidays, he had learned from Lin Su about the discovery of Regulus's body. Previously, he had only been informed by Dobby that the fake locket had been given to Creature. He had assumed that once dragged down by those creatures, there would be no body left. Thus, despite feeling it inappropriate, he had refrained from telling his godfather about it earlier. It had been Sirius and Lupin's request to inform Harry of this matter after the holidays, knowing that Harry's nature would lead him to worry for his godfather. The end-of-term exams were trivial, but distraction during a Quidditch match could easily lead to injury. Since the holidays had begun, due to matters regarding blood magic, he had not yet seen Sirius and could only convey his concerns through letters. At this moment, Harry held his godfather tightly, assuring him that he would always be by his side. Sirius returned the embrace, a smile gracing his face, while Lupin looked on at the pair with a sense of relief, also smiling. Chapter 4. The Villa's Beauty. Once the group finally completed the meal, the three eldest Weasley sons appeared, seemingly having timed their arrival perfectly, using apparition to reach the campsite. During dinner, Ludo Bagman approached to invite everyone to place bets on the match. The twins had amassed enough money to open a shop, but remained eager to bet. Lin Su, assuming the role of the third proprietor of the theater, intervened to prevent the two boys from betting too enthusiastically. Fred protested sulkily, "Don't be such a wet blanket, Sue." Lin Su stepped back, declaring, "You two can wager a maximum of 20 galleons." Although Fred was reluctant, he ultimately acquiesced. As the only one present aware of Lin Su's secret, Lupin restrained Sirius's eager hand. Barty Crouch also approached to greet Arthur, and knowing the storyline, Lin Su easily discerned his nervousness. However, her greater curiosity lay with young Barty Crouch's whereabouts. Her gaze fell behind Barty Crouch, where the invisible cloak concealed young Barty, who was now seated with Winky in the audience, or perhaps still nestled behind his father. Old Barty, sensitive to the scrutiny of the young witch, recoiled as if he had stepped on a cat's tail. Lin Su redirected her gaze back to him, offering a polite greeting. Old Barty hesitated for a moment before returning her greeting with a courteous smile. Fred gently poked Lin Su from behind. "Did you prank the old stick in the mud? You nearly scared him to death." Lin Su shrugged and replied softly, "I did nothing. Perhaps he is just feeling guilty?" The twins, perplexed by her words, followed as everyone made their way to the audience stands. All were utterly astonished by the stadium, constructed to accommodate 100,000 wizards. The Weasley box was located at the very top, while Lupin and Sirius had seats slightly lower. However, Sirius gestured for Harry to join his friends. As they had only secured 2 tickets, the young wizards began the repetitive climb up the stairs, and by the time they reached the top, much of their excitement had dissipated. Inside the box, they spotted a quivering house elf occupying one of the seats. Harry dashed over, calling out to Dobby, only to discover it was another elf. Winky was softly conversing with everyone, and Lin Su's attention drifted to the space beside her, where young Barty, still concealed under the invisibility cloak, sat. The young witch's lips curled into a subtle smile as she approached, leaving a mental trace in young Barty's mind, conveying the message regarding assistance in the Albanian forest for the Dark Lord. At present, young Barty was still under the influence of the Imperius curse, and his defenses were at their weakest. Lin Su no longer needed to engage in conversation to relay information. Her perceptive abilities sufficed. As the box gradually filled with spectators, Lin Su spotted the Malfoy family, who were conspicuously pretending not to recognize one another, avoiding eye contact entirely. Lucius and Arthur continued to glare at one another, with Lucius derisively mocking the Weasley family's financial situation. This time, Arthur lacked the upper hand, but the younger Weasleys seized the opportunity to mutter comments under their breath. The undercurrents of tension among the crowd were disrupted by Ludo Bagman's booming voice, signaling that the match was about to commence. Harry had purchased several panoramic telescopes, and Lin Su's primary objectives for attending this event had been effortlessly fulfilled as she settled into her seat with an excellent view. The mascots of the 2 teams took to the field, and the Vila truly possessed the most exquisite appearances. Their enchanting dances drew continuous cheers from the crowd. When Harry regained his focus, he found himself alongside Ron, striking a ridiculous pose as if about to leap into the arena, while the twins embraced their brother's shoulders, cheering towards the stage. Noticing George snapping back to reality, he immediately glanced at Lin Su, who was not watching the boys' antics, but rather craning her neck towards the Vila. Harry and Ron quietly critiqued their poses, finding them oddly familiar, reminiscent of Aunt Petunia's earlier attempts to eavesdrop on neighbors' conversations. Ron remarked that it was fortunate Lin Su hadn't overheard him, or else she might very well have punched him. given Lin Su's strength, second only to Charlie's. He feared he might end up among the Vila who had ceased dancing. Harry and Ron exchanged trivial banter to mask their earlier embarrassment, while Hermione gazed at her friends. Perplexed, "Sue, what are you looking at?" Lin Su replied with utmost nonchalance, "The Vila, of course. They are truly beautiful, with flawless skin, lovely hair, and graceful dancing. If only they could remain unperturbed." Despite her words, her gaze remained fixated on the Vila. George sighed in relief, albeit with a hint of exasperation. It appeared that Lin Su appreciated beautiful girls more than the boys, having previously echoed Lee Jordan's sentiments about how enchanting Angelina was. The audience remained immersed in their disappointment over the Vila's abrupt cessation of dancing when the leprechauns from the Irish team entered, tossing gold coins into the arena. The atmosphere became lively once more, and Lin Su mused that if Dumbledore could infuse some flair into his opening speech at the start of term, it might prove quite entertaining. Amidst this spirited ambience, Ludo Bagman introduced the players from both teams, and Lin Su, like Ron and Harry, trained her telescope on Victor Krum. Upon clarifying his features, Lin Su inhaled sharply. It was indeed difficult to believe that Krum was merely 18 years old, for he resembled a colossal eagle. Subtly shifting her gaze to Hermione, she noted that Hermione's beauty had become apparent after her dental correction. Previously, people had been distracted by her teeth, but in truth, Hermione was quite attractive, possessing a timeless beauty. In comparison to Krum, Lin Su felt that Hermione was rather petite. Standing beside him could provide a sense of security, though she maintained that her favored pairing was still the most fitting. If only Ron, this oblivious oaf, could display a bit more emotional intelligence. Casting a glance at Ron, who was clutching a hat full of fake gold and gazing foolishly at his future rival, Lin Su couldn't help but twitch her lips. It seemed her desired pairing still had a long way to go. The match was nothing short of spectacular. In comparison to the players' remarkable speed, the school games appeared as though viewed through a panoramic telescope in slow motion. The young companions reacted with varying enthusiasm to each goal scored, as it was their first experience witnessing such an array of skills within a single match. Krum's feigned moves were executed with unparalleled finesse. Yet despite his valiant effort, having sustained a blow from a rogue bludger while catching the golden snitch, Bulgaria ultimately succumbed to Ireland by a margin of 10 points. The Vila and House Elves engaged in a rather undignified scuffle, and George noticed Lin Su shaking her head in disappointment. However, he understood that her discontent stemmed not from Bulgaria's defeat, but rather from the diminished beauty of the Vila. It was rather absurd. The Minister of Magic from Bulgaria's sudden switch to English infuriated Fudge, who had spent the entire day gesturing and guessing to communicate, only to find himself toyed with like a dog. Chapter 5. The Faux Death Eaters. They all returned to their tent, needing to rest for the night. Despite the raucous celebrations of the Irish reverberating through the forest and camp, a cacophony sufficient to disrupt one's dreams, wizards of all ages gathered in a slightly larger tent to discuss the day's match. Fred was counting the galleons given by Ludo Bagman, regretting not having wagered more, while Lin Su decided to let him dwell on his regret a little longer, knowing that soon enough, he would be filled with trepidation. Ginny was feeling a bit drowsy, and Hermione accompanied Lin Su back to their smaller tent. Lying on her bed, Lin Su pondered when the group of faux Death Eaters would commence their mischief that night. Upon entering, she had tossed a small shielding charm towards Mr. Roberts, the caretaker, which had already taken effect, ensuring the safety of their family. Prior to the end of the last academic year, Lin Su had confided in Dumbledore about many matters, including the impending threat posed by these faux Death Eaters. She hoped that Mr. Kingsley would lend his support, enabling the Aurors to swiftly apprehend those perverse individuals who sought amusement in tormenting others when intoxicated, thereby reducing the number of wizards subjected to suffering. If Lin Su were to identify the most unpredictable characters within the narrative, it would undoubtedly be this group of faux Death Eaters. They donned hoods merely for amusement to torment wizards, yet ironically, their greatest fear was not the Ministry of Magic, but Voldemort himself. After all, most among them had once sought to exonerate themselves from the clutches of Azkaban, effectively betraying Voldemort. The hooded figures in the book brazenly tormented Muggles and non-pureblood wizards under the guise of Death Eaters, yet upon witnessing the dark mark conjured by young Barty, they scattered like frightened birds, their courage a stark contrast to those apprehended. Voldemort, in the depths of the Albanian Forbidden Forest, had not anticipated such fools causing chaos during the Quidditch World Cup as he awaited his loyal servants to rescue him, devoid of the energy required to command his Death Eaters through the dark mark. Among this group of faux Death Eaters, Lucius Malfoy would certainly refrain from participating today. Those with any sense would have detected the unusual circumstances surrounding Bella's demise and Malfoy's transformation, opting to distance themselves from this operation. The remainder, lacking intelligence yet possessing violent tendencies, would be far better off confined to Azkaban. However, considering their numbers, the Aurors might not be able to identify all participants immediately. Lost in such thoughts, accompanied by the distant clamor, Lin Su began to feel drowsy. Suddenly, distinct sounds of footsteps and voices emerged from outside their tent, causing her to open her eyes with a start. Although she had not placed a shielding charm within her own tent, the audacity of these two intruders was astounding. The Weasley tent was situated adjacent to a wide path, where ministry officials would invariably pass, rendering the security relatively stringent. "There's a couple of mudbloods," slurred one voice. "Shall we drag them out for some fun?" "But isn't that the Weasley tent? There are too many of them." Another voice hesitated. "Don't worry, mate. They're just kids. And as long as we keep them quiet and take them a bit further away, I've got a good thing here." Lin Su perceived a circular magical device rolling into their space, emitting smoke that would render its victims mute. She cast protective charms on herself and the two other young witches, the sound of the rolling object awakening the other girls. The trio huddled together as the two drunken men eagerly tore at the tent's entrance. "This is borrowed from Dad," Ginny whispered, fretting over the tent's fate. "Hermione, perhaps now isn't the time to worry about that?" The three little witches leaned against one another, none thinking to call for the adults next door. Hermione and Ginny assumed it was merely a couple of petty thieves from the wizarding world intent on stealing, oblivious to the fact that the only valuables within the tent were the souvenirs purchased at the World Cup, while the remaining Weasley possessions combined might not even surpass the worth of the magical device just discarded. As a shadow slipped inside, the three young witches instinctively brandished their wands, unleashing different spells upon him. Lin Su cast a disarming charm, while Hermione conjured an obstruction spell, and Ginny, if Lin Su was not mistaken, employed the plucking charm traditionally used by Molly Weasley for handling ingredients. The intruder let out a piercing scream, yanking off his hood to shield his head, his hair seeming to leap from his scalp as if trying to escape. Lin Su inhaled sharply, and both she and Hermione exchanged glances with Ginny, whose fiery hair radiated menace. "Thieves deserve punishment." "That was so cool, Ginny. Teach me later," Lin Su exclaimed, simultaneously casting a stunning spell that sent the intruder crashing to the ground, while Hermione conjured a length of rope and bound him securely. Thus, the first villain was dealt with as if it were a mere jest by the three young witches. Lin Su realized the screaming voice belonged to the individual who had tossed the device, and using her perception, she felt the magical energy of another person nearby. The next moment, a group of red-haired figures burst in. The camp beyond began to descend into chaos, confirming the Aurors' inability to apprehend everyone immediately due to the sheer volume of people present. The three young witches donned their outer garments, with George grasping Lin Su's hand, Fred pulling Ginny along, and Ron delivering a hefty kick to the bound wizard on the ground before hastily seizing Hermione's wrist. Harry, delayed in searching for his glasses, lagged behind. As they exited the tent, they saw Charlie grappling with a hooded wizard, directing them towards the forest. A throng of young wizards headed in that direction, and Lin Su, startled by George's grip on her hand, felt his warmth coursing through their clasped fingers, momentarily lost in the sensation until overtaken by Harry. Lin Su and George found themselves at the rear of the group, while Fred informed them, "Dad and Bill went to help. A bunch of lunatics showed up, and they didn't expect to find you all here." "What about Sirius and Remus?" Harry inquired, quickening his pace. The little wizards had been asleep while the two adults remained outside the tent. Sirius had mentioned wanting another drink with the wizards by the bonfire. "Don't worry, Harry. Those two are far more capable than these fools," Hermione reassured him. Lin Su knew they had not gone for drinks. The Ministry's Aurors were stretched thin, and Mr. Kingsley, upon learning of the faux Death Eaters, would undoubtedly summon them for assistance. She shifted her focus from their interlocked hands to the matter of young Barty Crouch. Chapter 6. A silent release. Little Barty Crouch should have escaped by now, yet to conjure the dark mark with his wand would likely entail considerable difficulties. Lin Su had indeed left a wand near Shan-Shan's seat, albeit it was a counterfeit wand produced by the Weasley twins. Should Barty successfully procure it, it would most likely transform into a slimy slug at the moment he intended to use it. Just as this thought crossed Lin Su's mind, a group of people spotted Shan-Shan in the bushes, who, while shouting about her desire to flee, was pulled back by an unseen force. Ron and Hermione were engaged in a heated discussion regarding the treatment of house elves, and Hermione forcibly wrenched her wrist from Ron's grasp, declaring, "I can walk by myself." Ron, his eyes wide with confusion, stammered, "Of course, you're so clever, you'll certainly manage on your own." A cluster of young wizards exchanged glances, shaking their heads, with only Harry genuinely concerned that his two friends might not reconcile. While they bickered, Lin Su discreetly tossed another wand from her pocket. Once the young wizards found suitable spots to sit, Ron produced a small figurine of his future rival, making it walk across the ground. On the fifth return of the figurine to its starting point, they all heard another set of footsteps beyond the figurine. Harry was the first to stand, peering into the shadowy forest behind them. Who was there? No answer came, only a low voice intoning a spell, revealing of the bones. Unlike the dark mark described in books, a brilliant flash of light soared into the sky, bursting into a beautiful firework. Simultaneously, Lin Su dramatically exclaimed, "Oh dear! Where has my fake wand gone?" The wand she had discarded this time lingered longer in the air than the previous one, awaiting its master to cast a spell before it would transform, producing the Weasley classic, the tricky firework. Just let it go, a release without a sound. The figure in the darkness seemed to mutter a curse under their breath before retreating, footsteps fading away, perhaps encountering another unfortunate soul. The green skull, spewing forth the serpent emblem from its mouth, ultimately ascended into the sky from another direction in the forest. The commotion in the camp had subsided before the mark appeared, and the young wizards returned to their site, where Bill, Charlie, and Percy had sustained minor injuries. Lin Su volunteered to take on the task of healing. Just as the dark mark manifested, Lin Su was using her magic to help Percy correct his crooked nose caused by a curse. The wizards outside the tent, striving to regain their composure, were petrified by the mark. Numerous witches emitted shrieks, causing Lin Su to jolt her magic, twisting Percy's nose in a new direction. "I'm truly sorry, Percy. Just bear with the pain a bit longer." Lin Su extended a finger apologetically. Fred and George refrained from immediately investigating the situation, choosing instead to remain and witness Percy's embarrassment while holding him down as he attempted to rise. With a firm twist of perception and magic, Lin Su adjusted Percy's nose back to its rightful angle, though it was now red and slightly swollen, complementing Percy's naturally curly red hair in a rather amusing manner. Feeling guilty, Lin Su touched her own nose and shot a silent plea for help at George. If Percy were to present himself before the important officials of the Ministry of Magic in such a state, his career prospects would surely be compromised. Barty could barely remember his name as it was. Now it could be even more ludicrous. Without materials at her disposal, she couldn't possibly apply some red ointment. Could she? Fortunately, George had brought along a potion he had originally intended for Lin Su, but had not used. Fred intercepted Percy just as he was about to exit, while Ginny handed over a small mirror, and George quickly provided the potion after Percy let out a yelp. The group moved with the fluidity of a well-oiled machine, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were too young to be permitted outside the tent by Arthur, could not help but burst into laughter. Percy glared at his younger siblings and, in a huff, applied the potion. Thankfully, Arthur and the others soon returned to the tent, and the group began to analyze the individuals responsible for tonight's disturbances and the sudden appearance of the dark mark. They ultimately concluded that the troublemakers and those who had conjured the mark were two separate factions. Regardless, the night had passed without further incident. Upon returning to Grimmauld Place, they confirmed with Molly that everyone was safe. Rita Skeeter of the Daily Prophet, eager to secure the scoop following the discovery of Bella's body, had forged a collaboration with the Ministry of Magic, tirelessly praising their swift actions. Naturally, in her report, all credit was attributed to Minister Fudge's wise leadership, with Kingsley's name scarcely mentioned, and the appearance of the dark mark dismissed as the last act of defiance from a captured prisoner. Harry arranged to meet Sirius in a couple of days to accompany him to Godric's Hollow, and the Weasleys were keen to join in the excitement. Sirius welcomed this heartily, as the two families' flu networks were already connected, allowing for seamless travel. Lin Su accompanied Harry to Godric's Hollow, having missed Nagini for a month and hoping she had been obedient with her potions. Sirius took Harry to meet James and Lily, as well as Regulus, while Lin Su headed to Dumbledore's residence. Upon seeing her, Nagini greeted her joyfully, even calling her by name. Lin Su used her magic and perception to help her groom a bit, and at this rate, if Nagini attended her fourth-year classes regularly, coming by once a week, she would likely be entirely healed by the conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament. Both Dumbledores awaited her in the study, and upon reaching the doorway, Lin Su found herself unable to step inside under Aberforth's eager gaze. Aberforth waved her over warmly, completely oblivious to his previous intentions toward the young witch. "Hello," Lin Su managed, feeling uncharacteristically shy as Aberforth gestured for a chair to slide behind her. She hesitated, feeling slightly awkward about sitting down. "Aberforth, I told you to be normal." The crooked-nosed Dumbledore chuckled at his brother's remark. Aberforth retorted playfully, "Am I not more amiable than you?" Then, switching his tone, he said, "Sue, please sit. Don't be so formal. Make yourself at home." Aberforth had already begun brewing tea with the kettle. Lin Su tentatively inquired, "Grandfather Aberforth, is there something you wish to discuss?" "Ahem, Sue. To be direct, could you assist me in drawing some sheep? I wish to send them to Ariana." Lin Su, "Excuse me, Grandfather Aberforth, what did you just say?" Aberforth leisurely poured tea from the kettle into the cups. While speaking for Aberforth, Ariana mentioned that she misses the days spent tending sheep, so I would like to include some in her portrait. Lin Su, this is both reasonable and absurd. I suppose I could, but it must wait until school starts. I cannot draw, yet I have a classmate who can. Seizing the opportunity, she added, and could you please set out the liquor on the bar? I'd rather not be asked by your guests if there has been a theft. The two parties reached a friendly agreement. Chapter 7. The happiest person. They also spoke of Dobby, the freedom-seeking house elf now assisting at the leaky cauldron, earning a regular wage. Aberforth departed contentedly, while Lin Su turned her gaze back to Dumbledore seated behind the desk. Dumbledore floated a cup of red tea before Lin Su, who took a sip. It was not overly sweet, at a level she found acceptable. Professor, it seems you've been faring quite well lately. Indeed, Su, this is largely thanks to you. Dumbledore raised his teacup in acknowledgement. Just a few manageable tasks. Lin Su pondered briefly before replying. The two enjoyed their tea in silence until sounds from downstairs announced the arrival of Harry, Lupin, and Sirius. Nagini, seated on the sofa, paid them no mind as she still struggled to interact with others. The trio of wizards, two large and one small, approached the study, prompting Dumbledore to reminisce fondly. Seeing them together always reminds me of the old days. Lin Su hesitated, yearning to broach the subject of Grindelwald, yet it was palpably not the opportune moment. Harry, you must believe that with the remainder of the summer vacation, you can indulge in some leisure, right? Sirius remarked to Harry before entering the study, leaving Lin Su to reasonably suspect that his words were also directed at Dumbledore. What? Harry was bewildered by his godfather's insinuation. For the upcoming period, you must learn from me and Remus, just as you did with Remus regarding the Patronus charm at school. You must exert more effort than others. Sirius exhibited a newfound gravitas. Well, I am indeed eager to learn, Sirius. With your serious tone, I almost believed I was to master the art of tumbling from a motorcycle and emerging unscathed, something even Muggles might deem miraculous. Harry's voice resonated calmly. Lin Su nearly choked on her tea in the study. Remus chuckled unabashedly, while Sirius faltered momentarily before patting Harry on the shoulder. Well, in comparison to that, your studies should be rather straightforward. Thus, the three adults and one young wizard commenced imparting knowledge to Harry about what he would be learning next. Remus was to teach him the art of mental occlusion, while Sirius would instruct him in combat techniques, and if all went as planned, Moody would also make an appearance in a few days. Before the small meeting concluded, Lin Su once again earnestly reminded Harry that should he feel pain in his scar or experience nightmares, he must inform her. Though still somewhat perplexed, Harry could discern Lin Su's sincerity, and thus nodded in agreement. It was inevitable that young Barty Crouch, upon locating Voldemort, would aid in restoring some of his power, and in such a case, Harry's scar would undoubtedly react. Indeed, a week before the term resumed, Harry awoke one morning looking rather unwell. Lin Su, using her perceptive abilities, observed that tendrils of black mist were emanating from his scar. After breakfast, Lin Su sought out Dumbledore, while also sending a letter to Neville. During this period, Lin Su was residing in Godric's Hollow but spent most of her days traveling to St. Mungo's via the Flu network. Winston frequently shuttled between St. Mungo's and the Lin household during the holiday, yet returned home each evening, as the meals at the Lin residence were immensely favored. Consequently, Lin Su opted to send her letter using Hedwig, the beautiful and clever snowy owl, who never shied away from her duties. Dumbledore brought the sword of Gryffindor from the school, and Neville arrived at St. Mungo's accompanied by his parents. The Longbottoms had already been discharged from the hospital, and the three were now residing with Neville's grandmother. Accepting the sorting hat from Dumbledore, Lin Su led Neville to an empty room where she cast protective charms. The Longbottoms and Dumbledore conversed amiably in another room, unaware of Lin Su's intentions for Neville, though they held unwavering faith in the little witch who had healed them, especially with the greatest white wizard present. Neville, I need you to look into the mirror once more, Lin Su said, producing the mirror of Eriste and placing it before him. Neville remained in a state of confusion. Why did Su keep insisting he gaze into the mirror? Was his attire not appropriate? Confirming that Neville could only see his own reflection, Lin Su, with a serious countenance, informed him that she needed his undivided focus to help her eliminate a particular entity. Neville blinked in surprise. What? Lin Su believed Neville had the right to know the truth. Sending him into this task with questions would only heighten the danger. Thus, she chose to disclose the facts. Neville, the entity you are to eradicate is a fragment of the Dark Lord. Are you afraid? The round-faced boy appeared significantly more resolute than before, his previous memory impairment now a distant memory. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, I fear no adversary, Su. And I trust you completely. If you say I can do this, then I can. Lin Su shook her head. Neville, the one you must trust absolutely is yourself. However, I must say, no one else is more suited for this task than you. Neville nodded firmly, and Lin Su positioned him once more before the mirror of Eriste. As she had anticipated, Neville Longbottom would not waver due to their earlier conversation. He was now the happiest of individuals, and the desire for vengeance and the annihilation of his foe were not his most pressing aspirations. Lin Su handed the sorting hat to Neville, then retrieved the Gunter family ring from the shield box. "Only a true Gryffindor can draw forth the sword," she whispered. Neville glanced down at the sorting hat in his hand, exerting force as the sword of Gryffindor gradually materialized within their view. The sword had been coated with the potion researched by Professor Snape, and Neville needed only to strike the ring to obliterate the Horcrux contained within. Without hesitation, Neville aimed the sword at the ring, and both heard a shriek that was decidedly not human. Neville did not fully grasp the significance of his actions. To him, it was merely a matter of drawing the sword and striking a ring. Meanwhile, Lin Su, equipped with a replica of the shielding bracelet from her first year, observed through her perception a significantly diminished black mist enveloping the intact resurrection stone. It appeared that this curse had limitations. It had previously led Bella to perish with a hollow hope, and now what remained was insufficiently potent. Contemplating this, she could not help but wonder if Bella's desire to destroy the Gunter family's ring had been the catalyst for her curse. This was not the time for such thoughts, as Lin Su noticed the faint black mist attempting to assail Neville, yet the round-faced boy's gaze remained steadfast, impervious to any temptation. To be frank, Lin Su could not assure herself that she could maintain the same level of determination as Neville, whereas others inevitably harbored their own desires. Thus, this task could only be entrusted to him. Lin Su produced a vial of potion from her bag, the same antidote that Nagini consumed to reverse curses, and using a tweezer-like shielding tool, she dropped the resurrection stone into the potion. This degree of intensity was sufficient to neutralize the curse. "Well done, Neville," Lin Su sighed in relief, as this meant that the remaining Horcrux attached to the object no longer posed a concern, and Harry Scar should remain tranquil for some time. How much energy Voldemort had just lost after being partially restored by young Barty was beyond her contemplation. Chapter 8. The Golden Retriever during the days of the holiday. Lin Su did not venture to St. Mungo's alone. Initially, the twins and Hermione accompanied her. Lin Su was responsible for treating patients, with Hermione by her side, while the twins enlivened the atmosphere. However, Lin Su discerned that Hermione was not particularly interested in the medical field, thus after a couple of days, she assured her friend that she was merely performing tasks related to healing, which were not dangerous, and encouraged Hermione to return home. St. Mungo's had even permitted the twins to sell their trinkets to patients and their families, intending to set up designated purchasing points on the floors, albeit with restrictions against selling dung bombs and flying fireworks. It must be said that with the twins' presence, the atmosphere at St. Mungo's underwent a remarkable transformation. "Sue, have you been doing this all year?" On the third day of their visit to St. Mungo's, after dinner at Grimmauld Place, George strolled alongside Lin Su along the path leading to the house. Lin Su nodded. "The situation was far worse when I first arrived, but it has improved significantly now, hasn't it?" George ruffled the little witch's hair, noting that St. Mungo's had transformed since he and his family had taken her there for a checkup. It hardly resembled the same establishment. She had concealed her actions from everyone last year, and he had been utterly unaware of her extensive endeavors. Sensing George's emotions, Lin Su hesitated before grasping his sleeve. "George, I am truly grateful that I am able to do this." George intently gazed at the young witch, Lin Su, whose eyes sparkled with delight as she observed the patient's condition improving. She pointed to the location of her heart, exclaiming, "Here, it feels so full and warm, akin to the jar of blue flames that Hermione gifted me during winter. Just like your sunlit red hair, and every smile you graciously bestow upon me." She mused silently. George fixed his gaze upon Lin Su's eyes, suddenly bowing his head to rest it upon her shoulder. Resembling a golden retriever abandoned by its master. "Promise to take me along from now on, okay, Sue?" An explosion of emotions surged within Lin Su, leaving her unsure of where to place her hands. She raised them and lowered them repeatedly in a mechanical manner, ultimately allowing them to settle on George's shoulder. "All right." She heard her voice resonate, accompanied by the disobedient rhythm of her heartbeat that echoed through the not-so-quiet summer night. She also caught the sound of George's soft laughter ringing in her ears, the melody vibrating in synchrony with her heart, creating a tingling sensation that was both delightful and disconcerting, yet her mind forbade her from delving into contemplation, leaving her oblivious to how to return to Sirius's home. Mrs. Weasley noticed Lin Su's flushed cheeks as she departed from the fireplace and gave George a firm pat on the back. "No bullying, Sue, do you hear me?" Fred, ever the instigator, chimed in. "Mom, George wouldn't dare bully Sue. He uses all the kitchen magic he learned from you to charm her." George merely smiled. Having confirmed that his feelings mirrored Lin Su's, the rhythm of her heartbeat spoke volumes, rendering him indifferent to the teasing. Mrs. Weasley, deep in thought, remarked, Then perhaps you can learn a few more tricks from me tomorrow. I have many household spells yet to teach you. However, George dashed off in a hurry, replying, "No way, Mom. I'm going to St. Mungo's with Sue tomorrow." Fred followed closely behind, the wooden steps creaking beneath his feet. Mrs. Weasley stood at the bottom of the stairs, arms crossed to remind the twins to keep their noise down, yet a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. At Regulus's funeral, Dumbledore had spoken of matters too dire. Sue, so young, was clearly aware of much, leaving her to ponder whether the two could truly navigate their journey together. Shaking her head, she resolved that, regardless, at least the two children were happy now. The future could wait, and if they wished to be together, she would offer her fullest support. Thus, aside from the day Neville confronted the Horcrux, Lin Su spent almost all her time with George. Fred, being quite adept at entertaining himself, never felt neglected while accompanying them. However, until the start of the school year, neither had explicitly defined their relationship. Seated in the compartment, Hermione and Ginny curiously inquired about their progress, leaving Lin Su momentarily speechless. She herself could not articulate what their relationship had become, as it seemed no different from before. If anything had changed, it was perhaps that George had become somewhat more affectionate. For instance, he often, well, not occasionally, but frequently, pinched her cheeks and watched her intently while she brewed potions, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. Initially, while she tended to Patience, his gaze was fixed upon her, nearly causing her to make mistakes. He would avert his eyes just before she could scold him, prompting her to sternly declare that he must not do so next time. Eventually, he learned to behave, only staring during potion making. Yet, if he ever vexed her, George would quickly seek forgiveness, showering her with an assortment of candies and handcrafted trinkets, sometimes earrings, other times bracelets, or even a simple hair tie adorned with a miniature plush animal. Lin Su had amassed a small box of such gifts, and it dawned on her that there were times when she received presents even without being upset. Ginny and Hermione, overhearing the conversation, chuckled, but upon realizing that George had yet to confess his feelings, the two sisters were unexpectedly united in their sentiment. Without a confession, it doesn't count as a relationship. Sue, we are good friends, and I want to speak on George's behalf. If he doesn't confess, you cannot consider yourselves to be dating. Next time he pinches your cheeks, you should just hit him. The red-haired Ginny clearly disapproved of her brother's flirtation without declaration. Hermione concurred, exactly. It doesn't count. Is he planning to just assume your relationship? At this moment, in the compartment alongside Luna, the four girls had not shared a table with the boys all year. Luna quietly turned a page of her book, noticing that the entire compartment had fallen silent, with the other three witches awaiting her opinion. She tilted her head and sang softly, "Some say that when you can't sleep because reality is more beautiful than dreams, you have fallen in love." Sue, are you sleeping well? Lin Su fell silent. To be honest, she had been sleeping quite soundly during this holiday. Chapter 9. The start of term. On the way to school, Neville, Seamus, and several unfamiliar young wizards knocked on their compartment door in succession, presenting Lin Su with small gifts prepared by their families. Lin Su did not refuse them, as they all had relatives at St. Mungo's, sincerely expressing their gratitude. She had previously asked everyone to keep it a secret, but after the Quidditch World Cup, she had relented. The families were unaware of the reasons behind it, but speculated it was somehow related to the capture of that group of fake Death Eaters, perhaps due to prior insecurities. Hermione and Ginny transitioned from initial surprise at the first visitor to a comfortable familiarity with the subsequent ones, and the young witches ceased discussing private matters, turning instead to chat about their dresses. The twins continued their marketing endeavors, only approaching them when the train was nearing its destination. We've asked every witch on this train, and no one knows what the school has planned for this year, the twins proclaimed as they settled into their seats. Yet they remained undeterred. Charlie had mentioned before their departure that he would soon arrive at Hogwarts, and Bill had indicated he would take leave to visit. But neither was willing to share any intriguing details about what would transpire at Hogwarts. The twins, utilizing their exceptional information-gathering skills, unfortunately came up empty-handed. Lin Su curled her lips in a smile, not intending to be the one to spill the secrets. As the train arrived at the station, the wizards disembarked. It was a stormy day, and Hagrid's massive figure was holding an umbrella that was comically undersized for his stature, beckoning the new students to board the boats. The returning students climbed into the carriages drawn by Thestrals, but due to the inclement weather, Lin Su only fed the Thestral pulling her carriage. Upon reaching the entrance hall, Peeves, seemingly dissatisfied that everyone was already drenched, began hurling water balloons at the wizards, prompting the young witches to call out the name of the blood-curdling Baron, which startled Peeves into tossing all his water balloons at them before fleeing in disarray. The older wizards shielded the younger ones with protective charms, while those capable of performing the drying charm began assisting one another in cleaning up the puddles. Lin Su meticulously committed all of this to memory. Despite the tempest raging outside, she felt certain that the storm would eventually give way to beautiful weather. Let all darkness conclude this year, leaving only a path of light ahead. George observed the young witch, lost in thought, and felt an instinctive urge to grasp her hand, sensing that at this moment, she seemed distant. Lin Su snapped back to reality, glancing at the hand that was being held. Ginny and Hermione exchanged knowing looks, seemingly nonchalantly separating the two, before engaging Lin Su in a discussion about why Peeves feared the Baron. As the students entered the Great Hall, they waited a bit longer for Hagrid to bring in the new students. One young wizard, draped in Hagrid's oversized coat, stumbled awkwardly, while Colin excitedly announced to everyone that it was his brother, completely unconcerned about why his brother appeared in such a state. Fred casually draped an arm over Ron's shoulder, quipping, "Little Ronnie, if you were to enter like that, neither George nor I would react this way." George nodded in agreement. "Come on, you all will borrow a camera and immortalize my embarrassment for a lifetime." Ron rolled his eyes. Colin, upon hearing this, remembered he possessed a camera and promptly aimed it at his brother, capturing a flurry of snapshots. The sorting ceremony soon followed, and once each young wizard had found their rightful house, Dumbledore simply declared, "Let's eat." A lavish banquet appeared upon the long tables. However, Hermione seemed rather disinterested. She had previously been unaware that house elves outside of Hogwarts were treated in the same manner as Dobby, Kreacher, and Winky. Initially, she had merely found the house elves' penchant for punishing themselves unacceptable, without delving deeper into the matter. She had assumed that such poor treatment was an anomaly, attributing Dobby's misfortunes to his penchant for trouble and Kreacher's plight to his abusive master and the twisted traditions of the Black family. Yet, upon recalling Winky, the innocent house elf she had encountered at the Quidditch World Cup, who had done nothing wrong yet was expelled by Mr. Crouch, Hermione's appetite waned. Lin Su offered Hermione a slice of cherry pie and whispered, "Hermione, it was Helga Hufflepuff who brought house elves to Hogwarts to protect them. I know you wish to improve their conditions, but you must first respect their labor. Their mindset has yet to evolve. If they see you refusing the food they have prepared, they will believe they have failed and will punish themselves." After a moment of silence, Hermione ate all the food on her plate, and Ron gave Lin Su a thumbs up. When dinner concluded, Moody made his entrance, perhaps aware he would startle the young wizards. He silently appeared at the staff table. Nevertheless, when Dumbledore introduced him, a chorus of startled screams erupted from the students. Moody, expressionless, rotated his magical eye to ascertain that the screams were merely startled cries devoid of malice, then rose and thumped his staff firmly against the floor. The effect was immediate. The hall fell silent, the students' screams caught in their throats, some gaping in silence. The friends who had spent a brief time with Moody during the holidays exchanged thumbs-up gestures with him, which he chose to ignore. Dumbledore commenced announcing the newly established prohibitions for the year. Thanks to Moody, Dumbledore managed to convey the rules for the first time amidst a tranquil gathering. When he announced the cancellation of this year's Quidditch Cup, the young wizards regained their voices, incredulously protesting. Dumbledore glanced back, and Moody rolled his eye, giving Dumbledore an exaggerated eye roll before thumping his staff once more, restoring silence in the hall. Lin Su caught a glimpse of a faint smile on Dumbledore's face. She turned to share a knowing glance with her friends. Fred mimicked Moody's exaggerated eye roll, while George stroked his non-existent beard, imitating Dumbledore's smile, prompting the young wizards to stifle their laughter. Dumbledore then announced the Tri-Wizard Tournament, igniting a fervor in the hall. The twins were eager to participate but voiced their discontent upon hearing the age restrictions. The other two schools would not arrive until October. But Lin Su anticipated that for the next month and throughout the year, discussions would revolve around this upcoming competition. The twins exchanged mischievous glances, and Lin Su pretended not to notice, secretly curious about George's appearance with white hair and beard. Chapter 10. Guardians. In the first month of school, the young wizards were palpably restless, unable to focus during classes. Aside from Moody's defense against the dark arts and Snape's potions classes, the rest of the lessons were filled with murmurs and whispers. The students were writing letters home, eagerly exchanging information, fearful of missing even the slightest tidbit. The twins, meanwhile, rushed to the room of requirement after classes to study aging potions. Lin Su felt as though George was treating her like a child, as he would simultaneously craft little trinkets while conducting potion experiments. This gave her an unsettling sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of how she treated Xiaochen at home. Consequently, she resolved in her mind to separate her laboratory from the twin space. The room of requirement responded enthusiastically to her wish, even mischievously employing transparent materials. Satisfied, Lin Su nodded and returned to brew her potions. Thus, when George attempted once more to present Lin Su with one of his creations, he found himself obstructed by an invisible barrier, unable to communicate with the little witch who was clearly within view. Fred whistled, rejected. Poor George. George glanced back at his brother, clutching the small pendant intended for Lin Su. At least we're together almost every day. Fred, exasperated by his brother, retorted, if you don't confess soon, Ginny and Hermione will be ready to slay you with their glares. If Ginny uses the hair-pulling curse on you, I can't help you. He recalled the wizard who had intruded upon the three young witches' tent, a drunken man seated on the ground, cradling his head and weeping, causing both of them to shudder. Fred waved his hands to banish the image from his mind, boasting, you've never been as handsome as me. By the time this is over, you'll be even less so. George glanced at the pendant in his hand. Let us wait a bit longer. He turned to look at the little witch, engrossed in her potions with a furrowed brow, his eyes twinkling with affection. Meanwhile, Harry was undergoing additional training in Moody's office. Although he was puzzled as to why Sirius and Remus were pushing him to train at home, only to have Moody continue the regimen at school, he dared not protest in the face of Moody's magical eye. Moody insisted that Harry was well suited to becoming an Auror and that training now would provide him with a distinct advantage. Sensing something amiss, Harry intercepted Lin Su after dinner, inviting her to wander about the castle with him. Sue, I don't know who to confide in. Ron and Hermione are somewhat in the dark as well. Cloaked in invisibility, Harry felt a growing sense of frustration, sensing that Sue and Remus were aware of something they were withholding from him. Lin Su cast the disillusionment charm and walked beside him. Currently, the only individuals who understood the connection between Harry and the Horcruxes were herself, Dumbledore, and Remus. Remus had inferred it through their conversations, while Dumbledore had his suspicions from earlier. Sirius, at this point, was more akin to the Longbottoms, having endured pain yet unafraid to let his child confront adversaries. Moody and the others held immense hope for Harry, the boy who had survived Voldemort, believing he could defeat the Dark Lord once more. Thus, they were willing to offer him whatever strength they could. They needed him to grow stronger, as he might once again become the savior in the face of Voldemort. Of course, Moody himself had taken quite a liking to this young wizard. Harry possessed an uncommon perceptiveness that surpassed that of his peers, evident in this very moment. Sue, are you training me now because that person is returning? Harry voiced his suspicions, recalling Professor Quirrell's peculiar behavior in his first year, the diary from his second year, and the pendant box replaced by Regulus in his third year, questioning if it was akin to the diary. Otherwise, I can't fathom why he would risk his life to replace it. Lin Su, accurately sensing through the invisibility cloak, patted Harry's shoulder. Harry, Moody is right. You are indeed well suited to be an Auror. So my suspicions are correct? Harry did not pause. You could just tell me. Perhaps I would train with a bit more willingness. Lin Su detected the hint of grievance in Harry's words. After a moment of thought, she tugged at the edge of Harry's invisibility cloak. Follow me, Harry. There's a place perfectly suited for your training. The young boy was easily swayed, curiosity ignited. And with Lin Su's expertly executed disillusionment charm, he had no choice but to follow the direction dictated by the cloak. Accompanied by Harry, Lin Su led him to the tapestry depicting the troll beating the hapless Barnaby. She instructed Harry to pace back and forth before the tapestry, her mind quietly envisioning a spacious training ground for casting spells. Before long, a door materialized on the wall, and as Harry lifted his cloak to reveal his head, an expression of astonishment graced his features. Lin Su nearly jumped out of her skin upon turning around. Harry, either wear your cloak properly or remove it entirely. Having just your head floating here is rather alarming. Harry, utterly captivated by the door that had appeared, sheepishly muttered an apology and eagerly approached it. What is this? He inquired, placing his hand on the doorknob. Do you remember our discussion about the room? This place is different. It's entirely as you envision it. Lin Su smiled as he pushed open the door, following him inside. What lay within was an expansive arena, furnished with wooden dummies and various scenes, some featuring a small pool of water, while others were ablaze with fire. Harry also spotted numerous props and teaching materials that would be useful in their classes, including a box on the floor that resembled the one Lupin had used the previous year. He wondered if it too contained a boggart. Overall, it was indeed an excellent venue for practicing spells from the lower to upper years. Sue, how can it be like this? Harry struggled to find the words to express his awe. Isn't it magical? Lin Su surveyed their surroundings, recalling Dumbledore's words about Hogwarts providing help to those in need, believing that this place embodied that sentiment. Turning to Harry, she asked, so what do you think? Care to give it a try? I've always been eager to see your Patronus, Harry. It's said to be the most powerful among the younger generation, capable of warding off hordes of Dementors. And I've yet to witness it myself. Harry did not respond verbally. Instead, he waved his wand, and a magnificent stag bounded freely within the spacious room, trailing behind it a tangible mist of silver, a testament to the strength of its conjurer's heart. Lin Su gazed at the stag with admiration and asked the visibly delighted Harry, what were you thinking when you cast your Patronus? Many things. Like the moments spent with friends and family. I realized that the price of failure would mean losing them, which made me stronger. Harry's green eyes reflected the shimmering stag. Lin Su smiled, appreciating that this boy had forged many beautiful memories in this lifetime, no longer needing to summon his Patronus through repetitive memories or false joys. She softly remarked, "That is precisely it, Harry. In my understanding, only a heart that desires to protect those it cherishes can conjure such an extraordinary Patronus. We all share the same longing to safeguard what we hold dear." Harry paused momentarily, as if grasping the essence of Lin Su's words, the flicker of repressed dissatisfaction within him gradually dissipating. Chapter 11. The Goblet of Fire. September swiftly passed, and Harry and Ron continued their studies in Professor Trelawney's divination class, concocting increasingly ludicrous predictions for their homework. Hermione had established Spew to advocate for the rights of house elves, but regrettably, Lin Su was too preoccupied with potion brewing to contribute more than 2 sickles for a badge. Compared to Lupin, Moody was not the most effective teacher. Yet his wealth of experience in dark arts equipped them with numerous practical spells, including how to resist the Dementor's kiss. Nevertheless, Lin Su often found herself reminiscing about Bartemius Crouch Jr., who had been quite adept at teaching. Aside from classes, Harry, Hermione, and Ron ventured into the room of requirement, initially practicing spells within, but soon discovering other delights therein, leading Hermione to establish her own little vomit station. Occasionally, Harry and Ron would ride the enchanted broomsticks inside, brainstorming creative calamities to tackle Trelawney's assignments. Harry mentioned that Ron had vaguely summoned his own Patronus, though Ron was puzzled as to why it manifested as a dog. Lin Su stifled a laugh, secretly telling Harry that if he ever encountered Hermione's Patronus, he might uncover the answer. Consequently, Harry dedicated his rare free time to urging his 2 friends to practice the Patronus charm, much to their annoyance. While Hermione cleverly took the opportunity to recruit Harry to her cause, Lin Su sighed, contemplating whether this pursuit was overly harsh on Harry, as he constantly played the third wheel. However, with Ron's romantic rival approaching, she could only apologize silently to Harry in her heart. The twins had nearly perfected their aging potion, and George continued to bring Lin Su little trinkets now and then. Ginny had reached the point where she would avert her gaze from George. Otherwise, she would be unable to refrain from scolding her brother. Everything within the castle appeared as if newly constructed, radiant and fresh, as the arrival of the other 2 schools grew nearer, prompting the professors to exhibit signs of tension in their classrooms. 2 months passed in an instant, and at last, October 30th arrived. The 4th-year Gryffindor Lions, brimming with excitement, could barely contain their enthusiasm in the face of Snape's exasperated expression. The moment the bell rang, Snape swept out of the room, and the young witches and wizards rushed to leave the classroom, unperturbed by the prospect of encountering the fearsome Professor Snape. They lined up neatly before the castle, awaiting the arrival of the students and faculty from the other 2 schools. The Beauxbatons students made their entrance first, drawn by 12 majestic thestrals, their pale blue carriages eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Madame Maxime's imposing stature astonished everyone. The Beauxbatons students, clad in silken robes, descended into the chilly Scottish Highlands, where daytime temperatures averaged only 10 degrees Celsius, leaving them visibly shivering. Lin Su noted how this scene diverged entirely from the films. The Durmstrang ship emerged from beneath the Black Lake, and Lin Su heard Harry quietly lamenting to Ron about the extensive preparations both schools must have undertaken for their grand entrance. Ron, however, was lost in admiration for Victor Krum, resembling a starstruck fan, oblivious to Harry's words. When mealtime arrived, and Fleur brought the French fish soup to the Gryffindor table, Ron's attention was again captured by her silver hair and striking blue eyes. Lin Su and Ginny exchanged glances, both aware of Hermione's simmering ire. Ron was truly inviting his own misfortune. The good news was that Harry was not captivated by Cho Chang this time. The bad news was that he seemed entirely oblivious to any charms, as if no one had caught his fancy. After dinner, Dumbledore showcased the Goblet of Fire, outlining the registration process while emphasizing that only those over the age of 17 would be eligible to participate. Lin Su had previously conferred with Dumbledore, and they agreed that the Goblet's restrictions would be stringent. Only 3 schools would each select 1 champion over 17, with no 4th school or individual permitted to join. To ensure security, Dumbledore instituted a rule that required students to submit their names personally, and he arranged for various individuals, known only to him, to guard the goblet throughout the night while cloaked. Thankfully, no unusual incidents occurred that evening. The following morning, Lin Su sat in the entrance hall with Hermione and Ginny, while the twins and Lee Jordan joyfully approached, high-fiving onlookers. George attempted to ruffle Lin Su's hair, only to be met with threatening glares from Hermione and Ginny, prompting him to instead exchange a high-five with Lin Su. "Watch us." He winked at Lin Su before returning to join Fred in placing their parchment, inscribed with their names and schools, into the Goblet of Fire. Hermione shook her head. How did they think such childish tricks could fool Dumbledore? Lin Su merely laughed, watching the red-haired figure with amusement. In the next moment, both boys were ejected from the age line, landing on the ground with long white beards sprouting from their chins, their hair turning white as well. The onlookers erupted into laughter, including Ron and Ginny from the Weasley family, while the twins pointed at each other, chuckling heartily. Suddenly, George turned to Lin Su. Their amused gazes meeting. Dumbledore appeared in the entrance hall, instructing them to seek Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing, or perhaps one of the young witches present, suggesting she might have a solution as well. The crowd instinctively turned their attention to Lin Su, who clapped her hands and stood up. "Let us go. You two old codgers." This incited another wave of laughter. Lin Su departed the entrance hall with the twins, first helping Fred remove his white beard, restoring his original red hair. Fred glanced at his brother, who still bore the white whiskers, and wisely decided to make his exit. George lowered his gaze to the young witch. They found themselves in an empty classroom they had often experimented in, which had remained untouched for a long time. Thanks to the Triwizard Tournament, even this forsaken space had been meticulously cleaned. Lin Su urged George to take a seat, and with a raised eyebrow, the bearded George obediently sat before her. Now it was Lin Su's turn to appraise George. Noting that the charm cast by Dumbledore had merely given him a white beard and hair, while his youthful features remained intact. His eyes, round and gentle, held a slight droop at the corners, presenting an innocent visage that belied his penchant for mischief. Lin Su seemed entranced, reaching out to touch George's eyes, which he did not resist, merely watching her intently. However, her hand paused at his chin, stroking the long white beard. Her laughter reminiscent of a cat that had caught a small fish. George's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, but alas, the beard obscured her view. Chapter 12. The brave Lin Su's fingers glided from the beard upwards, delicately brushing over his brows. Just as she was about to touch the corners of his eyes, George could no longer contain himself and seized her mischievous hand. Lin Su grinned slyly. "What's the matter? You always pinch my cheeks. Why can't I touch you just once?" George brought her hand to his lips, kissing it gently while keeping his gaze locked on hers. Lin Su found it increasingly difficult to maintain eye contact, her brown eyes frequently straying, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Amusement danced in George's eyes. This was merely a simple gesture of chivalry. Yet he could tell the little witch was not impervious to teasing. "Sue, please remove the beard for me. The white hair and beard make me look rather old." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Su pulled her hand from his grasp, waved her wand, and in an instant, George's beard vanished, his hair returning to its vibrant red. Following this, the young witch hastily retreated. George pondered, bemused. Why was she so shy? How did she dare to tease him just moments ago? Throughout the evening, George found himself unable to locate Lin Su. At dinner, he finally spotted her, flanked by Hermione on her left and Ginny on her right. The two girls forming a protective barrier that was both amusing and exasperating, especially considering one was his own sister. It was Halloween, with pumpkins adorning the hall. Lin Su placed a carved pumpkin with a wicked grin before her, effectively obscuring George's view from across the table. George, who had just taken a seat opposite her, was prodded by Fred's elbow. "What did you do? You haven't upset her, have you? Could it be that you confessed your feelings?" George shook his head, smiling. "Not yet. I don't think she's ready." Lin Su and George finished their dinners, facing opposite sides of the pumpkin. Dumbledore began announcing the champions chosen by the Goblet of Fire, and Lin Su's heart soared as the names of the 3 champions were read aloud, relieved that the fire within the goblet ceased to glow red. The champions for the Triwizard Tournament had been selected. Sighing with relief, Lin Su finally felt a weight lift from her heart, prompting George to see her smile as she moved the cumbersome pumpkin aside. That night, George lay awake, unable to sleep. The atmosphere at the school was more vibrant than any holiday, and Lin Su was grateful that there were no scenes of Harry being suspected or isolated. Even though the Gryffindor Lions cheered for him, there was no doubt in anyone's mind. Now, things were different. Harry could enjoy his school life with his peers, eagerly anticipating the champions' performances in the tournament, while Ron no longer bore jealousy towards Harry, even if he might still feel that way. The students from the 3 schools maintained clear boundaries, only mingling during meals while dedicating the rest of their time to their respective studies. Rita Skeeter made a glamorous entrance at Hogwarts to conduct exclusive interviews with the champions, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, eager to seize every opportunity for sensational news. Thus, when Lin Su saw the next day's Daily Prophet sensationally narrating a melodramatic love story between Hogwarts champion and a witch from the East, she was not surprised. Many details were fabricated, such as Cedric's dumplings for Cho being altered into some nonsensical dish that no Chinese person would recognize, and their encounter on the Quidditch pitch being transformed into a meeting by the sunlit Black Lake. Lin Su felt a shiver run down her spine, while Cho's face turned beet red at the Ravenclaw table. clearly bewildered as to why such trivial matters of romance were splashed across the wizarding world's most renowned daily prophet, especially in such a distorted version. Cedric awkwardly approached Cho, assuring her he had never disclosed such things to Rita Skeeter, and the young couple discreetly exited the Great Hall. Hermione, equally indignant, remarked that Rita Skeeter is utterly violating people's privacy. She should focus on the Triwizard Tournament, not the personal lives of the champions. Ron, having managed to control his gaze from Fleur Delacour, was puzzled by Hermione's outrage. Hermione, I don't understand why you're so upset. Do you fancy Diggory or something? His voice carried a hint of annoyance he was unaware of. Hermione looked at Ron incredulously. You don't get it. This is about human rights. She is infringing upon Cho and Cedric's right to privacy and reputation. Just think, if we were subjected to her fabrications every day, with our lives splashed across the papers for everyone to gawk at and gossip about. Ron clearly did not wish to provoke her further. I understand, Hermione. Just like house elves deserve reasonable wages and working hours, right? Hermione took a deep breath, recognizing Ron's dismissive tone, shaking her head as she angrily stuffed her mouth with salad. Lin Su observed the entire exchange and quietly asked Harry, haven't you managed to get Hermione to use the Patronus charm in front of Ron yet? Harry shook his head in resignation. Hermione is too busy with her own frustrations to notice, if I so much as appear before her. She'll have me recruiting members into her club in no time. All right, Lin Su conceded, realizing she too was hesitant to confront Hermione. But perhaps the two boys were yet unaware of Victor Crumb intentionally lingering around Hermione. Lin Su shook her head, deciding to let things unfold naturally. Perhaps the two were destined to face this trial. Before the first match, they welcomed a designated Saturday, allowing them to visit Hogsmeade Village, which Lin Su considered a splendid opportunity for relaxation. A group of young witches and wizards gathered at the Three Broomsticks, where Madame Rosmerta continued to shine, while Hagrid sipped from a massive mug of mead. Upon seeing the young witches and wizards enter, he mysteriously beckoned them to visit him later that evening. Lin Su ordered a butterbeer, conjuring a small cup for herself. When Madame Rosmerta glanced at her in confusion, Lin Su pointed to her face. After just a small sip, her cheeks flushed a rosy pink, her eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. Madame Rosmerta gazed compassionately at the little witch, bestowing upon her a glass of cherry syrup soda that surpassed all others in sweetness. Lin Su, with a charming smile, took a hearty gulp of the soda and exclaimed, It's absolutely delightful. Your skills are as exceptional as your beauty. The proprietress's joy intensified in an instant. Harry and Ron exchanged bemused glances at the slightly tipsy Lin Su, their lips involuntarily twitching. Meanwhile, Hermione remained focused on her spew notes, undeterred. When the twins entered, Lin Su suddenly slapped her forehead, the sound startling Hermione and causing her to miswrite a letter. George hastily approached and grasped Lin Su's hand. Her forehead reddened from her own slap, yet she endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor. George, I forgot something important. Everyone assumed it was something of great significance, only to hear the little witch lament. I forgot to send a sheep to Aberforth. Ariana is still waiting to tend to them. The patrons of the bar, eavesdropping, perked up as Chapter 13, The Fire Dragon, began. George fed Lin Su a grape-flavored hangover sweet, and the little witch, with her flushed forehead, feigned nonchalance as she exited the Three Broomsticks. George, aware that she was about to make a hasty retreat, followed closely behind. Lin Su looked up at the sky with a forlorn expression. George, was I very embarrassing just now? George chuckled. Not at all. In fact, it was rather endearing. Lin Su diverted her gaze slightly. Next time something like this happens, could you take me far away where no one can see us before giving me the hangover sweet? He nodded, gently ruffling her hair while pondering that the tipsy little witch seemed less shy than usual. Once the young wizards returned to Hogwarts, Lin Su promptly asked Dean Thomas to draw her 20 sheep. Dean, suppressing laughter, readily agreed, while the surrounding Gryffindors erupted in amusement. Clearly having heard of Lin Su's exploits at the bar, with some even present at the scene, Lin Su resolved to maintain her charade, returning to the dormitory with a composed expression. After midnight, Lin Su, accompanied by her three companions, sought out Hagrid. Since the arrival of the other two schools at Hogwarts, Hagrid had transformed his appearance, much to the little wizard's belief that he was trying to uphold Hogwarts' image by constraining his massive frame in a tight, uncomfortable coat. However, that evening, Harry and the others noticed that Hagrid had even adorned his outfit with flowers. The young wizards finally sensed something unusual. Lin Su stifled a laugh, anticipating the romantic version of Hogwarts that awaited her, hoping her three companions would not be too astonished, as she held little expectation that the two boys would glean any insights into love from the interactions of the two giants. As they matured, they had all grown considerably, and Harry's invisibility cloak could no longer conceal them all. Lin Su urged Harry and Ron to squeeze together, while she cast a disillusionment charm on Hermione. As for Lin Su, She waited in Hagrid's hut until Hagrid and Madame Maxime concluded their affectionate greetings, then she boldly appeared before them. Hagrid, I thought you invited me alone? Madame Maxime's expression clearly conveyed her discontent. Hagrid, walking alongside her at the edge of the forbidden forest, replied, Do not be upset, Maxime. Our destination tonight is the same, and Sue will quietly follow behind. Lin Su sweetly greeted Madame Maxime. I apologize for intruding upon your delightful duo. I shall remain silent. Just consider me a tree in the forbidden forest, immobile and mute. Though Madame Maxime still bore a hint of displeasure, she linked her arm with Hagrid's. Fortunately, given Lin Su's petite stature, it was indeed easy for her to be overlooked by the two. She followed at a respectful distance, with her 3 companions aligning with her. Whispering inquiries regarding the situation, Lin Su, with a mysterious smile, simply replied, You'll see when we get there. Before long, they heard a terrifying commotion. The monstrous roars of an unknown creature accompanied by the shouts of several men. Hermione gasped, and Lin Su grasped her hand. While Ron's voice trembled from beneath the cloak, Is Hagrid going to murder Maxime? Lin Su reassured Hermione, If Hagrid emerges covered in blood, you should run first. You can escape swiftly with the disillusionment charm. Lin Su was certain she heard Hermione chuckle. However, it seemed Ron was utterly oblivious to the romantic undertones. As he interrupted his nonsensical speculation, Enough of that, let us move closer. Ron mumbled, Oh right, I forgot Sue is here. Their pace disrupted. Harry and Ron inadvertently stepped on each other's feet beneath the cloak. Upon reaching a vantage point where they could see the scene, Lin Su instructed her 3 companions to wait while she approached Hagrid and Charlie for a discussion. Hi, Sue, it's a pleasure to see you. Charlie winked at Lin Su, who responded with a smile. Charlie, Hagrid mentioned you were looking for me. How can I assist? Lin Su had only received the note from Whetstone after returning to school, and Hagrid had not elaborated clearly. Charlie pointed to the fire dragons behind him, each bound by thick chains. Despite this, the dragons continued to fiercely breathe fire, and the dragon tamers had to collectively cast stunning spells to subdue them momentarily. You should have guessed, they are the warrior's first task. Lin Su nodded, her gaze fixed upon the dragons, each bearing scars. So what do you require of me, Charlie? Truthfully, this may be somewhat burdensome, Sue. I know you have expertise in curse damage. Many are aware of this. Lin Su interrupted Charlie, stammering. You wish for me to assist in healing the dragons after the competition? Yes, exactly. Sue, you truly are a clever girl. We can tend to the visible wounds of the dragons, but their bodies are quite robust. Aside from their kind, few can inflict harm upon them. However, if the warriors exploit their weaknesses, the damage could be severe. Moreover, Sue, these are mother dragons that have just laid eggs. While I sincerely hope none of the dragon eggs are harmed during this competition. Lin Su had observed over the holiday that the second eldest Weasley brother tended to speak rapidly and excessively when anxious. This time, it was Hagrid who interjected, Merlin's beard. If a competition were to cost a clutch of baby dragons their lives, the half-giant clearly could not bear the thought, and Madame Maxime gently patted the sorrowful Hagrid. Lin Su pondered, why not use fake dragon eggs? If crafted convincingly and placed in their nests with some scent, it should temporarily confuse them. Charlie appeared intrigued. But with only 2 days until the competition, how could we manage that? Who could create something so realistic? Then he and Lin Su exchanged glances, both recalling 2 individuals, Fred and George. The twins' fake wands had even fooled adult wizards at the Ministry of Magic. Arthur and Molly had been duped countless times at home, and Percy had even taken a fake wand to the Ministry, only to return home during the day. Charlie hurried off to consult with the other dragon tamers about the feasibility, and the conclusion was that if the dragon eggs were convincing enough, it should be manageable. It seemed they would have to rouse the 2 troublesome younger brothers from their slumber, though they were likely still wandering the castle. Chapter 14. The first task, the 4 young wizards, accompanied by a dragon tamer, returned to the castle. Charlie, evidently seasoned in nighttime escapades, led the 5 of them leisurely through the dimly lit corridors of the castle. Upon reaching the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, Charlie even casually greeted the fat lady. Madame Pomfrey instinctively responded with a greeting, only to suddenly realize the incongruity. Oh, a redhead who has already graduated. What brings you here? Charlie, utterly unperturbed, replied. Dear Madame Pomfrey, fear not, I shall not intrude. May I kindly inquire whether my twin brother has ventured out for a nocturnal escapade? Madame Pomfrey waved her small fan and chuckled, Congratulations on your accurate guess. I can assure you that there is not a single Weasley in the Gryffindor common room tonight. Observing the reactions of several young wizards, she noted that no one was inclined to speak, prompting her to continue. Indeed, even your little sister is not inside. Nightly excursions truly are a cherished tradition in the Weasley household. At that moment, 2 identical red-haired figures strolled over, arms draped over each other's shoulders. A few young wizards hurried into the common room, while Charlie bid farewell to Madame Pomfrey before whisking away his twin brothers. Once inside the common room, the trio began to converse. We just spotted Karkaroff from Durmstrang. This cannot be good. Maxim and Karkaroff will surely inform their students about the details of the first task. We must inform Diggory as well. Indeed, Hagrid likely anticipated that we would relay this to Diggory, prompting his request for us to attend. Hermione, this time, clearly concurred with Harry and Ron, drawing curious glances from Ron. Consequently, the next day, the group intercepted Cedric. Although a slight pallor graced his complexion, he expressed gratitude to the young wizards before hastily departing in search of a solution. The twins returned to the common room late that evening, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, yet evidently exhilarated. Lin Su handed one of them a bottle containing a potion infused with the essence of life and instructed Lee Jordan and another upperclassman to escort them back to their dormitory. On Tuesday, the audience was filled to capacity. As expected, Bill had taken a leave of absence to watch the event, seated beside Sirius and Lupin. The young wizards squeezed closer together, with George and Lin Su sitting side by side, quietly pointing at the dragon egg sheltered beneath the Swedish short snout. Su, doesn't that look remarkably lifelike? Lin Su generously gave George 2 thumbs up. You two are incredible. I knew only you could accomplish this. George, basking in the praise, turned his attention to the match. Cedric was the first to compete, expertly employing transfiguration to conjure another creature to distract the fire dragon. Unfortunately, the dragon's focus was not entirely diverted. As flames singed Cedric's handsome visage, Lin Su swore she heard the hearts of numerous girls shatter. She shook her head in dismay, her expression clearly lamenting the injury to such a striking face, only to turn and discover George staring intently at her. Oh dear. I'm no expert at dragon fire injuries. It seems Diggory will have to endure the consequences of his wounded face for some time, Lin Su mused, glancing at the center of the arena while subtly observing George, who was evidently fixated on her. She chuckled inwardly, yet felt slightly exasperated by George's lingering hesitation. Time was indeed precious. Thus, she feigned a frown. Such a handsome face. George was visibly irritated, but he remained silent, merely gesturing toward the Welsh green dragon being led out by the dragon handler to shift the topic. Look, its egg is slightly smaller than the previous one, but the patterns on it are far more intricate. Lin Su pouted, disregarding him. The first task soon concluded, and the scores for the 3 champions were tallied. Krum temporarily held the lead. However, Lin Su noted Hermione's displeasure regarding how Krum had allowed the fire dragon to crush several eggs. Perhaps it was due to their recent visit to see the fire dragon, which had made them aware of the handler's dedication to safeguarding these creatures. Or perhaps, with Harry absent from the competition, Hermione's focus had shifted beyond the champion's safety concerns. In any case, her discontent with Krum was not mentioned in the text. The next task would not occur until late February of the following year, granting the champions nearly 3 months of respite, albeit with the caveat of remaining vigilant for clues. Rita Skeeter once again appeared outside the champion's tent, clad in attire reminiscent of a green beetle. Cedric declined an interview. Yet Rita managed to find 1 or 2 individuals on campus willing to participate, subsequently altering the content of their interviews. Accompanied by a host of Weasleys and Hermione, Lin Su went to tend to the injured fire dragon. Harry and Sirius had much to discuss, and thus did not join them. The counter curse could not swiftly remedy the dragon's eyes, so Lin Su discreetly employed some life-restorative magic to hasten its recovery. Following the first task, Hermione had not visited the library for quite some time, a fact that even Ron and Harry noticed. One evening, while working on homework in the common room, Ron sat across from Hermione. Hermione, have you finally let go of your obsession with vomiting? Hermione shot him an exasperated glance. It's spew. I simply do not wish to go to the library. Krum is always there. Hermione, are you still upset with him for letting the fire dragon smash a few eggs during the competition? Please, Hermione, that was staged, and it was a competition. Would you be upset if Harry or I were competing? Ron found this incredulous. He remained a devoted fan of Krum. Hermione pondered for a moment before shaking her head, dismissing the terrifying thought. Actually, Ron, it's not Krum I dislike. It's the throngs of girls trailing after him. They are simply too loud, making it impossible to study. Lin Su, seated nearby, decided to stoke the flames. Hermione, have you considered why Krum is always in the library? In fact, hasn't he been there on the days you were absent? Harry speculated. Perhaps he finds the Hogwarts Library's collection to be particularly vast? Maybe he has simply worn out? Lin Su fanned the flames once again. Why not go together tomorrow? You might just run into him. Ron, perhaps you could seize the opportunity for an autograph. The trio exchanged puzzled glances at Lin Su, sensing something was amiss with her today. Lin Su, indeed, felt a touch of irritation, for Professor McGonagall had announced the Yule Ball, while a certain redhead continued to dawdle. Just as one might say the name and have the person appear. Said redhead surprisingly did not venture out for a nighttime escapade, but returned to the common room before curfew. However, he was clutching a vial of potion, and George, with an air of mystery, handed it to Lin Su. Su, give it a whiff and tell me what you smell. Lin Su initially intended to turn away, but since it was right before her, she decided to take a sniff. Accepting the potion, she inhaled and uncertainly remarked, I smell apples? George's expression shifted. How could it possibly smell like apples? Lin Su heard him mutter as he swiftly reclaimed the potion from her grasp. She winked at him. Are you saying you don't smell apples? Though she detected other scents and recognized that George held a love potion capable of making one perceive their favorite aroma, his demeanor suggested he had misinterpreted something. Pouting slightly, she turned and returned to her dormitory. George scrutinized the potion in his hand, wondering if he had indeed concocted a failure. Thus, he began to prod the remaining Gryffindors to sniff it one by one. Hermione abstained, opting to seek out Lin Su instead. However, just as she arrived at the corner of the girls' dormitory, a hand grasped her arm. Lin Su stealthily peeked into the common room. First to smell was Harry, who inhaled deeply before confidently stating it was definitely not apple-scented, but rather bore a faint floral fragrance, very subtle. Next was Ron, who took a whiff and displayed an expression of utter bliss. I smell roasted chicken legs. Then his expression changed, and a hint of cat, Crookshanks, plus ink and parchment. Merlin, George, how did you brew up such a scent? And Harry, has your nose gone bad? Sue could possibly explain it as a result of brewing too many potions daily, but what is your excuse? As the young lions passed around the potion, each one experienced a distinct aroma. Lin Su turned to see Hermione's face flushed, evidently aware of the potion's nature. George, what exactly is this potion? Ron pressed on. It's a love potion, which allows you to smell your preferred scent, a kind sixth year answered. Ron looked as if he had been struck by lightning. What? Are you saying I fancy Crookshanks? And all that lengthy homework from the professors? Clearly, only Hermione would enjoy that. The blush on Hermione's cheeks swiftly faded, replaced by an angry glare directed at Ron. Lin Su shook her head in disbelief. The two young witches shared a silent understanding and departed for their dormitory together. The next day, as the young wizards gathered in the great hall for breakfast, a boy adorned in a Hufflepuff scarf suddenly stood before Lin Su. He was quite handsome, and Lin Su felt a flicker of familiarity. Though she couldn't quite place him, so she offered a polite smile. The boy returned her smile. Lin, would you accompany me to the Christmas ball? Lin Su was taken aback. After Professor McGonagall announced the ball, he was the first boy to invite her directly. Most people, including herself, assumed she would attend with George. After the boy's invitation, the Gryffindor table erupted in murmurs. Feeling somewhat apologetic, Lin Su smiled back. I'm sorry, senior. But a tall figure with red hair approached her side. Sue has already agreed to go with me. The Hufflepuff boy didn't appear overly disappointed. Of course. You two will make the most harmonious pair. George led Lin Su out of the great hall. It was an ordinary weekend, and time was not pressing. He handed her a parcel wrapped in paper. Here, try this and tell me how it tastes. Lin Su opened it to find a delectable egg pancake, a specialty of Lenida. She was pleasantly surprised. How did you make this? And eagerly took a large bite. George watched her eat like a little hamster, his eyes filled with tenderness. I suppose I couldn't wait for you to have breakfast in the hall. I couldn't let you go hungry. Lin Su was somewhat puzzled by his words. George guided her to the room of requirement, pacing back and forth in front of the tapestry until a door appeared in the wall, one Lin Su had never seen before. He opened the door and gestured for her to enter first. Curiosity sparkling in her eyes, Lin Su stepped inside, discovering that the room of requirement had transformed into a sunlit garden reminiscent of the great hall's ceiling. If she wasn't mistaken, it resembled the small lawn outside the Lin residence, yet adorned to reflect the Weasley garden. Within the room, several threads appeared seemingly out of nowhere, each bearing rectangular pieces of paper. As Lin Su walked to the other side, she realized they were all magical photographs. Chronologically, the first captured her sitting in the hospital wing, her face flushed and steam rising from her head. She had just lowered her hands from her face and looked startled upon seeing the camera, a mere child at the time. The second photo was from Christmas, where she had mischievously consumed a prank cookie from Fred, sprouting cat ears while donning a Weasley sweater from Molly, looking like a true kitten. The third depicted her bent over a table carving something that resembled a lullaby, initially focusing on Fred, who seemed to be documenting an experiment, before abruptly shifting to Lin Su, the little witch furrowing her brows in concentration. Lin Su's heart raced as she realized how many moments of her life had been captured over the years. From a certain point onward, the images began to feature two figures, and Lin Su stood before one particular photo, 2 years prior, celebrating the twins' birthday with her friends. Colin Creevey had brought a magical camera, though his magic was still clumsy, resulting in this photo lacking motion, yet the lighting was exquisite. In the picture, Lin Su stood in the shadows, while George, illuminated by the candlelight, stood before her. Lin Su gazed up at him, and he lowered his gaze to her. The candlelight reflected in her eyes, though his expression remained obscured. Yet Lin Su remembered how gentle George had looked that day. She reached out to touch the photograph, which, enchanted, sprang to life upon contact. The little witch joyfully stepped into the candlelight, and both of them beamed brightly. Lin Su couldn't help but laugh. The subsequent images were mostly candid shots of the two, seemingly taken without their awareness, suggesting Colin had shared some film with them. For the first time, Lin Su noticed how her gaze toward George mirrored his gaze toward her, both soft and filled with joy. George appeared behind her, presenting a bouquet of flowers adorned with morning dew and starry jasmine roses, which suddenly descended from above. Startled, Lin Su turned around and nearly stumbled into George's embrace. The tall, red-haired youth held a bouquet as vibrant as his hair, his eyes sparkling with warmth. "Sue, would you accompany me to the Christmas ball?" Chapter 16. Tears. Lin Su noticed a flicker of annoyance in George's eyes. The words he had intended to say were likely different. The little witch hid her hands behind her back and mumbled softly. George, clearly having heard her, pressed on. "Did you say something, Sue?" Lin Su met his gaze. "Weren't you quite assertive in the Great Hall, just now? When did I ever agree to anything?" Her cheeks blushed as if she had consumed wine, her eyes brimming with laughter. George quickly admitted his error. "I was wrong. Sue, please forgive me." Lin Su accepted the flowers from his hands. "Then I shall be magnanimous and forgive you." George continued to gaze at her. "Sue, you still haven't answered one question." Lin Su raised the bouquet to shield her face. "Doesn't this indicate my answer?" In a swift motion, George lifted Lin Su into his arms and twirled her around, eliciting a small gasp from her. Once they stopped, Lin Su realized they had switched places, and she caught a glimpse of George hastily hiding something behind his back. "What's that?" Lin Su, disregarding any shyness, held the bouquet with one arm and extended the other palm up. "Show me." George feigned innocence. "What?" Lin Su glanced at the photographs suspended on the threads behind him, noticing that one was missing despite George's magic making them shift along the strings. Her expression unchanged. She pointed at George's back. "What are you hiding?" His tousled red hair fell as he looked down, making his eyes appear even more innocent. Lin Su reached out to snatch it away, and indeed, it was a photograph from a Quidditch match she participated in, showing her and George each grabbing the arm of a Hufflepuff chaser as he fell from the air. Lin Su exclaimed. So that senior was the unfortunate soul, the very one who had been struck by the bludger she dodged, suffering a broken leg, and subsequently waking to find Lockhart apprehended. It was reasonable to suspect he had invited her to the ball to satisfy his curiosity. George's eyes widened. "So, Sue, you didn't recognize him earlier?" Lin Su laughed sheepishly. "It's been a long time." Joyfully, George hung the photograph back up. Lin Su examined the bouquet in her arms. The 3 central roses were still in bud. She placed her hand over them and used her magic to coax them open. George turned just in time to see her discovery. Nestled within the bouquet were 3 small memory stones. Lin Su placed the bouquet on a white table in the garden and carefully levitated the memory stones from the blossoms. George exhaled deeply, bracing himself for the impending judgment. Lin Su cast a glance at George, inexplicably feeling a wave of nervousness wash over her as well. Seeking to lighten the mood, she jested, "Why are you so tense?" The red-haired boy wore a serious expression as he grasped Lin Su's hand and sequentially picked up the first memory stone. To Lin Su, the contents recorded on this stone seemed rather mundane, primarily documenting her experiments in potion making, albeit in an accelerated format. Nevertheless, the boy beside her observed with utmost seriousness, his lips curling upwards with each of her successes and furrowing with each of her failures. The second stone contained her records of treating patients at St. Mungo's, and George remained equally engrossed. Lin Su couldn't help but smile as she joined him in earnest observation, noting that the memory stone compressed time into a mere 5 minutes. With only her victorious smile shown at normal speed, she wondered how many times George must have watched these moments before compiling them onto a single stone. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip on George's hand, which he had yet to release. Finally, they arrived at the 3rd stone, and Lin Su sensed George's tension rising anew, piquing her curiosity about its contents. Channeling his magic, the image that emerged was finally George's face, his red hair still radiant within the projection. He repeatedly practiced saying, "I like you, Sue," in Chinese. From his initial awkwardness and frustration, Lin Su witnessed George's gradual fluency, and as he spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears. The young witch's face and eyes flushed crimson as she covered her face, wishing to conceal her emotions from him. Gently, George removed her hands from her face and, mirroring the image from the memory stone, declared, "I like you, Sue." Lin Su, with tear-filled eyes, retorted, "You silly fool. Why did you take so long?" George wiped away her tears, apologizing. "I'm sorry. You know how difficult the pronunciation is in Huaxia. Besides, I haven't gifted you enough. Only 100. Confused, Lin Su lifted her gaze, suddenly recalling the numerous small trinkets George had given her recently, which indeed added up to nearly 100. Why 100? She asked. George affectionately ruffled her hair, explaining, during the years we didn't know each other, you deserve gifts too. I asked Uncle Lin, and he said that 10 is a favorable number in your culture. Thus, I wanted to compensate for each year with 10 gifts. Lin Su felt a lump in her throat, realizing her father was behind this, undoubtedly with her mother's sentiments in mind. But why the first 2 memory stones? They seemed meaningless. George cupped her face, insisting, how could they be meaningless? Everything you do is significant. If I cannot assist you, I will at least document every failure and success you experience. Lin Su broke into a smile, and as George gazed into her still teary eyes, he asked softly, do you like me, Su? Initially shaking her head, she grasped his hand as he attempted to withdraw it. George, you can help. You don't realize that every time I feel lost, your presence gives me strength. George's expression softened as she continued speaking. Last time I mentioned that seeing a patient improve felt like receiving a jar of blue flame jam from Hermione in winter. I didn't finish my thought. That feeling is more akin to the warmth of your smile when you greet me at my dining table on your broom. In those moments, I feel compelled to persevere. Lin Su, not having consumed any alcohol, blushed deeply, tears still glistening in her eyes, yet she resolutely expressed her feelings. Unaware of the profound impact her words had on him, George once again cradled her face, and as the red-haired boy leaned closer, she nervously shut her eyes. The kiss she had envisioned did not land on her soft lips, but instead gently brushed away the tear that had slipped from her eye as she closed them. Chapter 17. Dance partner Lin Su's eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes, only to find the red-haired boy gazing at her intently. Upon her awakening, the kiss finally found its rightful place. In a sunlit spot reminiscent of both their gardens, they shared their first kiss. Lin Su's immediate reaction was, George, did you eat apple-flavored candy? Her voice brimmed with surprise. The red-haired boy appeared somewhat chagrined. I didn't realize you liked apples. I thought your favorite fruit was grapes. At least, that's what Linida told me. Did he deceive me? Lin Su could read his expression and reassured him, Dad, didn't he deceive you? My favorite fruit is indeed grapes. George fell into a spiral of self-doubt. Could it be that my potion went awry? Su, could you smell it again? He produced a sealed bottle of his potion. Lin Su declined. George, smelling it again won't change anything. I will still detect the apple scent first, followed by the faint aroma of sweet oranges mixed with other candy. The red-haired boy gazed at her innocently. Why, Su? With a serious expression, Lin Su blocked his advances. Think for yourself. George began to ponder, yet despite their time spent in the room of requirement, he remained perplexed. Lin Su's expression soured as they had lingered there too long. It was well past mealtime, and they returned directly to the Gryffindor common room. Upon entering, she was not surprised to see Fred inviting Angelina, a quintessential Weasley display. In contrast, George seemed far more refined, prompting Lin Su to decide that if George couldn't figure it out by the Christmas ball, she would reveal the answer. Ron and Hermione sat at the same table, and judging by Ron's expression, he was concocting some ill-timed remarks. Lin Su boldly approached, separating the two and situating herself between them, while George naturally sat beside Fred. Unfortunately, Lin Su was still upset, but he genuinely had no recollection of any connection to apples. Slytherin, however, had a platinum-haired boy who adored green apples. As George contemplated this, he recalled a moment from last year when he had felt jealousy over Lin Su giving Malfoy a green apple, and how she had coaxed him with an apple afterward. But shouldn't he have been the one smelling the apple scent? In truth, he could only detect the rich aroma of butter, a scent he had recognized since Lin Su's first year, uniquely hers. Initially, he assumed it stemmed from her baking in the kitchen, yet he later discovered that the house elf's butter did not carry her fragrance. Gradually, he realized he was the only one who could smell it. Even when Su cast the disillusionment charm, he could find her by her scent. Seated beside Hermione, Lin Su became acutely aware of a gaze fixated on her, growing increasingly intense. Could you not be so obvious? She shot a glare at George. Yet her flushed cheeks lacked any intimidation, only eliciting laughter from him. Ron glanced between his brother and Lin Su before turning to Harry. Harry, is something different? Harry shrugged. They probably just want to practice dancing. Suddenly, Ron felt a pang of anxiety, with one less girl in their duo. He had missed the moment George had claimed his territory due to his friend's late breakfast. The little lions clearly hadn't anticipated that Ron, as a participant, would be entirely oblivious. Clearing his throat, he prepared to make a dangerous statement, but Lin Su seized Hermione's hand, suggesting, Hermione, why don't we head to the library? Hermione, unaware of Ron's intentions, pondered that some information needed to be researched, thus agreeing readily. Under the watchful gaze of George, Lin Su endeavored to depart the Gryffindor common room with an air of nonchalance, while Ron trailed behind Harry. Upon reaching the library, Madame Pants exchanged pleasantries with Hermione. the brightest of Gryffindor's scholars, as she recalled. Scanning the surroundings, she noted that Krum was indeed absent. The two girls settled quietly to commence their homework. Ron awkwardly squeezed his way over, but before he could gather his thoughts, Krum arrived, accompanied by his legion of admirers, who had multiplied in anticipation of the upcoming Christmas ball. Krum scanned the entrance for his target, and at last, the girl with the voluminous hair had arrived. The robust youth approached Hermione directly. Ron, captivated by his idol, completely forgot what he had intended to say. With a clear purpose, Krum took a seat opposite Hermione, flanked by Lin Su and Ron and Harry. Without uttering a word, he slid a note across to Hermione. Hesitantly, she accepted it, revealing a somewhat clumsy English invitation. "Would you accompany me to the ball?" Despite the misspellings, Hermione grasped his intent. Clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, she felt a flush rise to her cheeks, while the talented seeker across from her remained fixed on his prey, poised to strike. Ron, consumed by curiosity, bombarded her with questions, only to be shooed out of the library by Madame Pants. Lin Su sighed in exasperation. It was quite the challenge to maintain her composure. Hermione replied that she needed time to consider, and Krum nodded, turning his attention to a book. Lin Su observed the curiosity and jealousy etched on the faces of Krum's admirers. Meanwhile, Harry was lost in reverie, pondering the familiar scent he had detected from the love potion, which lingered tantalizingly just out of reach in his memory. Outside, Ron was in a state of agitation, his mind racing with thoughts of inviting Hermione to choose between him and Harry as her dance partner. If Hermione attended the ball alone, she would surely be the subject of ridicule. Accustomed to having Hermione by his side, Ron had never entertained the notion of her attending the ball with someone else, alas. Sometimes his words were more muted than amused. Lin Su refrained from prompting Ron to awaken to his feelings, believing he ought to experience a dose of jealousy. Strangely enough, without her intervention, Harry had invited Ginny, and Neville's partner had become Luna. Regardless, Christmas soon arrived, and Hogwarts showcased its finest to welcome the Yule Ball. With the Great Hall adorned more splendidly than in any previous year, it seemed that everything was progressing splendidly, save for Ron in the dim corner, who had not invited anyone and was consequently mocked by his twin brothers. Yet, he remained unfazed, merely directing envious glares at his friend Harry, who had silently invited his sister. Chapter 18. The Yule Ball. The only bright spot in Ron's mood was the fact that his outfit was brand new, a splendid ensemble gifted by Molly, although he was certain he would not be dancing in it that evening. Soon, the champions led their respective partners into the opening dance. Hermione, clad in a stunning blue gown that shimmered with hints of purple under the lights, had her hair smoothed by a potion and styled into an elegant updo. Standing beside the tall Krum, she appeared delicate and enchanting. Ron's gaze shifted from Harry to Hermione, captivated by her beauty. Cedric and Cho, the quintessential couple, seemed to preside over the event, as though it were a celebration of their engagement, while Fleur Delacour and Roger Davies resembled a lady and her attendant. Lin Su, hand in hand with George, sought a quieter corner, as he was concerned that the heels she wore might tire her. Lin Su surveyed the hall's occupants while George watched her intently. For some time, he had speculated about the source of the apple scent that lingered around her, but he had yet to arrive at a definitive answer. However, at that moment, he was devoid of such thoughts. Lin Su wore a delicate off-the-shoulder pink gown, the silk slip beneath draped with a layer of sheer fabric adorned with rose petals at the waist and bust. The fitted design accentuated her slender figure, while her bare shoulders and arms glowed with an alabaster hue. Her dark hair was loosely pinned up, embellished with a few rose petals, and she had chosen a set of rose-themed earrings and necklace from the trinkets George had given her, transforming her into a veritable rose fairy. Leaning close to George's ear, she whispered, "The roses are from that day you gifted them to me." She had preserved half in a vase with freshness potion to retain their vitality, while a small portion adorned her dress and hair, yielding a delightful effect. George distinctly felt the swallow in his throat as he resolved to etch this enchanting witch into his memory forever. As the opening dance concluded, George rose, bowing slightly to Lin Su, offering his hand. She reciprocated the gesture, placing her hand within his, and together they glided onto the dance floor. They had practiced their steps numerous times, and although Lin Su struggled with the heels, their coordination was impeccable. Should she falter, George would swiftly draw her into his embrace. When Lin Su was lifted by George, she gazed into his eyes and broke into a radiant smile. George, entranced by her joy, found himself stepping on her toes several times during the lively music, yet he appeared utterly delighted. Fortunately, the fast-paced tunes were few, transitioning to softer melodies. Allowing Lin Su to rest comfortably in George's half-embrace, her ear pressed against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat as they savored the moment together. As the music drew to a close, Lin Su wrapped her arms around George's neck, urging him to lower his head slightly. In a hushed tone by his ear, She revealed the answer to a long-held mystery. The first candy you gave me on the Hogwarts Express was apple-flavored. Pleased to witness George's ears reddening visibly, Lin Su, though blushing herself, beamed with delight. Initially intending to stealthily withdraw her arms, she found that his hold remained steadfast, drawing her back into his embrace. The little witch's gaze mirrored that of a startled fawn. Though she had been the one to provoke, she was now more flushed than her intended target. They continued to sway gently with the music, Lin Su's feet resting atop George's shoes, her heels in his hand. He leaned down, bringing his lips close to her ear. Do you remember the Valentine's Day 2 years ago, when we showcased our little products together? He murmured, causing her ears to redden at an astonishing rate. I simply wish to prevent any other witches from confessing their feelings to you, especially with the gnome brought in by Lockhart, stirring things up. I hope you aren't upset with me. George's voice was laced with tenderness, prompting Lin Su to bury her face in his embrace. Remus Lupin, the former Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, was also in attendance at the Yule Ball, seated alongside Dumbledore, both holding glasses of wine, evidently observing Lin Su and George. Ah, the joys of youth, he mused, before catching sight of Harry and Ginny in another corner. Harry appeared to be whispering something to Ginny, who nodded before he lifted a strand of her hair to inhale its scent. Oh, and over here were Hermione and Ron. Hermione's cheeks were flushed from their recent dance. While Ron stood before her, Lin Su noticed this too and tugged at George's hand, leading him over. Mrs. Weasley must have forgotten to bestow emotional intelligence upon dear little Ron. George bent down to assist the little witch in fastening her shoes. In truth, I believe the emotional intelligence in our household resides solely with me. Lin Su observed the flat shoes that George had magically transformed, nodding in agreement. However, it seemed the situation was not quite as they envisioned. Hermione appeared remarkably unperturbed, which was no small feat. Hermione, are you and Krum seeing each other? Ron's inquiry was rather straightforward. Hermione shook her head. No, we are merely dance partners. Although Krum has indeed expressed his affections, he remarked that I am a good girl. And he knew it from the moment he first laid eyes on me. I thought you might fancy him, considering Krum's name sounds so much like Crookshanks. Ron began to ramble, but Crookshanks has no nose, while Krum's nose is quite pronounced. Hermione looked perplexed. Ron, what on earth are you trying to say? Ron pursed his lips into silence. Lin Su tugged at George's finger. Has Ron finally had a moment of clarity? The young couple was currently eavesdropping from behind the curtains, when suddenly they heard Ginny's voice. Perhaps. Lin Su and George turned to find Harry, and Ginny had also slipped over. Further away, Dumbledore and Lupin sat opposite each other, wine glasses in hand, their eyes covertly glancing in this direction. Upon noticing Lin Su, the two even raised their glasses in a silent toast. Lin Su had no doubt that Dumbledore and Lupin possessed some subtle means to overhear the conversation. Oh dear, Lin Su mused, surprised to discover how curious so many were. Hermione, you know that potion George had everyone smell in the common room that night was a love potion. You certainly understand its effects, being as clever as you are. Ron stammered. Chapter 19. Do you feel the same? Ron's words triggered Hermione's recollection of what he had said that night, and she began to feel irritation rise within her. Thus, Hermione crossed her arms and raised her chin defiantly. So what of it? Ron stuttered. I smelled Crookshanks' scent. Hermione was irate. Ah, so it seems you are quite fond of Crookshanks. And of ink and parchment, I presume? Yes, you enjoy doing homework, don't you? Ron sighed in relief. You feel the same way. Lin Su, George, Harry, and Ginny collectively raised their eyebrows in confusion. Lin Su noted Dumbledore and Lupin shaking their heads. It was hard to fathom the workings of Ron's mind. Hermione, at a loss for words, responded. So, you called me here at such a pivotal moment merely to tell me you have a liking for Crookshanks and enjoy doing homework? Ron himself appeared puzzled. I don't know, Hermione. Dean said what I like ISNT Crookshanks or homework, but never mind. It's unimportant. Lin Su could no longer contain herself. The most crucial word had been the latter. She had already begun to feel anger on Hermione's behalf. But, Hermione, why does it irritate me to see Krum dancing with you? Ron blurted out unexpectedly. I just feel you shouldn't be dancing with him. Have you forgotten how furious you were when he smashed the dragon egg in the first task? Upon hearing the first half of his statement, hope flickered anew amongst the group, only to be mercilessly extinguished by the latter part. Lin Su could easily imagine Hermione's expression at that moment. She must have rolled her eyes at Ron in exasperation. Huh? Did you forget you were the one who said those dragon eggs were fake and not worth getting upset over? You still wanted his autograph. And who do you think I should dance with? Of course, with me or Harry. We always dance together, don't we? Ron's tone was one of complete bewilderment, as if he were genuinely troubled by the matter. Hermione took a moment to compose herself. So why not be a bit bold and invite me before the ball? Ron bit his lip in silence. After learning that Harry had invited Ginny, Ron began to relentlessly pursue his friends. questioning them about the meaning of their actions and why they hadn't informed him when they invited their partners. Harry felt uncertain about how to broach the subject. Considering he had invited Ron's beloved younger sister, it felt rather awkward, didn't it? However, that elusive floral scent lingered at the tip of his nose, and he chose to remain silent. Ron was also curious about what Krum had said to Hermione. Yet he received no answers from either side and soon forgot the invitation issue altogether. After that night of smelling the love potion, he had described the scent in the common room, and everyone had heard it. Dean and Seamus had suggested it was because he liked Hermione, a notion he found utterly confounding. Lin Su and George seemed to have entered a brief romance, while their friends had matured, leaving him in a state of ignorance. When he finally pieced things together, Harry informed him that Hermione had agreed to be Krum's partner. Strangely, he found himself devoid of the desire to invite anyone else, blaming it on Harry's failure to seek a partner alongside him. In any case, Ron had been feeling quite distressed lately. He had always been direct in his inquiries. Yet now his two closest friends withheld answers from him, and he couldn't even decipher his own feelings for Hermione. This evening, witnessing Hermione's beauty as she danced with Krum, so radiant, stirred a restlessness within him. He merely wished to confront Hermione, questioning why she, who had once claimed to detest Krum, would choose to dance with him. He wanted to separate Hermione from Krum, just as he was doing now. Even if Hermione were to scold him, he would still deem it more acceptable than witnessing her joyfully dancing with Krum. Lin Su began to understand why Ron's behavior differed from that depicted in books. In the stories, his grievances stemmed from Krum being Harry's rival, and Krum must have been trying to glean information about Harry by getting close to Hermione. This time, too much had changed. Harry hadn't become a champion, and the rationale Ron had concocted to fuel his anger was unfounded. Moreover, George had inadvertently exposed Ron to the love potion in the common room, and nearly the entire Gryffindor house was aware that Ron had spoken about the scent he associated with Hermione, yet Ron remained oblivious. Eventually, someone would enlighten him. After all, even Harry, whose emotional intelligence was only slightly superior to Ron's, was seeking to understand the fragrance he had detected. Faced with the revelation from so many that he fancied Hermione, Ron felt a certain discomfort in her presence. Perhaps he hadn't noticed it himself, but at least he no longer dared to express anger. The group contemplated whether they should stealthily depart, realizing that the evening would likely yield no further developments. Yet Hermione, ever soft-hearted, gazed at the bewildered Ron and sighed. "So, are you going to invite me now? Don't waste the dress that Mrs. Weasley prepared for you." "Indeed, my mother has prepared a brand new gown for me. I mean, this is the first time. Yet, I have no desire to dance with anyone else." "Isn't that strange, Hermione?" Ron stated awkwardly. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. Ron could sometimes be quite oblivious, and though Hermione was often exasperated by him, she was precisely the person with the softest heart. She always noticed Ron's awkwardness and insecurities. "So, Hermione, would you care to dance with me?" Ron finally mustered the courage to ask. Of course. The two were finally about to emerge from the corner when Lin Su quickly signaled to the eavesdropping friends to retreat. As a group shifted, they discovered that the number of eavesdroppers had more than doubled. Among the newcomers were Fred and Angelina, Lee Jordan and his partner, and, if Lin Su wasn't mistaken, the gossip-loving Hufflepuff upperclassman. Indeed, wherever there was gossip, he was sure to be present. The group exchanged awkward smiles, swiftly and tacitly linking arms with their respective partners, pretending they had merely danced their way over. Due to the crowd, Ron had no reason to suspect anything. While Hermione shot an annoyed glance at the assemblage, her cheeks flushed, yet she ultimately said nothing. Lin Su and George slipped out of the hall, with George draping his coat over Lin Su's shoulders. Lin Su's wand found its way into George's pocket. She retrieved it and waved it, instantly conjuring a matching coat for him, both garments imbued with warmth. With the mastery of magic at their fingertips, why should one endure the chill alone? The two traversed a garden that was transformed from its usual visage, and, as fate would have it, stumbled upon the conversation between Snape and Karkaroff. Lin Su overheard Karkaroff mention having felt a heat emanating from something months prior, a sensation that lingered ambiguously. Snape, his patience wearing thin, brusquely instructed him to find a place to hide. Then, Lin Su bore witness to the iconic scene of Snape catching a young couple amidst the rose bushes, prompting her to discreetly conceal herself behind George. In Chapter 20, Mistletoe, she gifted Professor Snape a potion of her own concoction, one that could potentially alleviate the Cruciatus curse. But that was merely the beginning. In a rather mischievous act, she also presented him with enough hairspray to last 7 or 8 years. Prior to the ball, she had cleverly stashed it in her discreet bag and, employing a disillusionment charm, snuck into Snape's office, where the steadfast Weston resolutely refused to deliver the package, rendering Lin Su's delectable offerings ineffective. Uncertain if the professor had returned to his office, she opted to remain unseen for the time being. George, as her devoted boyfriend, accompanied her in this escapade, finding her bashful demeanor rather amusing. Witnessing Lin Su's earlier excitement, he was genuinely surprised by her apparent lack of fear. Consequently, when he saw her donned in her formal attire, he was utterly captivated, as it had only been an hour since she had placed the hairspray before Snape's office door. As they strolled, George pulled her from her hiding place, his gaze fixed intently on her. Lin Su, still oblivious to the imminent danger, scanned the surroundings to confirm Snape's departure. When George called her name again, a blush crept to her cheeks. Why did the same name sound so sweet when uttered by him? She attempted to cover his mouth, but he instead raised a finger to point above them, where a lush cluster of mistletoe hung, flourishing rapidly. George took hold of the hand Lin Su had just lifted, encircling her waist with his other arm, and beneath the mistletoe, they shared a tender, lingering kiss. Initially, Lin Su found nothing amiss, but the omnipresence of mistletoe in every corner began to stir an inkling of unease within her, though she was too entranced to fully comprehend it. The lipstick she had applied became indistinct, blurring the lines between their lips. Wait, George. Lin Su managed to regain her voice. Why is there mistletoe everywhere? George's face brushed against her cheek as he replied, It's perfectly normal, Su. Mistletoe is a customary decoration during Christmas. Lin Su vaguely agreed, her senses dulled by the events of the evening, only half registering George's words as he had partaken in a drink at the ball. Thus, she failed to notice her beloved boyfriend discreetly casting the fertilization charm on the mistletoe above them, a charm she had once inquired about from Professor Sprout. The last kiss tasted of grapes, as George had popped a breath mint just before. They returned to the Gryffindor common room, where the hour was late. Those without dates had retreated to their dormitories, while couples could be found nestled in various corners. Lin Su felt a cool handkerchief pressed against her warm cheeks, gently wiping away the remnants of her makeup. It seemed Hermione had come to her aid, helping her back to her dormitory, where, in a drowsy haze, she recalled having sent something to Dumbledore, uncertain if he had noticed. Dumbledore, however, found it impossible not to notice. The little witch had positioned the mirror of Eriste prominently in his office, adorned with a piece of parchment inscribed with I love you, until death. Below it, an illustration of a blood pact. Dumbledore removed the parchment, prompting curiosity from the portraits on the wall regarding its contents. It appeared the little witch's alchemical skills had advanced, as she had cast a spell on the parchment visible only to him. Alas, I am no longer young, he murmured, only to find another phrase inscribed on the parchment. Love is not exclusive to the young. Amused, he spoke a few more words, yet the parchment yielded only those two statements. Dumbledore stepped to the window, gazing upon Hogwarts shrouded in the moonlight, and after a moment, returned to the mirror of Eriste. Albus, you must not become enraptured, cautioned the portrait of the former headmaster, Armando Dipet, echoing sentiments from years past. Dumbledore, fixated on the image in the mirror, naturally acquiesced. Of course, I already possess an abundance of woolen socks. The once whispering portraits fell silent. Though the Christmas ball had concluded, the holiday season was far from over, and the young wizards finally began to tackle their holiday assignments. Lin Su noticed that Ron had grown increasingly docile in Hermione's presence, even refraining from retorts, though he remained ever ready to copy her work, only to be met with Hermione's scolding. Strangely, he seemed to relish this dynamic. Lin Su exchanged glances with Harry, subtly distancing themselves from Ron. Her dear boyfriend was likely off negotiating business with Fred, particularly since this was the same individual who had once duped the twins with counterfeit galleons, a venture that could have yielded them a considerable fortune. It was no wonder George had been so clingy during the ball. It appeared he had matters to attend to. Dumbledore seemed to have briefly departed the school, and Lin Su wondered if he would meet with an old acquaintance, hoping they would both find peace. While visiting Hagrid's hut with the trio, Lin Su suddenly recalled a forgotten detail. With a flicker of hope, she asked Hagrid, has Rita Skeeter, the journalist from the Daily Prophet, come to interview you? In the book, she had accompanied Harry, the brave warrior, to Hagrid's dwelling, and she had overlooked this detail. It was uncertain whether Rita would seek news in this location. After Hagrid affirmed her inquiry, Lin Su's hopes were dashed. That wretched bug was indeed a nuisance. Dumbledore forbade her from entering the school outside of competition times. But that day I was feeding my blast-ended scruts, which had grown quite large. She appeared out of nowhere, startling me and the scruts, injuring my arm in the process. Hagrid recounted, eager to show them his scar. Lin Su and Hermione exchanged worried glances. Rita Skeeter's appearance was hardly fortuitous for Hagrid. However, the half-giant displayed no sense of urgency. She asked me about some things, and I think I answered pretty well, but unfortunately, nothing has been published yet. He even seemed somewhat disappointed. On the first day after the holiday, the Daily Prophet published an interview with Hagrid, titled Dumbledore's Major Blunder. The matter of the riddle Horcrux remained undisclosed, yet Hagrid's expulsion resurfaced, along with his half-giant lineage, meticulously detailed by Rita. Chapter 21, Treasures. began with Professor Grubblyplank substituting for care of magical creatures, showcasing a splendid unicorn that captivated many young hearts. Yet, Lin Su and her friends found little joy in the spectacle. At the recent Christmas ball, they had danced and reveled, only now learning of Hagrid's lineage from the Daily Prophet. After dinner, the friends made their way to Hagrid's hut, but he refused to open the door, despite the unmistakable sounds of Fong barking from inside, indicating he was indeed home. Lin Su stepped forward and cast an unlocking charm, causing Hagrid, who was seated in his cottage wiping his nose with a handkerchief, to freeze in surprise the moment the door swung open. Harry entered first, exclaiming, "Hagrid, why have you taken so long to open the door? It's freezing outside." Ron rubbed his hands together, adding, Yes, Hagrid, are you making that beef stew today?" Hermione, while using her wand to stoke the fire in Hagrid's hearth, inquired, "Hagrid, why haven't you lit a fire?" Crookshanks leapt into Hagrid's arms, and the half-giant instinctively caught the ginger cat, staring blankly at the three friends. The small cottage quickly filled to capacity as the twins squeezed in as well. "You shouldn't have come here," Hagrid murmured. "Why not?" The twins chimed in unison. "Are you really going to eat us?" Lin Su illuminated all the candles in the cottage, saying, "Hagrid, don't mind Skeeter. She always seeks to draw attention to herself. Indeed, just look at how she portrayed Diggory and Cho as tragic figures of the wizarding world." The young wizards chattered animatedly. Hagrid was still in a daze when a noise from outside indicated something was banging against the door. Crookshanks dashed to the entrance, crouching eagerly. It appeared there was a familiar visitor outside. Harry opened the door, and a large black dog, its fur blanketed in snow, rushed in without acknowledging the occupants of the room, shaking off the snow and drenching the young wizards in the process. Crookshanks swiftly padded over and swatted the big dog on the nose, prompting it to pause. Sirius transformed back into his human form and greeted the group. "Oh, why are you little wizards not in your dormitories? I was hoping to find Hagrid for a drink. Remus can't come and go as he pleases like I do." Clearly, he had not noticed the cottage was filled with people. Hermione had a sudden epiphany, tugging at Lin Su's sleeve. "Sue, perhaps Rita Skeeter is an illegal animagus." Hagrid had mentioned that Dumbledore forbade her from entering the school during non-competition periods, yet she had interviewed Hagrid outside of those times, and those details were certainly not divulged by him. The two young witches exchanged glances, and George wrapped an arm around his girlfriend. "Such an intriguing matter. You must include Fred and me." Thus, in mid-January, during their visit to Hogsmeade, the group found themselves in the Three Broomsticks Tavern. They had encountered Rita Skeeter there before, and it was anticipated she would return to interview students. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, Rita arrived at the Three Broomsticks, and Harry along with the twins began discussing Hagrid's situation. He had resumed teaching following the encouragement of his friends and Dumbledore. As they exited the tavern, they noticed a figure trailing behind them. After turning a secluded corner, Rita's silhouette vanished. Lin Su, having cast the disillusionment charm, followed Rita out of the tavern. Once Rita transformed into a beetle, Lin Su produced the transparent jar prepared by Hermione and swiftly trapped the loathsome insect inside. Hermione then took an apple, cutting off a piece to toss into the jar, saying this should suffice to keep her fed for a week. The beetle was housed in their dormitory, and Crookshanks would spend hours fixated on the jar, causing the green beetle to flutter its wings in panic, desperately attempting to escape. Crookshanks, excited, would nudge the jar, sending it rolling across the floor. After 10 days, they handed the jar containing the beetle to Moody, who instructed Kingsley to send an order to apprehend the illegal animagus, aiming to disrupt Hogwarts' peace. The interrogation seemed to drag on, and by the time the second task commenced in February, the journalist interviewing the champions was now Rita Skeeter. That morning, Lin Su prepared Hermione a set of warm and waterproof garments, insisting she wear them beneath her robes. After breakfast, Hermione was called away by Colin, who said Professor McGonagall was looking for her. Initially, Ron dismissed it, but as the event drew nearer, he grew anxious. The twins each took hold of one of Ron's arms to escort him to the competition grounds. Although Harry was also worried, he reassured himself upon seeing Lin Su that Hermione would be fine. The champions were to retrieve their treasures from under the water, and Fleur Delacour was the first to surface, but her arms were empty. Ron, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, kept glancing towards the castle, trying to catch a glimpse of Hermione, but to no avail. Fleur was surrounded by Beauxbatons students and Madame Maxime, her face pale as she clearly realized what her treasure was. When Cedric emerged from the depths with Cho, both Harry and Ron were taken aback. They knew where Hermione was. Ron dashed to the spot where the champions were surfacing, but was stopped by the professors. Fortunately, a few moments later, Victor Krum, donning a shark's head, brought up a pale-faced Hermione. Soon, Grindelwald delivered Fleur's younger sister Gabrielle as well, exchanging a few words with Dumbledore. Ron rushed over, snatching a large towel from Madame Pomfrey and draping it over Hermione, followed closely by Lin Su, Harry, and the others. Lin Su cast a drying charm on Hermione, removing the water from her hair and robes. Hermione, startled by Ron's outburst, heard Crumb calling her name. Hermione, stop. You mustn't call her that. You great oaf. Ron yelled in frustration. How could you put her in such danger? Ludo Bagman approached in an attempt to placate him. Young Weasley. This is not a decision he could make. The organizers did not inform the champions beforehand of what would be hidden. And the task is meant to challenge the champion's deepest values. Ron, undeterred by the identity of his opponent, retorted with a quick tongue. Is Hermione merely his treasure? Hermione stood up from the ground, wrapped in the towel, her cheeks flushed as she urged Ron to be quiet. Lin Su and George exchanged knowing glances, while Fred let out a loud whistle nearby, startling Percy, who stood behind Barty Crouch. Little Ron was truly brave this time. Chapter 22. Premeditated plans. The friends left without even waiting for the judges' scores. With 4 months remaining until the final task, Lin Su had completed most of her preparations in the 3rd year, allowing her to enjoy the leisurely moments of the 4th year with her friends. Approximately 2 months later, during a potions class, Karkaroff approached Snape with a look of panic. Lin Su could clearly see the dark mark on their left arms pulsating with dark magic, though it was far weaker than that within a Horcrux. After class, she asked Harry if he had had any dreams lately or if his scar had hurt. Harry shook his head, stating that he had been doing quite well, aside from not being able to practice Quidditch. He and Ginny would often practice spells together in the room of requirement, and he had begun to notice the increasingly prominent floral scent emanating from her. Those around him were thriving. Ron and Hermione, though not openly acknowledging their relationship, were clearly different from before. During their trips to Hogsmeade, Sirius and Lupin would wait for them there, and everyone would share butterbeer together, with Lin Su even managing to enjoy a glass, though she would ultimately need to be carried back by George. Recently, they had visited the Hogshead Inn, which had been freshly cleaned. Dobby was now working there, responsible for cleaning and serving, though the bartender's mixing duties remained unchanged. Hermione invited Dobby to promote her spew initiative, hoping he could demonstrate to the Hogwarts house elves how a free and paid elf could operate, but the results were underwhelming, with many house elves feeling ashamed of Dobby's actions. Shan Shan has also taken up work in the kitchens of Hogwarts, yet she remains sorrowful due to her dismissal from the Crouch household. Most of the time, she succumbs to excessive drinking, and the house elves harbor a disdain for her, although she is unwilling to leave, unlike Dobby. Furthermore, Sirius mentioned that Creature clutches Regulus's locket daily, and recently he has shown a newfound vigor, thoroughly cleaning the old house at Grimmauld Place. At the Hogshead Inn, Ariana's portrait has gained an additional 20 or so goats with pristine white coats, while the girl, hands on her hips, brandishes a whip to drive them. Upon seeing Lin Su, she perceives a savior and shyly requests if she might bring in another sheepdog, as the flock has become excessively noisy, especially with the recent births of lambs, astonishing her companions. In reality, Dean had whimsically depicted several pregnant ewes in the painting, and Lin Su's wand possesses the power to enhance vitality, enabling these ewes to give birth within the confines of the artwork, where they remain unchanged. And the lambs will never grow. The twins seem to have struck a minor deal with Ludo Bagman and the joke shop, resulting in commendable sales of fake wands and canary biscuits. Aside from Shan Shan, everything appears to be as splendid as a fairy tale ending. Yet Lin Su recognizes that this is not the conclusion. If her intuition serves her correctly, all will culminate during the Triwizard Tournament's finale. During that time, everyone's focus will be on the tournament, providing Voldemort and young Barty the perfect opportunity to act. After all, his available minions are few. Most of the Death Eaters who were not apprehended back then have been incarcerated in Azkaban for causing disturbances during the Quidditch World Cup. Although they inherently wavered in their loyalties, any sign of a resurgence would render them suitable pawns. Alas, they are now all imprisoned. The remaining free ones are more likely to weigh their options, and Voldemort has yet to regain his corporeal form. Thus, it is wisest for them to remain undetected. Harry feels it might be a psychological effect, and that night he dreams. In his dream, he finds himself in a dilapidated, eerie house, its walls crawling with desiccated vines. Somewhere he seems to have seen it before. If Lin Su were to gaze upon it, she would recognize it as the Gunter Manor. A voice is speaking, seemingly making promises to a person named Fenrir Greyback. Alongside this name, Harry also hears another familiar name, Barty Crouch. Yet the figure that appears is a somewhat gaunt, handsome young man, not the elderly stickler he is acquainted with. Harry remains vigilant and informs Lin Su of this event the following day. It is to be expected that Voldemort seeks collaboration with werewolves, although some matters require adjustment. Dumbledore's demeanor is rather peculiar, as he seems to have entirely entrusted the situation to her, even positioning himself as one who follows her lead, which is a stark contrast to the Dumbledore she knows. However, time is drawing near, and Dumbledore is reluctant to divulge the reasons. She has no leisure to ponder such issues. During the time she might contemplate these matters, she prefers to spend more moments with her boyfriend. With less than a month remaining until the final task, the original Quidditch pitch has been overtaken by a colossal maze. George persistently attempts to persuade her to explore it, but she firmly declines. She has no desire to witness the increasingly peculiar blast-ended scroots. Consequently, the two turn their attention to the Forbidden Forest. Throughout the previous year, she had often sought potion ingredients and even snuck in to take a sip from a coffin. Remarkably, she had not encountered a centaur once. This time alongside George. They had scarcely entered when they encountered Firenze. Beside him stood Bane, whose expression bore impatience, while Firenze greeted them with a beaming smile, as if he had been awaiting their arrival. "Greetings, Sue, and this red-haired fellow. I have seen you before," Firenze cheerfully addressed them. George kept hold of Lin Su's hand, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Sue's boyfriend, George Weasley." Indeed, the bond between you is profound. It is evident to us, after all. We possess a certain talent in this regard," Firenze remarked, seemingly in high spirits, even offering them relationship advice. "Sue, I must say, you need to be more candid. Your relationship will grow stronger, although it is already quite solid. The stars indicate a connection between you two." Lin Su's complexion subtly paled. "Firenze, let us discuss important matters." Bane interjected impatiently, stamping his hoof. He had no interest in hearing his companion expound on youthful romance, even though the stars indeed suggested a complex connection between the two. The centaur with cerulean star-like eyes shrugged. "Very well. Sue, remember what I told you. Pursue what you desire without hesitation. The stars assure me that you will succeed." Lin Su nodded. She recalled that from their last meeting. Had circumstances changed? She felt a surge of anxiety. Firenze perceived her unease. "Relax, Sue. You will indeed succeed. However, tonight the stars have instructed me to convey to you that the secret to your success lies in weaponry." Lin Su was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Firenze's meaning. But at Bane's urging, the two centaurs hastily departed. George gazed at her with a forlorn expression. "Sweetheart, are you concealing something from me?" Lin Su's ears flushed crimson at his address, pondering briefly. She gestured for George to lower his head closer. "Have you not yet realized that my inability to lift my luggage when we first met was an act? After all, she had placed second in the Goblet of Fire. Thus, my intentions regarding you were premeditated." Chapter 23. The Prophecy Ball. After hearing this, "Do you love me even more?" Lin Su blinked, locking eyes with George. "Sweetheart, you seem to have grown bolder." He wrapped his arms around the little witch's waist, their breaths drawing perilously close. "Ahem. I apologize, but you both ought to return to the castle." The keeper of the grounds appeared for the first time in years during her nocturnal wanderings in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid holding a lantern, Fong excitedly wagging his tail beside him. Lin Su reasonably suspected that Hagrid had begun venturing out at night to catch young couples, likely due to an unsuccessful date with Madame Maxime. "Hagrid, your timing is impeccable," George remarked, his expression quite discomposed. He had nearly kissed his little sweetheart, which would have marked their first kiss in the Forbidden Forest. "Indeed, I share your sentiment. In any case, hurry back to the castle." Hagrid, not wishing to witness their affectionate display, turned with his lantern and walked away, seizing the moment when George's attention was diverted by Hagrid. Lin Su stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on George's Adam's apple. Afterwards, the little witch, her face and ears flushed, chased after Hagrid and Fong, while George, in disbelief, touched the spot where Lin Su's lips had just brushed, the kiss like a petal that had innocently fluttered by. He hurried to catch up with Lin Su, who wore a mischievous grin, her cheeks and ears betraying her shyness. He grasped her hand. "Sweetheart, may I have another kiss?" The half-giant stomped the ground with a resounding thud. "You too. Go wander over there, don't follow me." A week before the third task commenced, Lin Su refrained from lingering with George, opting instead to visit the Hog's Head Inn, where several key members of the Order of the Phoenix were convening. Meanwhile, George and Fred set up a small betting pool regarding which of the three champions would triumph, with the brothers bustling about to encourage the young witches and wizards to place their bets. "Sue, where's your boyfriend?" Sirius teased, holding a glass of drink. "We thought you two could hardly bear to be apart for a moment." In the presence of others, Lin Su was less inclined to be shy, she confidently admitted. "In truth, I do find it hard to part. After all, her boyfriend is young and handsome. Honestly, Sirius, you should find a girlfriend yourself." Sirius raised his glass, feeling somewhat foolish for asking the question. Molly hurried over and embraced her. "Little sweetheart, I still can't believe Dumbledore has allowed you to be involved." Lin Su returned the hug. "Do not worry, dear lady. I am quite capable." Molly shook her head, rendered speechless. A group of individuals had gathered, and Lin Su had already conferred with Dumbledore regarding their strategy. Following the conclusion of the third task, we would face the Dark Lord in a direct confrontation. Dumbledore sat at one end of the long table, a crystal ball before him, an artifact typically belonging to a diviner, yet no one dared to question its presence. Dumbledore always had his reasons. Must both children be involved, Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall's face was etched with disapproval, and they had already argued about this matter several times. Or rather, it was Professor McGonagall who had been engaging in a one-sided dispute. Dumbledore maintained his enigmatic demeanor, which only served to further infuriate her. Minerva. Both children have adequately prepared for this battle. Do not underestimate their capabilities and resolve. Dumbledore's expression remained serene. Lin Su was unfazed by the tense atmosphere. Professor, you know I faced him directly in my first year, and I did not come off worse for wear, did I? She winked at Professor McGonagall. The professor couldn't help but recall the incident when the young witch had struck Voldemort squarely on the nose during her first year. She struggled to banish the image from her mind. Su, you must understand that this is different. Back then, they faced Voldemort's soul fragment, which was bound to Professor Quirrell. This time, they would confront Voldemort in his restored form. Although Dumbledore had not disclosed how he knew Voldemort would regain his body, his current arrangements were clearly aimed at countering the Dark Lord himself. The adults present had steeled themselves for a fierce battle, ready for sacrifice. While Lin Su and Harry remained mere children, Harry had never even participated in a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix. McGonagall firmly opposed their involvement on the battlefield. Dumbledore had summoned everyone to make arrangements for that day. He required them to be at the right place at the right time. This had been previously discussed with Lin Su. Their timing could not be too early, lest they risk exposure, nor too late, as that would complicate matters. Kingsley was the first to depart, needing to organize personnel. Dumbledore mentioned that reliable intelligence indicated the involvement of werewolves. They did not know the exact number of werewolves, but adequate preparations were imperative. Mad-Eye Moody was the second to leave, seeking Dumbledore's assurance regarding the reliability of the undercover operative he would dispatch. Dumbledore expressed his utmost confidence in that individual. Professor McGonagall left in a huff, resolute in her stance, yet it was evident that nothing would change. The only ones remaining were Molly and Lupin. Arthur had been called back by the Ministry of Magic to address a Muggle incident, which bore traces of magic, while Sirius had gone to find Harry, needing to check in with his godson. Molly clearly wished to voice sentiments akin to those of McGonagall. Dumbledore gestured towards the crystal ball before him, inviting Lin Su to place her hand upon it. The loyal servant will find his master. The darkness will awaken once more. The one who holds the secrets of life will aid the one who possesses the power to conquer the Dark Lord, and some will perish in the war. This was the prophecy that Lin Su had revealed to Dumbledore and Lupin, concealed within the crystal ball. She recognized the voice of Professor Sybil Trelawney, and only those mentioned in the prophecy could glean its full meaning. A smile graced her lips. Professor, you should have given this to me sooner. It would have bolstered our confidence in victory. Lupin and Molly regarded her, and Lin Su maintained a composed expression, sharing the prophecy's contents with them while omitting the final line. Molly appeared relieved yet puzzled. Su, who is the one who holds the secrets of life? Lin Su wore a triumphant expression. Perhaps it refers to my ability to heal many. Molly believed her wholeheartedly, knowing the extent of Lin Su's healing magic. They had just been conversing with the Lombard couple, who seemed to have fully recovered, and Nagini from Godric's Hollow appeared to be on the mend as well. Indeed, Su was the one who possessed the secrets of life. Chapter 24. Harry Potter. After Lupin and Molly departed, Lin Su finally let her smile fade. As if deep in contemplation, Dumbledore watched her quietly for a while before speaking. Child, do you feel fear? Lin Su shook her head, offering a calm smile. Professor, there is nothing to fear. In war, some will inevitably perish, and among them will certainly be the Dark Lord. She continued, Professor, I must say, you have underestimated my resolve. Ah, indeed, you are merely a child, Dumbledore replied with a smile. So, after it is all over, do share your stories with me, those experiences you encountered when you read our story. Lin Su paused momentarily before nodding vigorously. I must take my leave, Professor. Sirius should have already spoken with Harry, and I need to have a proper conversation with him as well. Winking at Dumbledore, Lin Su turned and exited the Hogshead Inn. Dumbledore noticed the moment the young witch stepped outside. Her shoulders slumped momentarily before she took a deep breath and straightened her posture. Albus, it is hard to believe you have entrusted everything to a little girl, Aberforth said, scrubbing the bar top vigorously, his displeasure evident. Dumbledore remained silent, quietly sipping his drink before bidding farewell to Ariana and leaving. Lin Su found Harry in the room of requirement. Sirius had already departed, and Harry sat quietly within. Throughout the past year, he had been told of Voldemort's impending resurrection, and he remained the hope of all. Thus, the professors and Sirius had trained him. The previous year's hesitance had not solely been due to his unstable magic, but he sensed there was something more at play. Now, he felt a strong intuition that he was about to receive answers from Lin Su. Hi Harry, how are you? The familiar greeting fell from her lips, Yet Harry looked at his friend and felt a sense of strangeness. Perhaps this was the true version of her. I'm all right. Sue, and you? Harry patted the ground beside him, transforming the area into the hillside near the burrow where they used to play Quidditch. The very same spot he had learned of Lin Su's heritage. Lin Su sat beside him, hugging her knees. Harry, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. In truth, I'm unsure where to begin. Harry turned to his friend, noticing a hint of bewilderment on Lin Su's face, a look he had never seen on her when she was lucid. The Lin Su he knew always had a clear direction. Except when faced with George, they often felt she possessed a determination beyond her years, as if she eternally knew what she wanted to do. Sue, I've always wanted to ask you, how did you acquire Tom Riddle's diary in second year? Harry blurted out. Lin Su chuckled. I stole it from Lucius Malfoy, the current head of the Malfoy family. You were wondering if I had known about the Horcruxes all along, weren't you? Harry nodded. Lin Su pondered for a moment, surprised to realize that these events felt like a distant past. Indeed, I was aware that the diary was a Horcrux, which is why I took it. In my first year, I had already known that Professor Quirrell harbored Voldemort on the back of his head, as well as the truth about Peter Pettigrew being Wormtail, and the locket that Regulus had replaced. I was aware of all of it. Harry was taken aback by Lin Su's candor, yet he could not help but inquire, why? Lin Su provided the same explanation she had given to Dumbledore and Lupin. Perhaps because this world feels like a book I have read, and I have found myself here. Wishing to alter the course and conclusion of this story, Harry took quite a while to digest this passage, remaining silent for an extended period before he finally asked Lin Su, isn't it bad to discuss the original course and conclusion of the story? Lin Su lifted her gaze to the false sky and replied, I'm not sure how to articulate this, Harry. The original ending of the story is indeed positive, yet I find it unsatisfactory. So much was lost along the way. Perhaps it is due to the multitude of regrets that Merlin has brought me here, granting me the ability to alter the course of events. Harry fell silent again for a moment, then inquired, may I know the name of the story? Lin Su turned to him with a smile. It is your name, Harry. The story is titled Harry Potter. From the moment I learned I resided on Privet Drive, I eagerly anticipated the chance to meet you. Harry recalled many memories and felt a mix of emotions. Is that why you extended your hand to help me from such a young age? Lin Su shook her head. Harry, I was unaware of my own magical abilities in my childhood. I believed I would merely be an inconsequential passerby, like a lamppost or a fence on Privet Drive, leaving no trace in your story. Thus, I tried to maintain my distance. However, after our brief encounters, I felt perhaps I could become a Muggle friend of yours. My intentions were not driven by your status as the protagonist. Rather, it was simply because you are Harry, a friend I wish to have. Do you understand? At this, Harry smiled. All right then, why don't you share what you know about the Harry in the story? Lin Su furrowed her brow. Where should I begin, Harry? Perhaps with family. Firstly, his Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon underwent no transformations. This year, Dudley has indulged himself to the point of hospitalization, having been advised to lose weight. All his favorite foods are forbidden, and little Harry cannot eat either. Harry frowned. That sounds dreadful. Lin Su nodded in agreement. Indeed, but he receives food from his friends. On his birthday, he even received 4 enormous cakes, which he hid beneath the floorboards from the Dursleys. When George and Fred took him to a Quidditch match, they dropped a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, which Dudley picked up and consumed, leading Aunt Petunia to consider cutting off his excessively long tongue. Harry couldn't help but laugh. This story must be quite amusing. Yes, at least all the children in the world, or rather the readers, adore it. Lin Su redirected her gaze ahead. Yet, during this year, the story began to transition into its next phase. Little Harry was falsely accused by villains and was forced to partake in the Triwizard Tournament. Becoming the 4th champion, Harry's focus shifted. Then who is his treasure? Is it Ginny? Lin Su raised an eyebrow at Harry, who felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Lin Su laughed. This year, little Harry has a crush on Cho Chang, and as for his treasure, it is Ron. Harry found the first part hard to believe, but after some thought, he conceded it made sense. Ron was indeed a precious friend. All right. Then what was the outcome of the competition? Who emerged victorious? Harry changed the subject. Lin Su pursed her lips. Harry and Cedric both received the trophy. Harry, oblivious to Lin Su's pause, laughed. Well, I mean, he is quite impressive. Of course, you are impressive as well, Lin Su nodded. By the way, Harry, how is your occlumency training coming along? Did you wear the metal bracelet I gifted you for Christmas? Harry replied that he had made progress with occlumency, although Remus mentioned it couldn't completely shield against advanced legilimency. He lifted his sleeve to show Lin Su the bracelet, which he had been wearing continuously. It was simple in design, adorned only with a blue gemstone. The bracelet served to some extent as a barrier against legilimency. Thus far, Voldemort had not realized that Harry was one of his Horcruxes. The already weakened primary soul would not notice this fact for the time being. Over the past year, the only times Harry felt pain in his scar were when Voldemort was first found by young Barty and during the last connection with the werewolves, with the bracelet playing a role in those sensations. Lin Su stood up. From this point on, you must ensure that no one can spy on you. Harry solemnly nodded in agreement. In the story I know, little Harry will lose many people. The wizarding world is overtaken by the Dark Lord, with muggles and muggle-born wizards being murdered daily, and even some half-bloods are not spared from their persecution. Hogwarts, the last bastion of hope, will also be engulfed in the flames of war. Lin Su could not bear to repeat the names of those little Harry would lose. Thus, we must ensure that the Dark Lord is utterly vanquished, Harry. She concluded with this simple statement. Harry and Lin Su locked eyes, the weight of his friend's gaze affecting him deeply. He wanted to ask which individuals would perish, but his throat felt constricted, as if a heavy stone were lodged within it, and the words eluded him. Su, what must I do? Lin Su did not respond directly to his question, but instead retrieved a shielding box containing the Horcruxes from her pocket, where 3 treasures of the Hogwarts houses lay quietly in their compartments. Harry swallowed hard. He recognized only the Slytherin locket, yet it did not hinder his realization. These are all Horcruxes? Lin Su nodded, and Harry continued, why not destroy them? Are there other Horcruxes? If we destroy these, won't the Dark Lord simply cease to exist? Harry felt a surge of excitement, but Lin Su merely watched him. Harry, there is one more Horcrux that must be destroyed by the Dark Lord himself after he regains his body. Harry calmed himself, pacing back and forth like Dumbledore. Can't we destroy it? Is the last Horcrux a living creature? Can a living being even be made into a Horcrux? Harry, according to the narrative in the book, Nagini would also be made into a Horcrux by the Dark Lord. The prerequisite for creating a Horcrux is murder. The killing curse splits the soul, and the most malevolent dark wizards, after committing murder, place the severed soul into a vessel, thus creating a Horcrux, Lin Su explained gently. Furthermore, after too many splits, a dark wizard's soul becomes exceedingly unstable, likely resulting in the inadvertent creation of a new Horcrux. For instance, when one is on the brink of death, the divided soul may latch onto a living being present. Harry halted in his tracks, turning to face Lin Su. She gazed back at him quietly, and although he felt no pain, he instinctively raised a hand to touch his scar. After a long silence, Lin Su finally spoke. Harry. Little Harry only discovered this fact after losing so many. Harry interrupted her, unable to suppress a laugh that came out awkwardly. So, Su, you're telling me this now in the hope that I can die without regrets? I'm luckier than he was, knowing my inevitable fate without losing anything? Lin Su shook her head, pressing down on Harry's shoulder. Calm down, Harry. I share this with you to instill in you the courage to conquer him. Harry sat down again and apologized to Lin Su, who joined him. Harry, there's no need to apologize. This is indeed a heavy burden to bear. If you were to tell me that I wouldn't die if the Dark Lord didn't, I would likely curse whoever dies. Harry chuckled at her words. Su, you wouldn't say that. Lin Su straightened her expression. Harry, no matter what happens, remember that Sirius cannot bear to lose you again. You are all he has left, along with Remus. Someday, Remus will have a son, and you will be his godfather. There is another person, although he has never shown it, who wishes for your safety more than anyone else. One day, you will understand who it is. If you still wish to leave, think of Ginny. You and Ginny will have 3 children. She has liked you for a long time. I initially didn't want to tell you this so early, but I believe you need sufficient strength to return from that mysterious place. Lin Su looked at Harry earnestly and urged, you must remember. You will be the one who survives. Harry was taken aback by the weight of Lin Su's words. He did not press further, but nodded solemnly. In 3 days. I hope you can practice the brain-sealing spell again, Harry, Lin Su said as she stood up to leave. Su, Harry called out, does everyone know about this? He touched the scar on his forehead. Lin Su shook her head. Harry, in fact, even the Dark Lord is unaware. If he knew, he wouldn't need to hide so desperately. Therefore, we must take the initiative, transforming your life-saving charm into our secret weapon for victory. You must keep this secret well. If Sirius finds out, I would wager that I would be the next target of his wrath. After speaking, Lin Su playfully winked at Harry. A sense of relief washed over Harry. Sirius would never allow his godson to walk into danger. He probably thought Harry would serve as a good luck charm on the battlefield. And you? Harry asked, voicing his final question. As for me, I will do everything in my power to ensure both your safety and mine. During the 3rd task, Harry, we will meet at this location. I have something to give you. Lin Su spoke mysteriously, adding that even Dumbledore was unaware of this arrangement. It was a secret between the two of them. Chapter 26. The Killing Curse. The final task of the Triwizard Tournament commenced, and the figures of the 3 champions were engulfed by a massive maze. However, this time, the twins' improved recording stone provided a sort of surveillance for the wizarding world. With 3 large screens outside the maze displaying the champions' performances, one could imagine that after the Triwizard Tournament, the twins' business would flourish even more. The audience watched eagerly as the champions faced various strange creatures within the maze, the atmosphere electric with excitement. Lin Su had not appeared from the outset. George felt no concern, as Lin Su had previously informed him that she would be with Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary. Not long after the start, Harry found an excuse to leave, claiming he needed to find Sirius. Lin Su awaited him in the room of requirement, and a few minutes later, they emerged together to seek Snape. Snape's expression was as grim as ever, his hair greasy, clearly untouched by the shampoo she had gifted him. Lin Su found herself musing on this, even in the tense moment. Snape led them to a potion vial, a portkey. The sensation of the hook tugging at their navels once again provoked a wave of nausea in the two young witches. Exchanging glances, they began to act. Professor Snape, where's this place? What have you brought us here for? Harry's voice trembled with confusion and fear. Around them was darkness, with faint outlines of scattered gravestones, undoubtedly a graveyard. Snape impatiently commanded them to be silent. A figure emerged between the graves, cradling what appeared to be a small infant. As the figure drew closer, Harry realized he had seen this person in his dreams. Known in those visions as Barty Crouch Jr. in that instant, Harry raised his hand to press against his scar, and Lin Su's fists clenched tightly. Snape stepped forward and bowed respectfully. My master, I have brought you the one you requested. Well done, Severus. You shall be rewarded once I regain my body. A sinister voice emanated from the bundle in the figure's arms. Lin Su and Harry tightened their grips on their wands. However, Snape and the young Barty disregarded the two young witches entirely, effortlessly binding them with a flick of their wands. Who are you? Professor Snape. What do you intend to do? Lin Su's voice trembled slightly. We will deal with you shortly, Barty. Let us begin. The cold voice echoed again, laced with a hint of anger. As you command, my master. Young Barty began to prepare, carefully placing the wrapped object on the ground, then producing a dark substance to stuff into Harry's mouth. A serpent, seemingly thicker than Nagini, slithered ominously beside the two young witches, but Harry was already losing consciousness. With Lin Su anxiously calling his name, Snape stood silently to the side, Voldemort forbidding him from intervening, clearly indicating that Voldemort had yet to fully restore his trust in him. Flames erupted from the cauldron, its contents bubbling violently as young Barty lifted the wrapped object. Unwrapping it, Lin Su and Harry gasped in unison. With a reverent gaze, young Barty gently placed the object into the cauldron, then raised the wand he had stolen during the Quidditch World Cup, summoning the ashes of Old Tom from the grave. Without flinching, he severed his own right arm and tossed it into the cauldron. Finally, he approached Harry, tearing open his sleeve and thrusting the wand towards his struggling, unblemished arm. After blood was added, the cauldron underwent an indescribable transformation. Through the white steam, a male figure emerged, and Harry shut his eyes. Young Barty, dragging his severed arm, respectfully draped a black robe over the figure. The man turned, revealing the visage of Voldemort they had seen before. Crimson eyes, serpent-like nose. Even more terrifying than they had previously witnessed. Harry and Lin Su struggled against their bonds, with Lin Su defiantly taunting, Mr. Noseless, it seems we meet again. Snape's expression hardened as he cast a tongue-binding curse at Lin Su, then knelt before Voldemort, kissing the hem of his robe. My master, welcome back. Voldemort bent down and grasped Snape's left arm, rolling up his tightly wrapped sleeve. The skin, pale and firm from years of concealment, bore a mark familiar to the two young witches, a skull with a serpent emerging from its mouth, grotesque and ominous. You are a Death Eater, a traitor. Dumbledore trusted you, Harry shouted, his arm still bleeding, while Lin Su appeared equally enraged but could not vocalize her fury. Voldemort pressed his finger forcefully against Snape's dark mark, causing the image to writhe as if alive, the small snake echoing the larger serpent at Voldemort's side, grotesquely slithering across the skin as he summoned the Death Eaters. Before the Death Eaters could arrive, Voldemort stepped closer to Harry, pressing his hand against Harry's scar, eliciting a scream from him. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards Lin Su. The young witch was silent, but her glare was filled with rage, devoid of fear. Voldemort chuckled softly. I have left you here. You will assist me in creating the final life-saving object. He gestured, and the large serpent obediently slithered to his side. Harry thrashed violently, his wand slipping from his grasp. Voldemort waved his hand, retrieving Harry's wand, examining it closely. Why not use your wand for this? Just one killing curse, and you can slay your own friend. Voldemort's laughter was twisted and deranged. Harry struggled, roaring, No, just kill me. Spare her. You truly resemble your foolish mother, Voldemort chuckled. She begged me not to kill you back then. Snape's fists clenched. Master, I Cruciatus. Voldemort flicked his wand towards Snape, casting the Cruciatus curse. Do not interrupt, Severus. Your transgressions remain unpunished. Young Barty sat nearby, tauntingly grinning at Snape, the wound on his arm still bleeding, yet he seemed oblivious to his pain. gazing at his master with fervor. The great serpent continuously coiled around Voldemort, evidently loyal to him. "This wand feels unexpectedly pleasant," Voldemort murmured, then casually waved it towards Lin Su. "Avada Kedavra," the young witch closed her eyes just before the green light struck. "No." Harry's anguished cries pierced the stillness of the night with a sharpness that echoed in the silence. Snape clutched the area over his heart, rendered speechless, while young Barty's gaze intensified with fervor. At that moment, the sound of fabric brushing against itself broke the stillness. Shadows clad in dark robes encircled the graveyard, their presence heightening the eerie atmosphere. Chapter 27. Awakening. Though fewer in number than in years past, the hooded Death Eaters approached Voldemort slowly and hesitantly, still a considerable throng. The last group of Death Eaters knelt before him, crawling towards their master. Harry surveyed the morbid scene before him, a calmness in his eyes that went unnoticed by all. Additionally, a few werewolves, led by Fenrir Greyback, stood at the periphery, regarding the zealous Death Eaters with disdain. They were opportunists, unlike themselves, who were driven solely by the desire to prey freely in the future. Voldemort began to deliver a lengthy diatribe, questioning why his loyal servants did not rescue their master. And in the presence of the assembled Death Eaters, he bestowed upon young Barty a new, agile arm. Barty knelt once more, rising again at Voldemort's hand, his gaunt face alight with palpable fervor, for he knew his master was the most powerful. Voldemort meticulously counted his loyal Death Eaters. Feigning sorrow for the death of Bellatrix Lestrange, he set forth grand ambitions to breach Azkaban and liberate his devoted servant, reclaim the Dementors, promising the Death Eaters their imminent freedom, where they would be free to eliminate anything that displeased them. Upon concluding his speech, Voldemort waved his wand, severing the ropes binding Lin Su, whose body collapsed with a thud, the young witch blissfully unaware, her pallid features and tightly shut eyes betraying no sign of life. A figure in a black robe shivered, and Voldemort stepped forward, lifting the hood. "Lucius, do you recognize her?" Lucius trembled as he lowered his usually elevated neck. "My lord, I am guilty. 2 years ago, during the Ministry's stringent investigation, I attempted to hide the items you entrusted to me, but a small thief in Diagon Alley stole them. And only later did I discover it was her." Voldemort inflicted a torturous curse upon Lucius as punishment, who writhed in agony on the ground. Voldemort approached and kicked the lifeless body of the young witch with his pale foot, a fierce glint flashing in his crimson eyes. "Voldemort, do not touch her," Harry shouted once more, instantly capturing the attention of the Death Eaters. A sycophantic Death Eater sought to teach the boy a lesson, but Voldemort raised his hand to halt them. "You all believe I was defeated by him, but in truth, it was his clever mother who left something in his blood, preventing me from touching him. However, now he has fallen silent," and he struck Harry's cheek again, causing him to tremble. "That foolish old wizard Dumbledore, who associates with Muggles, set up protections for him that prevent me from harming him outside Hogwarts. Once at Hogwarts, he arranged for a throng of people to shield him. Harry Potter is merely a protected little brat." Voldemort began recounting to his followers the trials he endured and how he attained a new life through masterful magic. The Death Eaters dared not speak. The graveyard was filled solely with Voldemort's voice and the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Finally, he raised his wand towards Harry. Cruciatus. Harry's body, still bound by ropes, convulsed uncontrollably. He fought to suppress his cries of pain, but sounds escaped from between his clenched lips. Voldemort scrutinized the wand in his hand, a flicker of doubt crossing his crimson eyes. But he swiftly raised it again and cast 2 more Cruciatus curses at Harry, who could no longer contain his cries of agony. Voldemort waved his wand, severing the ropes that bound Harry, who curled on the ground, writhing in torment, the blood vessels at his temples bulging from the pain, his face contorted in distress. Voldemort turned to the Death Eaters and declared loudly, "This boy is no longer a threat to me, but to quell your doubts, I shall kill him before your eyes, lest some foolish individuals believe he is stronger than I." He gestured with his voluminous robe sleeves, proclaiming, "For fairness, I require 2 wands. We shall duel with wands that do not belong to us. Which of my loyal servants will volunteer their wand?" As the great serpent slithered before the Death Eaters, provocatively flicking its tongue, Voldemort admonished, "That is my subordinate, you foolish snake. Indeed, Nagini is more to my liking. Alas, she is missing." Almost as soon as he spoke, a smaller serpent darted from among the Death Eaters, sinking its fangs into the larger serpent's neck. The great serpent thrashed wildly, but despite its size, it lacked the potency of its smaller adversary, ultimately collapsing in view of the onlookers. The victorious serpent hissed and flicked its tongue before quietly slithering to Voldemort's side, beside Lin Su and Harry's fallen forms. "Nagini, good girl, it seems you are destined to become mine." Voldemort evidently understood Nagini's words, allowing her to approach him, while the Death Eaters, confused, could not help but join in a few cheers at Voldemort's expression. At that moment, a cacophony of apparition sounds erupted around them, drowning out the Death Eater's cheers. The sounds of spells and bursts of light illuminated the dark graveyard, revealing wizards in various robes battling Voldemort's summoned subordinates. Among them was an old man with a white beard, the very foolish wizard Dumbledore he had just mentioned, who now approached him slowly. The outer circle of werewolves, sensing the tide turning, attempted to flee, but several Aurors led by Remus Lupin blocked their path. "Look who it is. Remus Lupin? Oh, I remember the taste of your flesh. Children's flesh is particularly tender," Greyback taunted, having resigned to the fact that escape was futile. However, Lupin merely scoffed. His previous white hair replaced by soft brown locks, his scars vanished, appearing at least a decade younger. Before he could speak, a young female Auror with red hair rushed forward, brandishing her wand at Greyback. As a werewolf known for attacking wizards, Greyback possessed considerable physical prowess and magical resistance. Easily evading the attack and continuing his taunts. "Seems like you're his little girlfriend? Do you know what he transforms into on the full moon? He's just as filthy a werewolf as I am. Be silent. Lupin is nothing like you." The furious Auror Nymphadora Tonks retorted, her hair turning a fiery red. Lupin stepped protectively in front of Tonks, his tone calm. "I apologize, Greyback, but I will no longer transform into a monster like you on the full moon." A longing gleam appeared in the eyes of some werewolves behind Greyback, but now was not the time for therapeutic exchanges. The wizards nearby were embroiled in fierce combat. Lupin initiated the attack against Greyback, with the Aurors following suit. Dumbledore's arrival deterred many Death Eaters, and black-robed figures began to apparate away. The white-bearded, white-haired old man stood before Voldemort, and none dared to cast spells against him. In the ensuing chaos, Harry crawled to Lin Su's side, and Nagini's tail curled around the wand that had fallen to the ground, delivering it to Harry's hand. He lacked the strength to utter thanks. "Wake up!" The wand emitted a white glow, manifesting its utmost potential in Harry's grasp, as his voice, belonging to him, softly urged, "Wake up, now, Harry." Chapter 28. Touch and Death. While Snape, concealed and silently pointing his wand at young Barty, was astonished by the events unfolding before him. His wand was nearly seized by Barty. Dumbledore's adversary, Voldemort, suddenly collapsed onto the ground, and many of his Death Eaters seized the opportunity to flee. The remaining Death Eaters were already few in number, particularly after a significant number had been apprehended during the last Quidditch World Cup, most of whom were adept at assessing circumstances and exhibited insufficient loyalty. With Voldemort down, the absence of formidable Death Eaters like Bellatrix to instill fear naturally prompted those who could escape to do so. Young Barty, anxious to assist his beloved master, was abruptly restrained by Snape's precise spell, rendering him more compliant. With the sudden decline in Death Eater numbers, the pressure on the Ministry of Magic and members of the Order of the Phoenix was halved, as many advanced to the center. Standing resolutely behind Dumbledore with their wands at the ready, Sirius squeezed to the front, gazing at the silent form of Lin Su sprawled on the ground, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. He swiftly enveloped his godson, Harry, who was attempting to heal Lin Su with his wand, in an embrace. Harry struggled valiantly, but his recent torment left him lacking in strength. Arthur and Molly hurried over. Molly threw herself around Lin Su's unresponsive body, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I'm sorry. Sirius, please let me go." The voice from Sirius's grasp suddenly transformed into a familiar female tone, though it sounded markedly frail. Sirius, taken aback, released the young witch. A subtle shift had occurred, small bumps appeared on their faces, and both Harry and Lin Su began to change. The person lying in Molly's arms with closed eyes transformed into Harry, while the one grasping the wand became Lin Su. Lin Su, having just endured 3 Cruciatus curses, lacked strength, yet mustered her utmost effort to pat Harry. "Wake up, Harry, don't sleep. I checked with my wand. It's time for you to awaken." Harry's fingers twitched, and the blue gem in the bracelet on his wrist cracked open, revealing the black resurrection stone inside. He sat up from Mrs. Weasley's embrace. "I'm sorry. I saw Mum and Dad, and I just wanted to talk to them. And there was that terrifying thing, scarier than the ghoul in the attic. It took me a moment to walk out from that mysterious place." Both Molly and Sirius were momentarily stunned, perplexed by the current situation. Lin Su gestured for them to wait for an explanation. She instructed Sirius to retrieve the locket box and potion she had entrusted to him earlier, and Nagini assumed her human form, aiding Lin Su to her feet. Lin Su approached Dumbledore, while Voldemort, having briefly regained consciousness, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the living Lin Su. The young witch tossed the locket box she had pulled from her bag to Voldemort, having loosened its lid beforehand. The Dark Lord, clearly bewildered, was reminded by Lin Su. "It's from your loyal servant. Won't you take a moment to glance inside?" The note left by Regulus needed to be seen by its intended recipient. By now, news regarding Regulus had likely been published in the Daily Prophet, albeit at the expense of overshadowing this year's Triwizard Tournament champions. Voldemort opened the note, only to seethe with rage as he incinerated both the false locket box and the note. Simultaneously, Sirius splashed the potion onto the locket box he held, and Voldemort was once again engulfed by unconsciousness. Lin Su clutched her heart and gasped for breath, while Snape irritably tossed her a vial of potion, one she had previously gifted him at Christmas, possessing some restorative properties against the Cruciatus curse. Harry, emboldened, seized the opportunity to reclaim his wand, with Lin Su cautioning him to be wary and to avoid Voldemort. The Death Eaters who were to be captured were captured, and those who could escape had fled. It seemed within mere half an hour, Voldemort had reverted to a state of isolation, surrounded only by bound werewolves and a handful of apprehended Death Eaters, alongside the still bleeding Barty, whose pallor was alarming. Snape appeared to deem it sufficient, casting a counter-curse to restore some of Barty's vitality. Dumbledore regarded the two young witches. It seems you both have been rather secretive in your arrangements. Harry glanced at Lin Su, who looked decidedly unwell, prompting him to awkwardly smile at Dumbledore. In truth, I'm not entirely sure, Professor. Voldemort regained consciousness once more, while Molly produced a shielding box, and the head of the Ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones, revealed a similar box containing a crown and a gold cup. These had all been entrusted to them by Lin Su, who had assured them that when the time came, they would know how to act, and it appeared that time had indeed arrived. Molly had lost both her brothers in the last war, and Amelia had similarly lost her brother's family. Lin Su's desire to eliminate the Horcruxes stemmed from her understanding of Molly's enduring longing for her siblings. The choice of Bones was also strategic. She required someone from the Ministry to undertake this task, and Bones was renowned for her integrity and fairness, which would prove invaluable in the forthcoming endeavor. Voldemort's complexion drained to a ghostly pallor. The discovery of his Horcruxes signified that failure would mean his ultimate demise. He yearned to flee, having never anticipated confronting Dumbledore and his allies on the very first day of his restored corporeal form. Where had it all gone awry? Why had that young witch not perished? Simultaneously, both ladies poured potions into the shielding boxes. Lin Su calmly added, "The potion is the work of our brilliant potion master, Severus Snape, and there is now an antidote for your despair potion. Oh, and by the way, this lovely girl beside me is Nagini, the one you attempted to abduct in the Albanian Black Forest to turn into a Horcrux." Voldemort succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Harry couldn't help but glance at Lin Su. "Su, everything feels surreal, as if I'm in a dream." Sirius and the other members of the Order shared a similar sentiment. Compared to the First War, this one felt almost trivial, with Lin Su bearing the brunt of the injuries, yet still managing to stand. Lin Su remained silent, gathering her strength. This situation was one she had not foreseen, yet she had prepared herself for it. Young Barty, having regained some strength, began to shout, "Master! Master!" Lin Su yearned to approach, but pain restrained her. Snape, perceiving her intent, frowned and levitated Barty before them. "What have you done?" Despite his incredulity, Barty could discern that the mastermind behind the plan was the young, which they had always underestimated. Lin Su, her expression darkened, despite acknowledging Barty's teaching abilities, despised the individual before her. With a tone laced with malice, she struck at his most vulnerable point. "Can't you see? Your master has succumbed to love." Barty paused, unable to comprehend. Indeed, he could not grasp love. He always believed his father did not love him, yet did he truly cherish the love he received? Lin Su gestured towards herself and Harry, her voice faint with pain. "Didn't the recent transformation feel familiar to you? It's the Polyjuice potion. Someone once loved you so deeply they were willing to drink it to take your place in suffering, while you left her all alone to endure torment, ultimately perishing in Azkaban." Barty Crouch had somehow squeezed into the scene. He had been searching for young Barty for some time, having received a sudden notification from Kingsley to come here. The expressions on both Bartys were eerily similar, ashen and pale. Voldemort showed signs of stirring awake, almost immediately preparing to flee. Lin Su exchanged a glance with Harry, who nodded. Then, in a shocking display before the gathered wizards, he rushed forward to embrace Voldemort. "I'm sorry, you fainted and missed it. You were resurrected using my blood, so you still cannot touch Harry, Mr. Noseless." That was the last thing Voldemort heard. In this lifetime, perhaps the most unadulterated embrace he received has turned to ashes. Chapter 29, I miss you so much. "No, Master." Young Barty is utterly unwilling to believe the scene before him, having forgotten the stirring words Lin Su had just spoken. The assembly of wizards stands in shock as Dumbledore clarifies the confusion. It was Lily, an exceptional witch, and Harry's mother, who bequeathed a spell of love to Harry, sacrificing herself to ensure that Voldemort could not touch or harm him. Barty Crouch approaches his son, his typically pristine attire disheveled, his trembling hand clutching his wand aimed at his offspring. The gathered wizards refrained from intervening, uncertain of the underlying history, gleaning only fragmented information from Lin Su's earlier remarks. Barty, Dumbledore urges, you must turn him over to the Ministry of Magic. No, I once confined him to Azkaban, Barty retorts. Yet his wand remains steadfastly directed at his son. His mother, unable to bear his suffering, was already gravely ill, consumed by worry for him, her condition deteriorating further. Barty Crouch, the unyielding traditionalist often criticized for being overly strict, now finds his eyes reddened. In her final moments, she implored me to rescue you from Azkaban. I took her inside, and she brought sufficient polyjuice potion to substitute for you, sacrificing her life that you might live. Silence. This is all your fault. I initially pleaded for you to save me. Why did you not heed my call? You were the judge. You personally condemned your son and sent my mother to her doom. My mother wished for my freedom, yet you imprisoned me in a basement, controlling me daily with the Cruciatus curse, as if I were a prisoner under the watch of a house elf. Young Barty passionately accuses before the assembly of wizards. Excuse me, but are you not the criminal? Harry interjects, his face a portrait of genuine bewilderment, seemingly failing to grasp why young Barty would utter such a final remark. Sirius chuckles heartily, ruffling his godson's hair. Young Barty, his expression twisted with horror, shouts at Harry, be quiet. Lin Su, leaning against Nagini, feels pain radiate from her heart, making even a smile laborious. He is my father, yet he harbors no love for his son. I am ashamed to inherit his name. The Dark Lord is more worthy. As long as one performs well, they earn praise and trust. With a deep breath, Lin Su calmly inquires, you claim he does not love you. Then why did he risk discovery to allow you to attend the Quidditch World Cup in the best seats, even seated beside the Minister of Magic? Young Barty's expression freezes momentarily before he descends into madness again. Indeed, seated there in an invisibility cloak, monitored by a house elf while watching the match. So, you would sever your own arm to gain that man's approval? Barty Crouch, having noticed his son's arm from the moment he appeared, now sees it shimmering with a silvery glow, agile, yet evidently not his original limb. Indeed, I would gladly offer my life to my master. It is an honor that he can resurrect himself using my blood and flesh. I could have been treated as a hero, but you have ruined everything. Young Barty's eyes burn red with hatred. The wizards, rendered speechless, find Barty equally at a loss for words. He steadies his trembling hand, directing his wand at his son, its tip emanating a green light. Everything transpires too swiftly. Young Barty's eyes widen in shock as he collapses. Barty's trembling hand finally relaxes, and he turns to Amelia Bones. Bones, as the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I implore you to deliver a just verdict and sentence me to life imprisonment in Azkaban. The wizards remain silent. Voldemort is utterly vanquished, a moment that should be celebrated. Yet no one dares to express joy before this father, long criticized for his harshness. Lin Su glances around. Nearby, Lucius is still restrained by Aurors, his usually sleek platinum hair in disarray. The Cruciatus curse cast by Voldemort has deprived this pampered pure-blood wizard of the chance to escape. Lin Su raises her hand. I can testify for Malfoy. He was instrumental in dealing with the Horcruxes. Lucius snaps his head up, having been present throughout. Witnessing the identity switch between Lin Su and Harry, aware that Lin Su heard his accusation against her, fearing he would face repercussions at the Ministry. Moody scoffs. His cane striking the ground with a thud, the Aurors release Lucius, and the wizards begin to disperse, as there remains much to address following the events of the night. Ultimately, only a few core members of the Order of the Phoenix remain, eager to comprehend how all this transpired. Yet Lin Su can no longer endure. The young witch faints, her earlier calm replaced by a furrowed brow, her hand instinctively clutching her chest. Molly and Nagini envelop her, Molly anxiously imploring, Su, wake up. How could this happen? While Lin Su suffered, Harry remained unconscious, the only one aware of the recent events being Snape, who swiftly crouches beside Lin Su, succinctly stating, Voldemort. Cruciatus curse, thrice. The potion Lin Su had received remains unopened. Snape retrieves it, requesting Molly to assist in administering it to Lin Su. Molly tenderly strokes Lin Su's hair, her eyes glistening with tears. She is still just a child. Professor McGonagall turns her head away. Currently, Lin Su possesses the utmost skill in countering the Cruciatus curse. The most critical step requires her to channel her magic through her senses, with the potion serving only as an auxiliary measure. Consequently, after a vial of potion is administered, Lin Su's brow only slightly relaxes. We must take her to St. Mungo's, Dumbledore declares. A group of individuals has yet to apparate away when a crackle erupts, and a swarm of young wizards materializes, among them Dobby and Winky. Ginny rushes toward Harry, the young couple embracing tightly, no one daring to jest. Despite the absurdity of the night's events, no one underestimates the dangers faced by the two children. Draco's platinum hair is tousled as he searches frantically, Snape frowning at him. Draco, you should not be here. Draco slightly lowers his head before raising it swiftly. Professor, have you seen my father? Professor McGonagall responds, your father should have returned home. Do not worry, child. Neville finds his parents, dashing toward them as the Longbottoms envelop him in their embrace. Hermione and Ron hurry to find their friend. And upon seeing Lin Su lying in Molly's arms, Hermione covers her mouth, unable to inquire. Fred rushes over, glancing back at his twin brother, George. George appears rooted to the spot, hesitant to advance, his gaze solely fixed on the seemingly oblivious young witch, each step feeling like dragging 1,000-pound weight. In a daze, Lin Su hears George's name, struggling to open her heavy eyelids, vaguely perceiving the red-haired figure approaching. Georgie. The silhouette of the redhead springs to life, racing over to kneel beside Lin Su, taking her hand in his. Georgie, I miss you, Lin Su whispers, finding solace as she closes her eyes. Chapter 30, The Wand. Time rewinds to 3 days before the Triwizard Tournament's finale. Hogwarts, undeterred by the hosting of the Triwizard Tournament, proceeds with final exams, and Lin Su, like her 3 companions, dutifully completes her daily assessments before heading to the Hogshead Inn. During this time, Lin Su reflects on Firenze's assertion that the secret to success lies in weaponry. Initially, she presumed he referred to the relationship between Harry's wand and Voldemort's, as they are twin brothers. When Voldemort attacks Harry with his wand, the two wands exhibit a phenomenon known as priori incantatem. Until he saw Dobby chasing mice at the back door of the Pig's Head pub. He noticed Lin Su and greeted her with enthusiasm. Lin Su inquired if there were many mice around, to which Dobby proudly placed his hands on his hips, claiming that since his arrival, the rodent population had significantly diminished. A spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Su's mind. The book did not mention where Voldemort's wand was hidden after he murdered Harry's parents. Most speculated that it was concealed by Wormtail, which would explain why it was retrieved alongside him. Lin Su could not ascertain the truth of this assertion, but it served as a plausible possibility, prompting her to devise a plan. On the day of the third task, after the young wizards concluded their exams, she preemptively sought out Mr. Ollivander in the champion's tent. Before each task commenced, Ollivander would inspect the wands of the champions. He recalled every wand he had sold, especially this girl who had once devastated 2/3 of his shop and was distinctly of Eastern descent, causing him to nervously inquire if there was an issue with her wand. Lin Su assured him that her wand was in excellent condition, demonstrating its polished shaft, which gleamed even more brightly than when it was first sold, attributing its luster to her frequent use of healing magic. Ollivander appeared greatly relieved. After exchanging a few words, Lin Su got straight to the point. Mr. Ollivander, I wish to ask you a few questions. If a wand is taken by a villain, would it act against its own will to harm its master? Ollivander, evidently taken aback by her inquiry, replied, Miss Lin, you must understand that a wand will not harm a master it recognizes. However, if it is seized through the disarming charm, the spells it casts thereafter would not stem from its true intent. Thus, as long as the ownership of the wand remains unchanged, it will not harm its rightful master, correct? Upon receiving a confirmation, Lin Su felt a slight sense of relief. Then, if 2 wands share a core from the same magical creature, would the spells cast by the brother wand harm its original master? Lin Su queried softly. Ollivander's gaze lingered on Lin Su's face and then shifted to the wand she held, seemingly verifying her identity. Once assured, the relaxed expression on his face vanished. Finally, shaking his head in response to Lin Su's penetrating gaze, Ollivander stated, a wand may be misled, but it will always recognize its true master. Lin Su smiled faintly and expressed her gratitude sincerely. After Harry arrived at the room of requirement, Lin Su, clad in his attire, plucked a strand of his hair and placed it into a potion vial, handing another vial to him. Harry, drink this. Harry recognized it as the polyjuice potion, which they had learned in their 3rd year, and was reluctant to let his friend risk her life on his behalf. Lin Su discerned his apprehension and laughed. Harry, rest assured, Voldemort would surely target me first. Have you forgotten my exploits in our 1st year? Thus, it would be you who faces greater danger after our identities are exchanged. Harry couldn't help but recall the 2 punches Voldemort had received to his nose, feeling somewhat lighter. Lin Su pressed the polyjuice potion into his hand. You have 3 tasks. First, do not resist his killing curse. This one is the easiest. Second, awaken in a timely manner. And lastly, give him a hug, and I guarantee you will not come to harm. As for what might transpire if he were to lose consciousness or fail to awaken in time, she remained silent. Him? The Dark Lord? Harry's eyes widened. Indeed, your mother's protective magic, left within your blood, prevents him from touching you. You must promise me you can manage this, all right? Lin Su's voice was soft yet resolute. Harry gazed into Lin Su's eyes and nodded. Then he asked, Su, you must also promise me you will return safely. You tell me how many cannot afford to lose me, but do not forget that we cannot lose you either, especially George. A wave of emotion surged in Lin Su's eyes, nearly betraying her composure. Fortunately, she managed to regain control, smiling as she interrupted Harry, preventing him from uttering that name. Of course, we will all return alive. The two companions raised their vials and drank the polyjuice potion in unison, grimacing together. They transformed into each other's likeness, exchanged wands, and stepped out of the room of requirement in search of Snape. Upon arriving at the graveyard, Harry learned of Voldemort's resurrection method, but Lin Su continually signaled him to refrain from any impulsive actions. Consequently, he adhered to the original plan of provoking Voldemort by calling him Mr. Noseless, ensuring he would vividly recall prior events. Lin Su finally confirmed that Voldemort had indeed not reclaimed his wand and intended to kill her before the Death Eaters arrived. After all, Voldemort would not disclose to his followers what she had done to him. He relished finding reasons for his actions, just as he was obsessed with personally eliminating Harry. Moreover, Voldemort could utilize this deliberate murder to create his final Horcrux, an unexpected boon, revealing that he harbored deep resentment for her deeds, intending to use her demise as the final stepping stone to his immortality. In the midst of her struggle, she inadvertently dropped Harry's wand. Voldemort, relishing the dark irony, aimed to use Harry's wand to kill Lin Su, as it would undoubtedly inflict more pain on the boy than using the unknown wand in Wormtail's possession. What Voldemort did not anticipate was how seamlessly Harry's wand would operate. The act of killing Lin Su unfolded smoothly. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the wand would not truly kill Harry. Only the fragment of Voldemort's soul within him would perish. However, Harry distinctly sensed death approaching. Fortuitously, he was mentally prepared, accepting the inevitable. Thus, under the influence of the Resurrection Stone, he encountered his parents and could not refrain from engaging in conversation with them. Subsequently, he found himself in a place reminiscent of King's Cross Station, this time without Dumbledore to guide him. This was also one of the reasons Lin Su wanted Harry to be struck first. He required more time to awaken than in the book. He could only remind himself of Lin Su's words, believing in his survival. Yet he became disoriented until Lin Su reclaimed her wand to check on him. The light from Lin Su's wand illuminated the path back, and in that pure white version of King's Cross Station, her spell shone more brilliantly than everything around them. Chapter 31. The Patronus Charm at Hogwarts. The Triwizard Tournament concluded with Cedric's victory, and the Gryffindors gathered in the common room to celebrate with excitement. Though it wasn't Gryffindor who triumphed, Hogwarts had still claimed the championship. The friends convened in the room of requirement, where Ron recounted what Lin Su had told him after the exam, mentioning that she would meet him in the room of requirement following the conclusion of the third task, specifically in the room where they had previously practiced spells with Harry. Why was I unaware of this? Hermione wondered, perplexed as to why Lin Su would confide solely in Ron and not in her or George. George had just gone to the hospital wing to find Lin Su, but Ron's surprise when he spoke suggested that Lin Su had not informed him either. Ron saw no issue, explaining that after the exam, Lin Su had challenged him to a game of wizard chess, and it was no surprise that she sought out the best player among them. Hermione momentarily set aside her doubts and, along with Ron, Fred, and Ginny, made their way to the room of requirement. Upon entering, they found it empty, save for a box resting in the center. A note lay atop it, "Do not open it." Fred chuckled, interpreting it as an invitation to do exactly the opposite. Ignoring Hermione's protests, he opened the box, and out sprang a black, cloaked, decayed creature with no features except a mouth like void. It was a Dementor. The young wizards were startled. How could there be a Dementor here? "Quick, whoever you are, cast the Patronus Charm." Ron stammered as he fumbled for his wand and exclaimed, "Expecto Patronum." A cloud of mist dissipated, but this time, it did not succeed. As time passed, they gradually sensed something amiss. It seemed that the feeling of joy had not been absorbed at all. Hermione pondered, why did Sue leave this behind? She must want us to use the Patronus Charm. Is it merely for practice? Ron attempted once more, and a Jack Russell Terrier sprang forth from the tip of his wand, joyfully wagging its ears as it dashed around the room. Ron gazed at his Patronus and excitedly turned to Hermione. "Hermione, Sue previously told Harry that if I saw your Patronus, I would understand why mine is a dog. What is your Patronus?" Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly as she summoned her own Patronus, which took the form of an otter. Ginny and Fred erupted into laughter. Jack Russell Terriers are renowned for their pursuit of otters. Before Ron could fully comprehend his own feelings, his Patronus had already revealed its master's thoughts. However, Hermione's expression suddenly shifted. She had never conjured a Patronus in front of Lin Su. At this moment, George entered the room of requirement, having not found Lin Su. As Madame Pomfrey informed him, she was not at the infirmary. Hermione, her face pale, urged Ron to recount the entire episode of Lin Su challenging him to a game of wizard's chess. Ron, puzzled, complied. The morning held the last examination. While the third task of the Triwizard Tournament was set to commence that evening, Hermione flipped through her books, cross-referencing her answers, while the twins seized the final moments to encourage the younger wizards to place their bets. After the exam, Lin Su found Ron and challenged him to a game of wizard's chess. Unsurprisingly, Ron won, but Lin Su requested something of him after the game. Ron, would you mind recounting the game we played in our first year? Ron was baffled by Lin Su's request, yet he vividly recreated that match on the chessboard, a game that had brought him glory, and he recalled each perilous move with clarity, gazing at the chessboard where victory and defeat had been determined. Lin Su softly inquired if ensuring the queen's safety necessitated sacrificing the knight. Ron shrugged, stating that wizard's chess was inherently like that. Hermione always thought the game cruel due to its inevitable sacrifices. Lin Su nodded thoughtfully, seemingly lost in contemplation, then suddenly smiled at Ron. After the third task, let everyone wait for me in the room of requirement. I have left something there. I haven't told George, so please wait until after it's over to inform him. Ron was more than willing to keep this little secret, eagerly agreeing. Hermione, is there something troubling you? Ron did not perceive any issues with their exchange, believing they were simply discussing wizard's chess. A multitude of images flashed through Hermione's mind, and at that instant, the false Dementor transformed into a silver magpie, joyfully fluttering to George's shoulder and affectionately nuzzling his cheek before vanishing like mist. This was merely a potion capable of mimicking living beings, evidently crafted by Lin Su. George raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. A magpie, identical yet slightly larger than the previous one, emerged from his wand's tip, although the earlier magpie was no longer in sight. Hermione began to connect the dots in her mind. Horcruxes, Sue's constant inquiries to Harry about his scar's pain and dreams, wizard's chess, the knight protecting the queen, and Trelawney's prophecy. Hermione, what are you saying? Ron was at a loss. Hermione's eyes reddened. She had long been prepared for sacrifice, willingly facing death for those around her. In this chess match, she was the knight. But who was the queen? Was it Harry? She was the one who held the secret of time. How had she never realized it before? She knew far too much, resembling a true seer. The group struggled to piece together the full truth from Hermione's words, but it was evident that something dire was unfolding. The door to the room of requirement appeared once more, revealing Neville, who had previously come with Harry. Thank goodness you're really here. Behind him stood a platinum-haired figure, Draco Malfoy from Slytherin. At that moment, Draco bore no traces of his usual haughty demeanor. His hair was disheveled, and his face was etched with anxiety. Where is Sue Lin? George furrowed his brow. What do you want with Sue? You don't understand. Tell me where she is. Draco appeared frantic. We don't know where she is. If we knew why you were looking for Sue, perhaps we could provide some clues. Ginny, now the calmest in the group, responded. Draco tugged at his hair, making his platinum locks even messier. My mother contacted me, urging me to find Sue Lin. She said the Dark Lord has returned, and Lin previously promised to deal with him, but now he has summoned my father with the mark he left. Neville's face paled. My parents sent me a letter, advising me to eat well and rest. I thought it was just routine. There was no time left for further discussion of the truth. The priority was to locate Lin Su and Harry. They exited the room of requirement, yet were devoid of direction. With a crackle, Dobby appeared before them, his tennis ball-sized eyes shining with confidence unlike other house elves. Dobby will lead you to Harry Potter and Miss Lin. Dobby, do you know where they are? Ron exclaimed. Dobby nodded. Dobby's master said you need help. He said there should be no danger now, and you may go. Dobby's master was Albus Dumbledore, and they all understood this. George's expression tightened. The Weasley twins had never worn such a look before, as he contemplated the centaur's words from earlier in the Forbidden Forest. He had been so distracted by Sue's confession and kiss that he hadn't truly considered why the centaur had mentioned weapons. Are you all going? The master said many will be present tonight, including the former owner of the Shining. Before Dobby could finish, a familiar figure appeared from an unknown corner. I must meet my master. Dobby informed the location to the other house elf, and upon hearing graveyard, the group's expressions darkened further. Both house elves clutched the small wizards, and with a pop, they vanished from Hogwarts, reappearing in a graveyard. Harry and Sirius stood together, alongside Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Lupin, the Weasley couple, the Longbottoms, and Nagini, while Lin Su lay in Molly's arms. George's mind echoed Hermione's earlier words, and he hesitated to approach, fearing that Sue might truly be beyond saving. Fortunately, Merlin was kind, as Sue called his name, prompting him to rush forward and grasp her hand. A tear fell onto their intertwined hands, and he could not discern whose it was. White Ointment. Who is White Ointment? Can't you see her injuries? George exclaimed as he noticed the gory wound left by the blood extraction on Lin Su's pale arm, his voice trembling for the first time. When Lin Su awoke, she found herself in St. Mungo's, surrounded by familiar decor. Despite her many visits, this was the first time she lay in the hospital wing as a patient. Turning her head, she spotted a red-haired boy sitting there, heavy dark circles under his eyes, staring at her unblinkingly, as though fearing she might vanish. The young witch slowly extended a hand from under the covers and poked his face with her finger. Am I dreaming? George grasped her hand, pressing it against his cheek. Speaking softly, it's not a dream, Su. Lin Su smiled gently. Over a year ago, it seemed like this too. Back then, you tucked my hand back under the blankets. George remembered that moment. Su had always avoided him, and he had finally caught her in the hospital wing, prompting a smile from him as well. However, his expression quickly soured. In retrospect, Su had been preparing for this year's events all along. Lin Su withdrew her hand from George's grasp and brushed his brow. Don't frown. It makes you look less handsome. I want my dashing boyfriend back. George once again took Lin Su's hand and gently kissed it near his lips. Su, there is no need for you to strive to make me happy. If it hurts, do not endure it. Please tell me, all right? The young witch's eyes glistened with tears, yet she shook her head, insisting it wasn't that painful. George, do you remember? The defensive necklace Professor Quirrell gifted me in my first year. George waited for her to finish, and the young witch smiled. Professor Quirrell is truly humble. He claims his alchemy skills are lacking, but in reality, he is quite remarkable. In truth, Professor Quirrell was not being modest when he said he was not impressive. It was indeed an understatement, as the necklace shattered almost immediately. George tucked a stray lock of hair behind Lin Su's ear, her face still pale but her voice imbued with excitement. And the amulet you brought back from Egypt, I chose the heart-shaped one, and it really works. That amulet did have some utility, yet after Professor Quirrell's defensive necklace broke, it too could only withstand so much. Thankfully, it did alleviate some of the pain from the Cruciatus curse. George caressed Lin Su's cheek, his throat constricted as if dough was rising within, preventing him from voicing any words. He took a moment to compose himself, then stood and pressed a kiss onto the young witch's forehead. I'll step outside for a moment, Su. Lin Su fell silent, meeting George's gaze, and quietly affirmed with a low George exited the hospital room, finding Dumbledore waiting outside, clearly aware she had awakened. I suspected it would be soon, and it appears my intuition was correct, he said while gesturing towards the room. May I enter? George nodded, and once Dumbledore stepped inside, he sank onto a bench outside, grasping at his own hair in distress. Molly arrived to bring food for the two, and upon seeing his state, she sat beside George, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and giving him a comforting squeeze. I know this is difficult, George, but you must pull yourself together quickly and not let Su worry about you. You're not blaming her for the secrets she kept, are you? Of course not, Mom. I just feel overwhelming guilt. Su often says I wasted too much time before. Time is precious, and I never realized it. During Susu's unconsciousness, he had barely slept, nor dared to, as his mind incessantly replayed the details he had previously overlooked, driving him to the brink of madness. Su, you frightened him, Dumbledore remarked to Lin Su. He checked on your breathing almost every few minutes. Lin Su had noticed George's dark circles under his eyes. Indeed, he was terrified. This was why she felt compelled to speak, to reassure George that she was still there, but also fearful of the questions he might pose. Gradually propping herself up from the blankets, Lin Su had numerous inquiries she wished to pose to Dumbledore. Professor, did you know this would happen? This was her most pressing curiosity, as Dumbledore had acted peculiarly while arranging matters, entrusting everything to her. The white-bearded headmaster stood opposite her, hands clasped, and candidly replied, Su, I believe my arrangements could hardly surpass yours. However, someone indeed informed me that there was no need for intervention. Simply following your plan would lead to eventual success. Lin Su lowered her lashes. Was it him? The one with prophetic abilities, confined in Numengard? Dumbledore smiled knowingly. He was well aware of whom she spoke. It was not just one person who conveyed that to me. He certainly would not place the burden solely on a young girl. Yet whether it was the chaotic Sybil, the centaur Firenze with his foresight, or the individual he met after Christmas, the consensus was to refrain from excessive involvement. Thus he chose to observe the unfolding events. Lin Su posed her second question. Did you take Voldemort's wand? This thought had only struck her in the face of Voldemort. The reason that night had gone so smoothly was largely because Voldemort had not retrieved his wand. The headmaster raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Perhaps the rats delivered it to Newt's vault in Gringotts. You know how much he attracts animals. Chapter 33. A farewell and a confession. Lin Su smiled. I thought Mr. Scamander had no need for a vault, given his marvelous suitcase. Dumbledore nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is something most would not consider. Thus, it was evident that Dumbledore had orchestrated this plan in advance. Lin Su could not entirely assure that Voldemort had not reclaimed his wand. What she could guarantee was that Harry's wand would not harm him. If Voldemort had retrieved his wand, both she and Harry would need to provoke him further. As Harry's protector, she had to demonstrate her concern for Lin Su, ensuring that the wand would appear unwittingly within Voldemort's reach. If Voldemort truly used his wand against Harry with the killing curse, Harry's chances of awakening would not be absolute. In conclusion, matters would not resolve so simply. If Dumbledore had hidden Voldemort's wand, everything would fall into place. No wonder there was a time she felt Dumbledore was in high spirits. You don't tell me this because of Trelawney's prophecy, do you? She said I would willingly go to my death for those around me. In truth, facing death and the reality of it are two entirely different matters, aren't they? Just like Harry. And if I knew I was not in danger, perhaps this prophecy would manifest again in the future. Are you concerned about this? Lin Su had come to understand many things. Dumbledore handed her a box of flower-shaped candies. You are a clever child. I have always known this. However, my dear, in matters of emotion, you are just as immature as I was in my youth. Lin Su pressed her lips together. Professor, for me, simply having experienced it is enough. Coming into this world was already a gain of a lifetime. If I could do something for this world in a brief span, then sacrificing my life would be worthwhile. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment, contemplating his words. But ultimately he only said, Susu, you have yet to share your story with me. Lin Su had not thought of her past life for quite some time. Most of her memories were consumed with the content of the original narrative, and at this moment, those memories felt hazy. She organized her thoughts. There is not much to say, Professor. In my past life, I spent each day in a hospital, without friends or family, though they provided me with the best education and medical care. At that time, Su Lin did not possess a healthy heart. She could neither run nor jump, and her emotions could not fluctuate greatly, rendering her more akin to a puppet. The doctors acted as the healers of the magical world, once stating she would not live past 10, and each subsequent day became a miracle. Professor, you wouldn't want to know how many days she surpassed expectations. They cheered and marveled, conducting various examinations, and while they recorded additions, it felt to me more like a countdown, calculating when she would cease to exist. Lin Su shrugged, attempting to appear carefree, summarizing her past 15 years in just a few sentences. Dumbledore had yet to speak, and Lin Su continued. Until I arrived here, Professor, I gained the best parents in the world, and now I have a little brother. Later, I came to Hogwarts and met you all. Individuals who had previously existed only in my imagination and dreams, each so vividly alive. I cannot perceive this place as merely a story, nor can I disregard the tragedies that may unfold while solely indulging in my own life. In fact, if I cannot alter the trajectory of the narrative, I would never find joy in living. According to the original storyline, neither I nor my brother, born into a Muggle family, would escape tragedy. Thus, Professor, everything I do is for myself and for my family. Lin Su stated these truths with calm resolve. Dumbledore nodded slightly, acknowledging the child's nature. Even before others had expressed their gratitude, she had already erased her own contributions. I understand, my dear. You and George surely have much to discuss. I must take my leave. Mr. Trelawney's revelations in the Prophet have caused quite a stir, and the ministry is now in disarray. Lin Su was well aware of the situation. She had previously arranged everything, sending some recorded footage and materials to Trelawney, so the ensuing commotion was entirely expected. Professor, you ought to have a serious conversation with Grindelwald as well, Lin Su remarked before Dumbledore departed, but the white-bearded headmaster did not pause in his stride. George entered, holding a lunchbox. Molly felt that the two needed some time alone, which was why she had just excused herself. Lin Su sat on the hospital bed, her eyes sparkling as she watched George approach. His red hair, much like his masteress, seemed somewhat dulled and lacked its usual brilliance. The young witch pondered for a moment, then took George's hand, pulling him a little closer. Georgie, did you see the gift I left in the room of requirement? George's thoughts drifted to the magpie that had brushed against his cheek before vanishing, sadness filling his eyes. Susu, was that a farewell? Lin Su paused. It was both a confession and a goodbye, and she had already orchestrated everything to follow, but for now, she was still alive. Thus, she smiled and replied, it is not a farewell, but a confession, Georgie. George gazed at her, and Lin Su met his eyes. Georgie, this matter is quite complex. I believe Harry has already informed you of my secret. I know I will survive. Dumbledore has made ample preparations, which is why I am so bold. Look, this time we've been quite successful, haven't we? George remained silent, merely pulling Lin Su into a tight embrace. He was aware she was lying, but he did not wish to confront the truth. He could not accept that Susu had already prepared to leave him, so he chose to indulge in self-deception for the time being. Lin Su gently caressed George's hair. Some of her earlier preparations needed to be dismantled promptly, or they might indeed come to fruition, creating trouble. Georgie, I'm feeling a bit tired. Would you stay with me and sleep? She whispered as they embraced closely. Would you like something to eat, Su? Mum sent us some food. George's voice softly reached her ears. Lin Su shook her head, her appetite having vanished entirely. Are you hungry, Georgie? George also shook his head. Lin Su released him and graciously patted the space beside her. Georgie, the bed is yours to share. You must have not slept well for ages. Those dark circles under your eyes are about to fall onto your cheeks, she said, playfully pinching George's face. Noticing how gaunt his cheeks had become, he needed proper nourishment for a while. Then I'll make the bed a little bigger, George said, reaching for his wand. But Lin Su pressed down on his hand. Let us leave it as it is, Georgie. I want to hear your heartbeat. Understanding her desire for reassurance, George performed a cleaning charm on himself and obediently lay beside Lin Su. She nestled into a comfortable position within his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Finally able to close his eyes in peace, just as George began to drift off, he heard Lin Su whisper, I am here, Georgie. Chapter 34, Dear Brother Mr. and Mrs. Lin were unaware of Lin Su's hospitalization. Harry had informed them that Sue's healing abilities were remarkable and that she was currently at St. Mungo's, expected to return home shortly. Every word was true, yet laden with omissions. Su Chi and Lin Ida felt a blend of concern and trepidation, fearing that their unannounced visit might disrupt Sue's work. Fortunately, Lin Su soon awoke and promptly called and wrote to them, even including 2 busy photographs, transforming Su Chi's anxiety into pride, albeit tinged with a bittersweet feeling of her child growing up. Lin Su could not utilize magic for her own healing, resulting in a slow recovery. Thankfully, she had ample potions on hand, and Professor Snape had even provided some of his modified elixirs. Thank you, Professor, Lin Su exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Snape to be occupied with her affairs during the holidays. The professor, with his non-greasy hair, huffed in annoyance. The little things you added to the potions? I tossed them into the fireplace. With that, he turned and left, leaving behind a rather dashing silhouette. Su, what did you add to Professor Snape's potions? Fred inquired curiously. He and George had just turned 17 in April and had recently completed their apparition exams, spending their days boasting between number 12, Grimmauld Place, and St. Mungo's. Georgie, aren't you going to take the exam? Lin Su asked, munching on the grapes George had washed for her. She was feeling much better, yet they still wouldn't allow her to leave St. Mungo's. George shook his head. I'll go after you're discharged. Then why won't they let me leave? Lin Su pouted. George peeled a grape and handed it to her, causing the young witch to beam once more. Fred, exasperated, tossed a grape into his mouth. Hello? Have you seen your dear brother? George was too preoccupied to respond, while Lin Su took a moment to glance at him. Fred, why don't you go find Angelina? The implication being why he was here acting as a third wheel. Fred grew even more annoyed. Angelina's family had gone on vacation, and George was spending all his time at St. Mungo's, leaving him quite bored. He mockingly scoffed at George. I'm not like Georgie, who must always cling to his girlfriend. Lin Su and George exchanged knowing glances and shared a brief kiss, freezing Fred's smile in place. So, what exactly did you add to Snape's potions? His curiosity was nearly extinguished by the sight of the young couple. Lin Su giggled. Oh, nothing much. Just a little prank that will induce nightmares. In truth, it was a potion of forgetfulness. She had calculated that Professor Snape would be researching a potion to counter the Cruciatus Curse, and she had slipped a bottle of disguised forgetfulness potion into the mix. Should the potion bottle be touched, it would produce a letter instructing Professor Snape to deliver the potion to Dumbledore. If Snape failed to notice the bottle, she had also anticipated his frequency of using shampoo, ensuring he would unwittingly transport several boxes of shampoo, with the forgetfulness potion nestled within the first and last boxes. Once news of the Horcruxes broke, Snape's previous potion research would be referenced, leading to an increasing number of important meetings. And the forgetfulness potion concealed within the shampoo would be discovered within 2 months. Additionally, the parchment placed alongside the mirror of Erased in Dumbledore's office during Christmas would convey her wish to help erase any trace of her existence. Weston would send a letter laced with forgetfulness potion mixed in ink to her home a month after her demise. And the bouquet of flowers on her mother's bedside would not be treated with any preservation charm, nearing wilting time. Everything was prepared, yet thankfully, none of it would be necessary. She would gift her mother something new. In the midst of these preparations, she fully grasped Hermione's sentiments when she had cast the forgetfulness charm on her parents. It was precisely for this reason she was more convinced than ever of the righteousness of her actions. In truth, had her parents not welcomed little Chunin, she would not possess such unwavering resolve. However, in this game of wizard's chess, she was the knight, and the queen was certainly not just Harry. Lin Su reflected upon her previous plans, deciding they should all be promptly rescinded. Releasing a quiet sigh of relief as she squinted her eyes and popped a grape George had handed her into her mouth. Goodbye, Fred exclaimed, vanishing with a pop. Harry, Ron, and Hermione always agreed to visit St. Mungo's together, while Ginny often accompanied Mrs. Weasley. As Lin Su's health gradually improved, they grew curious about the Harry Potter saga, currently questioning who their defense against the dark arts professor would be in the next academic year. With Voldemort dead, the curse had lifted. But Moody had no intentions of continuing to teach. He sought a place to vacation, his once suspicious nature having eased, as he wished to enjoy life. Lin Su pondered for a moment, inquiring about the current state of affairs at the Ministry of Magic. Hermione wore a grim expression. Fudge stubbornly refused to acknowledge that Voldemort had temporarily returned, believing it all to be a conspiracy concocted by Dumbledore to usurp his position as Minister of Magic. This was entirely predictable. Despite the many differences between this world and the one depicted in the books, the characters remained largely unchanged. In the narratives, Fudge did not accept the truth until he witnessed Voldemort himself storming the Ministry and clashing with Dumbledore. Lin Su suddenly leapt from her bed, startling George, who was placing fresh flowers in a vase at the bedside. He quickly pressed her shoulder, urging her to sit still. But Lin Su playfully beckoned George to join her at her side. As she toyed with his fingers, the slender tips bore the faint calluses of one who frequently engaged in the study of magical artifacts, and Lin Su absent-mindedly stroked them, oblivious to the depth of George's gaze. With a hint of distress, she remarked, "Could it be that next year's defense against the dark arts professor will still be Umbridge?" Riddle-Tashiel had been wanted by Fudge. Mr. Hill had sent an owl stating that he was fine, merely needing to seek another publication for his articles. The information she had previously sent was organized. He simply required a platform for dissemination. Lin Su had recommended Lovegoods the Quibbler to him, assuring him that matters would soon improve. Though she had not involved herself in the Ministry's disputes, Dumbledore no longer had to busy himself with tracking down Voldemort. Amelia Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt were both competent individuals, and with the scheming Malfoy's assistance, Fudge likely could not hold out much longer. As Lin Su recounted the misdeeds of Dolores Umbridge from the books, she unconsciously brushed George's hand, mindful that they must avoid the blood scabs left by Umbridge's punitive quill. George gently touched Lin Su's hair. "Do not worry, Su. With your foresight, even if it is indeed her, we need not be anxious. How about we prepare some gifts for her?" Hermione raised no objections, and the remaining individuals expressed interest. Chapter 1. Household chores. After spending the better part of the summer at St. Mungo's, Lin Su finally returned home. Su Chi and Lin Ida had prepared an extravagant feast, and her younger brother, Chunin, clung to her, wailing loudly. George had accompanied Lin Su back, and upon witnessing Chun-En's clinginess, he instinctively reached out to take him, fearing Lin Su would tire. Chun-En, however, was discontented, insisting on sticking close to his sister. Lin Su, possessing considerable strength and having nearly fully recovered, effortlessly held Chun-En in one arm while extending her other hand to George. "It's all right, George." Lin Ida's expression darkened momentarily. In the next instant, he donned a smile and positioned himself between them, discreetly prying their hands apart to lift Chun-En from Lin Su's arms. "Be good, Chun-En. Your sister is tired. Let Daddy hold you." The four of them awkwardly proceeded together, with Lin Su entering the door first, followed by Lin Ida carrying their son, determined to keep his precious daughter and the red-haired boy apart. Su Chi found this amusing. She had grown more open-minded, content as long as Su was happy. Lin Su covertly glanced at George, who innocently winked back at her. An identical figure with red hair emerged from the kitchen, balancing two plates, exuding a sunny charm. "Last two dishes. I brought them all out." George shot a deadpan stare at Fred. "What are you doing here?" The doorbell rang, and Lin Ida opened the door to reveal Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, each bearing gifts, to celebrate Su's departure from St. Mungo's. Noticing the slight shift in Lin Ida and Su Chi's expressions, Hermione added, "They are letting Su start work so soon because her abilities are simply too remarkable. They do not want to miss out on such talent." Lin Su gave Hermione a thumbs up, and Lin Ida promptly invited everyone inside. Fred and George were now permitted to use magic outside of school, and George waved his wand to transform the table into a round one, earning a compliment from Su Chi, much to Lin Ida's chagrin. Lin Su rubbed her hands together in excitement as she admired the feast prepared by Lin Ida, dramatically inhaling. "Dad, let's eat. My stomach feels like it's about to collapse." A chorus of eager young wizards nodded vigorously, prompting Lin Ida to gesture for everyone to sit down and relax. Lin Su retrieved drinks from the refrigerator, where Lin Ida had thoughtfully chilled grape juice. When she returned, she naturally settled beside George, prompting Lin Ida to clear his throat. Lin Su moved as if propelled by springs, barely settling before bouncing back to a seat next to Lin Ida. A group of wizards exchanged knowing glances at George, who maintained an air of nonchalance, as Lin Su had only recently beckoned him with her finger to change seats. By the end of the meal, Lin Ida had lost his irritation, for the rapport between his daughter and that boy was evident to anyone. They respected the local custom of serving food separately whenever Lin Su glanced at a dish. George immediately helped her serve it, and she never once stood. The most remarkable moment came when George magically peeled shrimp for Lin Su. They were astounded when he and Su Chi witnessed a shrimp being shelled and landing in Lin Su's plate. Misunderstanding their intentions, George soon added another shrimp to their plates. Lin Su stifled a laugh. When had George learned such a whimsical little spell? Hermione and Ginny giggled. Harry marveled at George's magical finesse, while Ron, envious, wished his brother would do the same for him, only to be heartlessly denied by George, with Fred opting for silence. After the meal, George showcased Molly's signature move, causing the dishes to line up on their own for washing. Su Chi whispered to Linida, "This works out well. Su and George won't argue over chores in the future." Linida looked incredulously at his wife. "Dear, we wouldn't argue over that either." Su Chi shot him a playful glare, stepping on his foot in her slippers. Although Fred's apparition could not carry others, he called for Dobby, leaving everyone puzzled about how they had forged such a friendship. Dobby's sudden appearance startled Lin, Ida, and Su Chi, while Little Chun excitedly tugged at the elf's finger. Dobby's ears drooped, his eyes glistening, and his slender hands formed a heart shape, the expression most species exhibit when encountering adorable younglings. With a snap of his fingers, Dobby produced a plush toy, a miniature version of himself, which he presented to Chunin, who gleefully accepted it, chirping, "Thank you, Dobby." Dobby happily departed with the Weasleys, while Hermione chose to stay the night at Lin Su's home. Harry returned to the Dursleys, with Voldemort vanquished. He was no longer bound to spend a fixed duration there each year, now choosing to stay voluntarily. That evening, Hermione did not occupy the guest room, but instead shared a bed with Lin Su. After a prolonged silence, Hermione softly inquired, "Su, did it hurt back then?" "No. It must have hurt terribly. Merlin, I can hardly find the words, Su. Does it still hurt now?" Lin Su smiled, and Hermione persisted with her question. "Actually, it's all right, Hermione. It doesn't hurt at all anymore. The most important thing is that everything is progressing in a positive direction. Indeed, everything would be all right." The two girls closed their eyes, and after some time, Lin Su quietly emerged from the covers to retrieve the two-way mirror from the guest room. Harry and Sirius had previously used this to keep in touch, and Lin Su had asked Sirius to procure a pair for her, with the other half in George's possession. The figure opposite George soon appeared, clad in pajamas but evidently still awake. Lin Su chuckled. Still unable to sleep? She had noticed in the hospital that without her by his side, George struggled to find rest, often plagued by nightmares. Lin Su understood that this time had truly frightened him, hence she had given him the mirror before her discharge. George shook his head. "I just need a little time." Su, why aren't you asleep yet?" Lin Su leaned closer to the two-way mirror and whispered, "I can't sleep without you." She was not lying. She had almost grown accustomed to falling asleep in George's embrace, finding solace in his arms. Upon uttering those words, a blush crept across Lin Su's cheeks and ears. Before George could respond, she hurriedly added, "You have your apparition exam tomorrow, so you must rest well tonight. I will wait here for you. Good night, George." With that, she swiftly cut off the communication. Putting away the mirror, Lin Su couldn't help but smile, surprised to discover that she could feel this way, her heart brimming with the warmth and sweetness reminiscent of Professor Dumbledore's tea. Just as she intended to sneak back to her room, a figure suddenly appeared, startling Lin Su, who covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. "George, what are you doing here?" George had already enveloped her in his arms, leaning down to kiss her, the refreshing scent of toothpaste lingering between their lips. Lin Su closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around George's waist as she responded to his fervent kiss. Chapter 2. Dependence. "George, aren't you afraid of being caught coming here?" Lin Su leaned against George in the guest room, both of them lying on the bed as she played with his fingers. The calluses on his fingertips affected the sensation. She thought she ought to make some ointment to soften them. George tightened his embrace. "The Ministry of Magic is in chaos right now. They don't have time to worry about adult wizards operating." Lin Su tilted her head to plant a kiss on George's chin. "Aren't you afraid my father will find out? He might make you tomorrow's breakfast." George chuckled, teasing her. "I thought Sweetheart invited me over." Lin Su felt embarrassed, her ears heating up, yet she was honest. "But if you don't come, I really can't sleep. Can you?" George was amused by her boldness, affectionately kissing the top of the little witch's head. "Can't sleep, so I came. Looks like we need to get up early to avoid Sweetheart losing her boyfriend." Lin Su stifled a giggle, turning to snuggle against George's waist, burying herself in his embrace, drowsiness washing over her almost instantly. "Will you wake me up tomorrow morning?" The two embraced in an intimate and secure position, drifting into a deep sleep. Linida and Su Chi lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Linida, wearing a frown, remarked, "Doesn't he think that apparition thing is quite noisy?" In their room, only Little Chun had turned over in his sleep, undisturbed. Su Chi had just stopped Linida from leaving the room and now patted his arm. Something must have happened with Su that she doesn't want us to know. Her demeanor is off. Although Lin Su believed she had fully recovered, Su-Chi, as a mother, could always detect subtle changes. Su seemed more easily fatigued than before. If they were to inquire, Su would undoubtedly attribute it to work. Yet Su-Chi knew there was more to it. I've noticed it too. Su tries hard to appear normal, but it's precisely that effort that seems wrong. Lin Ito admitted, concern etching his features. And look at Su. Who has she ever relied on? However, the way she looked at George during the day was something Su-Chi could not articulate. A gaze that tugged at a parent's heartstrings, filled with complete trust and dependence. Lin Ito felt a pang of discomfort. As long as George did not mistreat Su, he could accept it. Thus, the couple refrained from intruding on the young lovers. Each tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Lin Su slept soundly and rose early the next morning, preparing breakfast for the entire family. After their meal, Lin Ito and Su-Chi took Little Chun into the dining hall, grateful that the hired help had prepped the ingredients, making their morning routine considerably easier. Hermione hesitated, glancing at Lin Su as the two girls strolled nearby, eventually reaching the abandoned amusement park, each taking a seat on a dilapidated swing. Lin Su pushed off the ground with her feet, swinging into the air. Hermione, I know what you're worried about. Rest assured, I won't let myself come to harm. And George won't hurt me either. Hermione exhaled in relief, clearly grappling with unspoken concerns. As long as you understand, Su. Have you received the owl from school yet? She shifted the topic. I have. It's about the textbooks we need to prepare. It's clear that Dolores Umbridge will undoubtedly be the defense against the dark arts professor for the next school year. Lin Su's expression turned pensive, puzzled as to why Fudge still held his position after all this time. However, she wasn't particularly skilled in this area and had done all she could, not intending to interfere further. Perhaps Dumbledore and the others had their own plans. Fudge, in his quest to tarnish Dumbledore's reputation, had recalled Rita Skeeter to the Daily Prophet, where she excelled at stirring public sentiment. Hermione was more astute than Lin Su regarding such matters, always keeping an eye on the Ministry's movements. The Ministry seemed to be subtly dividing into two factions. Compared to Amelia Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt, Fudge still garnered substantial support. Having navigated the past few years without major blunders, handling the Peter Pettigrew case and Gilderoy Lockhart's matters decisively, while Shacklebolt's contributions were credited to Fudge by Skeeter. As Hermione swung slowly, she continued her analysis. Lin Su felt a pang of guilt, realizing that perhaps her actions had inadvertently contributed to Fudge's consolidation of power, though she hadn't considered it at the time. Hermione, without looking at her friend, continued, however, I find the Daily Prophet's stance somewhat ambiguous. Skeeter's articles have ceased to dominate the front page since her return, and they now carry a disclaimer stating that they reflect only the journalist's personal opinions. I believe we could leverage this. Perhaps Mr. Hill's article could be resubmitted to the Daily Prophet. Lin Su genuinely exclaimed, Hermione, you're amazing. The bushy-haired girl shrugged nonchalantly. Su, you know that to achieve good results, one must learn to synthesize the known information. Yet, I have always recognized my flaws. Sometimes, like everyone says, I'm a know-it-all. I merely record and analyze information, sometimes reluctant to accept knowledge that diverges from the textbook, failing to adapt. Lin Su halted the swing with her feet. No, Hermione. Someone who cannot adapt wouldn't dare to challenge the Minister of Magic. And your spew. House elf history has persisted for so long. You see their injustices and strive to rectify them. Perhaps your adaptability doesn't lie in questioning the textbooks. You are far more intelligent than you realize. Hermione turned to look at Lin Su. Su, you truly empower others. Lin Su shook her head. Perhaps it's simply that I don't love to lie. Hermione chuckled at her response. Anyone can say that, except you. The two girls erupted in laughter as they pushed off the ground, swinging together, the wind rustling their hair, carrying their laughter and joy far and wide. Of course, summer vacation should not be spent solely at home. Lin Su mysteriously shared with her friends about a magical mode of transportation in the wizarding world, and both Harry and Hermione expressed eagerness to explore it. Thus, that evening, the three friends stood on Privet Drive, wands raised. Chapter 3. The night bus with a loud bang. A blinding light shot into their eyes as a tall, vivid purple bus screeched to a halt right before them, nearly touching their noses. Harry and Hermione patted their hearts, while Lin Su, mentally prepared, couldn't help but swallow nervously. The bus doors swung open, revealing a ticket collector with a face dotted with pimples, and Lin Su muttered under her breath. How come the pimples are still there after 2 years? When the ticket collector first appeared, it was during Harry's 3rd year, and now they were all about to enter 5th year, yet the collector still bore those blemishes. I'm Stan Shunpike, and tonight, I'll be your ticket collector. Hop aboard, lost little lambs. The opening line hardly suggested a friendly demeanor. 3 individuals boarded the carriage, with Lin Su inquiring first about the fare to Devonshire. as their humble abode lay on the outskirts of that very county. Stan, eyes wide in disbelief, calculated the costs and exuberantly declared that, after discounts, each person would only need to pay 7 galleons. Prompted by this revelation, Lin Su swiftly altered her destination to the Leaky Cauldron in London. Stan's expression soured. 11 sickles per person. Lin Su handed him 3 golden galleons along with a small tube of ointment, reputed to be remarkably effective against acne. Subsequently, she and her 2 companions set off in search of vacant beds. "We can manage 7 galleons," Harry remarked as he settled down. Lin Su smiled mysteriously. "Harry, we merely wish to experience this journey. The distance to Devonshire is tenfold that to London. Trust me, you wouldn't want to endure such a prolonged ride." Before Harry could voice his confusion, the carriage lurched forward abruptly, causing the beds to shift with inertia. Harry stumbled, sprawling from his seat onto the opposing bed. Lin Su grasped Hermione to prevent her from toppling over. Hermione's complexion was pale, evidently unsettled by the experience. Accustomed to the speed of public buses, Stan approached the 3 wizards steadily, offering them chocolate. "The extra payment you made is sufficient for a treat." Leaning against the side rail, he inquired of Lin Su. "Does this ointment truly work?" Lin Su raised an eyebrow. "You'll find out for yourself. Even muggles use it." Stan's expression turned curious. "No wonder I've never encountered it. I've tried all the remedies available in Diagon Alley and St. Mungo's. I had even contemplated venturing to Nocturne Alley for a stroke of luck. But the newspaper reported the Dark Lord's brief resurrection recently, and I dared not go." The 3 wizards became intrigued. "Do you believe that report?" Stan's expression was peculiar. "Why not? Even the slightest possibility makes the Dark Lord exceedingly terrifying. We must maintain vigilance." As he applied some ointment to his acne, he added, "Just as you must be cautious not to end up with acne like mine. They first appeared when I was your age, and they have plagued me ever since. By the way, when might this ointment take effect?" Lin Su shrugged. "Perhaps after we disembark. You truly possess a sense of humor, for your wit. I am willing to provide your unfortunate friend with a bit of hot water." Stan pointed to the pale-faced Hermione. Hermione managed to speak. "Thank you so much. Please hurry." Stan poured Hermione a cup of hot water and then leaned forward to converse with the driver, Ern. Harry held onto the bed's railing. "Sue, you're right. I cannot endure sitting on the night bus all the way to Devonshire." After sipping the hot water, Hermione's complexion improved slightly. "Sue, I shall never ride the night bus again." Her last word was drawn out, as Ern made a sharp turn, flinging them all from their seats. Lin Su clutched the armrest so tightly that it became deformed, struggling to maintain her balance. As the carriage surged forward again, the 3 young wizards fell silent, their gazes fixated on the contorted armrest, lost in thought. "Do you think the restoration charm could revert it to its original state?" Lin Su asked weakly. "But we seem unable to use wands. This evening, rather unfortunately, there were no other wizards on the bus. Should they use their wands, Fudge would likely be all too eager to bring these 3 young wizards, who insisted the Dark Lord had once returned, to trial. Why not, Sue? You could try to bend it back?" Harry suggested, raising his hand. "It should be easy for you." Hermione and Harry exchanged glances with Lin Su, the 3 of them contemplating the situation. Lin Su inhaled deeply. All she wanted was to experience the night bus and then seek out her beloved boyfriend. How did it end up like this? Upon reaching the Leaky Cauldron, the armrest had barely returned to its original angle, yet several shallow indentations from fingers remained indelibly imprinted. Lin Su retrieved a piece of parchment from her bag and wrote a note, tying it around the armrest to conceal the finger marks. The 3 of them dared not acknowledge Stan's call, rushing off the bus in haste. Stan glanced at the parchment tied in a bow, untied it, and cast a restoration charm on the armrest, shaking his head in amusement. Surely, they did not think that what transpired on the bus could escape his and Ern's notice? In truth, the trio did not believe they could conceal it from them. Stan opened the parchment, which read, "Thank you for fixing the armrest. The extra sickles are your reward, and the ointment will surely take effect within 3 days. 1 galleon equaled 17 sickles. By adding just 3 sickles to the base fare, they could enjoy chocolate." Stan assumed they were unaware of the rates, only to discover they were well informed. Touching his acne, he wondered if it was merely psychological, but it seemed to have lessened slightly. Stan turned and returned to his seat beside Ern, who inquired if the armrest had been restored. Stan adjusted the hat on his head. "These kids are truly frightening. It's the first time I've seen someone bend an armrest back into shape with their bare hands." Yet she managed to do it. The bus roared past, as the 3 young wizards exchanged glances by the dustbin outside the Leaky Cauldron, bursting into laughter. It felt splendid. Old Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, emerged with a lantern to assess the situation. Hermione explained their intentions to use the fireplace to travel to the burrow. Old Tom did not refuse. The 3 young wizards paid for the flue powder, each taking a handful before stepping into the fireplace. As flames erupted in the burrow's fireplace, Lin Su was the first to emerge. George, having awaited her arrival, arms outstretched to catch the little witch. Hermione followed next, and Ron helped her brush off the soot from her face. Ginny looked eagerly at the fireplace, anticipating her boyfriend's appearance. However, Harry, for reasons unknown, tumbled out of the fireplace, his glasses falling to the floor, his face and clothes covered in dust. Ron regarded his dirt-covered brother with disdain. "Harry, what on earth were you doing?" Harry picked up his glasses and scrambled to his feet, grinning awkwardly. "Hi, Ginny." He pointed at the fireplace. "I haven't used Floo powder in ages, and I'm a bit out of practice." In truth, it was the after-effects of riding the night bus. The instant the Floo powder took effect, he felt as if he had returned to the starting carriage, leading him to collapse. Ginny laughed, waving her wand to clean Harry up. Fred sat at the dining table, wearing an expression of distress. "Harry, you didn't trip while entering the fireplace, did you?" "Of course not." "Fred, you're here too? What did you just say?" Harry continued to beam at Ginny. The three pairs of young couples chatted amongst themselves, while Fred, in a huff, tossed out a dismissive, "Nothing, good night," before stomping off to his room. Chapter 4. The threshold of heartfelt emotion. The Weasley household was abuzz with activity as the three young wizards spent the night there. The following day, they all traveled through the fireplace to Diagon Alley for shopping. Lin Su purchased several boxes of Floo powder, having previously informed her parents about reopening their fireplace. Despite the summer season, they had unhesitatingly hired someone to dismantle the bricks that had sealed the fireplace. During Lin Su's stay at St. Mungo's, Mrs. Bones had come to visit her, inquiring if she needed any assistance, evidently grateful for Lin Su's decision to entrust one of Voldemort's Horcruxes to her for destruction. Lin Su had pondered for a moment and asked Mrs. Bones to help her apply for the inclusion of the Lin family's fireplace in the Floo network. Currently, the Ministry of Magic was in disarray, and since Mrs. Bones had submitted the application through someone else, it had not raised any suspicions, resulting in its approval without detailed scrutiny of whether the Lin family had Muggles among them. Whether this approval would be rescinded once the Ministry restored order was another matter entirely. At least, for this summer, their travel would be quite convenient. After all, while George had successfully passed his apparition test, the group still needed to traverse the Floo network for their journeys. The Dursleys were not an option, as Petunia and Vernon had yet to reach a level of acceptance regarding the emergence of wizards from their very own fireplace. Meanwhile, Hermione was away traveling with her parents, a customary arrangement for their family. Lin Ida and his wife had contemplated taking the siblings on an outing, but after careful observation, they unanimously deemed Susu's health unsuitable for long journeys, as she often succumbed to fatigue with remarkable ease. George and Lin Su had soundproofed Lin Su's room using alchemical items, and his apparition skills had become increasingly refined. The young couple fell asleep together each night, their hearts drawing ever closer. During the summer holidays, Lin Su encountered the twins' latest experimental creations at the dilapidated abode. Perhaps due to their infatuation, a portion of their research involved matters of romance. Intended for sale around Valentine's Day, they speculated that Umbridge would depart from the school before this occasion. Among their creations was a small pendant that George claimed could detect a wizard's heartbeat, transforming into a beautiful firework once a certain threshold was reached, a perfect tool for shy wizards to confess their feelings without uttering a word, as the heartbeat would convey their love. Lin Su was eager to take a look, but George refused, insisting that she had seen it before, albeit in an incomplete state, and with a different focus than at present. Intrigued, Lin Su pressed further, and George finally replied, "Sweetheart, I don't want them to explode before we sell them." Realizing the implication, Lin Su's cheeks flushed crimson. The potion salve they were working on was nearing completion, and upon returning home, Lin Su hurriedly wrapped it up. That evening, the two sat at the desk, with Lin Su carefully applying the salve to every calloused area under the warm glow of the desk lamp. George's hands were strikingly handsome, well-defined from years of playing as a beater for Gryffindor's Quidditch team, and his red hair was neatly cropped. At that moment, he sat obediently before her, his brow furrowed as he watched her tend to his wounds. Lin Su couldn't help but liken him to a well-behaved large dog, and she let out a soft laugh. George looked up at her, his innocent dog-like eyes retaining a youthful charm despite the passage of time, creating an unexpected contrast. Enchanted, Lin Su leaned closer and unexpectedly kissed him on the nose, attempting to flee afterward, but their proximity allowed George to pull her onto his lap. As their faces drew nearer, their noses brushed gently against one another's, and Lin Su felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She closed her eyes, and George chuckled softly, leading to yet another tender kiss. Upon awakening the next day, Lin Su found herself alone in the room, unable to suppress her frustration. She kicked her legs while clutching the pillow, scolding herself for being so easily swayed despite the time that had passed. The chaos within the Ministry of Magic continued unabated, with Sirius and Lupin maintaining a mysterious presence, occasionally joining Harry for meals at number 12, Grimmauld Place, only to depart swiftly thereafter. Nagini seemed to have taken residence at the Hogshead Inn, where she had much to discuss with Aberforth regarding Credence, while there had been no word from Dumbledore. Thus, the summer days passed quietly, and soon the young wizards were preparing to return to school. Gathering at the station, the young wizards boarded the Hogwarts Express. Lin Su's mood this time was markedly different. Previously, she would ponder all that the year might hold, but now, like her peers, she was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Hagrid was once again waiting at the train's front. Despite the truth surrounding his expulsion being published by Mr. Riddle in the Daily Prophet, a faction of officials led by Fudge still refused to acknowledge it, thereby concealing his wand within a pink umbrella. Hagrid greeted them enthusiastically and led the first years across the lake. The older students took the carriages, and Harry was surprised to see a thestral. Luna handed him a piece of bread to feed it, while Lin Su gently stroked the back of another thestral. Standing together, George could not see the creature, but he could share the experience with Lin Su. The red-haired boy gazed silently at her, never having inquired about Susu's past life for fear of unearthing painful memories. Lin Su looked up at him, her other hand clasping his. "I hope you never have to see a thestral." George wished the same for Susu. Yet he kept his thoughts unvoiced. As he tenderly ruffled Lin Su's glossy black hair, the little witch frowned and glared at him. "Could you refrain from petting my hair like it's an animal?" George found her adorable, yearning to sweep her into his arms for a kiss. But he stifled the impulse to avoid inciting her embarrassment. Instead, he leaned down and offered, "Then let me ruffle your hair too." Lin Su grinned, revealing her small white teeth, and unapologetically tousled George's hair. Their companions looked skyward, urging them to hurry as the carriages were about to depart. Only when they had settled into the carriage did they finally release each other's hands. Chapter 5. Not listening upon entering the Great Hall, Lin Su immediately noticed a figure draped in pink seated beside Snape. Snape wore a furrowed brow and a grim expression, subtly shifting away from the toad-like woman. Professor McGonagall maintained her stern demeanor, though those familiar with her could discern her displeasure. Dumbledore raised his glass toward the Gryffindor table, his blue eyes glinting with shrewdness behind his spectacles. The friends raised their juice-filled cups in response, prompting a change in Umbridge's expression as she reverted to her unsettlingly saccharine smile. Following the necessary processes of sorting the new students and the feast, the food vanished, and Dumbledore stood to introduce the new professors. Typically, this would be a brief formality, yet this time Umbridge seized the opportunity to speak, her pink ensemble accentuating her short and stout figure, while her overly theatrical voice grated on the ears. Her speech revolved around the ministry's care for students and the importance of education, before she began discussing some notions of replacing the old with the new. In essence, her message could be distilled into 8 words: extract the essence, discard the dross. Lin Su found herself tuning out her words, the clamor around her overwhelming. The young witches and wizards at the 4 long tables began whispering to one another, and she plugged her ears in a mock display of indifference, adopting the posture of a child refusing to listen. Harry and Ron couldn't help but chuckle, and the twins mimicked her, blocking their ears as well. Hermione, however, furrowed her brow in concentration, listening intently to Umbridge's speech. Umbridge undoubtedly noticed the commotion, yet she refrained from reacting in the moment, instead taking mental note of their faces as her lecture continued unabated. When she finally concluded, Dumbledore appeared to awaken from a stupor, leading the applause. Professors McGonagall and Sprout exchanged glances before joining in, while the scattered applause from the young wizards filled the hall. Dumbledore spoke a few more words before announcing the end of the gathering. Hermione and Ron received their prefect badges, and Harry's immediate thought was a hope that Ron wouldn't drag him and Ginny out for nighttime escapades, to which Ron promised he would. At that moment, they were tasked with escorting the first years back to their dormitories. Lin Su and George walked together, aware that once school commenced, they would no longer be able to cling to one another as they had during the holidays. Moreover, this year Lin Su had to prepare for her OWLs, while George was gearing up for his newts before graduation. Though neither particularly required the qualifications, they still needed to go through the motions. The two strolled around the castle for a while before returning to the common room just in time for curfew, feeling it essential to give Hermione and Ron their due respect on the first day back, even if future days might not be as lenient. Clutching the lullaby George had gifted her, Lin Su reluctantly drifted into slumber, wondering if George would manage to fall asleep, as she had given him a soothing lavender scent, hoping it would keep the nightmares at bay. In the inaugural potions class of the new term, Professor Snape instructed the students on the preparation of the calming draft, a potion frequently encountered in examinations. Lin Su, adeptly crafting the potion, mused that perhaps Snape himself could benefit from a dose. Once the calming draft was complete, she poured a vial from her concoction, but before she could seal it, she sensed her classmates' eyes fixed upon her back. A chill ran down her spine, with Voldemort deceased. Surely Professor Snape would no longer impose detentions upon her, would he? "Lin, It seems you are quite pleased with your potion. To the extent that you wish to take a portion of it back for safekeeping, Snape's languid voice cut through her thoughts. Join me in my office after dinner. Understood. Professor, Lin Su replied wisely, refraining from countering Snape's remark. She poured the remainder of her potion into a container, labeled it, and awaited the conclusion of the class. Ron, puzzled, inquired, Su, do you have any potions that require Professor Snape's collaboration for further research? They were all aware that Snape's previous detentions for Lin Su stemmed from their potion studies, but with Voldemort's demise, such concerns seemed unfounded. Lin Su pondered. Perhaps there are improvements to some potions I previously developed for St. Mungos. You see, Professor Snape's expertise in potions is truly remarkable. The trio, unable to conjure alternative explanations, chose to drop the subject for the time being. The first class of the afternoon was divination, which Lin Su continued to elect. Professor Trelawney appeared somewhat less eccentric than before, yet her assignments remained bizarre. This time, she required the students to document their dreams. Lin Su resolved to recount a nightmare she had experienced, hoping for unforeseen insights. The next period was devoted to Umbridge's defense against the dark arts class, where she mandated the students to stow their wands and instead wield quills. Throughout the lesson, discontent simmered among the students. Harry rose to challenge her, referencing Voldemort, causing Umbridge's complexion to blanch momentarily. Subsequently, she dispatched Harry to deliver something to Professor McGonagall. Lin Su seized the moment to stand and voice her dissent. But Umbridge chose not to send her out as well. Instead, she ordered Lin Su to remain standing for the duration of the class. What a truly juvenile punishment. Lin Su thought, and sat down regardless. Yet, even then, Umbridge refrained from punishing her, which struck Lin Su as absurd. As the class concluded, Lin Su overheard several young witches and wizards discussing how Umbridge's lessons were even less engaging than Lockhart's. For at least Lockhart had introduced them to peculiar creatures for practical experience, whereas Umbridge confined them to textbooks. Moreover, she insisted they converse according to rules even primary schoolers would find archaic, leading one to believe they were mere toddlers, which naturally irked the adolescents. Harry informed them that Umbridge had sentenced him to nightly detentions, and Lin Su would need to visit Professor Snape that evening. Hermione suggested that she and Ron accompany Harry as prefects to prevent the potential emergence of the punitive quill Lin Su had previously mentioned. After dinner, the four young witches and wizards made their way to the professor's offices, with George accompanying Lin Su. Snape regarded the inseparable pair with a bemused expression before teasingly querying, "This time, is it Fred Weasley or George Weasley?" referencing an earlier incident when George had feigned to be Fred during a detention with Lin Su. "Of course, it's not Fred," George responded with ease. "George Weasley sends his regards." Snape, unimpressed, turned his attention to Lin Su. "Have your young man wait outside for a moment. Miss Lin should not mind, I presume." Lin Su recognized that Snape's forthcoming words were likely unsuitable for George's ears. Thus, she grasped George's hand, assuring him she would emerge shortly. Snape observed the pair's reluctant parting with a hint of disdain before sweeping into his office. Chapter 6. Persistence. Dumbledore stated. "You know the entire story." Snape cut to the chase. "I wish to know my conclusion." Lin Su furrowed her brow. "Professor, Voldemort is dead. The original narrative holds no relevance, as this world differs from that one." She had previously contemplated that among so many individuals, perhaps Professor Snape was the most fixated on the storyline. He had prepared diligently for Voldemort's return, suppressing his emotions, whether love or guilt. Lin Su had always surmised that in the end, Snape would survive. The wizarding world's potions were extraordinary, and he himself was a prodigious potions master, yet he did not. Lin Su speculated that part of the reason lay in his ignorance of Harry's survival. After all, Dumbledore had not disclosed to Snape that Harry had a chance of living. In Snape's mind, both Harry and Voldemort were destined to perish, and his mission would be complete, unable to safeguard Lily's son. In those final moments, he witnessed too many deaths he could not prevent, never anticipating that the person he most wished to protect would also be lost to him, leaving him powerless. Perhaps he had grown weary of such a life, hence he took no measures to ensure his own survival. In this life, Lin Su had persistently troubled him with potion research, making him aware of Horcruxes from the moment they first appeared, and emphasizing that the key to victory in battle lay in his development of potions capable of destroying them. She hoped that the professor could lead a less frenzied existence, focusing solely on the potions he cherished, which is why she chose to confide in Dumbledore and Lupin rather than Snape. To her astonishment, Snape still yearned to know the original conclusion. "Suppose you wish your young man to be informed about the forgotten potion you left behind. You may choose not to disclose it," Snape threatened, arms crossed. Lin Su paused, still refraining from answering Snape's query, instead proposing, "I can facilitate a meeting with Lily for you. If you desire the encounter to last a little longer, then perhaps research some potions that enhance vitality. However, even so, it can only be a fleeting moment." Snape froze, but after a moment, he allowed Lin Su to leave. She promptly turned and exited the office without lingering for even a second. George was outside, playing with a cap from a bottle of butterbeer. A novelty since they had begun producing bottled butterbeer, which the students could now enjoy, except for Lin Su. "George, have you been sneaking butterbeer again?" Lin Su chided, having nearly forgotten the taste of it. George pocketed the cap and took Lin Su's hand. "Sweetheart, yesterday was the first day of school. We had a little in the boys' dormitory." Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Su declared, "Next time we go to Hogsmeade, you can't stop me. I want a whole cup." As they strolled outside, George produced some small fireworks he and Fred had been experimenting with. The self-propelling fireworks, emitting delightful sounds, danced around them, casting vibrant hues upon their figures. Upon returning to the common room and waiting for a while, the trio emerged from Umbridge's office, having completed their detentions. Hermione's expression was grim, and Ron was visibly furious, clearly having encountered the punitive quill Lin Su had described, its nib longer and thinner than an ordinary feather quill. In contrast, Harry appeared remarkably calm. As both prefects had accompanied him, Umbridge had spared him from using that quill today, allowing him to write a lengthy, "I cannot lie," with a regular feather quill instead. This childish punishment struck him as amusing, though he anticipated that tomorrow might not be as lenient. Lin Su considered, then addressed Harry. "Harry, I will accompany you tomorrow." George instinctively tightened his grip on Lin Su's hand. He and Fred had indeed devised numerous new products in need of testing, and Hermione was vigilantly ensuring they did not target the first-year Gryffindors. Fred had complained several times about George's failure to find someone to experiment with. Yet, he could not deceive himself. Deep down, he was filled with unease, unwilling to allow Lin Su even the slightest chance of harm. Despite his efforts to maintain a facade of normalcy, he was acutely aware of the underlying dissimilarities. Yet, he was reluctant to let this unease surface and cast a shadow over Su, who had been striving to comfort him. Lin Su, perceptive as ever, squeezed George's hand. After all, having spent so much time together, if she couldn't discern his anxiety, she would be remiss in her duties as his girlfriend. She exchanged a brief greeting with Hermione before she and George departed the common room once more, just before curfew. This time, it was Lin Su who led George to the room of requirement, where she wished for a space conducive to restful contemplation. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by an arrangement strikingly reminiscent of Lin Su's bedroom back at her family's home. "George, we need to have a serious conversation." Lin Su pulled him back gently by the hand, the familiar layout assuring her that she wouldn't stumble, especially with her boyfriend by her side. George followed her inside, and the door to the room of requirement vanished behind him. "George, it seems you've never been curious about the story I read." Lin Su guided him to the desk, encouraging him to take a seat while she perched on the edge of the bed. George gazed back at her. Su, all I need to know is that you are real. That story exists in a world devoid of you, whereas I am firmly rooted in a reality where you exist." A warmth blossomed in Lin Su's heart as she leaned forward to bestow upon him a fleeting kiss, then quickly retreated, eager to engage in meaningful dialogue. "I want to tell you how the Dark Lord was vanquished in that story," she murmured, "but let us begin with how he was resurrected." Voldemort's resurrection involved the bones of his father, the flesh of a servant, and the blood of an enemy. He was aware that the protective magic left to Harry by his mother resided within his blood, preventing him from harming Harry. Thus, he chose to resurrect himself using Harry's blood, enabling him to touch Harry and ultimately kill him. However, he was oblivious to the fragment of his own soul that lingered within Harry, transforming him into a living Horcrux. Here she paused, observing George's thoughtful frown as he contemplated the implications. In essence, had Harry not died, Voldemort would not have died either, yet through his own machinations, he ensured his own immortality at the cost of Harry's life. George spoke uncertainly, before breaking into a smile at the absurdity of his own predicament. Lin Su nodded in agreement. "My boyfriend is truly brilliant, more astute than Voldemort, and he understands the incredible power of love far better." Chapter 7. The thorn extraction. George took hold of Lin Su's left arm, the scar from the blood extraction having left no trace thanks to the potion's effects. Yet he vividly recalled the horror he had witnessed that day. Lin Su clasped George's hand firmly. "George, I want you to understand that Voldemort could have met his end in another manner. Even after resurrecting with Harry's blood, he would still be unable to kill Harry. I chose to exchange identities with Harry, minimizing casualties and enhancing my chances of survival." In truth, during her third year, Lin Su had prepared herself under the grim assumption that she might perish. Despite her insistence on having a plan, she found herself unable to conceive a way to survive, compounded by Professor Trelawney's prophecy, which led her to believe that her death was inevitable. Consequently, she rushed through her preparations, even neglecting her classes. The lingering patients at St. Mungo's were nearly all healed, and Regulus's deeds were documented, his remains recovered. Bellatrix's escape was unforeseen, yet she had been ready for it. The issues concerning Lupin and Nagini were resolved, the Horcruxes gathered, and Professor Snape's potions had been developed. Most of the regrets she sought to rectify had been addressed, with only the plight of the Lin family weighing heavily on her heart. Fortunately, they had welcomed Chunin, and she trusted that the patients at St. Mungo's and Dumbledore would safeguard her family. Her savings had accumulated significantly over the years, and while monetary compensation could never truly repay the debt of nurturing, it was the best she could offer. At that time, she had yet to fully comprehend her feelings for George, instinctively distancing herself, believing she could face death without regrets. However, George's persistent closeness radiated a warmth akin to his hair color, nearly searing her. No one knew that on the night they strolled near the hovel. When George rested his head on her shoulder and asked if he could always accompany her, her heart raced with an overwhelming desire to live. Thankfully, she began to forge a different path during her time with family. She allowed the patients to no longer conceal her abilities. She even contemplated revealing her powers to Voldemort if necessary, like helping young Barty regrow his arm, believing Voldemort would be intrigued by her talents. Yet she could not guarantee her survival, forcing her to cherish the time she had while preparing for the eventuality of her demise. Ultimately, the Centaur's counsel provided her with a new direction, and combined with Professor Trelawney's prophecy, she became certain that Voldemort would indeed perish, though her own survival remained uncertain. With that ambiguity, she procured Polyjuice Potion from Nocturne Alley, ensuring no one was privy to her plans, even surprising Professor Snape in the process. If Voldemort's wand were recovered, she would unveil her identity to him post-resurrection, ensuring Harry's survival while proving her worth and stalling until the Order of the Phoenix arrived. Should she still fail to survive, she accepted that the deceived Voldemort would not possess the patience to tolerate her deceptions, for she had done all within her power. In her darkest moments, she even considered that George, being a resilient soul, would eventually come to terms with her departure, especially since she had prepared a forgetfulness potion. However, she swiftly banished that horrifying thought from her mind. She would rather never have been with George than to let him experience the pain of loss. Thus, she clung to the faint glimmer of hope. Fortunately, everything unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. Dumbledore had made extensive preparations, and Nagini's appearance was entirely unexpected. While the order arrived far earlier than discussed, George, I want you to know that I have strived to survive, rather than approaching danger with a heart set on leaving you. These words had been brewing in her heart for a long time, yet she had struggled to express them. Even if Snape had not threatened her with the forgetfulness potion she had previously prepared, she felt compelled to convey this to George. Otherwise, a thorn would remain lodged in his heart, a constant source of insecurity with each separation, detrimental to their future. Just as Firenze had once advised, Lin Su knew that being open with George would fortify their relationship. Though their recent interactions appeared increasingly intimate, Lin Su could sense George's anxiety. Otherwise, he would not have been plagued by nightmares, which likely prompted him to drink butterbeer the previous night. Lin Su scrutinized George's face, searching for clues in his expression. She had considered that he might be upset with her, even ignoring her, yet that would be preferable to him bottling up his feelings. However, George merely gazed at her, his eyes softening. Su, this time you can answer me honestly. Does it hurt? Lin Su paused, caught off guard as George caressed her cheek, softly asking. When they drew your blood, when you were tormented by the Cruciatus curse, did it hurt? In an instant, tears streamed down her cheeks. She had never anticipated such a reaction from George. He pulled her into his embrace, his fingers brushing away her tears, gently kissing her cheek. When I learned your secret from Harry, I finally understood the reasons behind some of your past actions. But what frightens me is not the thought of you leaving me. It's knowing that you willingly put yourself in harm's way, fully aware of the risks. I find myself burdened with the fear that you might be suffering in silence, hidden from my view. Yet, I also dread that voicing such concerns may inadvertently bind you. It seems you have grown accustomed to donning the armor of a knight on your own. But, dear Susu, there is no need for such stoicism in my presence. You need not be so strong before me. When it hurts, just cry out in pain. Do not feel compelled to bring joy to those around you. I yearn for you to express your feelings candidly to me. Do you understand, Susu? Lin Su buried her face in her boyfriend's embrace, her muffled voice emerging. Georgie, you are breaking the rules. Why do you not play by the book? George gently caressed her hair, aware of her tears that she wished to conceal from him. Thus, he refrained from forcibly pulling her away, opting instead to hold her quietly. Lin Su struggled to regain her composure, yet her tears flowed incessantly, as if she were releasing a lifetime's worth of sorrow. She sobbed, "It truly hurts, Georgie. It hurts so much that I can scarcely discern whether I truly exist in this world." She began to recount fragmented memories of her past life. Those days filled with unacknowledged pain that she had once believed forgotten. Yet they were not. Those memories simply lay hidden in the shadows of her mind. She recalled every agonizing night, the beeping of machines echoing around her, the sympathetic gazes of those around her, and each moment of shattered hope. In the end, Lin Su cried herself to sleep, and George carried her to bed, quietly tending to her disheveled hair. It was only then that he comprehended why Susu had been so resistant to taking the potion when she had been intoxicated. He had thought her aversion stemmed from the potion's unpleasant taste, manageable when sober, but revealing the truth when drunk. Thus, he had researched hangover candies, hoping she might indulge in them when the desire for drink arose. Now he understood that her reaction was rooted in past experiences with too many potions. He resolved to keep a supply of sweets on hand in the future. The following morning, Lin Su awoke in George's arms. The recollections of her confessions from the previous day flooding back, and she couldn't help but lightly thump her head in annoyance for having revealed so much. George seized her hand, chuckling. Will this truly make you smarter, Susu? Just like old times. Lin Su replied sullenly. No, it only makes me more foolish. George laughed softly, and Lin Su looked up at him, saying, Georgie, could you pretend you didn't hear that? Didn't hear what? He teased, reaching out to stroke her hair. Lin Su, feeling vexed, bit his hand in mock anger, but fearing she might truly hurt him, she left only a faint imprint of her teeth. George's laughter grew more jubilant, while Lin Su frowned at him, tracing the mark she had left. You let me bite you like that? I know you wouldn't bite back. George embraced Lin Su once more. We ought to have breakfast now. My sweet must eat on time to maintain her health. Lin Su protested softly. I'm not that fragile, Georgie. I feel perfectly fine. I could even punch a mysterious figure into submission. George patted her hair gently. I know, but you still need a hearty meal to have the strength to explore Hogwarts with Fred and me. I have long anticipated our adventures together, and we must seize the moment. This is my final year at school, sweetheart. Lin Su looked at him cautiously. Aren't you upset, Georgie? I have never told you about any of this. George chuckled. Sweetheart, do you truly believe your boyfriend is that petty? Huh, I am quite impressive. Lin Su suddenly beamed. In what way are you impressive? Because I have such a wonderful girlfriend, of course. Lin Su's eyes sparkled with joy, her expression brimming with pride. Unable to resist, George stole a kiss before finally letting her go. The pair appeared in the room of requirement, where they engaged in their morning rituals. It must be said, the room of requirement is remarkably accommodating, even providing toothpaste in their favored flavor. The affectionate couple made their way to the great hall, drawing concerned glances from Hermione. Lin Su felt elated. Sitting beside Hermione, she squeezed her friend's hand and quietly reassured her that nothing untoward had transpired. Hermione released a dramatic sigh of relief. Having nearly succumbed to dizziness from suppressing her curiosity, it was yet another day filled with demanding classes. Fifth-year coursework was indeed rigorous. But the challenges posed little difficulty for Lin Su, merely an abundance of assignments. After the afternoon classes concluded, Lin Su and Harry proceeded to Umbridge's office. Umbridge displayed no surprise at Lin Su's uninvited presence, still wearing that infuriatingly sweet smile as she inquired about her visit. Lin Su felt a shiver run down her spine, yet managed a professional smile. Professor, I wish to apologize for my rudeness in class yesterday. I voluntarily accept detention with Harry. Dear Miss Lin, there is no need for such formality. I believe you are a good child. Umbridge seemed resolute in avoiding confrontation. Lin Su persisted. No, Professor, please grant my request. Otherwise, I shall be unable to find peace. Umbridge feigned a look of approval. Well, since you insist, Miss Lin, do come in, and we shall converse. With that, she turned and entered her office. Harry made a face of disgust from the side, and Lin Su, donning a forced smile, communicated through their connection. I find this unbearable too. Can't you endure for a moment? Harry, startled by the sudden voice in his head, quickly realized it was Lin Su's ability and mimicked zipping his lips, signaling that he would hold his tongue. Upon entering the office, Lin Su was taken aback by the wall adorned with portraits of various cats. The sheer number of felines crowded together gave her an uncomfortable feeling rather than evoking any affection for Umbridge's apparent fondness for them. Aren't they adorable, much like you? Umbridge's syrupy voice chimed in. Lin Su furrowed her brow, but quickly smoothed her expression. Professor, you jest. I am willing to accept the same punishment as Harry. Harry had already taken a seat at the desk opposite Umbridge, with a standard quill and ink set before him, clearly replaced moments prior. No, dear. You need only chat with me, Umbridge replied. Lin Su found herself perplexed by Umbridge's peculiar demeanor, yet Harry's detention appeared to follow standard protocol. Maintaining her facade of a smile, Lin Su engaged in a verbal sparring match with Umbridge while urging Harry through their connection to write swiftly and leave together. Harry's quill moved so quickly it seemed to smoke, and he finally completed his punishment just as Lin Su was about to lose all patience. Before departing the office, Umbridge enthusiastically invited her for tea the following day. Lin Su feigned compliance, yet when the time came, She excused herself using the pretext of having another detention. In truth, she employed the disillusionment charm, which even Dumbledore would take half a minute to detect. It was no wonder Umbridge remained oblivious. However, her proficiency in magic was limited to this and healing spells, while other areas required further practice. As anticipated, Harry's quill had been replaced with one of Umbridge's special creations. Lin Su cloaked it with her magic. There was nothing particularly wicked about it, and she could easily devise a counter curse. Thus, as Harry began to write, the quill malfunctioned. Umbridge, puzzled, inspected the quill, yet she did not concern herself with it. After all, she had plenty more. However, no matter how many she replaced, none worked for Harry. Umbridge, undeterred, tried one herself. Lin Su removed the counter curse, and the rotund witch in her pink sweater lost her smile, shrieking as she dropped the quill. Lin Su averted her gaze, while Harry struggled to stifle his laughter, his face contorting in pain. Umbridge, furious, hurled a pile of quills at Harry, yet they remained ineffective. Ultimately, Harry resorted to using a standard quill to fill an entire sheet of parchment, and he was in high spirits while writing. As they left the office, Harry wore Lin Su's trademark smile. "I look forward to our meeting tomorrow, Professor." Chapter 9. A family. Lin Su did not depart alongside Harry. Her disillusionment charm could endure a while longer. Remaining in the office, she methodically dismantled all of Umbridge's existing quills with countercharms before seizing the opportunity to slip out unnoticed. She pondered whether she ought to learn a wall-passing charm, uncertain if such a spell even existed. The atmosphere within the school remained relatively harmonious, devoid of the tension depicted in the original narrative, although it was still divided between those who believed Voldemort had indeed returned and those who did not. The silence of the Slytherin students spoke volumes, as the majority of them were descendants of the Dark Lord's former followers. Consequently, the skeptics were primarily younger students still naive to the past, along with Muggle-born wizards who had not lived through those dark times. However, they were not foolish. Familial reminders and peer discussions taught them to maintain silence akin to that of Slytherin students. Thus, apart from Umbridge, the school enjoyed an unprecedented harmony, which, in a sense, represented a unification among the four houses. At the very least, no prefect reported to her about any mentions of the Dark Lord. Harry and Ron were somewhat perplexed by Fudge's obstinacy. They merely acknowledged that Voldemort had once returned, not that he was currently alive and scheming. Hermione, ever perceptive, speculated that Fudge's ire stemmed from the fact that the matter was being handled by the Order of the Phoenix. Despite the involvement of Ministry personnel, they had participated in that battle without Fudge's knowledge. Fudge perceived his authority as challenged, particularly by Dumbledore, whom he both feared and envied for his popularity. Lin Su, on the other hand, was more intrigued by Umbridge's peculiar demeanor towards her. Did she perhaps harbor some curse or injury that required her intervention? However, her perceptive abilities revealed that Umbridge was in excellent health, save for her excessive corpulence and unattractive appearance. The only plausible conjecture was that she was acting on Fudge's instructions, perhaps attempting to recruit a skilled healer. To prevent Umbridge from wielding her punitive quills against other young wizards, the twins and Lin Su established a nightly routine. They would clandestinely enter the office to check for any new quills or other punitive magical artifacts, swiftly exiting amidst the cacophony of meowing portraits. Beyond this, they refrained from expending excessive energy on Umbridge, for there were far too many delightful escapades at Hogwarts. Ron successfully transitioned from a substitute goalkeeper to a full-fledged member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Harry missed Ron's selection due to detention, but upon his return, Ron recounted the selection process to Harry with increasing exaggeration, repeating it 800 times. Ultimately, Hermione silenced him with a stern glance, compelling him to admit that Angelina had indicated he needed more training to be a competent keeper. Lin Su sat at a small round table in the common room, alongside George and Fred, surrounded by an array of intriguing gadgets. She could also overhear the trio's banter, which was humorously punctuated by Ron and Hermione's playful exchanges. Quick-acting skiving snack boxes, puking pastilles, and nosebleed nougat had become commonplace, but Lin Su had inspired them with fresh ideas. They were now experimenting with a gummy candy that would render a person's arm as pliable as rubber, creating the illusion that their arm had lost its bones at first glance. Drawing inspiration from Lockhart's failed bone-breaking charm, the young wizards could stretch their arms to 2 or 3 meters, both a means of truancy and amusement. Fred regarded Lin Su's suggestion with an oddly scrutinizing gaze, which she interpreted as surprise at her ingenuity, and she returned an expression that questioned if he had any issues with it. George chuckled heartily, well aware of Su's whimsical nature, and playfully ruffled her hair, remarking, "I think your first-year ideas are ripe for experimentation." She had initially proposed a charm that would make young wizards believe they had lost a tooth, but time constraints had prevented her from pursuing it further, and the twins had refrained from utilizing her creativity. Lin Su's perceptive abilities allowed them to assess the danger levels of these candies and the varying magical contents within them, essentially ensuring quality control. This saved them considerable time and costs associated with experimenting on young wizards, while also sparing them from Hermione's admonishments regarding the risks of involving students in unknown dangers. Ginny also joined the Quidditch team as a substitute player, and like Lin Su, she recognized the urgency of selecting a capable beater to replace the twins. Finding a beater as agile and robust as the Weasleys was no easy task. However, Angelina was already fraught with anxiety, having scolded Fred multiple times for his untimely displays of affection, so she decided to withhold this concern for the time being. The following day, the Gryffindor Quidditch team gathered for their first practice. Hermione, equipped with knitting needles and yarn, appeared at the Quidditch pitch to observe their inaugural session while continuing to knit hats for the house elves. She had yet to master the small spells she learned from Madame Malkin. Aaliyah and Katie were absent from the first practice. Angelina had a prior engagement, but as captain, she felt compelled to attend, given the complexities of securing the Quidditch pitch. Lin Su was lost in her thoughts, understanding that Aaliyah, being his 7th year, was likely preoccupied. Yet, she wondered why Katie had also taken leave. Ron glanced over the field, then at Hermione in the stands, and suddenly broke into a silly grin. "Do you have something to say, or perhaps a superior training plan, Ron?" Angelina's serious tone was interrupted by Ron's foolish laughter. Ron motioned for everyone to observe the players on the Quidditch pitch. "Haven't you noticed? We are all going to be family." Before he could finish, Ginny's fist and an unfinished hat from Hermione simultaneously struck Ron. "Shut up, Ronald Weasley." Lin Su belatedly muttered. "So, was Katie absent for this reason?" Her face flushed, inadvertently affirming Ron's statement. Raising her gaze, she indeed found George looking at her with amusement, making her wish for a crevice to hide in. Angelina seemed equally taken aback by Ron's thought process, abandoning strategic discussions as she instructed everyone to mount their brooms and commence training. Ron mounted his broom, returning the yarn hat to a fuming Hermione, and soared towards the goalposts. Lin Su symbolically inquired whether she could exert some force, to which Hermione responded, "Feel free." Ron continued to chuckle, but he distinctly sensed that Angelina and Lin Su were throwing the balls with greater intensity today, nearly sending him crashing into the goalposts. Why? Did everyone train this hard in the past? Ron mused as he limped away at the end of practice. Chapter 10. The Daily Prophet on Sunday. Hermione rose early once again to have breakfast in the Great Hall. Lin Su, reluctant to move, had overexerted herself during Quidditch practice the previous day and had foolishly ventured out at night, only to be caught by George and forcibly returned to the common room. Consequently, she was still sleep-deprived and struggled to rise. However, within 10 minutes, Hermione returned, brimming with excitement, and pulled Lin Su from her bed. "Su, Mr. Skeeter's article has been published in the Daily Prophet." He wrote an exclusive interview with Professor Lupin. Lin Su initially remained nonchalant upon hearing the first half, for after their discussion, she had written to Riddletay to inform him of Hermione's suggestion. Riddletay responded, stating that he had already begun to resubmit articles to the Daily Prophet. Indeed, journalists possess an acute sense of perception. However, the subscription numbers for Singing Against the Grain remained dismally low. Upon hearing this, she realized something was amiss. How could it possibly be an exclusive interview with Professor Lupin? Lin Su sprang upright from her bed. "Professor Lupin?" Hermione nodded, handing the newspaper to Lin Su, signaling her to read it herself. At first glance, Lin Su's attention was not drawn to the interview, but rather to the Daily Prophet's solemn statement, wherein they articulated their stance for the first time, presenting themselves as a fair third party and inviting contributions from everyone to express their views. Lin Su couldn't help but think that the newspaper's owner was quite adept at making money, as both sides occupied their respective spaces on the page, fearless of offending anyone. After all, this was a civilized war, free from the fear of losing lives as during the reign of the Dark Lord. The status of the Daily Prophet remained unparalleled within the wizarding media landscape, although Riddletay was still a wanted man. Anyone with a clear mind recognized that Fudge had placed himself in an awkward position. Dumbledore would likely be more than willing to offer him a way out, though Fudge himself seemed reluctant. Lin Su continued to read the interview with Professor Lupin, which recounted the events of the past 2 years from his perspective, including the truths about Regulus gleaned from Creature's words. On the day of Voldemort's demise, Riddletay had published an article in the Evening Prophet declaring Regulus a hero, simultaneously bringing the possibility of Voldemort's resurrection into public consciousness for the first time. The article emphasized that Regulus was the first to uncover the malevolent dark magic of the mysterious figure, sacrificing his life to replace Voldemort's life-preserving artifact, though it refrained from directly naming it as a Horcrux to prevent dark wizards unaware of its nature from emulating it. Despite mentioning that the artifact had been destroyed, the public inevitably focused on the phrases regarding the resurrection of the mysterious figure. That evening, the windows of the newspaper office were inundated with owls from various locales, inundating the office with letters seeking verification. Relutai remained undeterred by the influx. Proceeding to publish the prepared material, the following morning's edition addressed Voldemort's false accusations against Hagrid during their school days. Although it was not explicitly stated, astute readers would surmise that Voldemort's death emboldened such writing. However, Relutai overlooked the fact that Rita Skeeter had previously concocted some unspeakable tales linking Voldemort and Bellatrix, as he had always found Rita's reports insufferable. Consequently, the number of verification letters dwindled only slightly, and he had not yet published some interview materials. Meanwhile, Fudge chose to ignore the captured Death Eaters and issued a wanted notice for Relutai first. Before leaving home, Relutai had left behind a pile of turtles cowering in their shells and a timid pocket mouse known for its cowardice, the effectiveness of which was evident, as Fudge had already reprinted the wanted notice twice. Lin Su shook her head, attempting to banish Relutai's sarcastic remarks about Fudge from her mind, and continued to peruse the interview with Professor Lupin. This piece chronologically mentioned Voldemort's other life-preserving artifacts, each marked as destroyed, which Lin Su found quite satisfying. The fact that Harry had once been a Horcrux was kept under wraps, as it was considered that some ill-intentioned individuals might exploit this information against him. Hermione's focus lay on the article's objective portrayal of Kreacher's role, and she joyfully remarked, "The contributions of house elves should not be overlooked. Mr. Hill is far superior to that green beetle." After pondering, Lin Su expressed some confusion. "Hermione, why do you think they chose Professor Lupin as the interviewee?" After Voldemort's downfall, Lin Su had refrained from involving herself in the affairs between the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix, as the adults believed she should enjoy her time at Hogwarts. Hermione was also somewhat perplexed, considering that Fudge could exploit Lupin's identity as a werewolf. The two of them deliberated but could not arrive at a conclusive answer, acknowledging that Dumbledore and the others must have their own plans. That evening, the Evening Prophet indeed revealed Professor Lupin's werewolf identity, citing the source as Fenrir Greyback, who had been apprehended by Minister Fudge. Subsequently, she and her fanciful quill made despicable accusations against werewolves, and she maliciously speculated about Lupin's days at Hogwarts, concluding with doubts regarding Hogwarts' safety and whether Dumbledore was fit to serve as its headmaster. This article caused the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts to furrow their brows. Dean furiously tore the newspaper, asserting that Professor Lupin was their best defense against the dark arts teacher to date, a sentiment he had already expressed during Umbridge's first lesson. The Great Hall was in disarray, with reactions to Lupin's werewolf identity ranging from shock to fear. However, most at Gryffindor's long table felt anger at Skeeter's choice of words. Yet, regarding the article's conclusion questioning Dumbledore, the young witches and wizards dismissed it as nonsense, for they felt secure as long as Dumbledore was present at Hogwarts. Lin Su was incensed, even in the moment when she most sought to enhance her reputation to increase her chances of survival. She had never considered asking Lupin to vouch for her healing abilities, knowing how painfully sensitive that would be for him. Harry, too, found his appetite lost. Remus had shed his werewolf identity for barely a year, and now the beetle had made it widely known in this manner. He needed to quickly contact Remus and Sirius. However, before he could rise, another owl flew into the Great Hall, heading straight for Harry. After feeding it some food, he took the letter, which was from Lupin, urging the young witches and wizards not to feel anger or distress on his behalf, assuring them that everything was part of their plan. The letter also mentioned Lin Su, informing her that her name would appear in the next day's Daily Prophet, advising her to prepare herself mentally. Lin Su was even more bewildered but nodded nonetheless. Chapter 11. The super genius healer. In the following day's Daily Prophet, Relutai began his counterattack, featuring a photograph of Lupin beneath the moonlight, vividly capturing the round and bright moon while Lupin maintained his human form, his expression serene. Lin Su belatedly realized that the previous night had been a full moon. A peculiar sensation arose within her, as she found it curious that the timing of the Daily Prophet's statement and the republication of Relutai's article coincided so perfectly. However, this odd feeling was quickly suppressed, for the article stated that St. Mungo's boasted a super genius healer, Su Lin, skilled in treating curse-related injuries, capable of helping maliciously transformed werewolves return to normal. This healer was currently a fifth-year student at Hogwarts, under the stringent protection of Dumbledore. Wait. No one had warned her that such an absurd title would precede her name. Lin Su could already feel the gazes of the young witches and wizards from all four tables upon her, which made her quite bashful. George, noticing her discomfort, stood up and clapped his hands to draw attention. "Everyone, look here. I am the boyfriend and assistant of the super genius healer, Su Lin. If you need an interview, you can line up with me. I won't be scheduling any for you." He added, "If you have healing needs, you can also come to me." My girlfriend's schedule is quite packed, so please inform me in advance. The Gryffindor Lions erupted in applause, and Lin Su couldn't help but laugh at George's antics. The red-haired wizard had broad shoulders and, amid the crowd's teasing, focused solely on her, playfully winking. Truly, he exuded an irresistible charm. The young witches and wizards were merely enjoying the spectacle. Those with genuine needs would not approach at this moment, and soon everyone returned to their respective tasks, eating or reading the newspaper as required. The article begins with a rhetorical question. What circumstances led to the arrest of Fenrir Greyback? And how could such a significant event go unreported? Could it be that this is not the handiwork of Minister Fudge? The subsequent essence of the article suggests that upon hearing of the Ministry of Magic apprehending a group of Death Eaters, one wonders what those captured were doing at the time. Surely, Minister Fudge could not have captured so many under the pretext of a wizard gathering? Has the minister amassed such power that he can arrest individuals at will? Is the safety of the British wizarding community still assured? I harbor reservations regarding Fudge's competence in his role as Minister of Magic. Ron read aloud the concluding lines of the article, prompting Lin Su to burst into laughter. For those lines perfectly mirrored the article Rita Skeeter published the previous night. It was hard not to envision the expression on Relithal's face as he penned those words. Having known him for some time, Lin Su had become accustomed to his style. His reports typically maintained objectivity. Yet it was evident that he could not suppress his personal sentiments when it came to Cornelius Fudge. However, after perusing this article, Lin Su found herself puzzled regarding her own significance in it. Was it merely to enhance her notoriety? Yet, at the time, had they not all agreed that she should relish her time at Hogwarts? As it stood, rather than amplifying her fame, it seemed as though the piece was specifically crafted for certain individuals, especially since she was scarcely mentioned thereafter. Was there a need for a therapist? Yet no one sought her out, at least not before the War of Words in the Daily Prophet concluded. The only source of discomfort for Lin Su was the title the article bestowed upon her. Some younger witches and wizards began to refer to her as the super genius healer. One day, Professor Snape overheard this, and his mood, already soured by his research on enhancing soul potions, darkened further. He cast her a complex look, a mix of disdain, gloom, and an array of decidedly unfriendly emotions that could be graphed in a pie chart, before turning away with a cold smirk. Lin Su felt a foreboding sense of dread. As expected, Professor Snape began addressing her as the super genius healer, and his words, already laced with sarcasm, now left Lin Su wishing to disappear into the ground. Setting aside minor grievances, the ensuing days witnessed a back-and-forth exchange in the Daily Prophet between supporters of Fudge and those who had witnessed Voldemort's resurrection. It was evident to any discerning observer that Fudge's side was riddled with insecurity, as they consistently failed to provide a direct account of the circumstances under which the Death Eaters were apprehended. The number of owls seeking verification from the Daily Prophet dwindled, and life gradually returned to its normal rhythm. Lin Su was astonished at Fudge's tenacity. He had yet to lose his position as Minister of Magic. However, Umbridge's authority was not significantly greater than that of other professors. Her frequency of detentions had diminished, yet she persisted in teaching only theory. In truth, these developments had little impact on Harry and his friends' lives, as they could still practice defensive spells in the room of requirement. Meanwhile, other students in their year grew anxious, for they could not possibly wait until the exams to cast defensive spells for the first time. Thus, after Relithal published a photograph of Harry embracing Voldemort, reducing him to ashes, the younger witches and wizards could no longer sit idle. They first approached Hermione and Ron. As they were the prefects and had a close relationship with Harry, they hoped Harry could teach them defensive spells. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. Later discovering that Relithal had also acted as a war correspondent on site, it could be said that the Memory Stone was indeed more effective than a camera. Given the current situation, could this be considered another iteration of Dumbledore's army, albeit solely for the purpose of examinations? Harry repeatedly asserted that the scene depicted in the newspaper was a result of the protective magic left by his mother, but to the younger witches and wizards, this was merely an excuse. Furthermore, Harry's prior defensive lessons had been notably effective, having been trained by Lupin and Moody. Thus, regardless of Harry's protests, Dumbledore's army was established on a specific Saturday in October at the Hogshead Inn. Ariana sat in the portrait with a book on the grass, two shepherd dogs watching over the flock. The young girl held the book yet was not reading. Instead, she secretly observed the group of youths in the brightly lit pub. Smiling, Dobby snapped his fingers, serving everyone low-alcohol drinks, while Aberforth busied himself behind the bar, wiping down tables. Today, only this group of young patrons occupied the establishment. Lin Su and George were seated at a small table in the corner, a mug of butterbeer before them, which George had brought from the Three Broomsticks. Having promised Lin Su she could drink an entire cup, Aberforth pretended not to notice the beverage from another pub. Chapter 12. Dumbledore's army. Lin Su did not partake in the discussion regarding the name of their study group. Her gaze was consumed by the butterbeer before her, while George had in front of him a drink that could be described as highly alcoholic, given that he was now of age. "Am I really going to drink this?" Lin Su questioned, uncertainty evident, as she could not guarantee her tolerance for alcohol. George clinked his glass against hers, saying, "Drink up, sweetheart. If you get drunk, I'll take you home." Lin Su let out a small cheer, lifting her glass as if to down it in one go, but George quickly halted her. "Sweetheart, are you sure you want to finish it all at once? You only have one cup." Lin Su grinned, playfully attempting to frighten him. George recognized her antics, and their glasses clinked once more. Lin Su sipped her drink delicately, cherishing it as if it were a rare treasure, and beamed at her boyfriend. While this couple indulged in their affectionate exchanges, the atmosphere on the other side was equally vibrant. Hermione, exercising caution, implemented a confidentiality measure, requiring participants to sign their names on a piece of paper, warning that those who divulged the group's secrets would suffer the consequence of permanent blemishes on their faces. After all, Umbridge was still their defense against the dark arts professor and a ministry official, regardless of her incompetence. This could serve as a valid reason to punish Harry and the others. There was no room for negotiation in this matter, even if Harry himself felt reluctant. However, the younger witches and wizards had come prepared. No one opposed the idea and willingly signed their names. The paper bore the name they had just decided upon for their study group, Dumbledore's Army, with members primarily consisting of fifth-year witches and wizards, including the twins who joined in for good measure. Lin Su smiled as she signed her name beside George's. In Harry's first lesson, he demonstrated the powerful Patronus charm, as the props conjured in the room of requirement transformed into Dementors chasing after them. Aside from those who had practiced beforehand, the remaining students struggled to cast the charm successfully, thus further solidifying their trust in Harry. Occasionally, Harry would invite guest instructors to teach spells, as he too needed to prepare for his exams and had yet to master all the defensive spells, requiring assistance from his previous teachers. Cedric Diggory, the Triwizard Tournament champion, joined in with his girlfriend, both of whom were accomplished witches and wizards, sharing the spells they had learned from Moody the previous year without reservation. Thus, the ranks of Dumbledore's army continued to swell, encompassing students from 4th to 7th year, with witches and wizards from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw joining in. They voluntarily signed their names, prompting Hermione to add several sheets of paper imbued with a binding contract. One day, Draco Malfoy approached them, initially seeking to request tutoring from his house head and father's friend, Professor Snape, much like he had previously for potions. However, Professor Snape's mood had not been particularly delightful of late. After listening to Malfoy's request, Snape furrowed his brow and fixed him with a piercing gaze. His arms crossed tightly over his chest as he spoke with excruciating slowness. "Assuming your words were sincere, Malfoy, are you mocking your head of house?" Draco stiffened, realizing that Snape had always desired to teach defense against the dark arts, prompting the platinum-haired young lord to immediately kneel in apology. Once granted permission, he hastily departed. After writing to his father about the school situation, Lucius replied with reprimands, chastising him for his lack of discernment in seeking Snape as his instructor for dark arts defense, and then instructed him to find Surin. Ever obedient to his father's wishes, he complied. Yet, deep within, he harbored reservations. He was unaware of the specifics surrounding the events on the day the Dark Lord fell, as his father had not divulged them. But Lucius had remained pale for an extended period following that day. Surin, too, had been hospitalized at St. Mungo's for a month. During that time, Lucius had even personally delivered something to Surin, and after school commenced, his mother had instructed him to bring sweets to Surin. Although Surin had reciprocated with gifts, Draco sensed an underlying disquiet. His internal conflict went unnoticed by others. They merely expressed mild surprise and explained the consequences of leaking information, readily consenting to his inclusion. Draco's acceptance served as a signal, prompting wizards from Slytherin to approach him, for Voldemort's demise had been unequivocally confirmed. The Slytherins, adept at assessing the situation, reasoned that there was no better time than the present to align themselves with the savior. The Room of Requirement had officially become an unspoken secret among the young witches and wizards. Regardless of their intentions, the four houses of Hogwarts appeared to have achieved an unprecedented unity, to the extent that the Sorting Hat sang daily in Dumbledore's office, as witnessed by Lin Su and George during a nocturnal outing, where they encountered Dumbledore himself, still admiring the night view from the tower. Lin Su sensed the presence of another individual nearby, but chose to remain silent, simply sharing a secretive smile and a wink with Dumbledore before swiftly departing with George, who says that elderly couples cannot romantically enjoy the nightscape together. Umbridge felt immensely gratified that the wizards were no longer opposing her in class. Previously, there had always been someone standing up to retort. Now, the students sat quietly, engrossed in their textbooks, refraining from engaging in conversation or answering questions. The only constant remained the juvenile greetings established during the first lesson, which continued to be ignored. Lacking punitive measures, every contrived punishment she devised had become ineffective, leading her to grow increasingly paranoid, suspecting that Hogwarts harbored some peculiar magic that prohibited the punishment of students. Minister Fudge's position within the Ministry of Magic was far from the ease perceived by the outside world. His continued presence in office was solely due to the impending International Wizarding Conference. Foreign officials from various magical departments had arrived in Britain, and each department busily prepared materials, unwilling to risk embarrassment at such a crucial juncture. Although confrontations persisted, the Daily Prophet had now been barred from entering the ministry, a tacit understanding shared among all. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Amelia Bones no longer reported their actions to Fudge, who had grown indifferent to their reports. This was due to Kingsley's inquiries regarding whether Fudge wished to personally lead the Aurors in apprehending criminals, all under the guise of Fudge's illustrious leadership. Meanwhile, Amelia would adopt her stern demeanor and recite to Fudge the laws he had violated. In summary, Umbridge's continued presence was a result of Dumbledore's mercy, compounded by the absence of a newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, while the werewolf, now returned to normalcy, remained preoccupied with his own affairs. Chapter 13. Tedious, yet amusing. Neither Harry nor anyone else was privy to the whereabouts of Lupin and Sirius. They simply returned letters punctually, cautioning that if one wished to avoid exhausting their owl, they should refrain from responding. It appeared that the two had ventured to a rather distant locale. Moreover, even Nagini had vanished. She had been residing at Aberforth's Hogshead prior to the start of the term, but had since disappeared without a trace, leaving only a brief note for Lin Su stating that she had matters to attend to. Nagini had now evolved into a natural animagus, capable of seamlessly transitioning between human and serpent forms without fear of losing her humanity. The young witches and wizards no longer paid heed to the back-and-forth exchanges chronicled in the Daily Prophet, for it was evident from any perspective that Fudge would not be stepping down anytime soon, nor could he hope to dislodge Dumbledore from his position, thus leaving the status quo unchanged. Aside from preparations for examinations, daily life at Hogwarts brimmed with amusement. Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class had become increasingly popular. It seemed he had taken the opportunity during the holidays to refine his teaching methods, and had suddenly realized that the young witches and wizards did not possess the same resilience as he did. He was now diligently seeking magical creatures that posed no harm to the students, such as bowtruckles, nifflers, and crumplehorn snorkax. And it must be said that Hagrid's lessons had markedly improved. Professor Sybil Trelawney appeared to have lost her enthusiasm for having the students concoct their own doom-laden predictions. Lin Su speculated that Voldemort's demise had allowed her to finally relax her nerves, as the blood of a seer instinctively informed her that it was time to let go. This transformation was evident in the way she graded Harry and Ron's typically unlucky homework assignments with a stern P, advising them to complete their work diligently. In contrast, she regarded Lin Su's previously submitted assignment on nightmares with a furrowed brow, only to subsequently relax her expression. In a rather unusual tone, she informed Lin Su, "Miss Lin, this dream is truly terrifying, but it has passed, has it not? In you, I see only a profound sense of protection and love." Lin Su smiled, acknowledging that the nightmare had indeed been vanquished. Aside from these two notable changes, the other professors maintained their usual standards. Professor Sprout's herbology, Professor Flitwick's charms, and Professor McGonagall's transfiguration classes remained consistently exceptional, as they had for decades. Professor Snape, though somewhat more sullen and acerbic, exhibited no other flaws, and the young witches and wizards had grown accustomed to his demeanor. As for Professor Bin's History of Magic class, it served as the perfect opportunity for a nap. The twins had even contemplated recording it to sell as a lullaby for insomniacs upon their initial enrollment. This idea had resulted in a severe reprimand from Percy, who subsequently reported it to Mrs. Weasley, leading to yet another scolding, which the twins had etched into their memories, prompting them to devise numerous pranks against Percy during the holidays. The Dumbledore's Army Study Group gradually took shape, spontaneously organizing into smaller factions, each comprising wizards skilled in different types of spells to facilitate mutual assistance. Lin Su increasingly perceived that her peers were exceptionally eager to learn, which made her feel rather lackadaisical in comparison to the twins. Together with the twins, Lin Su endeavored to make up for the enjoyment they had previously missed, and they were currently working to further refine the Marauder's map, having explored every secret passage and added the route from the Room of Requirement to the portrait of Ariana. When they emerged from behind the portrait, they startled Aberforth and Ariana, nearly prompting Aberforth to cast a spell upon them. For safety's sake, they opted not to include this passage on the map. The meticulously updated Marauder's map was returned by the twins to Philip's office, awaiting the next mischievous young wizard to discover it and contribute to the legacy of pranks. Surprisingly, Filch had shown no interest in assisting Umbridge with her pursuit of miscreant students. Lin Su had previously encountered a comment likening Filch to Hogwarts house elf, obediently following the whims of whoever held power. Yet, based on her current understanding, if one were to compare Filch to an elf, he would be akin to a legendary creature, possessing his own distinct preferences. For instance, he had previously been fervently engrossed in the study of punitive measures that had been employed at Hogwarts, often lamenting that Dumbledore was excessively lenient. Now, however, his interests had shifted solely to the study of cat food, diligently adjusting the ingredient ratios based on Madame Laura's preferences every day. As she was no longer in the bloom of youth, perhaps Filch had come to this realization as well. Lin Su belatedly recalled that this was what she had left for Filch prior to her encounter with Voldemort. Thus, she dared not partake in the discussions raised by George and Fred regarding Filch's transformation, opting instead to subtly steer the conversation elsewhere. Occasionally, Filch could be seen wandering around the castle, seemingly searching for something. When Lin Su inquired, he merely instructed her to carry on with her own tasks, and she refrained from further probing. Since the classrooms were fixed, Lin Su had only mastered the route from the stairs to her classes and a few other frequently visited locations. George revealed to her the secret. The staircases shifted every so often, but there were ultimately 8 distinct transformation patterns, all gleaned from the experiences he and Fred had accumulated over the previous 6 years. Thanks to George's generous sharing of knowledge, Lin Su had become adept at predicting how long each staircase would take to shift in which direction, even noting that one segment lagged by precisely 0.7 seconds. Upon investigating with George, they discovered a toy fish lodged within, which mimicked the actions of a real fish flopping on the ground, evidently a toy for cats, leading them to surmise that this was what Filch had been seeking. They discreetly returned the toy fish to the entrance of Filch's office. Lin Su informed George that the stone pillars within the school could expand, which piqued his interest. However, given the current peace, it seemed unlikely that Hogwarts would encounter a crisis requiring such magic for decades to come. Life had become uneventful yet delightful, free from the looming threat of Voldemort. The Ministry of Magic had maintained commendable confidentiality, possibly due to the recent dominance of Rita Skeeter and Riddle Teshier over the front pages of the Daily Prophet. It wasn't until 3 days prior to the commencement of the International Magical Cooperation Conference that Hermione stumbled upon this news in the newspaper. For security reasons, the paper did not feature photographs of various international ministry officials, save for Dumbledore, who was captured in his capacity as the chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards. Presiding over the meeting, one could trust that no fool would dare to provoke him. By mid-December, the Christmas holidays were fast approaching, and Gryffindor had just secured a victory against Ravenclaw on the Quidditch pitch. Chapter 14. A Merry Christmas. The Daily Prophet merely mentioned that the International Magical Cooperation Conference would last for a week, concluding precisely as the Christmas holidays began. Apart from Hermione, who occasionally kept an eye on the paper's contents, everyone else was enthusiastically preparing Christmas gifts. Lin Su found the gift-giving ritual each year to be a mental exercise far more challenging than examinations. At times, she wished to emulate Harry's steadfastness. He had gifted her a different wizarding hat for 4 consecutive years, and she hoped this year's color scheme would not be overly dreadful. Perhaps Hermione would appreciate a toy otter? It seemed prudent to consider everyone's Patronus as a theme. Thus, on Christmas Day, everyone received a handcrafted Patronus figurine from Lin Su, complete with movement that mimicked the behaviors of the creatures themselves. For instance, Ron and Hermione received a pair of otters, one chasing the other, with the playful otter diving into Hermione's arms, causing Ron to quickly restrain his excited Jack Russell Terrier, preventing it from becoming too exuberant. Over the years, it had become customary for the Lin Family South restaurant to close for a day during Christmas, exclusively serving a few families at dinner. With the Flu network established, travel had become more convenient, though the Granger family still required a car to reach them, thankfully not too far away. They gathered in the Lin Family restaurant, where Arthur had used a non-detection enlargement charm to double the space. The children dressed quite formally. As they were all still reminiscing about last year's Christmas ball, Hermione cuddled her otter, while Crookshanks wandered over to sniff it. Displaying no hostility toward this small creature that posed no threat to his affection, he lazily flicked his tail and settled down. Ron's Jack Russell lay beside him, fixated on the otter in Hermione's arms, its tail wagging furiously. A little pig perched atop its head, pecking at it in annoyance, which prompted Ron to scold the pig out of concern, resulting in a few pecks aimed at Ron in return. Laughter erupted, and the little pig eventually chose to settle atop Harry's head. Hedwig, now a dignified owl, remained perched in the cozy nook prepared for owls at the cash register. Observing the scene, Winston stood proudly nearby, adorned with a delicate bow tie, recently becoming enamored with Hedwig, having developed an infatuation for her unbeknownst to Lin Su. Harry, with the pig atop his head, approached to separate the two owls, asserting that while Winston was indeed Sue's owl and rather clever, it was simply unacceptable. Winston protested his discontent, while Hedwig, growing impatient, fluffed her feathers, prompting Harry and Winston to fall silent simultaneously. At that moment, a small fawn bounded out from the back room, its agile form rushing toward its owner. Harry was gently nudged by its antlers, exclaiming in surprise, "How tiny it is." Lin Su shrugged, noting the limited space, assuring it would be accommodated more comfortably in the future. Ginny S. Patronus was also a miniature horse, which trotted gracefully to her side, lowering its head for her to pet, eliciting an excited snort from the creature. A pair of magpies flitted in, alighting on the shoulders of their two red-haired owners, chattering incessantly. Suddenly, the magpies took flight, plucking tufts of fur from the fawn and the Jack Russell's rear, depositing them in the vacant nook at the cash register, where they snuggled together in one cozy space. Truly, they had taken after their owners. The atmosphere in the restaurant was instantly ignited by the delightful chaos of people and animals. Lin Su gifted her parents a moving portrait, magically replicating their wedding photo, in which they gazed nostalgically at their younger selves with fondness. Little Chun and unexpectedly adored Dobby, prompting Lin Su to craft a Dobby-sized doll, which he cherished immensely. Dobby, too, received a Christmas invitation, appearing in his new sweater, mismatched socks, and shoes, astonished by the sight of his identical self. The young wizards collectively bestowed gifts upon Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Mr. Weasley received an entire set of rubber ducks, ranging from large enough to serve as a boat to small enough for a child's bath, stacked together in a lively display that Arthur seemed to thoroughly enjoy. Mrs. Weasley received a book, and upon seeing the cover, she gasped in delight, for it featured a photograph of herself holding a spatula, exuding confidence and beauty. The title read, Molly's Guide to Mastering Household Magic, a tribute from the twins to honor a renowned author whom Molly had once admired. Thankfully, she did not take offense. The book documented the household spells Molly had taught to George and Ginny, as well as those Lin Su and Hermione had sought her counsel on. Each spell accompanied by charming anecdotes and detailed explanations. Molly absolutely adored the gift, unaware that this was merely the beginning. Riddle Teshier had recently found himself rather unoccupied. He had assisted in contacting publishers within the magical community, and the book was set to hit the shelves the following day, though the first print run was limited to just 500 copies. Nevertheless, with the conclusion of the International Magical Cooperation Conference, it was possible that foreign wizards might venture into Diagon Alley. After the gift exchange, Molly and Arthur waved their wands, levitating the meal from the kitchen to the long table, where everyone helped themselves to their preferred dishes. Lin Su gazed at everything before her, feeling a profound sense of contentment. She entwined her fingers with George's, thinking to herself that this moment was truly splendid. George planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, murmuring sweetly that such moments would persist. Lin Ida feigned ignorance, while Su Chi wore a somewhat forced smile. Acceptance was one thing, but witnessing it firsthand was quite another. Xiao Chunan, however, possessed no such reservations. Her little legs hurriedly scampered over to wrap around Lin Su's leg, looking up at George and exclaiming, "Mine." The height difference was quite pronounced, and poor Xiao Chun and had to lean precariously just to glimpse George's face. George crouched down to pat Xiao Chun An's head and declared, "Sister is yours, but my sweetie is mine." Xiao Chun and clearly struggled to comprehend this statement. Yet it did not deter her from puffing up her cherubic cheeks and insisting, "Mine, mine." Lin Su was thoroughly amused by the antics of both her large and small companions. Even the grown-up George was unwilling to yield a single word to Xiao Chunan, determined to engage in competition. Clearing her throat, Lin Su prompted George to fall silent. She knelt down to wipe away the tears that had escaped from Xiao Chunan's eyes, while George began to entertain the little one with small trinkets he had prepared. Though unfortunately, Xiao Chunan was unimpressed by his efforts. An hour later, Sirius and Remus hurriedly arrived. To Lin Su's surprise, Dumbledore was also present, accompanied by another elegantly poised wizard with white hair, who introduced himself as Gawain Green. Lin Su couldn't help but smirk at the sheer casualness of it all. Chapter 15. Love You. The Dursley family did not partake in this gathering, as they found it challenging to adapt to the magical world, and thus chose not to immerse themselves in it. After the meal, the group began dancing. Dumbledore and Mr. Green took to the floor, and the initial astonishment quickly gave way to the rhythm of the dance. Poor Fred found himself without a partner, yet he did not appear disheartened. Instead, he engaged in play with Dobby and Xiao Chunan, using the Muggle toys he and George had crafted, which were unsuitable for such a young child. Interestingly, Xiao Chunan seemed to differentiate between the twins, happily playing with Fred. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Lin Su felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. However, this feeling was fleeting, and after indulging in a few cups of fruit wine, she became oblivious to it. Remus and Sirius also received their respective patronuses, the majestic wolf and dog startling everyone upon their entrance. After resolving a furry dilemma and personally apprehending Fenrir Greyback, Remus finally embraced his Patronus, having agreed to acknowledge his past as a werewolf in the Daily Prophet. Sirius and Remus sat at a nearby table, sharing drinks while their patronuses lounged at their feet. Gazing nostalgically at Harry's stag, Lin Su did not prepare a Patronus for Dumbledore, as she presumed Fawkes would not appreciate having a similar entity residing in his office. This year's gifts were still nestled within woolen socks, while Mr. Green's was presented in a beautifully wrapped box. Both individuals unwrapped their gifts simultaneously, momentarily stunned to find blood pacts, or rather, an alchemical item fashioned in the style of a blood pact, which could also serve as a brooch. While the protective qualities were of little consequence to either, they both cherished the gifts and immediately pinned them to their chests. Lin Su savored several grape-flavored candies, dancing in George's embrace. After Linida and Su Chi shared a dance, they approached George to switch partners. Lin Su, now somewhat lucid, placed her hand in Linida's, dancing alongside her father while listening to his gentle ramblings. Su Chi too was busy imparting instructions to George, and Lin Su noticed his ears turning red, though his expression remained composed. Linida repeatedly praised his precious Su Su for her remarkable magic, marveling at how enchanting the portraits were and how lifelike the animals she created appeared, all while cautioning her to stay safe. His words lacked a coherent logic, yet Lin Su found herself chuckling at her father's earnestness, aware he was somewhat anxious, unsure of what her mother was discussing with George. She gently embraced Linida, assuring him, "Papa, there's no need to worry. I'm doing wonderfully now, and our future holds even more promise." Linida patted his daughter's shoulder, falling silent. At that moment, Lin Su sensed the prying gaze once more. She concealed her awareness and discreetly glanced out the window, to prevent any guests from wandering in before dinner. The restaurant had been cast with a Muggle-repelling charm, and Lin Su confirmed there were no other wizards nearby. Dumbledore and the other adult wizards displayed no signs of alarm, and the watchful gaze bore no malice. Thus, Lin Su dismissed it from her mind. By the time the ball concluded, it was well past midnight. Only Ron and Ginny from the Weasley family needed to return to the burrow via the fireplace, while the others would use apparition. Lin Su and George shared whispered conversations outside, where she inquired about what Su Chi had said to him. To her surprise, the typically expressive and affectionate George reddened at the ears. This piqued Lin Su's curiosity further. She tugged at George's sleeve, playfully insisting, "George, do tell, or I shan't be able to sleep tonight." George cupped her face and planted a fervent kiss on her lips before softly replying, "It's nothing, my lady. Your concerns are premature. I shan't allow you to come to harm." After a brief pause, he added, "Sleep well, my sweet. You shall have delightful dreams." Lin Su's cheeks flushed as she processed his words. Surely her parents wouldn't think she and George had crossed any lines. No wonder her mother had looked so flustered afterward. They must have misconstrued George's late-night visits during the summer. She couldn't fathom how long her parents had hesitated before broaching the subject with George, only to find that nothing untoward had transpired. Lin Su buried her face in her hands, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. George gently removed her hands and exchanged another kiss with her before apparating away. Lin Su felt too embarrassed to face her parents, who were likely feeling the same. Blushing furiously, she retreated to her room, cradling the Christmas gift George had given her, which he had suggested she open before bed. Upon unwrapping it, she discovered an enormous panda plushie, clad in a Santa Claus outfit and wearing a festive hat. Lin Su embraced the panda, wondering who could possibly resist such a delightful creature. Suddenly, she was taken aback as the panda spoke. "Su Su, Merry Christmas." It was George's voice. "Merry Christmas, George," she replied softly, thinking that would be the end of it. Yet the panda continued, "Sweetheart, do you like this gift?" Lin Su was momentarily stunned. "George, did you incorporate a two-way mirror into the plushie?" "Not exactly. I merely enabled it to communicate. As long as you call my name, I can converse with you. Essentially, it's a phone that doesn't require dialing." George smiled at the little figure before him. If Lin Su were present, she would notice that he had crafted a cartoonish replica of her. Over the years, Lin Su had steadily gifted her friends their own small figurines. Yet this was the first year George realized she had not made one for herself, prompting him to create one in secret. Coupled with his research on the two-way mirror, he had fashioned a charming little communication device, deciding to carry it with him. They exchanged a few more words, but Lin Su's eyelids grew heavy. George bid her goodnight, to which she responded before the connection was severed. The signal for the beginning of their communication was Lin Su calling George's name, and the end signal was her goodnight, all preordained by George. As he stroked the plushie's hair in preparation for sleep, the communication suddenly reconnected. Lin Su, on the brink of slumber, murmured drowsily, "George, I love you." George's heart raced. "Sweetheart, what did you say?" Lin Su rarely expressed her affection so openly in front of George, more often than not. She would shy away, her cheeks flushed, or convey her feelings in a more subtle manner. This was the first time he had heard such candid words from her. However, Lin Su had already drifted off to sleep. George was absent from the room. Fred, upon overhearing the intimate murmurs of the young couple, promptly ushered them out. He struggled to suppress his urge to visit the Lin residence, for both apparition and portkey travel were not without their commotion. Having been cautioned by Suchi earlier that day, he was determined not to worry the couple any further. Consequently, George spent a restless night, eagerly awaiting dawn to seek out his girlfriend. Chapter 16. Biological parents. However, upon arriving at the Lin household the next morning, George discovered that others had already gathered there. They appeared to be of Chinese descent, for in total, among them were presumably a couple, of an age comparable to that of Lin Ida and his spouse. One was an elderly man with a beard reminiscent of Dumbledore's, and the other appeared to be a youth of similar age to George. None rang the doorbell, nor did George. He merely stood beside the quartet. The youth cast him peculiar, accusatory glances intermittently. George was perplexed. He initially assumed they were relatives of the Lins, yet their silence and demeanor suggested otherwise. Thus, he earnestly inquired, "Sir, are you unwell? Perhaps suffering from some form of mania?" The youth, incensed, was restrained by the couple, who offered him an apologetic glance before resuming their quiet vigil. After a brief passage of time, Dumbledore, Lupin, and Sirius also appeared at the Lin residence. "Lin, you have arrived," he greeted the bearded elder with familiarity. The old man nodded, his expression taut, while the others wore anxious visages. Dumbledore, undeterred by their reticence, approached and rang the doorbell. He had likely calculated the timing, or perhaps a seer had foretold that Al would not be left to endure the cold. In any case, within half a minute, Lin Ida appeared at the door, fully dressed, seemingly prepared to leave. His surprise at the crowd outside was palpable, and he quickly ushered them inside. After seating them on the sofa, Lin Ida went to prepare tea, while Suchi, now awake, assumed the headmaster had come in search of Susu, prompting her to rouse her daughter. However, Dumbledore halted her. "Mrs. Lin, please converse with them first." Suchi complied, taking a seat, and Lin Ida joined her with the tea. The first words spoken by the couple opposite left everyone astounded. "We are Susu's biological parents." George furrowed his brow. Susu had never mentioned anything regarding her parentage. Yet upon closer inspection, he noted a resemblance between her and the lady. Lupin and Sirius, seated beside him, subtly nodded when he cast a questioning glance, for they had been preoccupied with this matter recently. Suchi's complexion shifted dramatically. "I do not comprehend what you are saying. Susu is my child with Ida." Lin Ida, placing an arm around his wife's shoulders, added, "Indeed, please leave our home. The children are still asleep, and we do not wish to quarrel with you." Initially, to avoid appearing impolite to Dumbledore and the others, the Lin couple had conversed in English, but now they directly dismissed the visitors in Chinese. Dumbledore, evidently understanding, continued in English, "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, please allow them to finish speaking." Reluctantly, the Lin couple refrained from expelling them. It was then that the elder spoke. "We do not intend to take Susu away from you. We have come because we foresaw that she faces a perilous fate at the age of 15. If you truly love her, you should not obstruct our meeting." The Lin couple fell silent, while George, grasping only fragments of the Chinese dialogue, sensed the tension in the room. "No need, my peril has already passed," came Susu's voice from the staircase, where she had appeared unbeknownst to them. Her expression betrayed no anger, merely calm curiosity as she surveyed the four strangers in the living room. "Susu, I am your brother, Lin Yi." The youth leaped from the sofa, eagerly introducing himself. Susu, unyielding, interjected, "I'm sorry, but I have no brother, only a younger sibling. Please leave." The elderly man rose, exclaiming, "Susu, do not be obstinate. The omens and stars indicate a grave danger at 15. As he spoke, he noticed something amiss, his gaze fixed on Susu, his brow furrowing. Her features suggested no signs of impending doom. "How can this be? Have you already safely passed through your peril?" Susu finally smiled. "My 15th birthday has nearly passed by 6 months ago. It seems the danger was not as pressing as you believed." George approached and took Susu's hand, recognizing her distress. "It is not as you think. We are not anxious," but Lin Yi is eager to explain. Yet Susu interrupted him once more. "Since the peril has vanished, I kindly ask you to leave my home. I shall pretend you never visited." Lin Yi wished to say more, but his parents rose from the sofa, having remained silent since Susu's arrival. They restrained him, urging, "Ah Yi, let us go." Turning to Susu, the lady spoke, "Susu, we sincerely wish for your future to be filled with peace and joy." The gentleman gazed deeply at her, as if wishing to etch her image into his memory. Lin Yi, still wanting to protest, was silenced by a hand on his arm. Susu pressed her lips together, remaining silent. The elder, his brow knitted, implored, "Please, enlighten this old man of mine." Susu appeared slightly vexed. Meanwhile, Lin Ida and Suchi watched her with concern, evidently troubled by the mention of the peril. Thus, she tightened her grip on George's hand, lifting her chin slightly, and spoke indifferently. In another world, Susu was born with a weak heart and died shortly after turning 15. Silence enveloped the room, and after a prolonged pause, Suchi's quiet sobs broke the stillness as she and Lin Ida approached Susu. Susu felt a pang of regret. She wished she had not spoken so freely, yet her emotions overwhelmed her. Awakened by the audacious claim of 4 individuals asserting themselves as her biological parents. She had previously believed her true parents abandoned her due to hardship. Yet these 4 were finely dressed, exuding an air of privilege. Dumbledore was exceedingly courteous to the elder, indicating they were certainly not a family unable to provide for a child. How would Lin Ida and Suchi perceive her now? Would they think she had been deceiving them all along? As her mind swirled with chaos, Suchi embraced her, whispering, "Susu, my child." Chapter 17. Amusing Susu returned the embrace, and Lin Ida enveloped both mother and daughter in his arms, murmuring, "It is all in the past." The elderly man's face bore a hint of confusion, yet he ultimately chose silence. For a moment, an awkward stillness enveloped the 4 in the Lin living room. Sirius attempted to speak, but Lupin gently restrained him with a shake of his head. Dumbledore led the 4 out of the Lin household, while Lin Yi glanced back repeatedly, hoping his sister might offer a plea for them to stay. "Wait." Susu's voice rang out, causing the 3 others, excluding the elder, to perk up instantly. Susu continued, "You were the one spying on me outside the restaurant yesterday, were you not? I hope you will not disturb me and my family any further." Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, yet her tone brooked no dissent. Lin Yi could hardly believe his ears, eager to argue. "Susu, you cannot say that. We were merely watching from afar." Susu replied flatly, "Wasn't it the case that for the past 15 years, you could not see me?" Lin Yi fell silent, and at some point, Xiao Chun burst from the room, shaking his tiny fists at Lin Yi. "You cannot bully my sister." Lin Yi chose not to engage with the child, departing alongside his family. Lin Su and Lin Ida engaged in conversation for a while, during which she assured them that she was faring better than ever and urged them not to worry about her. Although Lin Ida and Su Chi were naturally concerned, they understood that if they were present, Su would likely struggle to genuinely express her feelings. Even if she felt sorrowful, she would undoubtedly refrain from displaying it in their presence, fearing it would cause them discomfort. In such moments, perhaps having an outsider around would be more appropriate. Thus, Lin Ida summoned the red-haired young man from the living room. "Go speak with Susu. If she needs to cry, allow her that release. I permit you to let her cry this once," Lin Ida solemnly instructed George. George had just been conversing with Lupin and Sirius in the living room and had gleaned some information from them, which rendered his expression equally serious. As he opened the door to Lin Su's room, he found her seated at her desk, lost in thought, with a look of bewilderment upon her face. George crouched beside her, taking her hand in his. Lin Su appeared to notice his presence for the first time and offered him a smile, albeit one that seemed somewhat forced. "George, I'm sorry, I never anticipated they would show up, so I didn't inform you," she said. George shook his head. "Sweetheart, there's no need to apologize, nor do you have to force a smile. I wish for your happiness to be genuine. You can be completely honest about how you feel now. Are you all right?" Lin Su tilted her head, stifling back tears. "I don't know, George. I don't understand how I should confront them. You know my past. I despise being abandoned. Even if I can surmise some reasons from their words, they did indeed leave me behind from the very beginning. Right now, I selfishly do not wish to explore the reasons. I could have continued pretending to be my parents' daughter." George stood and embraced Lin Su, gently patting her shoulder. "Susu, you are not at fault. If you don't wish to explore it now, we can revisit it later. Don't overthink it. If you feel like crying, let it out." Lin Su wrapped her arms around George's waist, burying her face in his chest, silently weeping, with only her trembling shoulders betraying her inner turmoil. After a while, Lin Su's muffled voice emerged from George's embrace. "Your shirt is wet." George couldn't help but chuckle at his little girlfriend's concern as he stroked her hair. "It seems our sweetheart is quite the crier." "Remarkable." Lin Su playfully punched him. "Be quiet, George. Do you feel a bit better now?" Lin Su nodded, and George continued. "So, sweetheart, do you wish to know the reasons behind it now?" Tightening her embrace around George's waist, Lin Su shook her head, indicating that she was not yet ready. "Then how about I take you to see something fun?" George decided to divert Lin Su's attention. Lin Su finally released her hold on him and looked up. George raised an eyebrow at her, and after contemplating for a moment, she nodded. Lupin and Sirius were still in the living room, and George used apparition to leave the Lin residence with Lin Su. Thanks to his previous daily practice with apparition, he was now capable of bringing others along. Lupin and Sirius exchanged glances and bid farewell to the Lin family. George took Lin Su to Diagon Alley. The exchanges in the Daily Prophet did not adversely affect the business in Diagon Alley. There was merely a brief downturn when the news first broke, after which prosperity was restored. Seizing the opportunity, Fred had found a merchant selling at a low price in the newspaper, and while George was at St. Mungo's looking after Lin Su, Fred had single-handedly managed to purchase number 93 Diagon Alley at a fair price. However, school was about to start, so Dobby helped with some cleaning. Lin Su mused that it was during this time that Fred and Dobby's friendship had blossomed. Although the place wasn't thoroughly cleaned or stocked with merchandise, Lin Su could envision its future appearance. The staircase would mimic the moving structure of Hogwarts, and the walls would be lined with shelves filled with delightful wares from around the world, each nook concealing a unique surprise. Am I being a tad neglectful as a member of the joke shop? Lin Su pondered, tracing her fingers along a nearby shelf. George ruffled her hair. Not at all. Sweetheart, Fred greatly appreciates your new ideas, as our thoughts often align. We need fresh concepts. Otherwise, Fred would have protested long ago. Lin Su considered this. Fred was certainly not one to compromise his standards. George pointed to one of the walls. This section will be painted pink, dedicated to our Valentine's Day merchandise. As he spoke, he produced a heart-shaped pendant they had previously showcased together, attached to a golden chain. Opening the pendant revealed a pair of dancing figurines, now resembling themselves at last year's Christmas ball, twirling and leaping within. George placed the necklace around Lin Su's neck. Su, this necklace has protective enchantments. If anyone casts a curse upon you, simply gaze into their eyes, and the curse will rebound. He and Fred were developing protective hats and gloves, intended for mass sale to the Ministry of Magic. Upon discovering the principle, he had immediately engraved the protective rune onto the necklace meant for Lin Su, which he had originally planned to present to her at this time. What was intended as a surprise, he now hoped would lighten Su's spirits. Lin Su tenderly caressed the necklace around her neck. George, I love it. Chapter 18. The end of the holidays. The Grangers had spent the previous night in the guest room of the Lin residence. They heard some commotion downstairs, but upon hearing the words, "We are Su's biological parents," they felt it inappropriate to intrude upon the conversation. Hermione and Ginny went to the burrow together. Initially, she planned to stay with Lin Su, but the Jack Russell Terrier had, unbeknownst to her, snatched her otter away, making it hard not to wonder about its owner's intentions. Consequently, Hermione decided to stay at the burrow. She returned through the fireplace by 10 in the morning, finding George and Lin Su already back from Diagon Alley. Hermione excitedly waved the day's Daily Prophet, recounting the latest developments to Lin Su. Fudge had been voted out of his position as Minister for Magic, replaced by the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones, who Kingsley Shacklebolt believed was more suited for the role. Umbridge had been dismissed and was to be brought back to the Ministry for investigation. Hermione had lingered at the burrow primarily to read this newspaper. The Grangers were not prone to prying, but Hermione could not overlook Lin Su's slightly reddened eyes as she settled beside her. "Su, what has happened?" "Nothing, Hermione. Perhaps we could speculate on who our defense against the dark arts teacher will be after the holidays." George gently shook his head at Hermione from the other side, and she ceased her inquiries. "It would be wonderful if we could invite Professor Lupin back." "Indeed, I think so too. Professor Lupin should have no other obligations now." The arrival of those four individuals was perceived by Lin Su as a minor episode in her life. She sensed that there were still those watching over her from the shadows, yet she was not inclined to inquire further. The Christmas holiday rushed by, with Lin Su and the twins visiting Diagon Alley daily. After all, the twins were nearing graduation, and the shop would be ready to open in just over 6 months. Once school resumed, they would not be able to come here, so it was prudent to plan as much as possible while they had the time, ensuring a smooth start when the time came. Upon returning to school, the young wizards were delighted to spot Professor Lupin at the staff table. As you can see, Professor Remus Lupin will be taking over the duties of Professor Dolores Umbridge, teaching you all defense against the dark arts. I hardly need to introduce him again, do I? Dumbledore cheerfully announced, clearly in high spirits. The young lions of Gryffindor were the first to break into applause, igniting an atmosphere of fervor within the great hall. Hagrid, with his enormous hands resembling paddles, clapped enthusiastically, still clutching his small pink umbrella. Though he no longer needed it to conceal his repaired wand, it had become a habit. The Daily Prophet had reported on the Chamber of Secrets belonging to Slytherin, revealing the existence of the basilisk and elucidating the truth behind the death of Moaning Myrtle over 50 years ago, thereby exonerating Hagrid completely. Although the presence of a basilisk could incite panic among parents, the existence of Nagini had effectively calmed the public's fears. In a series of photographs captured by Rita Skeeter, Nagini donned an elegant black gown, perched atop the basilisk's head, which obediently followed her commands with closed eyes, resembling a circus-trained creature. Thus, it was no wonder that Ron claimed he had seen Nagini at Hogwarts. Rita concluded her article with a statement. If Muggles could tame ferocious beasts, then wizards were equally capable of training a basilisk as a safeguard for Hogwarts. Not to mention, the creature's fear of something as commonplace as the crowing of a rooster ensured that, under Dumbledore's protection, Hogwarts remained the safest haven for wizards. A gentle reminder, the basilisk at Hogwarts has been registered with the Ministry of Magic, and privately keeping such creatures is illegal. Please refrain from imitating this. Consequently, any wizard wishing to oppose this notion would have to acknowledge their inferiority to Muggles, yet it was evident that the wizarding community generally did not share this sentiment. However, during the Christmas holidays, Nagini had sought out Lin Su, expressing her intention to travel with Credence's portrait from then on. Lin Su had previously assisted Nagini in creating this portrait, infusing it with her memories of time spent with Credence. Now, she possessed one, alongside a portrait of Ariana. The collaboration with Rita, capturing those photographs and communicating with the basilisk, was a way of repaying the favor after Voldemort's demise, as Harry could no longer speak Parseltongue. Currently, it was known that only she could converse with the basilisk, aside from Ron, who remembered a command to open the door. It would be impractical for him to keep addressing the creature. In truth, she did not relish the role of a circus animal trainer, but fortunately, she anticipated living freely in the future. The only individual in the Great Hall whose mood was less than pleasant was Severus Snape. His potion research was progressing relatively smoothly, yet the thought of having to indefinitely collaborate with one of the members of the Highwaymen left him feeling disgruntled. Ironically, Lupin greeted him each time with a friendly hello. Severus, how irritating. The following day was Monday, and after handing over the potion to Lin Su, Snape indicated that she should observe curfew that evening. Lin Su understood that his potion research was complete, but she demurred, saying, "Perhaps tomorrow, Professor, I still have some preparations to make." The nearby young wizards were taken aback. They had never heard of a student choosing the time for detention. Yet, Professor Snape, with a furrowed brow, surprisingly acquiesced. The young wizards whispered among themselves, but Lin Su paid them no mind, as long as they refrained from claiming that Professor Snape was her father. Lin Su informed Harry that she needed him to accompany her the following evening, hinting at a surprise for him. Although Harry was bewildered, he had learned that whenever Lin Su mentioned a surprise, it was indeed something special, so he decided to look forward to it with muted anticipation. After dinner that evening, Lin Su sought out Dumbledore, who sat behind his desk, still wearing the pin she had gifted him, joyfully indulging in dessert. Another elderly gentleman, also adorned with a pin, sat on the sofa, frowning as he held a cup of red tea. He deftly used magic to extract white sugar from his cup and transfer it to another, filling it nearly halfway before sipping contentedly, raising an eyebrow in satisfaction. Lin Su watched enviously, her face alight with curiosity. "What magic is that? I want to learn it." Gawain, noticing her gaze, waved his fingers, extracting the sugar from Lin Su's cup as well. She happily thanked him and took a sip, giving him a thumbs up. "Su, you haven't visited my office in quite some time. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Dumbledore inquired, his tone buoyant, the inflection at the end of his sentence rising. Lin Su, determined not to intrude upon their moment together, directly voiced her request. "Professor, I would like to ask you to have Fawkes retrieve the Dark Lord's wand." Dumbledore, pulling a wand from his drawer with the casualness of retrieving a box of treats, replied, "Oh, it seems you have a use for it. Then take it." Lin Su's words faltered midway as realization dawned upon her, and she turned to Gawain, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Gawain raised his cup in acknowledgement, just a small favor. Anticipating that the wand would be needed, he had already instructed Fawkes to retrieve it, refusing to admit that he harbored any thoughts of preventing Albus from having further contact with Scamander. "I shall not interrupt your private conversation any longer. Good night to you both, and may you enjoy a splendid evening," Lin Su said hastily, excusing herself from the room, determined not to be a third wheel. Moreover, George was waiting for her outside, with the necessity of sneaking into Umbridge's office behind them. The two simply took their customary stroll around the castle at night, and Lin Su felt that they were now more suited to patrol duty. "My mother wrote to say that half of her books have sold. She can hardly believe so many people enjoy her writing." George shared the delightful news with Lin Su. She had always assumed that every household had a wizard adept at household magic like her own. In reality, Mrs. Weasley had greatly underestimated her abilities. Her household magic surpassed that of most. Lin Su recalled how Molly had skillfully sliced beef rolls with precision. Suddenly I find myself craving hot pot." Their dynamic was one of spontaneity, leading them to the kitchen with great enthusiasm, where they encountered Ron, who was growing rapidly and thus hungry at an equally fast rate. As a prefect, he had no worries about being caught out after hours. As expected, they soon discovered Harry, also in an invisibility cloak, joining them in search of food. Upon learning of the hot pot, Harry donned his cloak once more to find Fred, who was still enjoying a game of wits with Filch. Hermione, now quite attentive to Lin Su's feelings, did not hinder their escapade and somehow managed to find Ginny and Luna, who were also out for a nighttime adventure. Within minutes, Cedric, cherishing his final year with his girlfriend, appeared, and Cho was pleasantly surprised to see the hot pot. Lin Su effortlessly conjured 2 small copper pots and inquired about their preferred broth flavors. The kitchen was becoming increasingly crowded with wizards, and the house elves were delighted to be busy, eagerly preparing ingredients. Just then, Professor Lupin, unable to overlook the ever-growing group of night adventurers, made his entrance. A moment of silence ensued before Lin Su naturally offered him a small copper pot, while George cleverly conjured a chair. "Come join us, Professor Lupin." All right. "Since you invited me," Lupin replied, settling down. "But this is a one-time exception, understood, young wizards?" He comfortably sat down, requesting, "Please pass me some potatoes, thank you." The atmosphere brightened once more, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Su informed Lupin that she would like to invite Sirius over to Hagrid's hut for a gathering the following evening. Lupin appeared slightly surprised, given that the Christmas holiday had only just concluded, yet he agreed nonetheless. The next day, after dinner, Lin Su accompanied Harry to the Forbidden Forest, where Professor Snape awaited them. She first inquired about the potion, readying herself to take it into her hands. With a flick of her wand, Lin Su transformed a plant into a table. She placed Voldemort's wand upon its surface and addressed Harry. "Harry, how is your practice with the rebound charm coming along?" Initially, she had misunderstood, believing that 2 wands needed to cast spells upon each other to trigger the rebound effect. Fortunately, after consulting Dumbledore and Ollivander, she discovered that the charm could be executed directly to achieve the same outcome, prompting her to have Harry commence his practice. She had informed him that this skill would be useful in his future as an Auror, and Harry seemed to absorb this knowledge, nodding in response. "I think I'm doing quite well." "Relax, Harry," Lin Su encouraged. "Just aim your wand at this wand and cast the rebound charm." Severus Snape frowned deeply. "Miss Lin, I trust you know what you are doing." He recognized the wand as belonging to Voldemort, his former superior, who had wielded it to punish subordinates in his presence. If the last spell cast by the wand was of a harmful nature, it would manifest once more. Lin Su nodded reassuringly. "Do not worry, Professor. It won't harm Harry." There was no need for subterfuge. There was nothing to conceal from Harry. After all, during their last encounter with Voldemort, Harry had discerned who Lin Su referred to as the person most concerned for his safety. Thus, when faced with Snape's sarcasm, Harry wore an air of inexplicable tolerance, which only served to incite Snape's mockery further, creating a vicious cycle. Snape fell silent, realizing something, and his tension escalated, his brow furrowing even deeper. Lin Su nodded at Harry, who was also somewhat anxious. He gripped his wand tightly, pointing its tip at the wand on the table. "Rebound charm." A flash of green light erupted, and a white mist began to expand in a compressed form, transforming into the silhouette of a woman Harry had seen countless times in photographs, his mother, Lily Potter. Harry stood entranced, while Lin Su poured half a vial of potion studied by Professor Snape onto the projection. This potion was designed to enhance vitality, ensuring that both ghosts and projections could endure for a longer duration. Lily, too, seemed momentarily at a loss, gazing at the child before her, who possessed eyes identical to her own. She opened her arms wide. "Harry, it's me, your mother. Look how much you've grown. I thought I would never see you again." "Mom," Harry exclaimed, unable to lower his wand, fearing she might vanish at any moment. He had merely cast the previous spell, and should the last spell cast by the wand have been lethal, the projection of the victim would appear, retaining memories from life and capable of conversing with the living. Thus, the projection of Lily, who had been killed by Voldemort's killing curse, now materialized. Snape remained silent, yet could not resist moving closer. Upon seeing him, Lily furrowed her brow. Snape halted, softly uttering, "Lily." He had anticipated a flood of words to express, yet found his mind blank, ultimately managing only to murmur, "I'm sorry." Chapter 20. A new beginning. Harry was too preoccupied to heed Snape's words. Lin Su confirmed that the potion was effective for Lily's projection and decided to grant both Snape and Harry some space. There were things she could not hear, but Harry could. If the potion proved ineffective, she would have to resort to a vitality spell. As long as there was magical energy flowing, she could ensure the projection lingered for a while longer. The reason for continuing Snape's potion research was twofold: to keep him occupied, believing he would prefer his potion to her vitality spell, and because the day held particular significance. "Harry, do you remember what date it is today?" Lin Su asked, turning to leave. Harry's eyes remained fixed on his mother, instinctively responding, "It's Tuesday, January 9th. "Why, Su?" Lin Su had already walked away, leaving Harry without an answer. Lily's voice, tinged with sarcasm, pierced the air. "Severus, is today your birthday? Why are you apologizing?" Lin Su positioned herself within sight, yet beyond hearing, vigilantly monitoring Lily's condition, prepared to intervene with a vitality spell should the need arise. I'm sorry for everything. I hope you can forgive me. Snape realized time was of the essence and spoke out. Upon uttering those words, he found that it was not as daunting as he had imagined. Harry had never witnessed his mother adopting such a sardonic tone. In the descriptions others had provided and from his scant memories, his mother had always been gentle, intelligent, and brave. He had never known she could be so vividly alive. Similarly, he had never seen Professor Snape in such a vulnerable state. Always arrogant and brooding, he now radiated remorse. In Harry's mind, merely envisioning Snape relaxing his furrowed brow felt like an act of rebellion, let alone witnessing him on the brink of tears. It was utterly terrifying. Harry instinctively distanced himself from his emotions, focusing solely on his mother, wishing to engrave her image in his heart. Lily's shoulders relaxed, her bright green eyes, even as a projection, gazed at Snape, softly declaring, "I forgive you, Severus. Of course, if you can promise to be kinder to Harry and refrain from unleashing your harsh tongue upon him, I would be grateful. And, happy birthday, Severus." Clearly, she had no intention of revealing to her son the reason behind Snape's apology. Snape fell silent for 2 agonizing seconds before responding, "I will." He then cast one last lingering glance at Lily before turning away, retracing his steps in the direction Lin Su had taken. As he passed by her, the young witch waved, "Happy birthday, Professor Snape." Snape paused momentarily, and Lin Su thought she heard a low thank you, though it could just as easily have been a gust of wind through the forbidden forest. In her heart, Lin Su wished for Professor Snape to experience a rebirth on this birthday. She approached Harry and Lily, who were engaged in light conversation about their lessons and any changes among the professors at school. As Lin Su drew nearer, she caught Harry telling Lily that Hagrid had become the professor for care of magical creatures, to which Lily responded with astonishment, "That's unbelievable." Lin Su chuckled as she approached. "Harry, are you sure you don't want to cast another rebound charm?" Lily gasped, "Yes, Harry, hurry. Your dad is waiting." Harry finally regained his composure, swallowing hard and aiming his wand once more. Rebound charm. James appeared, his hair in disarray. "Thank Merlin. Someone remembers me." "Hi, Harry. I'm your dad, though that sounds a bit rude." "Well, yes, I'm your dad." Both parents appeared to be in their early 20s, youthful and vibrant. Harry felt a twinge of awkwardness, for it was only at that moment, upon seeing James, that he realized how much he resembled his father. "We look so alike, don't we?" Harry's unvoiced thoughts were voiced by James before he could articulate them himself. Harry nodded, and they spoke in unison, the same hair, the same glasses. The trio erupted into laughter, with James wrapping an arm around Lily's shoulders, imparting a secret to Harry. "Harry, next time your hair misbehaves, use the Potter family taming potion. Brush it to the right 3 times, dabbing the potion each time, then to the left. Trust me, it works wonders." Harry observed James's chaotic hair, nodding enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grain. "Very persuasive. I'll give it a try, Dad." James turned to Lily. "Our son definitely takes after you in speech, doesn't he?" Lily beamed with pride. "Of course, he is my son." James nodded. "Indeed. Our son looks like me and speaks like you." "How wonderful." Lin Su cleared her throat, drawing the attention of the family of 3. "Greetings, everyone. If you don't mind, would you care to join me in reminiscing with some old friends?" James and Lily appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Apologies. We were so excited that we forgot to ask your name." Harry interjected, "This is Su Lin, a dear friend of mine since childhood. She is quite remarkable." Lin Su beamed with a smile. "Let us not linger. They're eagerly awaiting us." Inside Hagrid's little hut, Remus and Sirius sat with the Weasley children and Hermione. "George, do you know why Sue called us here?" Sirius inquired, addressing a redhead. The 2 redheads shrugged. One remarked, "I have no idea, Sirius, and by the way, I'm George." The twins had slipped away on their own, as Lin Su had summoned Hermione, Ron, and Ginny but neglected to invite them. How could they miss any spectacle? A knock echoed, and Hagrid went to open the door. Lin Su stood there, her eyes crinkled in a smile. "Hello, friends. I've brought along a family." "A family? Where did you find Harry?" Sirius's first concern was for his godson. Lin Su remained silent, stepping aside to reveal Harry, who appeared at the threshold, momentarily stunning everyone. Wasn't he supposed to be alone? As Harry stepped inside, 2 others drifted in like wisps of smoke. Remus and Sirius were momentarily frozen, while Hagrid rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Merlin's beard. The other young wizards stood, having seen the Potter statues and photographs. The figures before them bore an uncanny resemblance to those images, merely rendered translucent. James, Lily, Sirius could hardly believe his eyes, the cup in his hand tumbling to the floor. Lin Su murmured a spell, catching the cup and altering its fateful descent. "Hey, Bigfoot, how did you end up like this? I must say, that beard doesn't quite suit you. It's a bit outlandish." "Moonface, we all knew it. Your little issue has been resolved, hasn't it?" James's voice rang out as lively and vibrant as ever, bringing tears to the eyes of both adult wizards. Chapter 21. The portrait. James shook his head. Hey, guys, are you about to cry? Please don't. That's not cool. Lily chimed in. Remus, serious. Let us make this moment joyful instead of sorrowful, shall we? Instinctively, Sirius and Remus opened their arms, yearning to embrace their friends once more. James, sensing their intent, pretended to possess a physical form, also spreading his arms wide. He passed straight through the two of them. How does it feel, mates? A bit chilly, isn't it? The Scottish Highlands weather remains as dreadful as ever, doesn't it? Hagrid still stood at the door, his immense frame appearing somewhat bewildered. James, Lily. Lily turned to Hagrid. Congratulations. Hagrid, Harry told me you've become the care of magical creatures professor at Hogwarts, and the little wizards adore you. Hagrid produced a handkerchief. Oh, don't say that. I wish you could see me teaching the children. He blew his nose vigorously. Remus regained his voice. How is this possible? Sirius pressed urgently. You're not leaving again. Are you? James and Lily clasped each other's hands, gazing silently at Sirius and Remus, simply smiling. Sirius emitted a mournful cry. Sirius, you know, we can barely be considered souls. We are merely projections of memories. Lily gently shook her head, imparting this harsh reality. The moment James passed through Sirius and Remus also conveyed this truth. The projections passing through them lacked the chilling intrusion typical of a ghostly encounter. Lin Su timidly raised her hand to draw attention. Pardon my interruption, everyone. All eyes instinctively turned toward her, James and Lily appearing amused. Sirius, astonished, exclaimed, Sue. Is this something you can do? You helped Ariana return before. Surely you can do the same this time, right? Harry looked on, his eyes filled with hope. Lin Su produced a frame from her small bag, revealing a portrait of James and Lily, though their gazes appeared vacant. I must confess, I cannot guarantee success, Sirius. The earlier revival of Ariana utilized the genuine memories of Albus and Aberforth, and I cannot assure the same with Mr. and Mrs. Potter's circumstances. She harbored a glimmer of hope, having refrained from requesting memories from Remus and Sirius earlier, primarily because the portrait was not yet ready. Ariana's portrait had been readily available, while Credence's was crafted from static photographs, infused with life through Nagini's memories. Additionally, she wished to incorporate James and Lily's memories, ensuring a more complete reflection of their former selves, rather than how others perceived them. However, this depended on their own willingness. For now, you should converse for a while. Lin Su cast vitality spells on the two projections. After nearly 3 years of unceasing practice, her vitality charm could now affect non-living matter, acting more like a driving force. For instance, if applied to a light bulb, it could even prolong its lifespan. Yet, in comparison, Professor Snape's potion mastery surpassed hers. Within mere months of study, his concoctions yielded similar results. The group gathered in Hagrid's hut, sharing tales of the years that had elapsed, while the projections of James and Lily floated beside Harry, their hands hovering just above his hair, as if able to touch their son's head. The two appeared remarkably youthful, and with James and Harry bearing such a striking resemblance, they looked more like brothers. Harry introduced his friends to James and Lily, concluding with Ginny. Lily gasped, covering her mouth. Wow, hello Ginny. Such a lovely child. I'm so sorry I can't hug you. A spark of inspiration flashed in Lin Su's mind. Hello, Mrs. Potter. I believe this won't hinder our embrace. Ginny opened her arms and enveloped Lily's projection. James longed to pat his son on the shoulder, but alas, his hand met only air. He withdrew. This girl is simply adorable. How did you win her over? It took me years to court your mother. She initially detested me. Son, is your romance going smoothly? Harry glanced at Lily and Ginny. Fairly well, though I owe thanks to George's love potion. Love potion? Isn't that against school rules? James's interest was piqued. Though he mused that his son's disregard for the rules was not surprising, he felt a sense of pride, while Sirius wore a look of shared delight. The room cherished this night, and as dawn approached, many conversations remained unfinished. James and Lily exchanged glances, simultaneously looking at Lin Su, who was seated at a small table conversing with George. She turned her head at once. Mr. and Mrs. Potter, have you reached a decision? Lin Su approached. The couple held hands. Of course, Sue, thank you. Lily added, however, if it does not succeed, we will still be grateful for this unexpected evening of reunion with friends. Indeed, Sue, there's no need for pressure. We are merely wisps of memory. Any one of us could vanish like a Muggle-esque trick, James shrugged, attempting to sound casual. Be quiet, James. Sirius did not wish to hear such words, yet he knew the truth. Grasping his hair, he paced the small hut twice, ultimately finding himself unable to utter a word to Sue. He feared that he might impose undue pressure on Lin Su, yet he could not utter nonchalant words. Ultimately, he settled into the chair by the window. Neither Harry nor Lupin spoke. George clasped Lin Su's hand and said, "Sweetheart, just perform as usual." Hermione tightened her grip on Ron's arm and gave Lin Su an encouraging nod. Lin Su inhaled deeply. She had performed this numerous times before. But this time the memory projection she was about to send in was far more unpredictable than the potion-laden memories. She first cast a vitality charm on the projection before proceeding to the next step. A luminous white light emanated from the tip of her wand, revealing its gentle power. The white light enveloped the projections of the Potters and sent them into the picture frame. Within the frame, the two figures held hands. And as a sense of melancholy began to wash over everyone, their expressions shifted from blankness to clarity. "Bigfoot, come find us in the castle. We need to greet the portraits there." Before the words had fully escaped, the figures within had already dashed off. It seemed James could hardly wait to embark on a new adventure, and the only thing Lily managed to say as she was pulled along was, "You did it, Sue." Chapter 22. The effect is comparable to a poop egg. Sirius and Lupin were still processing the situation when the young wizards erupted into cheers. George scooped Lin Su up and twirled her around, exclaiming, "Sweetheart, I knew you would succeed." Hermione exhaled in relief, and Ron too relaxed, discreetly rubbing the spot where Hermione had gripped him, which still ached. Harry looked earnestly at Lin Su, saying, "Sue, thank you." Lin Su bumped fists with Harry, recognizing his eagerness. "Go on, they must have already begun their new adventure." The young wizards cheered and raced towards the castle, while Lin Su and George gradually withdrew from the throng. Fred also slowed his pace, saying, "Sue, have you ever considered starting a portrait shop? I bet your business would flourish. After all, this world is rife with regrets. Even though wizards can leave portraits behind, those who pass unexpectedly hardly have time to train their likenesses to be indistinguishable from themselves." Lin Su had contemplated this notion, but she lacked the skill to create such portraits and would need to collaborate with a wizard skilled in painting. She believed Dean could excel in this field in the future, given his remarkable artistic talent. After hearing this, Fred patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry. Leave it to me and George." With that, he dashed away, leaving space for the young couple. In the small cabin, Lupin and Hagrid tidied their clothes. As professors at the school, they were entirely capable of appearing within Hogwarts Castle. "Bigfoot, why not take a nap here? Guard the picture frame. They will return sooner or later." Lupin smiled, his spirits soaring. Sirius protested, "No, I must go in too. Can't you prepare an invisibility cloak for your friend? Surely you have some confiscated from the little wizards." "Actually, I don't, Bigfoot. I'm not a professor who deliberately captures little wizards. If they're all wearing invisibility cloaks, how could I catch them? Just stay here for a while. Or perhaps you could discuss pretending to be their pet with Harry and the others." Lupin teased without reservation, and Hagrid laughed heartily. "Come on, Remus." Thus, Sirius was left alone in the cabin, shifting between his large black dog form and his human shape. Thankfully, thoughtful Harry had sent Hedwig with his invisibility cloak. James was bustling about within the portrait, careening chaotically, and many portraits still remembered him. Lily wished she could cover her face to deny that this exuberant being was her husband, momentarily unable to discern whether he or Sirius was the more energetic of the two. Yet, James was intent on dragging her along. Nearly headless Nick saw him, and was so startled that he almost lost his head. "Hello, Sir Nicholas." Lily's greeting hung in the air, never quite landing. In less than an hour, news of James Potter's return spread through Hogwarts portraits like the scent of a noxious dung bomb. Leaving the adventures within the portraits and everyone's reactions aside, Lin Su and George strolled through the Forbidden Forest. "George, I've decided to talk to them," Lin Su said, holding a twig she had picked up, her fingers breaking off the smaller branches. George immediately grasped her wrist to prevent her from injuring herself while distracted. "Su, I'll accompany you. If you prefer, you can speak in Chinese. That way, I want to understand." He merely wished to be by her side. Lin Su and George exchanged glances, then she nodded, realizing she indeed needed his presence. The two made their way to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had evidently heard about the Potter's return. While they could not freely enter the portrait frame of the headmaster's office, the portrait within would often wander, keeping abreast of the campus's latest developments. Lin Su was there to borrow the fireplace. She knew the four of them were staying at Dumbledore's residence in Godric's Hollow. Now that Gellert had returned, they were not residing in that place filled with beautiful yet painful memories, but rather in another abode. Dumbledore had clearly anticipated Lin Su would eventually seek to communicate with them, so he expressed little surprise, quipping, "It seems our little wizard was up to something significant last night." Lin Su felt a slight urge to scratch her head. She had only just learned the extent of the commotion James had caused, having underestimated how disruptive a young highwayman could be. She could hardly imagine how Professor Snape's portrait would react upon seeing James within the castle. However, before entering the headmaster's office, she had heard that James had been subdued by Lily's force and was now obediently returning to his portrait frame. "Go ahead, child. Many of your questions will find answers." Dumbledore, not waiting for Lin Su's reply, presented the flu powder. George and Lin Su each took a handful, and just before stepping into the fireplace, Lin Su said, "I hope so. Wish me luck, Professor." Dumbledore clasped his hands before him, as she desired. "Good luck, my child." The flames flickered, and Lin Su and George vanished into the fireplace in succession. In Godric's Hollow, Lin Yi sat before the fireplace, resting his chin on his hand in a daze. Initially, they had not intended to borrow someone else's home, but the elderly gentleman beside Dumbledore had said they could wait here for Su. It had been half a month since their last formal meeting with Su. Although they had stolen glances at her, they had nearly been discovered several times and were too fearful of her anger to come any closer. Their parents were now in slumber, their bodies too frail. As British magic differed from their own cultivation system, requiring the conversion of magical power into spiritual energy for absorption, yet their vitality was insufficient for this process. The elder had erupted in fury after inquiring what their parents had done, retreating for several days without emerging. Green flames erupted in the fireplace, and a stern-faced girl appeared amidst the flames. Upon seeing him, she instinctively pressed her lips together, her cold expression momentarily cracking, before she stepped out of the fireplace with her brows lowered. Lin Yi sprang up from his chair. Su. The next moment, another red-haired boy emerged from the fireplace, and Lin Yi's expression darkened. He loathed this person. Su was still so young. George also cast a disapproving look at Lin Yi. The usually affable and well-liked Weasley was uncharacteristically curt with a peer. The two regarded each other with mutual disdain, yet neither showed it, given Su's presence. Lin Yi hurriedly urged Lin Su to sit on the sofa while he poured them tea, made from tea leaves brought from Huaxia, slightly bitter. A flavor beloved by their family. Lin Su took a sip, raising an eyebrow slightly. Chapter 23. Named George lifted his teacup and took a sip, his expression contorting as he experienced the bitterness, which, while not excessively so, was somewhat unpalatable for those accustomed to sweet flavors. "Sweetheart, this is the flavor you adore," he remarked, turning to Lin Su. He had noticed since her first year that Hagrid's floral tea was too bitter for them, yet Su had an affinity for it. "Of course, our family all appreciates this taste," Lin Yi interjected, his expression one of natural concern as he quickly glanced at Lin Su, apprehensive of her potential displeasure. Su and Lin Yi appeared hesitant to speak loudly. "Would you care to hear my explanation?" Lin Su set down her teacup, stating, "I assumed you understood that my visit here revolves around this matter." She spoke in English, a language George comprehended effortlessly. George grasped Lin Su's hand, while Lin Yi stole a brief glance at their intertwined fingers, choosing to avert his gaze. Su, this situation is rather intricate. Do you know why your name is Lin Su?" Lin Yi inquired. Lin Su furrowed her brow, responding, "It is because of my parents, one surnamed Lin and the other Su. Is it not?" She had always believed this to be the case, even thinking it coincidentally mirrored her name from her past life. Lin Yi shook his head. "No? Su, the Su in your name does not derive from your mother's surname. Rather, it comes from the character for awakening. When our parents left you at your current doorstep, they inscribed your name within your swaddling, and you were too young to comprehend it at the time." Awakening? Lin Su lowered her gaze, pondering the significance of such a name. A peculiar premonition stirred within her, suggesting that what she was about to hear might transcend her imagination. Lin Yi refilled her teacup, explaining, "It also implies resurrection, Su. You will have experiences from another world, which our parents anticipated, but it seems unforeseen complications arose, resulting in you lacking a healthy body in that realm." Lin Su instinctively tightened her grip on George's hand. "I apologize, but may I inquire what you mean by an anticipated other world?" George echoed her curiosity, holding her hand firmly. Lin Yi, initially inclined to tease George, found himself sobered by Lin Su's gaze and began to recount what he knew. The Lin family is descended from spiritual masters of Huaxia, who can absorb the spiritual energy in the air to enhance their innate abilities. Their talents are typically associated with the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. For instance, Lin Yi's innate ability is fire, as he demonstrated by conjuring flames at his fingertips, which danced at his command. Similar to wizards in England, spiritual masters possess numerous abilities not available to ordinary people. Spiritual energy not only enhances innate talents, but can also serve various other purposes, with spiritual masters categorized into diviners, healers, talismans, and beast tamers, among other roles. The primary distinction between spiritual masters and wizards lies in the fact that spiritual masters do not require wands to wield their powers. Generally, a spiritual master's innate abilities only manifest after the age of 5. However, Lin Su's case was exceptional. She was born after a difficult labor, leaving the healers powerless. In a moment of desperation, they resorted to modern technology for a cesarean section, yet Lin Su displayed extraordinary abilities upon her birth. The tiny infant did not cry. Instead, A luminous glow radiated from her, healing her mother's wounds instantaneously. Fortunately, her father was present and swiftly employed a forgetting charm to erase the memories of the medical staff, thereby preventing widespread panic among ordinary people. Lin Su could not help but retrieve her wand, as her most adept skills now lay in the domain of healing magic. Lin Yi continued, explaining that the family believed Lin Su's talents were akin to those of a healer, suggesting a rare, mutated affinity for wood, endowed with remarkable healing abilities and vitality. Initially, everyone was astonished by such a gift. Neither the Lin family nor the spiritual master community had witnessed a healer of such exceptional caliber at birth. Given the scarcity of spiritual masters, there were virtually no secrets among them, and the emergence of such a prodigious young master drew significant attention, prompting the Lin family to host a banquet to invite other spiritual masters. However, during the banquet, whether it be the inheritors of ancient wisdom, fate diviners, or astrologers, all arrived at a remarkably unanimous conclusion. She would face an unavoidable calamity by the age of 17. Wait, you previously mentioned it would be at 15, Lin Su interjected, her brow furrowing, mirroring George's expression of concern. Lin Yi took a sip of tea to clear his throat. Su, what I am about to explain pertains to your presence here and the nature of that other world. Lin Su's parents were taken aback by the diviner's revelations and inquired if there were any means of averting such a fate. They were willing to accept any alternative calamity, as long as their child could survive. The diviners all shook their heads in denial, but one individual remained after the others had departed, proposing a solution. There was a glimmer of hope in the northwest. This individual was Lu Jining, the then Minister of Magic in Huaxia. Within Huaxia, there were not only spiritual masters, but also wizards, each with different methods of practice, and occasional exchanges occurred between them. However, as the head of the Spiritual Master Association, the Lin family had a prior acquaintance with Lu Jining, who was a renowned diviner in the spiritual community. Thus, Lin Su's parents placed their trust in his counsel. He urged them to send Lin Su to the British wizarding world. Since a child's spiritual energy system had not yet fully developed in England, she could engage with the magical system, and by the age of 11, she could attend a magical school where the headmaster, Dumbledore, was a figure of great reliability. This was the version known to the head of the Lin family and others. However, Lin Su's parents also sought out Mr. Lu, believing he possessed a more effective solution. Lu Jining indeed provided them with a method. If they could send Lin Su to another world and allow her to survive the calamity of 17 there before returning to this world, she might indeed live. However, while the idea sounded feasible, the execution proved to be far from simple. During the couple's search for a solution, the head of the Lin family enlisted the aid of worldly Lin family members to find a reputable branch residing in England. After all, not all spiritual masters wed other spiritual masters, and not all offspring inherited spiritual energy. Those without spiritual energy often found life in the mundane world more convenient than in the realm of spiritual masters, thus spreading across the globe. They selected Lin Ida and Su Qi as potential guardians. Yet, for Lin Su's sake, they did not disclose the truth to the couple, hoping they would raise Lin Su as their own child. Lin Su could not suppress a laugh, beginning to understand the sentiment behind Professor Snape's occasional scoffs. Some statements truly elicited a sense of discomfort. Chapter 24. The past. Su, please do not be upset. Allow me to finish, Lin Yi implored, hastily lifting the teapot to pour more tea, only to realize Lin Su's cup remained full. He awkwardly set down the teapot and continued. According to Lu Jining, the sooner the child was sent away, the better, and Lin Su's parents should not appear in her life. The head of the Lin family resolved to send the child away at her 1-month mark, but Lin Su's parents had yet to discover a method to ensure her safe passage to another world and back. Ultimately, it was Lu Jining who provided them with a tome that detailed the process of transporting individuals to another world, albeit at a steep cost. The method required the construction of a passage between the two worlds, necessitating the spiritual energy and life force of the spiritual master. So, the Minister of Magic possesses a tome on how spiritual masters construct passages between worlds? Do you not find this peculiar? Lin Su remarked, perceiving numerous inconsistencies within this tale. It was our family head who entrusted him with it. An aged voice echoed from the staircase. It was the elder she had encountered previously. The head of the family could not bear the thought of you meeting your demise at 17, and feared your parents might stray onto a misguided path, thus seeking a forbidden tome through Minister Lu. Elder. Lin Yi stood up, but the elder gestured for him to take a seat as he descended the stairs. It was only after corresponding with the family head that he grasped the full context, which had led him to seclude himself for the past few days. A passage could not remain open indefinitely. An individual's spiritual energy and life were merely sufficient to facilitate one's journey to the other side, while another person was required to construct the return passage. The elder settled across from Lin Su. Your parents were willing to sacrifice everything for you. Yet they also have a Yi to care for. They opted for a compromise, each using half of their spiritual energy and lifespan to create the passage that would send you away, ensuring that even in their weakened state, a Yi would not lose one of his parents, and that the other would not develop ulterior motives over the years, thus securing your safe return. Lin Su clenched her fingers. The elder spoke in Chinese, a language too intricate for George to comprehend. He merely observed Lin Su, attuned to every subtle shift in her expressions. At that moment, he gently embraced her shoulders and placed a tender kiss atop her head. The elder turned his gaze elsewhere, while Lin Yi fixated on the cup before him in silence. After a prolonged pause, Lin Su inhaled deeply to steady her emotions before voicing her concern. By your account, I should have returned to this world only after dying in another realm at the age of 17, should I not? The elder nodded. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, that would indeed be the case. I had been pondering how your parents could have weakened so significantly overnight, especially since they had not mentioned visiting you over the years. I was unaware of their sacrifices. There were numerous things Lin Su found incomprehensible. Perhaps only her biological parents held the answers. Take me to see them, she urged. Rising to her feet, she surmised that their condition might not be favorable based on what she had just learned. Lin Yi suddenly realized the urgency and jumped up, leading her to the guest room where Lin's father and mother resided. Their bodies had grown increasingly frail. After arriving in England, they struggled to adapt to the climate, and the near absence of spiritual energy in the air had rendered them largely dormant for days, save for the necessities of sustenance. Lin Su paused at the doorway, hesitating. George gently placed his hand on her back. Go on, Su. She looked up, finding encouragement in his gaze. Nodding, she approached to assess her biological parents, who appeared even paler than they had 2 weeks prior, causing her eyelashes to flutter slightly. After a long moment, she produced her wand and cast a detection spell to assess their conditions. They were indeed exceedingly weak. Next, she resolved to test a life force spell. Glancing at her wand, Lin Su took a deep breath. Since it was a wand from the east, and she possessed a healing talent, it should prove effective, she hoped. A white magic emanated from the tip of her wand, enveloping the two, and it seemed to transform instinctively. Lin Su felt an overwhelming familiarity with this power, and her parents appeared to sense it as well, slowly opening their eyes. Su, the woman exclaimed in surprise. Lin Su retracted her wand and stepped out of the room, saying as she left, I'll wait for you in the living room. Her parents did not keep her waiting long. They tidied their clothes briefly before descending. Lin Yi noticed their complexions had improved significantly. Dad, Mom, please tell Su about what happened back then. There are so many things I don't understand, he urged, tugging at his hair in frustration. He had only learned about these matters before coming to England and had not pondered their inconsistencies in detail until Su's question had prompted his own doubts. Lin's father and mother settled onto the sofa, which felt cramped with so many people. Lin Su fidgeted with her fingers, ultimately refraining from making any movements. George waved his wand, magically expanding the sofa to double its width. Lin Su flashed a grateful smile at him, and he affectionately ruffled her hair, understanding her discomfort. Lin Yi, wishing to remark that George's actions were unnecessary, found the words lodged in his throat and ultimately shrugged, quietly observing his family. Lin Su reiterated her question, her perplexity mounting. If I was meant to return to this world at 17, then why did I awaken as an infant? Her parents exchanged glances, and Lin's father responded. Su, to be honest, we are equally perplexed. According to the records, we intended to send you to a parallel universe, where you would be raised by adoptive parents. You would appear at the doorstep of that household at the present time, and after you survived your death tribulation at 17, you would return here with your memories intact. Your current family would simultaneously possess those memories, while your family there would forget you, allowing you to live peacefully with your current family, undisturbed. He continued, by then, both of us should have passed away. When you were born, Yi was still young. He wouldn't remember anything. He would only know that his parents had been unwell since his childhood, and their passing due to illness would not raise any suspicions. Lin Su raised her hand to halt him, her emotions too tumultuous to bear. She had believed herself to be the one abandoned, yet they had meticulously planned everything for her. At that moment, the elder noticed the wand in Lin Su's hand. Su, may I take a look at your wand? Upon realizing the impropriety of his request, wands being akin to weapons for wizards, rarely removed from their owners, he quickly added, no need for me to hold it. I'll just ask. Is the shaft of your wand made from a mulberry branch? Lin Su furrowed her brow slightly, unsure why he inquired about this. We also have a grand mulberry tree on our mountain, over 1,000 years old, Lin's father mused thoughtfully. Lin Su recalled what Ollivander had once said. It is said that this wand was crafted in the land of Huaxia. The elder spoke uncertainly. Could it be that the core of your wand is made from the whiskers of a spirit tiger? Indeed, Lin Yi chimed in, recalling his earlier despondency. The spirit tiger? Is that not our Lin family's divine beast, Shiri? The elder nodded. If this wand is indeed the only one crafted with such a combination, then it must be so. Approximately 150 years ago, a wizard claiming to be from England visited the Lin family, seeking a branch from the mulberry tree to create a wand. After the elder Ollivander had entrusted his shop to his son, he began traveling in search of suitable materials. When he arrived in Huaxiao, he heard from a wizard that the Lin family possessed a nearly 1,000-year-old mulberry tree. He sought permission to take a branch, and upon ensuring no harm would come to the tree, the Lin family consented. He intended to seek cores elsewhere, but on the day of his arrival, the reclusive Shiri happened to rest beneath the mulberry tree, inadvertently shedding a whisker. At that time, the current head of the Lin family was still the elder, who was responsible for hosting this distant guest. Observing the situation, he proposed using the spirit tiger's whisker as the core. Ollivander concurred, deeming it an inherently perfect pairing. As the whiskers of a spirit tiger are exceedingly rare, few would dare pluck them from a tiger's maw. Moreover, Shiri was a rare spirit tiger, several centuries old, cherished as a guardian beast by the Lin family. Even now, Shiri remains resplendent, reigning supreme upon the mountain. One could say that Shiri symbolizes life and hope. And in conjunction with the ancient mulberry wood, it is no wonder that the healing magic emitted from this wand proves so effective. I was merely a child at the time, and it was my first encounter with a foreign wizard. So I remember vividly when that gentleman proclaimed that this wand would ultimately unleash unforeseen powers. Little did I know that it would eventually end up in the hands of the Lin family's descendants. The Lin family has never produced a wizard. Aside from the spirit masters, they were all ordinary folk. At the time, they never imagined that a descendant would one day become a wizard in England. A wave of absurdity washed over Lin Su, as if an invisible thread intertwined everything in a tangled mess, devoid of clarity. The sheer coincidences were overwhelming. However, it was evident that no answers could be gleaned from this situation. So Lin Su shifted her inquiry towards the matter of the death calamity arriving at the age of 15. Lin's mother replied, "Until now, we had not perceived any anomalies. It was Mr. Liu, the minister of the magical department of Huaxia, who found us this October. He informed us that the divination results had changed, indicating that you had departed from that world, and the death calamity had also been advanced to the age of 15. We hastily packed our belongings to come to Britain, but encountered two gentlemen searching for your true kin. They reassured us that you were well, and that Dumbledore hoped we could wait until the conclusion of the International Magical Conference before seeking you out again, as he wished to spare you the burden of worrying about two matters simultaneously." Lin Su recalled the elderly gentleman with a penchant for sweets, as well as the absence of Lupin and Sirius over the past 6 months, a warmth blossoming in her heart. "Susu, we have discussed this matter recently. Perhaps our failure to adhere strictly to the methods outlined in the book, utilizing a person's spiritual energy and life force to open the portal, resulted in mistakenly sending you to another world, depriving you of a healthy body. We are truly sorry," Lin's mother continued, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Over the past few days, she had researched extensively on congenital heart disease in children, unaware of how severe it could be to prevent them from reaching adulthood. Moreover, the red-haired boy had visited previously. He might have learned something from those two gentlemen and sought them out alone. He shared certain information with them that was beyond their imagination regarding how Susu had endured 15 years of profound solitude in another world, facing death amidst immense suffering. If only they had known sooner, they would have preferred not to send her away at all. Consequently, they even contemplated erasing Susu's memories of their visit to her, fearing she might perceive herself as an abandoned child. Yet, the red-haired youth intervened, possessing broad shoulders and a face that usually radiated infectious smiles, now adorned with seriousness and confusion. "Perhaps it is your reserved nature, but forgive me for not understanding why you would prefer to let Susu forget instead of directly expressing your love and informing her about her experiences in another world. She merely wishes to convey that she despises the feeling of abandonment. Susu has long known she was not born of her parents, yet she possesses a heart softer than anyone else's. Why not allow her to know that there are those in this world who love her?" Before departing, the boy assured them that Susu would indeed seek them out, and not too long from now. All they needed was to wait patiently. A few days later, Susu truly arrived. They could not deny how well he understood her and the sincerity of his affection. "I understand," Lin Su declared, finishing the tea in her cup. Without waiting for Lin Yi to refill it, she rose from the sofa. "I have class. I must return to school now. You should also return to Huaxia early." Everyone except the elders stood up. Lin's mother gently called out to her, "This environment is not suitable for your recovery." Lin Su paused in her stride towards the fireplace and added, "Please send some tea leaves during the new year. I adore this flavor." Lin's father and mother exchanged glances, and Lin Yi was the first to respond. "All right, no problem. I will send you all the local specialties and photos of the sunrise. You will surely love them. Can I use your home address on Yezhin Road? Lin Su had already stepped into the fireplace, facing them as she replied, that works. Great, great. Lin's father and mother supported each other, their eyes shimmering with tears. Lin Su tightened her grip on the flue powder slightly, then announced her destination, scattering the powder and disappearing into the green flames. George followed closely, and before he left, Lin's father and mother sincerely thanked him and asked him to take good care of Susu, to which George solemnly agreed. After exiting the headmaster's office, Lin Su remained silent. George wanted to offer some comfort, but the young witch turned to him and earnestly asked, when did you learn all that? And when did you go to find them? Upon hearing about those matters, George was hardly surprised, as her biological parents had not appeared distant during their meeting after Christmas either. Their eyes, filled with evident sorrow, suggested they were aware of her experiences in that world. George ran his fingers through his hair. I learned from Sirius and Lupin, but even they didn't know everything. I did not intend to keep it from you, Susu. I simply wanted you to know that you are not an abandoned child. There are many people who love you in this world. Lin Su silently embraced George around the waist and softly whispered, thank you, George. Chapter 26. Hair pulling in the common room. Lin Su recounted the origins of her wand to her companions, though she refrained from revealing her true heritage to those who were unaware. Hermione fell into contemplation, evidently perceiving the excessive coincidences as well. Meanwhile, Harry recalled what Mr. Ollivander had said when they purchased their wands. I remember Mr. Ollivander mentioning that his grandfather endured quite a bit of injury in crafting this wand. Lin Su shook her head. He was welcomed as a guest. His beard naturally shed by the spirit tiger should not have caused any harm. Ron, while stuffing his mouth with food from the kitchen, remarked, perhaps old Ollivander enjoys embellishing his abilities. Who doesn't relish in receiving adoring gazes while telling stories? Indeed. Just like your 800 versions of competing as a keeper. Harry concurred, nodding along. Ron nearly choked, and amidst the witnesses of their friends, they decided to settle their rivalry on the Quidditch pitch. It was unclear how a seeker and a keeper would compete, but their friends found it amusing, and the group merrily headed towards the training ground. Though they had not slept the previous night, they felt wide awake now. Hagrid stood by the spectators' area, holding a portrait of the Potters, accompanied by Lupin and a large black dog. James cheered from the portrait, go Harry, knock them over. The black dog barked in agreement. Lupin, with his good-natured demeanor, reminded, they're just training, James. Lily tapped James on the head, while he continued to grin foolishly. Lily simply cautioned, Harry, be careful. All of you children, stay safe. The Gryffindor training ground buzzed with excitement, and unlike their first training session, many new young wizards had joined their team, allowing for the formation of 2 squads. Thus, today's practice was a scrimmage. The seekers for the 2 teams were Harry and Ginny. The couple had faced each other as rivals before, but this time, with the Potters observing, both felt a bit nervous. Ginny, Harry hesitated to speak, wishing for his parents to witness him triumph in his first Quidditch match. He had seen Ginny's prowess. Although she preferred being a chaser, she was equally formidable as a seeker. Ginny, her fair face determined, replied, Harry, we just need to give our best effort. Harry knew Ginny would not go easy on him, so he nodded in agreement, and together, they mounted their brooms. Lin Su and George were on Ginny's team. Lin Su found herself somewhat distracted, her thoughts drifting to her parents, whose names she did not even know. George struck a bludger that nearly collided with Lin Su, calling out Susu. Lin Su turned back, forcing herself to focus. Fortunately, Harry and Ginny were both determined to perform well today, and the match concluded swiftly with Harry ultimately catching the golden snitch, joyfully embracing Ginny. James cheered from the portrait, well done, Harry, but be careful. You might end up arguing with your girlfriend. Lily grasped his arm firmly. Silence, James. Can't you see that Ginny doesn't require Harry to validate her? Hagrid and Lupin nodded in agreement with Lily's assertion. Indeed, James, Ginny is not the kind of girl who needs anyone's approval. This time, even Sirius found himself in alignment with Lily's perspective. Precisely, James. You have yet to witness Ginny's prowess in spellcasting. She once utilized the hair-raising charm in the kitchen to remove a Death Eater's hair, initially mistaking him for a mere thief. I must say, that particular Death Eater was the most cooperative during interrogation, requesting only a bottle of hair growth potion in return. James inhaled sharply, covering his disheveled hair with his hand. Observing his tousled locks, Lily seemed lost in thought, while James felt a chill run down his spine. My dear, if you pluck my hair, it may never grow back again. As Harry concluded his training and approached his parents, showcasing the golden snitch he had caught, he inadvertently overheard this exchange and chuckled innocently. No, Dad, if your hair gets pulled out, I can just ask Sue to draw it back on for you. He paused, then added, but why would Mom want to pull your hair? James had already escaped from the frame, having spent the morning dragging Lily through every accessible portrait in the school. Lily had been whisked away by him the entire time, her irritation mounting. Were it not for the prospect of witnessing her son's Quidditch practice, she would have preferred to avoid sharing a frame with him altogether. Lily gently reassured her son, "It's all right, Harry. Your father is merely distressed over his hairstyle, and I am assisting him in changing it. Take care of yourself at school. We must leave Hogwarts for a few days." Harry did not inquire about their destination, fully aware they would not be departing for long, thus feeling no need for anxiety. "All right, Mom. If I want to reach you, can I send a letter to Sirius?" His bright green eyes focused intently on Lily. "Of course, we will be with Sirius," she replied. "Remus, wish you a fulfilling teaching experience." Lily and Lupin exchanged farewells, and Hagrid, with the portrait frame in hand, was asked to take it back to his hut, with the promise that she and James would return shortly. Lupin raised an eyebrow, silently wishing James good luck. Sirius and Hagrid made their way back to the cozy hut. After the training session, Lin Su, along with the twins, ventured into the room of requirement, where they began preparations for Valentine's Day, a month away. Lin Su was carving the alchemical item in her hands, somewhat distracted, yet fortunate not to make any mistakes. Fred nudged George's arm, silently inquiring, "What is wrong with her?" George had also been observing Lin Su's demeanor. He approached her and grasped her wrist gently. Su, would you be interested in crafting something for them? I believe there's still time." Lin Su glanced at the object she was carving. "In fact, George, I am already working on it." She transformed the originally square metal into a thin sheet, the faint outlines of the characters for peace emerging, yet she hesitated, reluctant to etch them deeper. Shaking her head, she handed a piece of metal to each twin, requesting their assistance in inscribing enchantments that could imbue it with magic, as her wandering thoughts left her apprehensive about making errors on such simple runes. Her distraction stemmed from memories of past events and the methods that had gone awry, leaving her with a peculiar sense of intuition. Chapter 27. End of term. Infusing the two alchemical items with vitality spells, Lin Su exited the room of requirement, asking Dee Dee to deliver them to Godric's Hollow. Winston, feeling dejected due to Hedwig's indifference, had not been tasked with any work recently, and Lin Su found herself unable to deliver gifts in person. Upon Dee Dee's return that evening, he brought a letter and a ring adorned with a small silver mulberry leaf charm. The letter stated that this was a storage ring crafted by Lin Yin, capable of recognizing the essence of Lin family members, allowing Lin Su to utilize it directly. The ring was made in a larger size, adjusting to fit any finger comfortably, and contained an entire jar of tea leaves, some exquisite garments, and several items that appeared to be alchemical creations. According to the words of the Huaxia spiritual master, Lin Yin was likely a master craftsman, his fire affinity granting him an advantage over others. Knowing he would seek out his sister, he prepared a collection of self-made protective items. The clothing was not ordinary either. As Lin Su touched them, she sensed their uniqueness. The temperatures of the Scottish Highlands were typically low, yet these garments felt warm to the touch, lightweight yet insulated, and Lin Yin mentioned they were handcrafted by their mother. Additionally, there were some traditional Huaxia snacks, seemingly less refined than those made by Lin Ida, but upon tasting them, she felt a surge of vitality within, crafted by her father. To her surprise, her biological father was equally adept at culinary arts as Lin Ida, while her brother shared her affinity for creating small treasures. A sense of warmth swelling within her heart, Lin Yin concluded the letter with their father's name, Lin Sihong, and their mother's, Chen Jiwan. Lin Su carefully stored the letter in her usual box for correspondence, which already contained several stacks of letters. The storage ring was then worn as a necklace, resting close to her heart. The Lin family had embarked on their return journey, understanding that Su required time to process these revelations. They too wished to return promptly, planning to send her additional gifts during the New Year celebrations. Lin Su wrote to Lin Ida and Su Qi, informing them of her meeting with the Lin family, sharing that her parents encouraged her to pursue anything she desired, as long as she remembered that she would always be their daughter. As she lay in bed, reflecting on recent events, she concluded that Umbridge's strange demeanor was likely a result of Fudge's influence. The Lin family's close ties with the minister of the Huaxia Ministry of Magic were evident, especially with the impending International Wizarding Conference. Initially, Fudge's apprehension regarding Lin Su's abilities may have motivated him to seek her as a healer. The appearance of Professor Lupin in the Daily Prophet had inadvertently drawn attention to Lin Su, and she surmised that the report seemed more like a message to certain individuals, given their ongoing search for her true lineage. Indeed, despite Fudge's efforts to keep the war reports from reaching foreign magical governments, Minister Lu ultimately became aware of Lin Su's existence. Consequently, he notified the Lin family. However, Lin Su found herself perplexed as to why they were only informed in October. If Lu had truly been concerned, shouldn't he have relayed the information immediately upon learning it? Perhaps it was because he believed she was in no danger? Yet he still informed the Lin family, and Lin Su recalled their mention of encountering Lupin and Sirius while searching for her true heritage. Could it be inferred that if Lupin and Sirius had not sought her out, Minister Lu would have remained silent? Moreover, it seemed that Professor Dumbledore was equally confident in her safety, even though she had never disclosed to him the time of her previous life's demise. Could it be due to Mr. Grindelwald's words? How convoluted. Lin Su resolved to temporarily set aside her doubts. Regardless, her life had stabilized. And Professor Trelawney had once told her that the love and protection surrounding her were palpable. Thus, she decided to cherish the present moment. Clutching the giant panda plushie that George had gifted her, Lin Su drifted into a deep slumber. The latter half of the 5th year sped by in a blur. And before anyone knew it, they arrived at the end of term. The OWL's examinations spanned 2 weeks, with theoretical assessments in the mornings and practicals in the afternoons. Lin Su and Hermione exhibited a remarkable sense of ease, while Harry and Ron bore expressions of discontent. However, the examination's difficulty was not insurmountable. The 2 boys were not dim-witted. They simply lacked enthusiasm for studying. With Hermione and Lin Su overseeing their revision, even Lily indulged in a bit of mischief, inquiring daily through the Hogwarts portrait whether Harry had engaged in his studies. The exams were navigated without significant incident, leading to the final Quidditch match held within the school, hosted by George and Fred. The 2 of them had set their sights on their goals early on, which is why they paid little heed to the OWL's examination in the 5th year. After all, they perceived those grades as merely a means for the Ministry of Magic to stipulate requirements for certain positions, none of which they intended to pursue. Lin Su spotted the 2 red-haired figures standing at the entrance of the Quidditch lounge from afar, their postures remarkably more upright than before. The impending graduation filled them with excitement, though the only downside was that George would have to part ways with Lin Su. The young couple exchanged a kiss. And as Lin Su was not participating in the match today, the twins mysteriously handed her 2 small packages, instructing her not to open them just yet. Lin Su took the packages to the stands, where Aaliyah and Katie Angelina were playing their final Quidditch match against Slytherin. Glancing at the teacher's section, she observed Professor Snape, whose brow remained tightly furrowed. However, his demeanor had improved significantly over the past 6 months. Professor McGonagall appeared tense. Accustomed as she was to having the Quidditch Cup in her office, and she held high expectations for the match. Moreover, with 2 outstanding chasers and 2 beaters from Gryffindor set to graduate, McGonagall remained silently reluctant, despite the twins' troublesome nature. Ron was exceedingly nervous. Although he had participated in several matches this year and trained diligently, anxiety still gripped him. Harry approached Lin Su to borrow a small metal object, winking at Ginny, while Hermione, who was beside Ron, handed him a piece of apple pie. Ron took a bite, visibly more at ease, and Lin Su and Ginny exchanged amused glances from the stands. Harry then passed the small medal to Ron, gesturing towards Lin Su in the stands. She raised an eyebrow and waved at them. Luna, beside them, tapped the lion's head atop her own with her wand, prompting it to let out a roar that drew the attention of the audience. The Quidditch players also turned to look, causing Ron's expression to relax somewhat, easing the overall tension in the arena. Luna maintained an expression of calm indifference as she waved at her friends on the field, unconcerned about drawing attention to herself. At that moment, Hermione returned to the stands, frowning as she asked Lin Su, "Su, does the item you gave really bring good luck to Ron? Harry said you made it especially for him." She felt uneasy about it. Lin Su shook her head. "In truth, Hermione, it is merely an ordinary piece of metal. I haven't even polished it." Chapter 28. The twins' graduation. Hermione gazed at the field in surprise. Lin Su teased, "Hermione, I wonder if we will have the honor of tasting the apple pie you made yourself?" Ginny and Luna turned to look at her. Hermione's cheeks flushed. She had indeed prepared the pie in the kitchen because Ron was too anxious to eat. "Please don't tease me, Sue. I promise to make it for you all after the match," she replied, blushing as she turned her gaze back to the field. Madame Hooch blew her whistle to signal the start of the match, and the players sprang into action. As was customary, Angelina scored the first goal just 5 minutes into the game. Lee Jordan, announcing from the commentary box, exclaimed, "Here it is, the destined first goal." Angelina, an exceptional chaser from Gryffindor, consistently delivered in matches she participated in, and she had scored the first 10 points in every game over the past few years. Owing to the relationship between Fred and Angelina, Lee Jordan finally refrained from uttering his usual phrase about how charming she was. The match was fiercely contested, with Ron standing resolutely at the goalposts, as steadfast as in a game of wizard's chess. He blocked every ball aimed at him from his broomstick, even managing to kick one of the quaffles away with his leg while hanging from his broom with one arm, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Only Hermione covered her mouth in concern. She had always harbored a certain fear of Quidditch, while her friends were infatuated with the sport. Wow. It seems this year's chosen goalkeeper from Gryffindor is quite impressive. He's the brother of one of the beaters, yet another Weasley. In previous matches, he had performed adequately, but in this game, he appeared to have improved significantly, as if striving to make his brothers proud as they graduated. Fred and George simultaneously darted towards the commentary box, their broomsticks nearly grazing it as they shouted in unison, "Don't say that, Lee. We're going to be embarrassed." Professor McGonagall wore a look of disbelief as she stood up from her seat, exclaiming, "Weasleys, get back on the field." Fred and George high-fived. "No problem, Professor McGonagall. Little Ron is doing splendidly." They then returned to the field, expertly deflecting a bludger aimed at the Gryffindor player's back towards the opposition. Lin Su patted Hermione's hand, signaling that Ron was fine, as he had just soared back up from beneath his broom. Meanwhile, Harry executed a feint and dove down, while Malfoy, who had been somewhat inconspicuous in this match, also plunged downward. He remained Slytherin's seeker, but now there were two seekers for Slytherin, meaning he did not play in every match. Judging by the seekers' movements, they had evidently spotted the golden snitch. "Wow, I can't see where the snitch is. If anyone in the audience sees it, please direct the commentator." Yet no one did, not even Harry, who was merely showing off for his parents in the stands. Hagrid waved a portrait of the Potters, causing James to exclaim that they were about to be dizzy, prompting Hagrid to lower it. Lin Su instinctively glanced at Professor Snape, who surprisingly did not shift his gaze towards Hagrid, fully aware that Lily was present. Perhaps he had truly let go. She comfortably returned her focus to the match. Unbeknownst to Lin Su, Snape cast a knowing glance at the portrait before resuming his attention to the game. Letting go takes time. It is not a simple task, but perhaps it is not as difficult as one might imagine. Malfoy evidently realized he had been outmaneuvered. He ascended from a low altitude, no longer watching Harry's antics, but scanning the vicinity of the field for any golden glimmers. After a half-term of study groups, everyone had become relatively familiar with one another, and the Slytherin stands only emitted scattered jeers, unexpectedly harmonious. "Oh, Merlin's Quidditch, this has been the most astonishing match I've ever commented on since I began narrating Hogwarts Quidditch." Lee Jordan's exclamation was abruptly silenced by Professor McGonagall's stern hand. Fortunately, at that moment, the golden snitch finally appeared, drawing everyone's attention, including Harry's and Draco's. Both darted towards the snitch, which appeared to materialize almost equidistantly between them. Thus, they nearly simultaneously reached out to seize the elusive snitch. Madame Hooch blew her whistle, moving to determine who had captured the snitch first, leading to a remarkable outcome. The golden snitch possessed a form of muscle memory, recalling the first individual to grasp it. Yet, this time, whether it was Harry's touch or Draco's, it fluttered its wings at both. It seemed they had both caught it at the same instant. A rare occurrence in the annals of Quidditch history, though not entirely impossible. Madame Hooch amplified her voice, declaring that the 150 points would be evenly divided, and the match's outcome would rely on other scoring. Everyone's gaze shifted to the scoreboard. Under Ron's vigilant guarding, Slytherin had only managed to score a paltry 30 points, while Gryffindor had amassed 90 points. "Gryffindor wins." Madame Hooch announced the result. Gryffindor erupted into cheers. Fred and George soared towards the stands, requesting Lin Su to pass them the two small packages she had been holding for safekeeping, from which they extracted an abundance of fireworks. She immediately recalled the twins' antics with Umbridge from the book, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. George extended his hand toward her, and Lin Su placed her hand in his. In the next moment, she found herself seated before George, atop a broom that he had enchanted with a cushioning charm, making it quite comfortable. George soared with her into the sky, his hands never ceasing to launch fireworks. Beautiful bursts of color erupted overhead in the Quidditch stadium, and after a brief moment of surprise, the young witches and wizards erupted into cheers. The match between Gryffindor and Slytherin always attracted a multitude of spectators, and with it being the final match of the term, the popular Weasley brothers were about to graduate, drawing students from various houses to the event. Those who had not come to watch were now drawn to the commotion, as many young wizards hurried over. Lin Su found herself nestled in George's embrace, assisting him with the fireworks display. Unbeknownst to her, the twins had become increasingly adept at crafting fireworks. As she gazed at the vibrant explosions that erupted harmlessly before her, the warm breeze brushed against her, adding to her sense of freedom at that moment. Finally, a W-shaped, colorful firework burst into the sky, and together, the twins left behind the address for Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, promoting it to the young wizards. The professors did not intervene, allowing the mischievous twins to leave behind laughter at Hogwarts before their graduation. George took Lin Su soaring away from the Quidditch pitch, and as they approached the Black Lake, he produced a small metallic flower from his clothing and handed it to Lin Su, deftly avoiding her outstretched hand, urging her to remove the shielding charm she had cast upon it. Lin Su complied, and the small metallic object lay peacefully in her palm. She regarded it with curiosity as it began to tremble, suddenly ascending into the air and bursting open. Lin Su followed its trajectory, and where it had vanished in the sky, a red rose appeared. Lin Su was momentarily stunned. This was the most popular item they had sold on Valentine's Day. A metallic piece capable of detecting heartbeats that they had crafted the previous summer. However, the ones that had been sold had all exploded into pink heart-shaped fireworks, while this one had transformed into a red rose. George gently landed them by the Black Lake, expressing, "I am about to graduate. While you will remain at school for another 2 years. I understand that after graduation, you may not stay at the joke shop, as you have your own aspirations. I will not deter you from pursuing anything, but I want you to know that my heart will forever race for you, no matter when or what happens. I hope you will think of me and allow me to be part of your journey, all right?" Lin Su gazed intently at George, whose eyes reflected only her image. She nodded gently, her first confession of love escaping her lips in a moment of clarity. "I love you, George." The young couple shared a kiss by the Black Lake, their love witnessed by the warm sun on the horizon, the rippling surface of the water stirred by the breeze, and the swaying leaves around them. Chapter 1. Returning home, and so the twins graduated, boarding the Hogwarts Express back home, while Hermione was still fuming at Ron. After the Quidditch match, the twins' fireworks ignited the enthusiasm of the young wizards, with Harry, Ginny, Fred, and Angelina all riding their brooms in celebration, while Ron, despite Hermione's protests, pulled her onto a broom as well. His broom, recently modified by Lin Su, had its unruly bristles trimmed and had become much faster. Eventually, Hermione found herself screaming as Ron took her into the air, and she was too angry to speak to him since. "Su, what are your plans for the summer?" Hermione asked Lin Su, who was lost in thought by the window. Lin Su snapped back to reality. "I plan to return to China for a short visit. How about you?" Hermione would be traveling with her parents as usual, while Ron and Ginny would likely assist at the joke shop. Harry intended to stay at number 12, Grimmauld Place for a while before heading to Godric S. Hollow and eventually helping out at Diagon Alley. Lin Ida and Su Chi waited for her at the station with little Chun-En, who was flailing his small arms as if he might take flight. Lin Su couldn't help but laugh, but as she approached, she pretended not to see Chun-En, greeting only Lin Ida and his wife. Chun-En, distressed, bounced up and down like a little rabbit, calling out for his sister. Unable to resist any longer, Lin Su crouched down and scooped him up, exclaiming, "Who is this little rabbit that has jumped out?" Chun-En clung tightly to her neck, joyfully declaring, "It's me, sister." Lin Ida and Su Chi found it amusing. The child was undeniably attached to his sister. While he rarely sought her out, he would not leave her side whenever she was present. The Weasley family stood behind them, and Lin Su set Chun-En down before walking over to retrieve her suitcase from George, leaning up to plant a kiss on his cheek. "Have a pleasant holiday, George." Su Chi and her husband, pretending not to notice, looked skyward, while Lin Ida held back the exuberant Chun-En. Each family returned to their own home, with Lin Ida and his wife planning to accompany Lin Su back to China for a short while. In truth, they no longer had any relatives in China and had long forgotten their lineage's connection to the spirit masters, but returning with Su sounded delightful, especially after they had worked so hard for so long. Therefore, they placed a sign indicating a temporary closure at their restaurant, rested for 2 days at home, and then boarded a plane back to their homeland. The long journey left them all somewhat fatigued, but fortunately, Lin's family awaited them at the airport exit, and he was now old enough to drive. Lin Ida marveled, "So spirit masters travel by car too? I thought you all flew on swords." Lin Yan chuckled, "Uncle, that's not feasible. Flying is too visible. We only fly in the mountains, and with the development of more tourist sites, we have to use invisibility charms even in the mountains to avoid detection." He opened the car door, allowing everyone to enter. Once inside, they discovered a curious difference. The exterior resembled an ordinary sedan, yet inside it was surprisingly spacious, with a partition between the front and rear seats, even thoughtfully equipped with 4 individual beds for resting. Lin Yan stowed their luggage and took the wheel. Little Chun-En had already fallen asleep, and Lin Su exchanged a few words with Lin Ida before taking a seat in the front passenger seat. Su, why don't you sleep in the back for a while?" Lin Yan asked, surprised. Lin Su shook her head and offered him a red candy. "Would you like to try some? Wizarding World candy?" Lin Yan was taken aback, eagerly accepting it and unwrapping it to pop it into his mouth, only to have his expression momentarily freeze as he struggled to maintain a normal smile. "It tastes quite good." Lin Su burst into laughter, "But it's actually chili flavored." Lin Yan then realized his sister's playful intent, abandoning any pretense of enjoying the flavor, fanning his mouth with his hand in a futile attempt to lessen the heat. Lin Su pointed her wand at a cup of water and conjured a full glass, handing it to him. Now that she was in China, surely the Ministry of Magic wouldn't go to the lengths of international pursuit over a simple Aguameni spell? Lin Yan gulped down a glass of water, feeling better, and glanced at his sister, who was grinning with her eyes crinkled in delight, and he chuckled in response. He started the car, which appeared to be moving at a leisurely pace, yet Lin Su could sense a peculiar energy emanating from it. Remarkably, Within just over an hour, they arrived at their destination. She had previously checked, and it would typically take at least 5 hours to drive from the airport to the mountain the Lin family mentioned. Did you modify the car? Lin Su inquired with curiosity. Lin Yan was astonished. Su, can you feel it? Lin Su nodded. It's merely a form of perception. I can sense the shape of your spiritual energy and the magical fluctuations of the wizards. Your spiritual energy feels like a flame. Lin Yan had a peculiar expression. It seemed the Lin family had never possessed such abilities before. However, this was not the time for such discussions, as Lin Su had already exited the car to call the 3 people in the back. Lin Sixing and his wife awaited them at the front of the house. The Lin family owned an enormous estate on the mountain, typically concealed by enchantments to keep ordinary people from seeing it. This was the first time the 2 families were meeting amicably, connected through Lin Su in a rather unique manner, inevitably leading to a touch of awkwardness. However, Lin Sixing pulled Lin Ida directly towards the kitchen, while Suchi and Chun Zhuan sat together at the round table in their family's courtyard, reminiscing about Lin Su's childhood and the events of the past years, and the atmosphere seemed to harmonize in an instant. Lin Yi first carried Xiao Chun and into the guest room to rest, while Lin Su curiously explored the little courtyard, ultimately drawn to the red glow emanating from Lin Ye's room. Approaching, she discovered a massive furnace, flames billowing out from an opening. With a subtle movement of his fingers, Lin Yi reduced the flames. The metal within had melted into liquid, which he skillfully manipulated, shaping it in the air before plunging it into cold water to solidify. This was Lin Su's first encounter with such a method of crafting artifacts, and as she observed it with her perceptive abilities, a thought suddenly arose in her mind. Perhaps you might be interested in collaborating with us on a business venture? Lin Yi, initially excited to showcase his crafting technique to his sister, momentarily darkened at her words. To her, he still felt like an outsider. Lin Su pursed her lips. We have established a magical trick shop in England, and I believe there should be similar shopping districts for spiritual masters and wizards in Huaxia. How about we collaborate? Lin Ye's interest was piqued. At his age in Huaxia, he was only just preparing to attend university. Yet, he enjoyed crafting small items in his spare time, and earning some pocket money would be delightful. Most importantly, it would allow him to maintain frequent contact with his sister. Lin Su retrieved a double-sided mirror from her pocket. I know that such alchemical communication devices exist, though they are not yet widespread, and they do not allow for visual contact. Being in a foreign land, perhaps we could create a communication tool using spiritual and magical powers, like the one I hold, which allows communication regardless of distance, though it is particularly rare. I noticed your modifications to automobiles. Perhaps you could achieve this. Chapter 2. A ray of hope. Lin Yi was elated by his sister's praise as he took the double-sided mirror to examine it, while Lin Su demonstrated its use. When George's face appeared in the mirror, Lin Ye's expression darkened once more. Sweetheart, have you returned home? George inquired, somewhat surprised, as he had calculated that they would still be traveling for a while. Yes, Lin Yi has upgraded his car, and it's quite fast. I think he will get along well with Mr. Weasley. George nodded in agreement. Indeed, Father treasures that car. They should have a chance to converse at some point. After a pause, George displayed a look of feigned disappointment. Sweetheart, you didn't let me return with you. Lin Su noticed Lin Yi's expression, which matched the color of the furnace, and cleared her throat. George, I have someone beside me. As she said this, she angled the double-sided mirror towards Lin Yi, prompting George to warmly greet him. Hello, Lin. Do you like the gift I sent you? Lin Su realized too late that she had not managed to stop him. Lin Yi's face turned as dark as the ashes at the furnace's bottom. So that spicy candy was your gift? What spicy candy? George looked utterly bewildered. He had intended to build a rapport with Su's future collaborator, who was also reluctantly accepted as family by Su. Lin Su quickly bid farewell and cut off the connection. That spicy candy was indeed my preparation. I have yet to send George's gift, Lin Su assured Lin Yi. Though it was clear that Lin Yi felt his sister was making excuses for that red-haired boy, his sister was undeniably charming. If Professor McGonagall were to learn of his thoughts, she might well remark that she had felt the same when Su Lin first entered school. Not wishing to see Lin Su in discomfort, Lin Yi proactively changed the subject. Su, I believe I have an idea of what you desire. Rest assured, your brother can provide it. He patted his chest, confidently uttering his final statement. Lin Su did not refute him, but instead expressed her desire to see the tiger, Shuri, and the mulberry tree. Lin Yi could not guarantee that Lin Su would encounter Shuri, as it was a free-spirited tiger that frolicked in places undetectable by ordinary people, meaning it would depend on fate. Fortunately, Lin Su indeed had a connection with it. As soon as they exited the courtyard, it came bounding towards her from afar, causing Lin Su's pupils to tremble and sink with the ground. Wait, what is happening now? Does it dislike the wand made from its whiskers? Surely it wouldn't pounce on her upon their first encounter. Lin Yi was startled, immediately positioning himself in front of Lin Su. Shuri came to an abrupt halt before them, raising a cloud of dust, and swiped Lin Yi aside with its paw, tilting its head to scrutinize Lin Su. Hesitantly, Lin Su extended her hand, wishing to stroke the top of Shiri's head, but Shiri clearly had its own intentions, extending its large, fluffy paw to shake Lin Su's hand. Lin Su. It then stood up, swished its tail, and turned to ascend the mountain, glancing back to beckon the two to follow. Lin Yi, having been pushed aside by Shiri and landing on his bottom, stood up while rubbing his rear in confusion. The direction Shiri is headed leads to the mulberry tree. It seems to know where you intend to go. Lin Su and Lin Yi followed suit, and indeed, Shiri was headed towards the mulberry tree, beneath which stood a figure with hair as white as flowers, arranged in a bun atop their head, clad in a deep blue robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Shiri dashed over, even joyfully rolling on the ground beneath the tree. It was the family head. Lin Yi clarified the identity of the person to Lin Su, and they both approached to greet the family head. You must be Su, correct? Lin Yiquan, the head of the Lin family, smiled at Lin Su. Lin Su nodded. Greetings, family head Lin. Her tone clearly did not position herself as a junior of the Lin family. The family head showed no objection. Addressing Lin Yi. Yi, why don't you accompany Shiri to play on the mountain? I have some matters to discuss with your sister. Lin Yi cast a worried glance at Lin Su, only to find her completely at ease, while Shiri had already trotted off to one side, prompting him to hurry after it. Su, you must have many questions in your heart. I can only share a portion of what I know. Lin Yiquan wore a calm smile. Then, I would appreciate it if you could share everything you know. For instance, what is your relationship with Minister Lu Jining? And what is the story behind the wand I possess? Lin Su inquired in an equally calm tone, as she had her own suspicions. Realizing that this journey was not merely for clarity, Lin Yiquan nodded. It seems you have already surmised. Indeed, I am a friend of Minister Lu. While many are aware of his exceptional skills as a diviner, few know that I am also adept in deduction. He recounted their serendipitous meeting, one skilled in spiritual deduction and the other in magical divination. They often collaborated to verify each other's results, thereby forming a friendship. Approximately 160 years ago, he foresaw that the Lin family would have a uniquely exceptional descendant, one who would not belong strictly to either the spiritual masters or the wizards, yet would possess the potential to embody either. Generally, it is the spiritual and magical powers that choose the individual, but this person would have the ability to choose whether to become a spiritual master or a wizard. This was precisely why Lu Jining stated that she could opt for the wizard's power circulation system upon arriving in England. In truth, this statement applied solely to Lin Su. Furthermore, both he and Lu Jining discerned that this individual possessed formidable healing abilities. Su, what do you believe healing abilities encompass? At this juncture, Lin Yiquan posed a question to Lin Su. Lin Su pondered briefly before responding. The healing of injuries and ailments? Lin Yiquan chuckled softly. Quite right. But from the perspective of those of us skilled in deduction, healing extends beyond mere physical and emotional restoration. It also encompasses irreparable regrets and tragedies. Lin Su's mind raced with comparisons between the scenes from the original narrative and her experiences in this life. Phylons once remarked that Jupiter enabled them to glimpse the future and the meaning of life. If her birth were destined to alter such matters, a strange sensation welled within her, even causing a shiver along her spine. Yet, the changes I am meant to enact do not reside here. A fleeting light flickered in her mind, though she hesitated to grasp it firmly. Nevertheless, Lin Yiquan's words validated her nebulous thoughts. As foretold by the diviner of the same year Lin Su was born, they also deduced that this individual was destined for an early demise. However, their predictions were far more precise. She would meet her end at the tender age of 17, far away in the northwestern expanse of Huaxia. Lin Su remained silent for an extended period before producing her wand. So, you have informed Ollivander of the existence of a mulberry tree, a symbol of life. In your home, you were responsible for receiving him, ensuring he encountered Shiri. It is evident from recent events that Shiri is quite obedient to you. Was this all orchestrated to prepare for my slim chance of survival? Ferlens proclaimed that the secret to success lay in weaponry. Harry remarked that it was the brilliance of her wand that roused him from the stark White King's Cross station. Had Harry not awakened, Voldemort would not have perished. He could have taken some with him, most likely including her. This wand was not merely her weapon, it was also her lifeline. Chapter 3. Acknowledgement. The wand represented but a slender thread of hope, incapable of guaranteeing survival. Yet the reincarnation method could indeed safeguard her from the impending calamity of her 17th year. Lin Yiquan stated, however, matters from another realm cannot be divined. We cannot ascertain how you will navigate your impending fate. Typically, upon your return to this world, you would forget the memories from there, rendering them inconsequential. Lin Su felt an inherent dissonance with his words. Memories destined for oblivion were not inherently unimportant. Yet, she refrained from countering him. as she still recalled events from her past life, rendering any rebuttal irrelevant. A sense of helplessness washed over her, as if something of great significance had slipped from her grasp, yet the answers she sought could only be discovered by herself. Lin Quan, evidently perceiving her dissenting demeanor, merely smiled and stroked his beard. After bidding farewell to Lin Quan, Lin Su ascended the mountain in search of Lin Yi and Shiri. The great tiger was notably affectionate towards her, disregarding Lin Yi upon her arrival. From her small bag, she retrieved several cat toys favored by Madame Loris, enlarging them with a flick of her wand to suit Shiri's size. Shiri appeared somewhat bemused, fixing Lin Su with a long gaze before obligingly swatting at each toy. Lin Yi, surprised, watched on while Lin Su stifled a laugh, surmising that perhaps it was the wand's core made from whiskers that made Shiri feel at ease, and that the wand and she were indeed a perfect pair, granting her a semblance of indulgence. While Shiri was preoccupied with play, Lin Su produced the gift prepared by George for Lin Yi, which consisted of various props from the theater. However, George had mysteriously instructed her not to open it. Lin Yi, thus, was reluctantly convinced that the chili-flavored candy was not from George. Unable to quell her curiosity, Lin Su urged Lin Yi to hasten his unsealing of the gift, expressing her desire to see its contents. Naturally, Lin Yi had no reason to decline and opened it before her, revealing, to their astonishment, a large dung egg atop the contents. Lin Su could not suppress a twitch of her lips, clearly aware that George had anticipated this item would be easily mishandled if placed beneath others. Yet, who in their right mind would gift such a thing? Lin Yi glanced at the attached note, which Lin Su dismissed as mere usage instructions, knowing George's meticulous nature. After a cursory examination of the contents, Lin Su's curiosity waned. Upon returning, she unveiled the gift meant for Lin Sixing and his wife, a thick photo album, which she assumed was filled with her own pictures. The Lin Ida couple had also received a magical album, already placed in England, while little Chunin clutched a lullaby duck, a magical toy he had crafted himself. That evening, Lin Su sat in her room, connecting with George through the two-way mirror. With an 8-hour time difference between Huaxia and England, when she contacted George in the afternoon, it was morning in England, now just past noon. George, how goes the theater today? On the second day post the twins' return, the theater had commenced operations, and she, the invisible proprietor, had been quite carefree. George stood and opened the door behind him, a cacophony of sounds rushing in as wizards of all sizes expressed their astonishment, cramming the theater to capacity. Dressed in a suit tailored by Lin Su in the Muggle world, a casual design gifted to the twins for their birthday, George's ensemble was accentuated by a brooch unique to him, resembling a mulberry leaf, much like her storage ring. His broad shoulders lent an air of formality to the outfit, impeccably sharp yet relaxed. Lin Su, absorbed in admiring her boyfriend's perfect physique, paid little heed to the ruckus outside. She rested her chin on her hand, smiling contentedly. George, noticing her lack of response, turned to find her still smiling, unable to hide her delight. My dear, have I once again rendered you speechless with my charm? Closing the door, George winked at Lin Su. Indeed, my boyfriend is so handsome, I wish to have him with me at all times. Lin Su, ever the playful tease, felt emboldened by the barrier of the mirror. George could already foresee the trials the next 2 years would bring. Sweetheart, you are bending the rules, you know? George, come down and help. Ron flung open the door, exclaiming that the wizards were about to break the ceiling. I'm not exaggerating. Those flying lollipops of yours are too powerful. George lifted the mirror and approached the doorway, showing Lin Su the wizards crowded against the ceiling, some mastering the sensation of weightlessness with ease, while others floundered awkwardly. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and little Chunin summoned her, as they were launching the fireworks George had sent, each one bursting in unfamiliar shapes, drawing many members of the Lin family to watch in awe. Lin Su shared the spectacle with George, and they lingered in a sticky sweet farewell before ending the communication. Lin Yi and little Chunin displayed a harmonious rapport, with Lin Yi hoisting little Chunin onto his shoulder, suddenly awkwardly proposing to Lin Su, Su. I wish to collaborate with you to open a theater here. Lin Su was taken aback. I thought you had already agreed this afternoon. Lin Yi scratched his head. Oh, I forgot. In truth, after seeing George's gifts, his respect for the man had deepened, prompting him to express his acknowledgement through a proposal of collaboration. Each item George had sent was something Lin Su had utilized during her school days, with notes detailing not merely usage instructions, but also recounting remarkable events tied to those props. The lives of Su, which they had not had the opportunity to share, were vividly presented before them, bringing tears to their parents' eyes, while simultaneously invoking laughter at Su's unexpected vivacity and cleverness. For instance, regarding the dung egg, Lin Yi stole glances at his sister, struggling to reconcile the image of his seemingly demure sister hurling a dung egg into a monster's nostrils. And then there were the eight-eyed giant spiders, which Susu had occasionally teased, tossing the dung egg before fleeing. The more they observed, the more endearing she became. Lin Su felt a chill under Lin Ye's scrutinizing gaze. Was something amiss? In any case, following that day, Lin Sixing and his wife adopted a more amiable and affectionate demeanor towards Lin Su, resembling a family rather than the previous awkwardness of guilt and compensation that had lingered, resulting in a certain timidity. Lin Su, though silent, found herself increasingly at ease. George and Lin Su maintained daily communication. The theater thrived, and their dialogues were often interrupted by the bustling Ron and Fred. Of course, it was not beyond their intention, as Ginny always managed to pull away the troublesome brothers. Chapter 4. Summer vacation. After a 10-day stay in Huaxia, they decided it was time to return. Lin Su cast 2 vitality spells upon the alchemical items she had previously gifted to Lin Sixing and his wife, significantly enhancing their condition. Once again, Lin Yi drove them to the airport, and before departing, Lin Su embraced Lin Sixing and his wife. They exchanged glances, tears shimmering in their eyes. Long-distance flights indeed proved to be exhausting. Upon disembarking, the Lin Ida couple felt quite fatigued, eagerly yearning to return home and succumb to slumber. George was there to receive them, and fortunately, all their luggage had been neatly stowed within the inconspicuous extension bags and storage rings. In the end, George cradled the deeply slumbering little Chun and transported him to a secluded spot where Dobby awaited eagerly. The Lin Ida couple experienced the marvel of apparition for the first time, and by the time they arrived home, Dobby had already vanished with a snap of his fingers, leaving the space for the young couple. The husband and wife embraced little Chun and retreated to their room. Lin Su, feeling somewhat weary, stifled a yawn with her hand, a tear escaping from the corner of her eye due to her drowsiness. George promptly lifted her and carried her back to their chamber. Lin Su wrapped her arms around George's neck, surrendering to his embrace. George, are you going back to the theater today? No, my dear, I intend to take a day off, he replied as he gently placed her into the comfort of their bed. He had already arranged for Dobby to come and tidy up beforehand, ensuring that even after 10 days, their home remained dust-free. Lin Su generously patted the space beside her, inviting George to join her. Darling, how about we take a nap together? You must be exhausted. George shook his head. Sweetheart, I would prefer to watch you sleep. Lin Su immediately sat up. Then I shan't sleep either. With that, she pretended to get up. George relented. All right, my dear, you win. The two lay together under the same covers, as Lin Su softly recounted tales from Huaxia. Perhaps due to her drowsiness, her thoughts leaped rapidly from one topic to the next, with the previous sentence about a delightful meal swiftly transitioning to her discovery of Su Ri's fondness for catnip. Yet George managed to engage with every thread she wove. Just moments later, silence enveloped them, and George glanced down to find Lin Su fast asleep. Having instinctively settled into a comfortable position, her head nuzzled against his chest like a pampered kitten. Unable to resist, he planted gentle kisses atop her hair, teasing her dreams. Lin Su's forehead creased in response, yet the next moment, she nestled closer to George, murmuring softly, I miss you, George. His heart raced, grateful that Lin Su had drifted into slumber, as she remained quite still in her sleep, sparing him from an even more challenging ordeal. Throughout the summer vacation, Lin Su traversed between Diagon Alley and home, marveling once more at the convenience of the Flu network, though it paled in comparison to someone's apparition skills. She resolved to seize the opportunity to learn it herself, intending to take the exam right after her 17th birthday. Upon returning from Huaxia, she discovered that Harry had already been picked up by Sirius, who left a note stating that his mother had come to visit Aunt Petunia. Later, while in Godric's Hollow, he sent a letter to his friends, revealing a startling secret. Remus was dating a young lady with pink hair, though he could not discern her identity. Remus had been dressing increasingly youthful of late. Lin Su chuckled softly. After all, Remus was not particularly old. Yet the fact that his romantic interest was the daughter of Sirius's cousin likely escaped Sirius's notice. Lin Su discreetly shared this tidbit with George, who wore an expression of delight upon hearing such juicy gossip, deciding to keep a close watch on Sirius's reaction. One day, when Remus appeared at the theater with dark circles under his eyes, accompanied by Tonks, everyone immediately became aware of the situation. Tonks's hair oscillated between shades of red and pink, and she seemed both annoyed and amused. Remus, however, retained his composure. Sirius had insisted he flaunt those dark circles at the most bustling venue in the wizarding world, so he could hardly hold a grudge against Remus for concealing his relationship with Tonks for nearly a year. As Tonks's hair settled into a vibrant pink, she linked her arm with Remus's, her other hand graciously greeting younger students. Yet in her exuberance, she accidentally knocked over a display shelf in the theater. Remus swiftly waved his wand, setting the shelf upright, displaying a remarkable level of experience. Tonks, slightly embarrassed, released her grip but then inadvertently brushed against a decorative crystal ball. Remus effortlessly levitated the orb, exclaiming, "Apologies, young witches and wizards, but we should explore elsewhere. Come along, my dear." Tonks refrained from any further exuberant movements. Realizing the theater was filled with too many potential mishaps, the couple departed, and rather than being a spectacle of embarrassment, it appeared more like an exhibition of affection. The younger wizards exchanged knowing glances before returning to their tasks, yet they unanimously decided to visit Godric's Hollow that evening to check on Sirius. Lin Su, along with the twins, earnestly deliberated the prospect of expanding their shop or requesting permission from the Ministry of Magic to utilize the undetectable extension charm in their store, as their inventory would only continue to grow. As she spoke, she showcased the items sent to her by Lin Yi, which appeared to be another storage ring but held vast potential, connecting two individuals. Lin Yi would place items into his ring, and Lin Su could retrieve them through hers, essentially creating a shared space. It was undoubtedly an essential choice for long-distance friends and family, alleviating concerns about the timeliness and safety of our deliveries, especially given the weariness of the Weasley family's errol. "Wow, Su, your brother is just as splendid as you," Fred exclaimed in admiration. "This ring is sure to be a hit. Not only that, but it will also facilitate our dealings with overseas suppliers, saving you considerable time in receiving goods." Lin Su continued. The twins exchanged glances once more, reaffirming how astute their decision had been in bringing Lin Su into the theater. Lin Su then produced a series of traditional huaxia toys from the ring, such as the Luban lock, the 9-linked rings, and rolling lanterns. Though devoid of magical properties, these items were novel to the British wizarding community. Lin Yi had engraved "Made in Huaxia" on each, ensuring their origins were clear. The toys of the magical realm were generally beyond the reach of wizarding children, and Lin Yi mentioned in a letter that he was planning to visit Huaxia's wizarding community with friends, while also researching the possibility of creating a communication tool similar to the two-way mirror. Chapter 5. Dark Circles. The ring Lin Yi had gifted her was handed to George, enabling their communication moving forward. Meanwhile, the three proprietors of the theater were engaged in discussion when a commotion arose from downstairs, prompting them to rush out and investigate. To their surprise, another individual sporting dark circles under their eyes had arrived. This time, it was Sirius. After having sent Remus off to circulate among the crowd, he hurried to persuade Andromeda to accept his friend as a son-in-law, urging her not to make things difficult for him. Upon hearing Sirius's claim that he had already reprimanded Remus, this cousin, who had eloped with her husband shortly after graduation, chuckled gracefully before delivering a punch to Sirius's eye, insisting he join the merriment at the most bustling venue in the wizarding world, none other than the Weasley Wizard Wheezes. The younger wizards erupted in laughter, and the patrons of the theater exchanged amused smiles. That evening, as they gathered for a meal in Godric's Hollow, it became apparent that both Sirius and Remus had opted to keep their dark circles, boldly preparing the ingredients for a barbecue. Tonks, unperturbed by the fact that Sirius was technically her uncle by blood, made a point to engage closely with Remus as she passed by with a platter. Remus appeared to revel in it, while Sirius felt compelled to deliver a punch to his other eye. "Come on, mate, can't you exercise a bit of restraint?" Sirius exclaimed, holding up 2 skewers of vegetables in exasperation. Remus, evidently in high spirits, replied, "You'd better get used to it, Bigfoot. Perhaps you'd like me to call you uncle?" Tonks's hair shifted to a rainbow of colors, clearly delighted by the banter. Sirius wore an expression of profound distress, exclaiming, "Stop, please. If you don't, I shall be utterly dejected all day, my energy consumed by the urge to assassinate you. Call me Sirius, Tonks, I implore you." In front of him, Tonks and Lupin shared a passionate kiss, prompting Sirius to bite into the vegetable in his hand in frustration, only to realize, too late, that it was an extremely spicy chili pepper imported from China by Lin Su. The moment he bit into it, his ears flushed crimson, spreading to his neck. Tonks rushed to fetch him some water, but Sirius, unable to articulate his distress due to the heat, gazed longingly at the cup in her hand. In her flustered state, Tonks accidentally knocked the cup over. Sirius was left in a state of despair, while the portraits of James and Lily watched nearby. James was calling out for his son, and Lily urged Lupin to help him get some water. Lupin, shaking his head, transformed a wooden stick into a cup, filling it with fresh water as if by a spell, and handed it to Sirius. Sirius gulped it down in one go, then handed it back to Lupin, indicating he needed more. After repeating this 3 times, Lupin could no longer contain his laughter, and James and Lily chuckled from their frame. Though Tonks remained silent, her short hair shifted colors, reflecting her owner's struggle to maintain composure. On the other side of the yard, the young wizards attempted to light a fire with matches. Drawn in by the commotion, Lin Su glanced at the chili pepper in Sirius's hand and shook her head in resignation, recalling her warning not to attempt it lightly. Yet, Sirius insisted on his reckless endeavor, claiming he wanted to find a lucky wizard among them. Now, it seemed he had only succeeded in digging his own grave. George felt the ring Lin Su had given him earlier in the afternoon growing warm. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a gift box, adorned with the words "Happy Birthday, Su Su" in Chinese. Thanks to his recent clandestine efforts to learn the language, he could recognize her name and the birthday greeting. However, a frown creased his brow. Wasn't Su Su's birthday in 3 days? Today was the 27th, and she had always celebrated on July 30th. He couldn't possibly be mistaken about that. Sweetheart, he called to Lin Su, who was still reveling in serious misfortune. Come here and check out this gift from China. Lin Su took the box, and upon reading the inscription, pressed her lips together. Su Chi had informed her that her swaddling not only bore her name, but also her birthday. However, she and Lin Ida had always celebrated her birthday on the day they brought her home, marking it as her full moon. She was accustomed to celebrating on the 30th and had no intention of changing that. Yet, she hadn't disclosed this to Lin Yi and the others. Today, with everyone gathered, she could take a photo and pretend she had celebrated. To her, it seemed trivial. In fact, she had only thought of the photo when she saw everyone together, as it was just an ordinary day for her. George wrapped an arm around Lin Su's shoulders. Regardless, let us open it and see, sweetheart. Lin Su nodded, asking him not to tell the others. George respected her wishes, but internally, he devised a different plan. By the time their revelry concluded, it was already deep into the night. Lin Su prepared to return home via the Flu network, but George grasped her hand. Thinking he had something to say, she turned to him, puzzled. George pulled her into his embrace, and, amidst the curious gazes of their friends, disappeared in a flash. He took Lin Su back to the joke shop, where they had their own lounge. Having shared a room with Fred for so long, they had finally separated for the convenience of their respective girlfriends. Lin Su also had a room, but she had later requested it be converted into a small laboratory, as she could easily return home via the fireplace. The joke shop was already cramped, and they had to conserve space, which only fueled their ambition to expand the store. The use of the undetectable extinction charm in the shop required approval from the Ministry of Magic, and given the shop's current popularity, they aimed to avoid any rule violations. Lin Su couldn't help but laugh the first time she heard this. It was indeed the twins' first earnest adherence to rules. It made sense, considering Percy was at the ministry now, and he likely wouldn't mind punishing his mischievous brothers for all the years of pranks. George led Lin Su to his lounge, where they had nearly moved all their belongings from the burrow. However, it was Lin Su's first time seeing her small doll displayed on the shelf. She walked over and picked up her doll, scrutinizing it closely. From this angle, it looked quite adorable. George, why didn't you gift this to me? She held the doll beside her face, its bright eyes mirroring her own as they gazed at George. No, sweetheart, I can't do that. I need her to stay in touch with you. George carefully placed the doll back, explaining, sweetheart, this is a communicator linked to your panda plush. Lin Su imagined George chatting with her doll during their conversations. Her face flushed, yet she retorted, then I want to make your doll a communicator too. George quickly offered to create one for her, insisting they couldn't separate the two dolls on the shelf. Sweetheart, they're a pair, just like us. Chapter 6. The headmaster Lin Su felt that at times, George was even more childish than she was. This time, she cradled his face in her hands, exclaiming, how can you be so cute, George? As she planted a kiss on his lips, George froze momentarily, then wrapped his arms around Lin Su's waist, deepening the kiss. After a while, he suddenly realized something and quickly released her, glancing at the time. Fortunately, they still had time. He pulled out a small, round object, and Lin Su immediately recognized it as a firework. She pressed down on George's wrist. George, do you plan to blow this place up? The joke shop contained a substantial amount of fireworks. One wouldn't be a problem, but if others went off, it could be disastrous. Don't worry, sweetheart. It won't, he assured her, tossing the firework into the air. When it exploded, it transformed into a birthday cake, with Lin Su's image blowing out the candles beside it. The birthday song began to play, and George sang along with the melody. As the song concluded, Lin Su's smiling face was captured in the air, ultimately illuminating the ceiling. Lin Su was astonished yet felt a bit odd, as she recalled that in movies, the faces captured in fireworks often belonged to Malfoy's young master. Sweetheart, if you don't want to change your original birthday, we can celebrate both. I'll prepare double the gifts. George kissed Lin Su's cheek. As for him, Su Su's birthday was a significant occasion. Lin Su first expressed her surprise, then pointed at her glowing face on the ceiling while holding George's hand. George, will this last long? Noticing her tone, George asked, don't you like it, sweetheart? Of course not. I love this little firework, but don't you think it's a bit strange or frightening to see a glowing face upon waking up? In their culture, it was discouraged to have mirrors facing the bed since one could easily be startled upon awakening. Lin Su leaned up and kissed George's chin to alleviate his disappointment. George looked down at her. Sweetheart, are you suggesting you want to stay overnight? Lin Su, is George a bit love-struck? Yet, she was more than willing to stay. After receiving an affirmative response, George waved his wand, causing the glowing face on the ceiling to disappear. He sat on the bed with the little witch in his arms. Sweetheart, I truly wish to be together forever. I can hardly fathom how to spend the next 2 years. Lin Su gently stroked his face. George, the joke shop will keep you busy. Plus, with the two-way mirror and communicators, once you've made your doll communicator, I'll keep it with me. If you want to revisit the school lessons, I can let you audit some classes, like Professor Binz's History of Magic lecture when you want to nap during the day. She chuckled at her own words. Aware that the communication device Lin Yu was working on hadn't progressed yet, but their ways of staying in touch were already plentiful. George could not resist pinching Lin Su's face, asking, Sweetheart, do you truly feel no reluctance to part with me? As he spoke, he began to employ his innocent puppy eyes to charm his girlfriend. Lin Su raised her hand to pinch George's cheek in return, saying, George, tomorrow I shall petition Professor Dumbledore for you to repeat a year, citing that my 8-year-old darling George requires companionship. The moment the words escaped her lips, she sensed the impending trouble. Sure enough, he only latched onto the term darling George, insisting that Lin Su repeat it several times. Lin Su was reluctant to comply. Yet George, having lifted her into his embrace, rendered escape impossible. Thus, she found herself listening to him call her Susu darling multiple times, causing her to feel as if she were ablaze, prompting her to tilt her head and silence his incessant mouth with a kiss. Regardless of how sweetly the young couple indulged in each other during the summer break, the inexorable march of the new school year could not be halted. George repeatedly confirmed that Lin Su had her communication devices before allowing her aboard the train. 6th grade proved to be less demanding compared to 5th and 7th grades. However, if one had other plans, it could still be quite hectic. For instance, Lin Su had reduced her nighttime escapades this year, having thoroughly explored the secrets of Hogwarts. The only adventure left was a visit to the Chamber of Secrets to greet the basilisk. Instead, she was preoccupied with other pursuits, such as applying to take the NEWT examinations a year early, an exciting surprise she intended to keep from George for the time being. Yet, her motivations were not solely romantic. She harbored an inkling that significant events awaited her in the coming year, perhaps more conveniently outside the school than within. Consequently, she also sought Professor McGonagall's approval for a time-turner, allowing her to attend both 6th and 7th grade classes simultaneously. Fortunately, her academic prowess was commendable, and reallocating the time she previously devoted to nocturnal adventures and pranks to her studies did not pose much of a burden. A notable event at Hogwarts this year was Professor Dumbledore's resignation, which he announced during the opening feast, revealing that the next headmaster would be Professor Snape. Snape's expression was as rigid as ever, clearly indicating his reluctance. Lin Su understood why Professor McGonagall had seemed tense since the beginning of the feast, following Dumbledore's announcement. She visibly relaxed and joined the other professors in applause. It appeared Dumbledore had informed her of his resignation in advance, but had not disclosed who his successor would be. Only Hagrid could not restrain himself from dabbing at his nose with a handkerchief. Dumbledore was the most trusted person in Hagrid's life, and now he was departing from Hogwarts. Although Hagrid recognized that Dumbledore deserved a break, he couldn't help but feel a surge of sorrow. Dumbledore had evidently considered the busy nature of potions class, as he had invited Professor Horace Slughorn back, allowing Snape to focus on his potion research while assuming the role of headmaster. Judging by Snape's unperturbed demeanor, it was clear that this arrangement had been discussed previously. In truth, Snape had submitted his resignation over the summer. Everything had been finalized, and he too wished to leave Hogwarts. However, that cunning old man, Dumbledore, had not responded immediately to Snape's letter, and when he finally did, it was to inform Snape of his own departure and to extend an invitation for Severus Snape to become the headmaster of Hogwarts. Snape, who had unwittingly been promoted rather than successfully resigning, felt a profound sense of absurdity and chose to remain silent. Lin Su, having received first-hand gossip from Dumbledore, gleefully shared the news with George, who, upon imagining Professor Snape's reaction, could hardly contain his laughter. Soon, all the young wizards were aware of the news, exchanging knowing glances every time Snape passed by, as if to say, "You know what I mean." Lin Su advised them to temper their reactions. After all, they were Gryffindors, and Professor Snape would not be merciful. The group, as if suddenly realizing the gravity of their actions, promptly adopted more subdued expressions. Yet, Snape was clearly aware of their antics, his dark robes swirling with an added lightness. Lin Su felt fortunate that her application for accelerated studies had been submitted during the summer. Otherwise, Snape would have undoubtedly subjected her to scathing ridicule. Chapter 7. Dream Memory. Lin Su's life was meticulously organized. Without the twins by her side, her Hogwarts experience had entered a phase of unwavering focus on her studies. To her surprise, Professor Sprout approached her after class, informing her that the mutated species of the scaly deceiver they had cultivated in third year had successfully thrived. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Su recalled that it was the dream fungus she had discovered earlier, which had helped Harry create a delightful dream in second year and had also played a significant role in treating Neville's amnesia after effects. Accompanying Professor Sprout to her private greenhouse to inspect the dream fungus, Lin Su inquired whether the professor had experienced any dreams during the cultivation process. Professor Sprout nodded, stating, "Indeed, Su, I dreamt many dreams during the cultivation, but I believe calling it dream fungus is somewhat misleading. I have discovered that the dreams I experienced were actually forgotten memories, hidden deep within my mind. This fungus can assist individuals in recalling those memories they believe to be lost." Lin Su scrutinized the mushrooms before her, slender stems, small caps that dipped slightly in the center, adorned with tiny scales and stripes, their colors unremarkable, akin to that of a chicken mushroom. Initially, she had intended to bring this mushroom back for culinary experimentation. However, upon her return, she had dreamt so vividly that she had not dared to disturb the materials she had collected that day, eventually realizing that it was the effect of this fungus. She had only encountered it twice in the Forbidden Forest, but now, under Professor Sprout's care, a charming cluster of small mushrooms populated the flower bed before her. "Thank you immensely, Professor. Might I take some with me?" Lin Su's gaze remained fixed on the mushrooms, a premonition stirring within her that these fungi would prove to be of great significance. "Of course, Su. This remarkable plant was your discovery. I am merely its cultivator." Professor Sprout replied with a warm smile on her round face. Lin Su collected approximately 1/10 of the quantity, deeming it sufficient. "Professor, perhaps you would consider including them in the textbook?" she suggested, cradling a small pot as she walked alongside Professor Sprout. "In fact, that is precisely my intention, though I have yet to decide on a name for them. Su, do you have any ideas?" Professor Sprout carefully locked the door. Lin Su pondered for a moment, admitting, "I do not have any particularly good ideas. Perhaps they could be named memory dreams or dream memory? Something that signifies both dreams and memories. Truthfully, I am not adept at naming things." Professor Sprout, however, was quite taken with the name dream memory. Memories of dreams. Sounds delightful. Let us settle on that. Thus, the two naming challenged individuals established the name for the small mushrooms, and Lin Su covered her small pot with a glass lid. The professor remarked that while the cultivation process was challenging, once successfully grown, the fungi exhibited unexpectedly resilient vitality. As long as the roots were undisturbed, they could yield multiple harvests. Lin Su likened this to chives and cilantro. Upon reaching the common room, Hermione noticed the additional item in Lin Su's hands. Lin Su explained the properties of the fungus, prompting Hermione to exclaim in astonishment, "So, if we forget certain knowledge, we can use this to recall it in our dreams?" Lin Su, "Hermione, I suspect its utility extends beyond mere studying," Lin Su considered thoughtfully. Hermione slapped her forehead, realizing, "Of course, Su, I've been so busy lately." Due to Lin Su's academic diligence, Hermione felt compelled to maintain her own focus. However, she promised to keep Lin Su's secret, lest Ron inadvertently expose it in front of George. With a glimmer of regret in his eyes, Harry remarked, "If only we could use this in Professor Bin's class. I might add another passing grade to my OWLs." Lin Su, "Harry, why have you suddenly become so studious?" Ron asked incredulously. Harry shrugged, "It's not me, it's Ginny. She's taking the OWLs this year, and I ought to contribute in some way, right?" Ron interrupted Harry, still grappling with the reality of his sister dating Harry for so long. "I really don't want to think about the pranks Fred and George played on me as a child." He shuddered at the memory. Lin Su mischievously nudged the mushroom towards Ron, saying, "But you've already seen it. Perhaps tonight you will dream of those delightful memories." Ron tactically retreated, his face resembling a bitter melon. "No way, right?" Lin Su exchanged a knowing smile with Hermione as they headed back to the dormitory. As they walked, Lin Su remarked, "This fungus won't take effect unless it's touched, but I suspect Ron will have a pleasant dream under the influence of his own mind." The two girls burst into laughter simultaneously. Suddenly, Hermione recalled something. "Su, did you bring back this fungus for a specific purpose?" Lin Su's expression turned contemplative. She had previously confided in Hermione about her biological parents and her conversation with Lin Equan after returning to Huaxia, so she felt comfortable sharing her doubts now. "Hermione, I have this nagging feeling that I might have forgotten something, and there's a nightmare I had during the holidays. In the dream, my parents, my current ones, and Xiao Chunin seemed to be attacked by Death Eaters, yet I never saw myself in the dream. I initially thought it was just my anxiety over Voldemort's return, but now it feels wrong. That dream was too vivid." Hermione placed her arm around Lin Su's shoulders, her expression serious. "Are you saying you believe it might not have been a dream?" Lin Su nodded. "Exactly. Given Xiao Chunin's current growth rate. The version I saw in my dream was about a year or two ago. I can't shake the worry that it might be a precognitive dream. But the Ministry of Magic shouldn't allow Death Eaters to escape, and Dumbledore, along with the professors and members of the Order of the Phoenix, would ensure my family's safety. Hermione grasped her meaning. So, Sue, you think that could be a lost memory? That these events aren't yet to happen, but have already occurred? Lin Su fell silent for a moment before nodding. But that's merely a conjecture. Hermione firmly held Lin Su's shoulders. Then let us investigate and see if you have indeed lost a fragment of your memory. Lin Su understood that Hermione was thinking the same thing. Neville's memory orb? Meeting Hermione's confident gaze, Lin Su felt reassured. Regardless of the outcome, she was surrounded by friends now and should not, nor would she, feel fear anymore. Chapter 8. Indeed, Neville's memory orb was a gift from his grandmother during a time of forgetfulness, although it had limited utility, merely indicating whether something had been forgotten without specifying what it was. After regaining his memory, Neville chose to keep the orb as a memento of his grandmother's care. Hermione, under the pretext of needing it for studying, borrowed the orb from Neville without raising any suspicion. After all, Hermione Granger would go to great lengths for her education. Lin Su gratefully accepted the memory orb from Hermione's hands, observing the red light swirling within it at a visible pace. She refrained from borrowing it herself, fearing the possibility of such a situation. This object, in a sense, was akin to the Sorting Hat, and Lin Su's perceptual shielding was ineffective against it. Well, it seems I have indeed forgotten some things. Lin Su sighed, not particularly surprised by this revelation. Hermione looked at her with concern, and Lin Su shrugged. Don't worry, Hermione. Regardless of the past, I can accept it, though it may be a long process. That night, Lin Su ventured into the Forbidden Forest with her two-way mirror. In the dormitory, to avoid causing inconvenience to Hermione, she had been using George's toy communicator, which she had modified to include a sound receiver that wouldn't be too loud. However, George's own toy appeared rather rough, lacking the charm of its creator. Lin Su discreetly improved it, although George had yet to see the upgraded version. In contrast, the figurine of Lin Su that accompanied George's toy was much more exquisite. George insisted they were a pair of little lovers and urged her not to separate the two toys, finding a quiet spot in the Forbidden Forest to avoid disturbances. Lin Su reflected on how all the creatures in the forest maintained their territories, usually remaining indifferent to one another. She had nearly completed her exploration of the Hogwarts portion of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's brother, Grop, was in another direction, as Hagrid faced no risk of dismissal. He hadn't asked Harry and the others to look after his brother, though several young wizards had spotted him during their nocturnal escapades. Lin Su illuminated her surroundings with an advanced version of the Lumos spell and called out to George using the two-way mirror, knowing he would have both the mirror and the toy on hand. Moments later, George's figure appeared in the mirror, his red hair damp and glistening, with the faintest hint of steam surrounding him. Lin Su caught a glimpse of his toned physique beneath the mirror's reflection. The moisture seemed to transmit through the mirror, causing Lin Su's cheeks to flush. She fanned her face, trying to dissipate the warmth. Georgie, are you still busy today? The joke shop is busier than we anticipated. Sweetheart, George replied, noticing Lin Su's actions and the rosy hue of her cheeks. In the next instant, he strategically lowered the mirror, ensuring his muscles were perfectly showcased to his girlfriend, raising his arm to dry his hair with a towel, striving to display his physique to its fullest. Lin Su couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. Georgie always had some peculiar tricks to make her happy. Georgie, I have something serious to discuss. Please refrain from exuding charm for a moment. Lin Su attempted to adopt a serious demeanor, hoping to create an atmosphere for a serious conversation. George feigned a pout. Sweetheart, I am being serious. It must be that you love me so much that you perceive my charm. He had been making an effort lately to encourage Lin Su to express her affection more openly. All right, handsome Georgie darling. Could you please put on a shirt and dry your hair with a drying spell? It's rather chilly this season. Lin Su chuckled, pulling the mirror a bit farther away to show him where she was. Only then did George realize Lin Su appeared to be perched atop a tree. The proximity of the mirror had made it difficult to see her surroundings. He quickly dressed, adopting a serious demeanor. Sweetheart, go ahead. I promise not to interrupt. She shared with him the experiments she had conducted that day and the purpose of the memory fungus, saying, So, Georgie, I intend to recover those memories, though it may take quite a while. Do you need me to accompany you, sweetheart? George asked earnestly, to which Lin Su smiled in response. Georgie, you know this is something I must handle alone. I simply wanted you to know beforehand that it poses no danger, and I thought you would appreciate being informed about my plans. She mused that the recovering memories might leave her feeling somewhat unsettled. Yet she decided to be truthful with George about her endeavors. She did not wish for any rifts to form between them again. George gazed at her through the mirror, his expression tender. Of course, sweetheart, I am glad you chose to share this with me. They exchanged pleasantries about their day, and George urged her to return to the castle quickly. Lin Su jumped down from the branch with the two-way mirror, startling him. Lin Su shook her head. Realizing George was quite adept at such stunts himself, during their school days, he had often jumped from trees without a second thought. Now, however, he understood the potential dangers involved. She used the mirror to check the branch she had jumped from, which was barely a person's height, prompting George to relent on scolding her about safety. Sweetheart, I hope to be by your side whenever you undertake these endeavors. That way, I can feel at ease. Lin Su felt a wave of affection at his words. Georgie, have you been watching any romantic movies again? Lin Su had previously noticed that George would secretly watch Muggle romantic films in an attempt to learn about relationship dynamics. Most of the time, his efforts proved effective, though occasionally he picked up some rather poor tactics. George feigned innocence. How could that be, darling? This is all my own thinking. As Lin Su ambled towards the castle, she remarked, Georgie, speak frankly. Well, sweetheart, I have watched a couple of films. Do you not fancy my manner of speaking? Lin Su shook her head. Georgie, simply be yourself. It is you I cherish, not cinematic tropes. In a place where Lin Su could not see, George made a triumphant gesture. As Lin Su approached the castle, he voluntarily severed the connection of the two-way mirror, saying, I understand, sweetheart. Should you have a nightmare, just call me. I shall hear you. Lin Su acknowledged him with a soft stowing away the mirror, as she still wished to show some respect to Mrs. Felch and Madame Loris. While one could conceal their breath, if they continued to speak, it would be difficult for them to pretend not to see. Ascending the tower, she uttered the day's password. Nonsense. The plump lady sleepily opened the door, and Lin Su crawled through the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, pondering for the umpteenth time how George had managed to bring her in while she was intoxicated. Could it be that he had employed a zombie charm, assisting her alone? That would certainly be unseemly. Lost in such thoughts, Lin Su stealthily returned to her dormitory. Chapter 9. Despite having cast a silencing charm, Lin Su still moved quietly while washing up. After emerging, she picked up the dreaming mushroom by the window, delicately touching it with her fingers before carefully covering it with a glass dome. Lying in bed, she closed her eyes, uncertain of what dreams the night would hold. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Lupin had sent invitations to the young wizards at the end of November, as he and Tonks were planning to wed on Christmas. Their residence was also chosen in Godric's Hollow, a place well suited for wizards, with both the Potter and Black families residing there. Kreacher steadfastly supported his young master's pursuits. Wearing the locket of Regulus around his neck, along with the earlier command issued by Lin Su's projection of Regulus, instructing him to take good care of himself. His mental state had improved significantly, and he no longer believed that others could not hear his curses. Kreacher would occasionally visit Sirius's house to tidy up after the troublesome young master, returning to the Black ancestral home at night to accompany his unfortunate mistress. However, it was peculiar that Kreacher always visited when Sirius was absent, seemingly reluctant to engage with him. Sirius remained unconcerned, his temperament having mellowed considerably. He would sometimes glance at the old house, even though he was invariably met with scathing rebukes from Walburga Black. Yet, he still visited from time to time. He had yet to mention Regulus to Walburga, fearing it would send her already precarious mental state spiraling into chaos. One day, upon returning home, he discovered that Regulus's portrait was missing. Signs of a cleaning had been evident. Kreacher had actually stolen Regulus's portrait. Sirius hastily returned to the old house, and sure enough, he heard Walburga's hysterical voice. You have betrayed the Dark Lord, just like your useless brother. Rushing inside, he found Regulus's portrait engaged in conversation with Walburga's portrait. While Kreacher's slender fingers intertwined, his white ears drooping in a manner that suggested wrongdoing. Wait, Kreacher, do explain what has transpired, Sirius said with irritation directed at the house elf. Old Kreacher was merely following orders. He would never have taken Regulus's portrait without permission. Kreacher earnestly replied, raising his slender finger. Regulus's portrait chimed in. It was I who instructed Kreacher to bring me here. The confidentiality charm placed upon the Black ancestral home was of the highest order, preventing portraits from freely traversing their frames. Before Sirius could respond, Walburga's piercing voice rang out, Indeed, I thought you had sacrificed yourself for the Dark Lord's great cause. Yet you have betrayed him just like your brother. You have betrayed our Black family. Regulus did not contest this, while Sirius stepped in front of his brother's portrait. Arguing with his mother's image, Regulus's actions were indeed sacrifices for Voldemort's cause. He was the first to strike against Voldemort. To put it in Muggle terms, that was the shot that ignited the revolution. Sirius was well aware of how to provoke Walburga, and as expected, she began to scream hysterically, Silence! You traitor! Your words have corrupted my Regulus. As Regulus attempted to interject from behind, Sirius turned to silence him. He then launched an assault on Walburga. Regulus awakened on his own. He recognized the cruelty of Voldemort's actions long before you did. By the way, your beloved Voldemort is dead. Both Regulus and I played our parts. Regulus replaced his locket. while I destroyed the true locket. Should you not be proud of your sons? Sirius had grown accustomed to using words to wound his mother. His previous visits had been motivated by Regulus's desire to see her, so he would check on Walburga's mental state, but evidently, it had not improved. He was invariably met with vitriol. This time, Regulus's return would undoubtedly incur her wrath, which infuriated Sirius, causing him to overlook the sudden rigidity of Walburga's expression. After Sirius finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the black ancestral home, punctuated only by the soft rustling of a vela in the shadows. Creature looked at his esteemed masters in confusion, asking, "What may old Creature do for you?" "Step aside, Creature," Regulus's portrait interjected, rescuing Creature from impending punishment. The old elf, with drooping ears, offered a bow and departed slowly. "Voldemort is dead?" Walburga's voice held a note of disbelief, though it was no longer a hysterical scream. Even Sirius instinctively softened his tone, shrugging. "Yes, my godson gave him a hug, and he simply died." After a moment of silence, Walburga erupted into laughter. Perhaps she said more, but Sirius was overwhelmed by the sound, causing him to take the portrait of Regulus and leave. "Sirius, perhaps Mother does not idolize Voldemort as much as we thought. She is simply terrified," Regulus remarked amiably, his portrait's memories derived from Creature and Sirius. Creature's recollections of Regulus depicted him as kind, while Sirius's memories of Regulus revealed an exemplary, yet reticent character, amalgamating to form the current portrait. "Regulus always had the capacity to empathize with our mother." Sirius raised his goblet as they gathered in Godric's Hollow, with the wedding of Lupin and Tonks set for tomorrow. The young wizards were on holiday, and Lin Su and his wife were also present. Little Chun was experiencing the thrill of being surrounded by so many wizards for the first time, zooming around the yard on a toy broom, chasing after his older siblings. Lin Su was ever ready to catch the little one, while simultaneously engaging in conversation with George. "Sweetheart, how fare your dreams?" George asked, draping an arm around Lin Su's shoulders, noting her relatively cheerful demeanor. Lin Su pondered how to articulate her thoughts. "I cannot quite say, Georgie, thus far. My dreams have not presented a cohesive narrative, yet I am acutely aware that they do not pertain to this lifetime." Her dreams resembled fragmented puzzles, disjointed images insufficiently coherent, revealing to her that they belonged to another realm's Lin family, distinct from her own. Unlike her current family, the Lin couple did not run a restaurant, but worked as ordinary employees in a company. They had adopted her, yet she had yet to see herself wielding magic in her dreams. Chapter 10. Unsure of what to name it, her dreams came in sporadic bursts, occasionally overlapping with vivid memories of her childhood spent with her parents. George encircled her from behind, their hands intertwining. His large palm completely enveloped hers, a gesture both tender and protective. "Sweetheart, we can take our time," he reassured her. Lin Su nodded, mentally prepared and resolute not to let this intimacy unsettle her. "Is Mrs. Molly still unwilling to accept the relationship between Fleur and Bill?" she inquired, suddenly intrigued by the gossip. Unlike the narrative in the book, this time, Lupin's wedding was not held in a remote chapel with Tonks, but rather it included a considerable number of friends, prominently featuring the Weasley family. Bill returned home with his girlfriend Fleur, though Molly remained dissatisfied. The proud half-Vila, Fleur, often spoke without regard for others' feelings, leading to several verbal skirmishes with Hermione and Ginny. Lin Su refrained from provoking Fleur, as she recognized that Fleur harbored no malice. It was during the Triwizard Tournament that Fleur had been smitten by Bill, who, regrettably, could not attend the ball. Otherwise, she would have eagerly invited him. After Bill was disfigured by a werewolf, Fleur steadfastly chose him, which eventually softened Molly's attitude towards her. The two had found a cozy shell cottage by the sea, but it remained uncertain how their conflicts would be resolved over the years. "In truth, all Mother desires is for us to be happy," George said, planting a kiss on Lin Su's cheek, pride evident on his face. "But in this regard, I need not worry. Mother could not love you more." Before Lin Su could respond, Little Chun zoomed towards her on his broomstick, startling George, who promptly drew his wand to cast a spell that halted the toy broom. Lin Su instinctively caught the little boy as he lurched forward due to inertia. "Be careful," she admonished. Unfazed, Chun flashed a triumphant grin at George from his sister's embrace. Witnessing this, Lin Su playfully swatted his bottom. "Lin Chun, if you keep engaging in such dangerous antics, I shall ignore you." A group of onlookers, not comprehending the ensuing dialogue, instinctively lowered their voices. Realizing Lin Su had called her brother by name, Chun blinked innocently, saying nothing, but a gentle ripple of magic brushed against Lin Su, akin to a small hand softly patting her and coaxing her to relent. This sensation was reminiscent of the joy he had transmitted to her while still in their mother's womb. Softening her tone, Lin Su finally said, "All right, go play. The toy broom will be confiscated for the day. Do you have any objections?" "No, sister, it was my fault. the little rice dumpling replied in a sweet voice, planting a kiss on her cheek, leaving Lin Su with no further annoyance. George collected Chun An's toy broom, and the little boy awkwardly scampered off to join Ron and Harry. Resuming his embrace with Lin Su, George proposed, "Sweetheart, promise me you won't call me by my full name anymore." Lin Su, with a hint of pride, lifted her chin defiantly. "It depends on your behavior." That night, Lin Su slept in the guest room. Having left her dream route behind at school, she aimed to maintain her composure for Lupin's wedding, while also fearing that her family might inadvertently trigger adverse effects. Yet, she found herself plagued by nightmares once again, as visions of her family being harmed by Death Eaters became clear and unshakable. This time, Lin Ida and Su Chi in her dream finally saw her, urgently calling out, "Run!" Her heart seized painfully, and she jolted upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat. Casting a silencing charm to insulate her room from the outside world, Lin Su retrieved the lullaby that George had gifted her. Infusing it with magic, the lullaby began to play a soothing melody from the wizarding world. As Lin Su hastily took a shower, by the time the song had played 3 times, the lullaby quieted, and she was about to infuse it with magic again when a familiar voice echoed from the metallic device. "Good night, sweet dreams, Su." That voice from 4 years ago resonated deeply within her, blooming a flower in her heart. Lin Su clutched the lullaby tightly and closed her eyes once more. The following day, Lupin and Tonks's wedding was officiated by Dumbledore, with a modest guest list that allowed the Weasley brothers and Harry to efficiently guide the wizards to their respective places. Tonks, with her hair capable of changing at will, contemplated whether to style it long like other brides, but Lupin preferred her to appear in her most cherished form. Consequently, she presented herself with her signature short pink hair, radiating happiness as the bride. Lupin and Sirius stood at the forefront in their formal attire, with Sirius stubbornly refusing to shave off his beard, a symbol of maturity. Lupin's hair was styled upward by Sirius using Muggle hairspray, revealing his entire face, while Lin Su discreetly provided Sirius a vial of Lucius's renowned shine potion, which he added to his morning drink. Lupin's naturally refined demeanor appeared even more youthful. Tonks, linking arms with her father, approached her beloved, her joy unmistakable and unabashed. Dumbledore spoke the customary words of the officiant, while a disgruntled Gawain stood nearby. After concluding his remarks, Dumbledore waved his wand, conjuring silver stars that enveloped the newlyweds, who shared a passionate kiss. With another wave of his wand, Dumbledore transformed the venue into a dance floor, the band struck up a tune, and food materialized on the long tables, all while a certain dark-haired headmaster, though absent, had permitted the house elves in the kitchen to venture out. Lin Su was applauding when George seemingly appeared out of nowhere, startling her. With one hand behind his back, he gently lifted her hand and kissed it, inviting her to dance. Lin Su, delighted, lifted her skirt and joined him on the dance floor. Tonks exchanged a few hushed words with Lupin, and together they summoned their patron muses, 2 majestic wolves dancing alongside their masters. The wizards on the dance floor were captivated by the spectacle, and soon various patron muses appeared around their owners. Though they may not have possessed great power, their joy was palpable. Lin Ida and his wife, though Muggles, had encountered many wizards and even witnessed the mystical beings of Huaxia. They were no longer afraid, but rather enchanted by the wondrous scene before them. Little Chun and encountered several young wizards his age, and the group of children joyfully leaped about, no longer needing to seek out their sister. Chapter 11. Stars. Lupin was an exceptionally dedicated professor. Lin Su marveled for the umpteenth time that the wedding did not interfere with the start of the school term. It was now January 1997, and ever since her night of nightmares, her dreams had stagnated throughout the holiday, leaving her to rely on the dream route in her dormitory. Fortunately, once school resumed, everything fell back into its routine. Harry seemed to have discovered Professor Snape's potions textbook, filled with valuable insights. His performance in potions surged, though this time he primarily shared his findings with Ginny. Lin Su participated in Slughorn Slug Club only twice, aware of her talents. The professor merely suggested she connect with the other young wizards and seniors, without any pressure. Lin Su preferred to devote her energy to pursuing her dreams. Noticing that her recent dreams began to incorporate scenes from her past life, it became evident that she had not only lost memories from her previous existence, but that there were also gaps within those memories. The images from 3 different worlds intertwined in her mind, requiring Lin Su to take some time to gather herself each time she awoke. Hermione urged her not to be overly anxious, yet Lin Su felt inexplicably that if she did not gradually delve into her memories during this time, they would one day flood her like a deluge. What Lin Su could now ascertain was that in that parallel dimension, which she tentatively referred to as her first life, she possessed no magical abilities, yet it seemed she retained some perceptive faculties, operating perhaps through the flow of spiritual energy, which had allowed her to elude detection by the Hogwarts entrance book. Meanwhile, her second self appeared to be accompanied by a guardian-like presence, though she could not fathom why she had no recollection of it until now. All of this resembled a tangled ball of yarn, leaving her perplexed yet eager to find the loose and to unravel it. Having expended excessive energy on solving mysteries and studying, Lin Su had not ventured into the Forbidden Forest for quite some time. Fortunately, her efforts yielded rewards, as her academic performance garnered unanimous recognition from the professors. Previously, Dumbledore had sanctioned her to attend classes beyond her year, but she needed the professor's endorsement to directly partake in the 7th-year nude examinations, thereby exempting her from the 6th-year finals. The nude examinations spanned a longer duration than the ordinary exam week, and during this period, Lin Su refrained from engaging with the dream-recalling fungus, instead allocating time to correspond with George to avoid arousing suspicion. After completing the examinations, Lin Su believed her performance was commendable. She resolved to pay a final visit to the Centaurs, as this enigmatic race might provide her with unique insights. As usual, Firenze seemed to anticipate her arrival, having waited early at the spot of their first encounter. "Good evening, Firenze," Lin Su greeted him. "Once again, you have foreseen my coming." Firenze raised his hooves. "Indeed, our talents are remarkably extraordinary. Su, over this past year, I have observed your stars shining brightly, even reviving 2 seemingly lifeless stars in your vicinity. Can you guess why?" Lin Su laughed. "Because all 3 are my stars." "Precisely, Su. From the moment I first encountered you, Bane discerned that your soul is remarkably profound," Firenze remarked, stamping the ground twice. Lin Su endeavored to recall her initial meeting with Bane. Indeed, his gaze had seemed momentarily bewildered, and she had thought he was questioning whether she was a student. "You are truly gifted," Lin Su could not help but exclaim. "So, Firenze, you know why I am here tonight?" Firenze nodded. "Of course. You have come seeking answers to your uncertainties, Su. They will soon be unveiled. Trust me, it shall not be long." Lin Su swallowed the questions she had intended to ask and sat in silence with Firenze, gazing at the stars. Before her departure, Firenze reminded her, "Su, just remember, this is your true world." Lin Su nodded vigorously, indicating she had taken note. After she left, Bane emerged from behind a tree. "Firenze, you are meddling again." Firenze remained unfazed. "Bane, if you did not wish for me to inform her, you would have shown yourself earlier." Bane impatiently stomped the ground. "I am more intrigued by that guardian than by her." This marked the first time Firenze had heard Bane acknowledge an interest in humans. He circled Bane several times in astonishment, prompting Bane to angrily retaliate. Unaware of all this, Lin Su returned to her dormitory, for she had her final Quidditch match the next day and needed to rest well. Chapter 12. Early graduation. Lin Su's final Quidditch match at Hogwarts concluded with a victory for Gryffindor. Colin took a photograph of her holding the Quidditch cup, which Lin Su displayed to George via the 2-way mirror, prompting him to give her 2 enthusiastic thumbs up from the other side. Lin Su remained composed, not revealing to Ron and Harry her plans for early graduation until she boarded the Hogwarts Express home. Previously, she had used her perceptive abilities to make them believe she was sitting for finals alongside them. George awaited her at the platform. Compared to the graduation a year ago, he had matured into a full-fledged adult, yet upon seeing Lin Su, his vibrant red hair seemed to glow. Lin Su spotted her boyfriend instantly, as George opened his arms. She beamed with joy and rushed towards him for a bear hug, which he caught effortlessly. Nearby, Lin Ida coughed disapprovingly, prompting Lin Su to release George and embrace her parents. And of course, she could not forget little Chunin. Upon returning home, Lin Su cautiously isolated the dream-recalling fungus to prevent any unintended mishaps with her family. She had no intentions of returning to Huaxia, as Lin Yi had previously communicated through the ring that they would be visiting England for a while, and Lin Sihong and his wife had nearly recovered. The first half of the summer vacation passed normally for Lin Su until an owl from Hogwarts delivered her report card. The news reached Su Qi first. She took the letter from Lin Su and, momentarily confused, spotted a prominent O, accompanied by an E in History of Magic. She was about to extol her daughter's accomplishments when she noticed the letter below. "Congratulations on your early graduation from Hogwarts." Su Qi was taken aback, repeatedly confirming the information before glancing at her beaming daughter. "Su, you graduated? Dear, what are you saying?" Su has another year left." Lin Ida emerged from the kitchen holding a glass of juice. Su Qi handed him the letter for his perusal, and Lin Ida confirmed it several times as well. "Su, you really graduated?" Suddenly, recalling something, he added sternly, "I will not allow you to marry that boy early, even if witches come of age at 17. It is out of the question." Lin Su was stunned. "Dad, what are you talking about? Marriage? I merely graduated." "Ah, then that's good. That's good. Listen to your father. Don't marry so young." Lin Ida sighed in relief. Lin Su took back the letter, resealed it, and before little Chun and woke up, she drank her juice and stepped into the fireplace, ready to surprise Or perhaps shock, George. As the business of the joke shop gradually stabilized, the primary clientele remained young wizards. At this early hour, most of the little wizards were likely still asleep, like little Chunin. When Lin Su emerged from the public fireplace in Diagon Alley, she found few shops open, and the joke shop was no exception. The shop's entrance had several protective measures, and both she and the twins had access, allowing her to navigate effortlessly to George's lounge. George Weasley, open up, the sun is shining. She knocked lightly on the door and waited with her hands behind her back. Inside, heavy objects thudded to the ground, followed by a flurry of commotion, but the door soon swung open. George, with his tousled red hair, appeared as though he had just awakened, looking somewhat aggrieved as he stared at Lin Su. Sweetheart, why are you calling me by my full name? Did I do something wrong? Lin Su smiled mysteriously, reaching out to pinch his cheek, then without further ado, handed him the report card. Look what this is. A report card? Sweetheart, you must have received many OS again, he remarked, tearing open the letter, and upon glancing at it, he indeed saw numerous OS. But then he realized something was amiss. Sweetheart, is this the nude exam results? His expression was a mix of inquiry and astonishment. Lin Su nodded proudly. So? What do you think? Isn't it impressive? This is simply unbelievable, George exclaimed, holding the report card, and the next moment, he lifted Lin Su and twirled her around. But sweetheart, you are amazing at everything. You managed to keep this from me for an entire year. Su. Lin Su patted him, signaling to set her down. George, this is a surprise. They both entered the lounge and closed the door behind them. Embracing Lin Su at the waist, George lowered his head, resting his forehead against hers. Their warm breaths mingling. Sweetheart, I really like this. We will have more time together from now on. Lin Su gently kissed George given the proximity. Retreating slightly before he could deepen the kiss. George, I still have some matters to clarify, but you are right. We will indeed have more time together. In the tender embrace of youthful affection, George sat beside his girlfriend on the bed. Sweetheart, he began, I have tidied up your room. And our application for the seamless extension spell has been approved. Your room no longer needs to serve as a laboratory. Lin Su, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, leaned closer to his face and whispered softly, Georgie, I am almost 17. George swallowed hard, his voice faltering. Sweetheart. Noticing a hint of crimson creeping into his ears, Lin Su chuckled softly. So, will you teach me the disapparition spell? George was taken aback for a moment, but then met Lin Su's sly gaze, murmuring, Sweetheart, you've become quite wicked. He then leaned down to kiss his little girlfriend, enveloping her playful smile in his affection. With her 17th birthday approaching in just over 10 days, Lin Su distinctly felt the pace of her memory's restoration quickening. She had a premonition that on that fateful day, she would recall the events of her first life. Preceding her birthday was a letter delivered from Hogwarts, sent by Dee Dee. Lin Su treated the owl to a sumptuous meal and packed some delicacies for Afina and the little owl to take back. Once the owl had departed, she opened the letter, discovering it was signed by Firenze. He mentioned that he had forgotten to inform her that her boyfriend had a Patronus closely tied to her. The revelation involving Georgie intensified Lin Su's desire to unravel the mystery. On the evening of the 26th, a sense of trepidation enveloped her, prompting her to cast a silencing charm in her room. She used a two-way mirror to contact George. After much hesitation, she refrained from inviting him to keep her company. Yet George effortlessly discerned her unease. After severing the connection, he instantly apparat to Lin Su's room. Maintaining her previous position of sitting on the bed with her knees drawn up, Lin Su noticed George's silhouette. When she looked up, her expression revealed an unintentional vulnerability. George approached and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, whispering, Sweetheart, rest easy. Chapter 13. The first life. Lin Su set out with Mr. and Mrs. Linida, who drove her to school before heading to their jobs. Lin Su gazed down at her school uniform in a moment of stunned silence, her feet seemingly possessed by their own will as they carried her forward. She greeted her classmates with warmth and enthusiasm. A typical middle school student at the age of 12, her only distinguishing trait was her exceptional academic performance. She had recently applied to skip a grade, and today marked her first day in the higher year. Her parents worked at a nearby broadcasting company, and her life was tranquil and harmonious, save for a peculiar neighbor, a bespectacled boy who was often shunned by his family. After turning 11, he became seldom seen, with his family claiming he had gone to a boarding school. A few months later, Lin Su felt strange ripples emanating from her mother's belly. After her insistence, her mother underwent an examination, revealing that Lin Su was to have a younger sibling. She pressed her palm against her mother's still flat abdomen and felt the peculiar movements again. It was an unusual experience, yet it filled her with inexplicable joy, as if the tiny embryo were rejoicing. On a certain night, when she was 13, she heard the sound of a bus. Peeking through the curtain, she spotted a peculiar deep purple bus and, after it departed, A gaunt black dog stood in its wake, staring at the bus for an extended time. For reasons unknown, she felt that it should be a person instead. Soon after, she welcomed a robust younger brother into the world, but with his arrival, odd occurrences began to unfold. Objects floated inexplicably, and small plants blossomed out of season. Though her parents found these phenomena strange, Lin Su understood that it was her brother's powers at play. She was certain her parents would not fear his abilities. Yet she struggled to articulate the truth. Fortunately, as her brother grew, these peculiarities diminished. Time passed swiftly, and her brother was now 5 years old, while she was on the verge of turning 17. July 27th was her birthday, a day she had eagerly anticipated. She spent the day shopping and playing with friends, but reserved the evening for family. On her way home, she noticed that the peculiar family next door seemed to have moved away. Mr. Dursley, portly and boisterous, Mrs. Dursley, slender with an elongated neck, their robust son, and that odd bespectacled nephew. Their images flickered in her mind before she shook her head, dismissing them. Today was not a day for concern about others. Her father, a culinary master, had long suggested that he should open a Chinese restaurant rather than remain a mere employee at the broadcasting company. True to form, he prepared a lavish feast, while her mother gifted her a beautiful dress. As she was about to embark on her university journey, her mother remarked that she could wear the exquisite gown to the upcoming school dance, assuring her she would be the most enchanting princess. Her brother presented her with a pot of purple perilla, its leaves shimmering with a vibrant hue. Curious, she asked why he chose this for her. He explained that since she loved grapes and was often called Su, he thought she would appreciate the perilla. Amused, she teased him. Liking grapes doesn't mean I like purple. Her brother's eyes widened in disappointment. Really? After a moment of admiration for her brother's naive charm, she playfully patted his head. Just kidding. I love it. Thank you. At last, his face brightened with a smile. The four of them relished a delightful dinner, singing birthday songs and making wishes as the flickering candlelight illuminated their beaming faces. With dinner unfinished, her brother pulled her aside while their parents cleaned up, pointing at the perilla on the table. Sister, I have a secret to tell you. I can change its color. If you don't like purple, I can make it any color you want. She placed a finger to her lips to hush him, waiting for their parents to retreat to their room before extinguishing the lights. They secreted themselves in the kitchen, illuminated only by a single candle. Her brother eagerly demonstrated his abilities, transforming the perilla under the candlelight. Lin Su observed the flow of his power, still perceptible to her. Suddenly, a noise emanated from outside, ordinarily unheard by Muggles, yet both she and her brother detected it. Peering through the window, they spotted numerous broomsticks soaring through the sky, with several identical figures aboard. Isn't that our neighbor's brother? Why are there so many? Her brother queried, confusion etched on his face. She instinctively sensed something amiss. In that moment, a white light burst forth from a wand held by one of the figures, striking the ear of a bespectacled individual ahead. Lin Su's heart ached as she realized she was merely witnessing a dream. Be careful, her brother shouted, having seen another green light. Lin Su's attempt to cover his mouth came too late. Fortunately, after a while, silence enveloped them once more. Lin Su turned to survey the living room, which bore a striking resemblance to the dream world where their family had been attacked. No, it was identical. Her heartbeat thundered in her chest as their parents stirred awake from her brother's earlier shout and emerged from their room. Lin Su wished to silence them, but her body felt beyond her control. Su, Chenin, what's wrong? Her father inquired, flipping on the living room light. In an instant, a shadowy figure clad in a black cloak materialized, observing the four of them. One of the figures tilted its head, fixating on her beside. Lin Su turned her head to look, her brother still holding the perilla that was shifting colors in his hand. Instantly, she positioned herself protectively in front of him. A voice, hoarse and lacking its original timbre, dripped with amusement. Look what we have here, a little wizard. So, you are wizards too? Their parents moved in front of them, demanding, who are you? How did you break into our home? What wizards? We can't understand you. Leave our house at once, or I will call the police. As the last words left her lips, the cloaked figures burst into laughter, as if they had heard the greatest joke. It seems we have a bunch of Muggles here. Just a little mudblood, is it? Perfect timing. Since we Haven T completed our task tonight, we can take a mudblood back with us and avoid punishment from the Dark Lord. Their father stepped forward to shield them, while their mother attempted to discreetly call for help. Yet, the assailants reacted swiftly, one brandishing a wand towards her, emitting a sinister glow as they muttered words that sounded ominous. Cruciatus. Chapter 14. The first life. Their mother screamed, clutching her heart as she collapsed to the ground, prompting their father to rush to her side. Lin Su followed suit, but the assailants directed their malevolent light toward both her father and herself. Lin Su's abilities allowed her to perceive the trajectory of magic. She evaded the beam aimed at her, pushing her father aside, but this redirected the attack towards her mother. In a desperate act, she shielded her mother with her own body. The pain radiating from her heart compelled her to scream, yet thankfully, her mother was spared from further harm. Though their father yearned to fight back, he was merely a clerk, and the foes before him wielded powers beyond his comprehension. Lin Su lay atop her mother, who continued to convulse, clearly still tormented by the previous attack. At that moment, she sensed her brother's magic beginning to surge violently, causing small trinkets around the house to levitate and hurl towards the attackers. However, to the assailants, these were mere child's play. They merely waved their wands, and the projectiles exploded midair, leaving the living room in disarray. "Shannon," their father exclaimed in horror as Lin Su turned to see her brother collapsed on the floor. Unconscious. "No," she cried out, struggling to rise from the ground. Once again, the attackers launched their assault upon her, yet Lin Su successfully dodged their strike. The cloaked figures, displaying a chilling synchronicity, simultaneously cast spells at her. Her only ability was her perception, allowing her to see the spell's paths, but not to evade the onslaught of such concentrated attacks. 2 cruciatus curses struck her, leaving her in excruciating agony, numb to the suffering. Her father rushed towards her, but behind him, a wand was aimed at his back. In an instant, Lin Su realized her father was using his own body to shield her. "Run!" Their mother, having somehow regained her footing, endured the pain and joined her husband in protecting Lin Su, both shouting at her to escape. They were unaware of how swiftly a wizard's killing curse could arrive, willing to sacrifice their own flesh and blood to buy time for their daughter. "Father! Mother! Get away!" Tears streamed down her cheeks, but it was too late. The green light caught up with the 2 ordinary bodies, and they collapsed before Lin Su. She longed to summon her magic, but within her current form, there was no magic to wield, only a feeble sense of perception. The Death Eaters, intrigued, encircled her, bewildered as to how a Muggle could evade their spells. Yet, no matter their taunts, the girl before them remained unresponsive, lost in despair as she gazed at the 2 fallen Muggles. One of them pressed his wand against her heart, malice dripping from his hoarse voice. "Now, can you avoid this?" Cruciatus. The curse struck true, and she instinctively curled in an attempt to alleviate the pain. Yet even as she fell, they showed no mercy. They mocked her, challenging her to evade their attacks once more. The torturous spells were cast repeatedly. Yet Lin Su had long since exhausted her capacity to evade. She was unable to even lose consciousness. However, the Death Eaters soon discovered that the soul-sucking curse was ineffective against her. The Cruciatus was far more potent. Once they believed the Dark Lord's wrath had been sufficiently vented on others, they finally brought the peculiar Muggle girl and her magically volatile brother back to him. Lin Su remained fully conscious throughout, from the moment they appeared in the night sky to when they took her and her brother away. It was merely 2 hours. And her birthday was yet to conclude, yet it felt like a lifetime. She strained to move her fingers to touch her brother. The warmth she felt brought her a flicker of solace. He was alive. Yet all hope was but a mirage. The Death Eaters trembled as they recounted the peculiar nature of this Muggle girl, marveling at how she had evaded wizarding attacks multiple times while capturing a mudblood boy. However, the Dark Lord, enraged by the failure of this mission, stepped closer to the siblings, his crimson eyes locking onto Lin Su's. A buzzing filled her mind as she met his gaze. A flicker of curiosity crossed his slit-like pupils. Lin Su understood he had not gleaned information from her thoughts. Secrets. I loathe secrets. One riddle is sufficient, no need for another. A serpentine whisper echoed in her ears, and the surrounding Death Eaters dared not lift their eyes, leaving only Lin Su to hear the words. "Do not excuse your incompetence." Voldemort amplified his voice, evidently addressing the Death Eaters. He did not spare a glance at the boy lying on the ground, turning instead to retreat to his seat. His emotionless command reverberated. "Kill them." 2 simple words. Requiring no effort on his part, Lin Su and her brother were dragged away by the Death Eaters. Malfoy Manor was shrouded in chaos. And as the Death Eaters transported the siblings, they encountered Narcissa Malfoy and Draco Malfoy. The noble mistress appeared haggard, while the young master bore a look of disarray. Upon seeing the small children being dragged, Narcissa's lips trembled, but she ultimately spoke. "The master is in a foul mood. Do not delay, just kill them." The Death Eaters mocked the once noble Mrs. Malfoy. "Mind your own business. Instead of wasting time, why not plead with the master to rescue your husband, the noble Lucius Malfoy, from Azkaban?" Narcissa lifted her chin, her demeanor still regal and untouchable. "No need for your concern. The master has assured me he will rescue Lucius soon." Her words hinted at the Malfoy family's continued favor, silencing the Death Eaters. Narcissa feigned interest in the captured children's age. "To showcase your power by tormenting such small children? No wonder the master holds you in increasing disdain." As she spoke, she reached out to touch little Chun-En's cheek, her elegant robe concealing the motion. Yet, Lin Su observed that she slipped a piece of candy into Chun-En's mouth. a treat she had once received as a token of gratitude from the Malfoy family. Lin Su raised her eyes, her gaze slightly moist, as Narcissa met her gaze for a fleeting moment before departing with her son. The Death Eaters, momentarily intimidated by Narcissa's words, carelessly discarded the siblings onto the grass. Lin Su, devoid of strength, could only muster all her energy to grasp her brother's fingers. They did not continue their torment, instead casting a killing curse at each of them. In this life, Lin Su perished on her 17th birthday. Chapter 15, The Complete Sweetheart. Who is calling for Su? Lin Su suddenly opened her eyes, sitting up abruptly, gasping for air as if surfacing from drowning. The person beside her enveloped her in an embrace. It's all right. Su, I'm here. Lin Su clutched George's arm tightly. George. She broke free from his embrace to cup his face, inspecting his ears. They were whole. Lin Su let out a sigh of relief, collapsing into George's embrace and wrapping her arms around his waist, closing her eyes to regain her composure for a while. George tenderly kissed the crown of her head, gently patting her back to soothe her trembling form. After a considerable time, Lin Su finally ceased her shivering and softly spoke. George, I had a truly terrifying dream. George held her tightly, whispering comforting words. It's all right, Su. You have awakened now. He had not been deeply asleep. He awoke with the slightest movement from the person in his arms. Suddenly, Lin Su called out to him, and after a moment of silence, she began to struggle, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes into her hair. He watched as her complexion turned pale, clutching her chest and convulsing. Yet he could not rouse her from this nightmare. She recounted the details of her dream to George, and upon realizing that the person who had been struck was herself in the story, George released her, reassuring her once more that his ears were intact. Sweetheart. While it does sound rather cool, I assure you I won't be turning into a holy listener. With tears glistening in her eyes, Lin Su smiled and gently caressed his ear, planting a kiss upon it, watching as it reddened from shyness and excitement. George halted her playful antics, drawing her back into his embrace. Sweetheart, please continue sharing your dream with me. Lin Su shivered slightly. The pain from her dream felt both distant and achingly close. She instinctively pressed her hand against her heart, ensuring it still beat with life. She only disclosed to George that her family and she had been slain by Death Eaters, omitting the torment she had endured, yet she could not help but tremble as she spoke. Rationality told her that all of this transpired in another realm, yet she could not resist the urge to repeatedly check her heart's location. George's hand covered hers, feeling the heartbeat beneath fabric and skin, exerting considerable effort to suppress his own trembling. Lin Su's silence did not imply he could not guess, and coupled with her earlier reaction, it was clear that she had suffered greatly. Sensing George's tension, Lin Su lifted her gaze and kissed his chin, requesting him to sing her a lullaby from the song he had once gifted her. George stroked her hair and began to hum softly, his voice rich and magnetic, surprisingly well suited for such a lullaby. Lin Su closed her eyes, yet did not succumb to sleep, instead snuggling closer to her boyfriend like a small kitten. As dawn broke, Lin Ida and his wife arose to prepare for their shop. Hearing the commotion outside, Lin Su quickly scrambled out of bed, flinging open the door and rushing out. Su, why are you up so early? Don't you want to sleep a little longer? The couple inquired softly, their words imbued with affection. Their figures intertwined with those from her dream. Lin Su's heart raced. She said nothing but stepped forward to embrace them tightly, exclaiming, Mom and Dad. It's so wonderful to have you here. Lin Ida and Su Chi, puzzled by their daughter's demeanor, nevertheless wrapped their arms around her. Darling, what would you like for dinner tonight? I'll go buy the ingredients this afternoon, Lin Ida offered. Lin Su shook her head. No, let us eat out tonight. I don't want to have dinner at home. All right, whatever Su wishes for, we shall have, the couple replied, exchanging a few more words with Lin Su before departing. Little Chun was still asleep, and he would find them when he woke up. Lin Su reassured them as they left, for she planned to take Chun out to play today. Once Lin Ida and his wife had exited, Lin Su returned to her room, where George awaited her at her desk. Sweetheart, why didn't you let me come out to greet them? Lin Su kissed him lightly. If you wish to be met with my father's wrath, feel free to step outside. George, valuing his life, decided against it. Together, they ventured out of the room, only to find the front door opening again, Lin Ida and his wife re-entering, followed closely by Lin Sixing and her husband, along with Lin Yi. The group exchanged bewildered glances with Lin Su and George on the stairs. Ida, have you truly allowed him to stay in our home? Lin Sixing slowly turned to the equally perplexed Lin Ida, who could only shake his head instinctively. George Weasley, I shall have your head, Lin Yi declared, dropping his bags and charging at George. Lin Su intervened. Wait, he's just here to help me pick up Chunin from the theater. Don't you want to join us, brother? Lin Yi's fiery rage was doused by her calling him brother, and he scratched his head sheepishly. All right. The two couples downstairs were skeptical, yet Lin Ida and his wife understood. Undoubtedly, this red-haired lad had spent the night with Su, but they could not voice their thoughts, merely exchanging silent admonishments with their eyes while casting daggers at George. George touched his nose, obediently allowing their scrutiny. Without prior notice, the kitchen staff began their preparations. The dining room could not remain closed, so Lin Ida and his wife headed to the shop. Lin Sixing and her husband, along with Lin Yi and little Chunin, ventured through the Flu network to Diagon Alley, where the theater had just opened its doors, with few patrons inside. Chunin and Lin Yi were familiar with the store's offerings, while Lin Sixing and her husband were visiting Diagon Alley for the first time, marveling at the array of trinkets in the theater. However, what piqued their interest were the protective items the twins had crafted for the Ministry of Magic. In recent years, a peaceful existence had led to many idle wizards within the ministry. Those who had graduated and entered its ranks were undoubtedly the cream of the crop. Yet previously, there had been a lack of cooperation among departments, even harboring some animosity. Many older wizards had forgotten various forms of magic outside their own departments, only recalling their specific functions. After Fudge stepped down, Madame Bones facilitated collaboration among departments, akin to a flowing stream connecting the entire ministry, forbidding any form of mutual discrimination. Nonetheless, proficiency could not be restored overnight. The twins' research into various everyday, offensive, and defensive charms proved immensely popular, with the protective hats and gloves generating substantial profits. Coupled with goods imported from foreign wizards, the theater had already amassed considerable wealth, even without selling prank items. However, it was inconceivable for the twins to abstain from selling such products, for their original intent was to bring more laughter to the world, which also aligned with their passions. Chapter 16. Speculation. Little Chun and had gone off to play with Fred, while Lin Yi, George, and Lin Su entered their small laboratory together. Lin Yi was aware that Lin Su's birthday was on the 30th, yet that did not prevent him from presenting her with a gift today. Su, happy birthday. Here is your birthday present. He handed her a transparent stone. The transparent object, resembling jade, was carved into the shape of a mulberry leaf. Lin Yi instructed Lin Su to infuse it with magic, and her reflection appeared upon the jade surface. Now it is yours. Only you can use it from now on, Lin Yi said proudly, lifting his chin. Lin Su scrutinized the jade repeatedly. Is this a communication device? Lin Yi nodded vigorously. You're so clever, Su. This is a communication device I created. The family head has something to say to you. You can contact him directly with this, just by saying his name. George, perceptive as ever, stepped back to give Lin Su space, taking Lin Yi on a tour of the theater. The nonverbal extension spell expanded their surroundings seamlessly, and as they had yet to finalize the layout, Lin Yi could also reference how shops were decorated in Huaxia. The communication device floated into the air, settling in an appropriate position, projecting the face of Lin Yiquan. Good day, family head, Lin Su greeted, her expression inscrutable, her heart a tumult of emotions. While the act that had transported her to another world had saved her life, it had also wrought devastation upon another Lin family. Yet, they likely remained unaware of the consequences. Today, she felt uncertain about how to confront Lin Sixing and her husband, as she had yet to address them properly. Having only offered a brief greeting at the outset, Su, I presume you have begun to regain your memories from that world. Lin Yiquan was straightforward. I presume you have answers to many questions, don't you? Lin Su nodded, as she had indeed unraveled a considerable part of the enigma. For instance, she comprehended the source of her profound fear towards the heart-piercing curse, which rendered her incapable of adequately treating patients afflicted by its torment. She also understood why she felt such terror upon glimpsing Qi Luo's nape during her first year. It was due to the fact that Voldemort had so effortlessly determined the fates of her and her brother. However, there remained queries that eluded her understanding. If her memory was destined to return at the age of 17, then why had she begun experiencing nightmares years prior? And what was the origin of her existence in that intervening life? As she posed these questions, Lin Yiquan stroked his chin thoughtfully, a smile gracing his lips. Su, have you truly not noticed the common thread among those earlier nightmares? Lin Su's eyes flickered. She had contemplated this upon awakening from her dreams, yet dared not confirm if her suspicions held any truth. She sidestepped the issue and pursued another question. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yiquan replied, from your description, it appears that there was indeed an error when your parents sent you to another world. Your innate abilities remained intact, yet your magical powers did not awaken. I surmise, as you have speculated, that your talents were preserved through the operation of spiritual energy but lacked the corresponding methods for cultivation, resulting in this outcome. After all, practitioners in Britain must convert magical energy into spiritual energy during their training, a principle of which you were unaware. Lin Su nodded. Yet Lin Yiquan had not answered her question about the origin of her second life. Just then, a knock interrupted, and Lin Yiquan's demeanor relaxed once more. Su, your answer has arrived. Without hesitation, He severed the connection, leaving Lin Su momentarily stunned. A voice from outside the door called, "Sister, have you finished your call?" Little Chun-En's statement was not incorrect. After all, the communicator was merely a more advanced version of a telephone. Lin Su composed herself and opened the door. Little Chun-En, with something hidden behind his back, gazed at Lin Su with his round, grape-like eyes. "Sister, I have a gift for you." Lin Su crouched to meet his gaze. "Let me guess what it is." Is it a potted plant?" Little Chun-En's eyes sparkled. "Yes." Sister is so clever. He proudly presented a potted plant to Lin Su. Despite her anticipations and mental preparations, tears quickly welled in Lin Su's eyes. Before her stood a pot of perilla, its leaves a striking shade of purple, identical to the one she had seen in that other world. She choked back a sob, struggling to suppress the lump in her throat. "Chun-En, what made you think to give this to your sister?" "My birthday is still 3 days away." Little Chun-En scratched the back of his head. "I don't know, but I just felt it should be given today. Does sister not like it? If so, I will throw it away." Lin Su quickly took the perilla from his hands. "No, Chun-En, I love it. Thank you." Concern filled Little Chun-En's large eyes. "Really?" Lin Su nodded earnestly. "Absolutely, I will take good care of it." After sending Little Chun-En off to play, Lin Su cradled the perilla, laughing and crying simultaneously. As Lin Yiquan had suggested, she had her suspicions. Each previous nightmare had occurred after sensing Little Chun-En's magical fluctuations. This was particularly evident when he was younger. As he grew older and his magic stabilized, her nightmares diminished, until the last occurrence before Lupin's wedding when Little Chun-En had playfully used his magic to charm her, provoking yet another nightmare that night. Moreover, this perilla hinted that Little Chun-En retained some memories from that other world. Eager to delve deeper, she informed George briefly before returning to the Lin family, heading straight to the Chinese restaurant. Lin Ida and Su Qi paused their tasks in the kitchen upon her arrival. Lin Su directly inquired, "Dad, what inspired you to open a Chinese restaurant?" Lin Ida hesitated momentarily before responding with a smile. "One day, it suddenly struck me that it would be a shame to waste such excellent culinary skills." Su Qi chimed in, "Yes, we initially planned to work at a broadcasting company. Also, your father wasn't as robust back then. He built his strength by flipping iron woks every day at the restaurant. Even so, he always complained about wanting to get fitter." Lin Su felt as though a corner of her heart had collapsed. She steadied her emotions and asked, "Mom, I've never asked how you and Dad got together." Su Qi shot her a playful glare, but answered truthfully, "We met when we were both applying at the broadcasting company. For some reason, the moment we met, we thought, it's him. And here we are, all these years later." The couple exchanged tender glances, their eyes brimming with affection. Tears shimmered in Lin Su's eyes. These two individuals, whether in this world or that cruel one, were her parents. Chapter 17. Joyful Lin Su embraced both her parents once more amidst their astonished expressions before returning to Diagon Alley. George stood at the entrance of the magic shop, greeting customers while glancing toward the public fireplace. From a distance, Lin Su spotted him, her face breaking into a radiant smile as she sprinted toward him. George opened his arms to catch his beloved girlfriend as she leaped into him. "Everything turned out well, didn't it?" Lin Su nodded vigorously, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning in to kiss him. Her elation was beyond words, and she sought to convey even a fraction of her joy through that passionate gesture. George clearly felt her exuberance as he tightened his embrace around her waist, their sweet and blissful energies intertwining. George Weasley, stop right there." "No, wait." Lin Yan burst out of the magic shop, holding up the 9-link chain he had just been demonstrating to customers. Lin Su's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling. After parting from George, she turned her attention back to the shop, where Lin Yan was still frantically admonishing George. Lin Su pulled him inside, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you for the birthday gift. I love it, brother." Lin Yan had never heard his sister speak to him in such a cheerful tone, as if catching a glimpse of the mischievous little sister he had missed during their time apart. Thus, he was easily appeased. George sighed in relief. His girlfriend had just bestowed a warm kiss upon him, and now she had dashed off, but what could he do but follow? Lin Su was finally at ease in the presence of Lin Sixing and Chen Zhuan, who were currently admiring the area in the magic shop reserved for her, filled with the props she had crafted. They were engrossed in their observations, unaware of her presence behind them. George wrapped his arm around her waist, breaking the silence. "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, perhaps you would like to hear from the inventor of these props about their functions?" Lin Sixing and Chen Zhuan were more than happy to oblige, their gazes filled with warmth and love, mirroring those of Lin Ida and Su Qi. Lin Su looked up at George, who was also gazing at her, his eyes inquiring whether he should stay with her. She gently kissed his cheek. "You go ahead, Georgie." George pressed a kiss to the back of her hand before departing. "This is an aromatic candle I made. It truly brings about beautiful dreams." With this small item as a conversation starter, Lin Su regained the spotlight. And this is a shape-shifting cookie. When you think of an animal while gifting it, the recipient will transform into the corresponding beast, though the effect lasts only 3 minutes. Would you like to give it a try? She handed the cookies to the Lin family, who looked on in astonishment. George had previously told them about Sue's Christmas snowflake cookies made in her first year, claiming that they would exhibit the traits of a certain animal. Now, it appeared they could transform into beastmen directly. The couple, generally of a composed disposition, had only ever deviated from their norm when they sent their children to another world. Yet both of their offspring were brimming with mischief. They exchanged a cookie with one another, and under Lin Su's eager gaze, they took a bite. Soon, they began to undergo a transformation, and remarkably, both envisioned the same creature, a sheep. At that moment, they had both become sheep people, their soft, white curls contrasting with Lin Xing's pair of spiraled horns atop his head, while Chun-Ji one remained hornless. Lin Su's eyes sparkled with delight as the couple exchanged glances and broke into laughter. Chun-Ji one noticed that her laughter seemed to have a lighter, almost delicate quality, and as she raised her hand to cover her mouth, she realized her hand had transformed into the shape of a small hoof, forcing her to stifle her laughter. Lin Yi approached, and upon seeing his parents in such a form, immediately raised his hand to express his desire to try as well. Lin Su handed him a cookie, and in an instant, he transformed, his head morphing into that of a large, plump tiger, with his hands becoming thick claws, unmistakably resembling the Lin family's guardian spirit, the Sun Guardian. A number of young wizards from the shop were drawn to the spectacle, and George joined in, sharing cookies with Lin Su. Consequently, George transformed into a red-haired fox, while Lin Su became a blue-eyed ragdoll cat. The red-haired fox, donned in a suit, playfully promoted the remaining stock, which quickly vanished, leaving one to wonder how many young wizards or their parents would be compelled to transform that day. Lin Su pondered whether she might create a product with a longer-lasting effect for the next time. As Lin Xing and Chun-Ji one returned to their human forms, they beheld the genuine joy radiating from Lin Su and chuckled. That evening, the two Lin families dined together, and upon learning that Su had traditionally celebrated her birthday on the 30th, Lin Xing and his wife decided not to insist on a change, but rather to prepare an additional birthday gift each year, thereby compensating for the gifts of the preceding years. Thus, Lin Xing and Chun-Ji one remained for 10 days before departing, during which Lin Su guided them through Diagon Alley and introduced them to the Weasleys and her friends at the Burrow. When introducing her family, she stated that these were her parents and brother from Huaxia, causing Chun-Ji one's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. After their departure, Lin Su commenced her studies in apparition. She had yet to determine where she would work in the future. St. Mungo S had already sent an invitation upon learning of her early graduation. The twins had previously suggested she could collaborate with an artist, which could easily come to fruition. During a meal with Lupin and Sirius, Tonks had inquired if she would be willing to become an Auror. Dumbledore, who had begun his travels around the world, had written back asking if she would consider becoming a potions professor for the lower years at Hogwarts, expressing that Madame Pomfrey was particularly eager for her return. Even the increasingly irritable potions master, seated in the headmaster's office, had agreed to this proposal. Reflecting on the job offers she had received over the past few days, Lin Su sighed and shook her head, musing that sometimes an abundance of choices could also be a burden. She and George sat on a hillside near the Burrow, enjoying the breeze. Although Mrs. Weasley's book had been reprinted 3 times, and the Weasley family's wealth was growing, they still resided in the Burrow, cherishing everything about it. George held Lin Su close and earnestly told her, "Sweetheart, there's no need to rush your decision. The business at the joke shop is thriving, and our finances are sufficient for you to live without worry. Of course, if you find yourself bored, you may seek employment as a form of diversion." Lin Su widened her eyes and looked up at him, realizing that the real extravagance lay in this moment. George then added, "However, I will do my utmost to ensure you do not feel bored." The young couple began to unabashedly exude sweetness into the air, prompting Harry and Ginny, who were holding hands, to exchange a glance, deciding not to intrude. Chapter 18. Another deception after completing her apparition exam. Lin Su prioritized the restoration of her memories from her second life, utilizing the dream memory fungus as her primary tool. She was particularly concerned about a guardian spirit connected to George, as mentioned in Forenza's letter. Now that the memories of her first life had been fully restored, it became clear that she had no intersection with George in that existence, save for a singular incident where he was accidentally harmed by Professor Snape while on a broom. She had witnessed Snape's magical trajectory and the moment of his injury through her perceptive abilities. However, there were no clues related to the guardian spirit. It was implausible that she had divided part of her soul to guard George in her first life. The clues were likely buried within the hazy memories of her second life. Currently, Lin Su was resting in the joke shop's lounge. After mastering apparition, she would move to this soundproofed room to rest, fearing that her family might inadvertently trigger the dream memory fungus and recall unpleasant memories. Especially for Xiao Qinan, who was still quite young, the residual vague memories would gradually fade, and she hoped he would never have to remember the turmoil of magical surges or the pain of the killing curse. George awaited her in the lounge. Lin Su had intended to apparate to her resting space, but she was surprised to find George already there. The space was not small, yet upon her arrival, she collided directly with him. "Sweetheart," he exclaimed. Lin Su had grown significantly taller over the past 2 years, and they were now standing too close, causing George's lips to accidentally bump against her forehead. He managed to close his mouth in time, avoiding any injury to Lin Su, but his teeth inadvertently cut into his own lip, drawing blood and causing him to gasp in pain. This was not how he had envisioned it. He had expected to embrace her the moment she apparat and give her a passionate kiss, startling her. Instead, he had ended up injuring himself. Lin Su, startled by the unexpected encounter, instinctively touched her forehead where he had bumped it and looked up to see George's pitiful expression, leading her to understand what her boyfriend had intended. She wanted to say "serves you right," but seeing the forlorn look in his eyes, filled with a plea for comfort, she shook her head and pressed him down into a chair. With a hint of annoyance, Lin Su pointed a finger at his mouth. At this moment, he obediently opened his mouth, awaiting her remedy. If he had a tail, it would probably be wagging. Healing as good as new. Lin Su had mastered this simple healing spell to the extent that she could perform it without a wand. After the wound healed, the red-haired young man still wore a woeful expression. Lin Su, with a serious face, asked, "Does it hurt?" George nodded, looking as if he was in too much pain to speak. Lin Su felt a rush of concern. This shouldn't be the case. Was her wandless magic not effective? She leaned in closer to inspect George's injury, but he seized the back of her head and tilted his face up to kiss her. Well, once again, she had been deceived. Lin Su was nearly left breathless by the kiss, her thoughts muddled as she vowed never to fall for George's pathetic act again. George, satisfied, caressed Lin Su's lips and remarked, "Your healing skills are remarkable, sweetheart. I can't feel the injury at all." Lin Su, exasperated, lightly swatted his shoulder, but he remained oblivious to his own excesses, clutching his shoulder and moaning, "Oh, this one hurts too. I need a kiss from my sweetheart to heal." He stood from the chair, pulling Lin Su into an embrace. Confused, she instinctively tilted her head slightly, aligning her lips perfectly with the shoulder she had just smacked. Lin Su finally understood. True to form, her drama-loving boyfriend began again. "It doesn't hurt anymore. You truly are amazing, sweetheart." With a soft hum, Lin Su nestled deeper into George's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. "George, do you sense the presence of the guardian spirit?" Lin Su's voice was muffled, emanating from the safety of George's arms. George released his girlfriend from his embrace. "Sweetheart, are you referring to the guardian spirit of the guardian spell?" Lin Su furrowed her brow. "I'm not quite sure what that means. Ferenz mentioned that there is a guardian spirit beside you that is related to me, but I'm uncertain about its significance." This was the first time George had heard her mention the matter, and he pondered. Could he be implying that we share the same guardian spirit? Lin Su considered this possibility, but ultimately felt it wasn't the correct answer. If that were the case, Ferenz wouldn't have needed to send her a letter. She leaned in to kiss her charming boyfriend gently. "Perhaps so, Georgie. Let's take a break." She approached the desk and touched the covered dream memory mushroom. George, intrigued, also reached out to the adorable little fungus. "Perhaps I might dream of some inspiration too? I wish I could recall the pranks I played on Percy as a child. I remember Fred, and I had countless brilliant ideas back then." Lin Su couldn't help but laugh, planting another kiss on her delightful and handsome boyfriend, and together they snuggled under the covers. Chapter 19. The mysterious guardian. The lake shimmered under the sunlight, the tranquil surroundings allowing Lin Su to awaken with the realization that she was in her past life, precisely at the sanatorium in S City where she had resided for over a decade. Casting her gaze downwards to examine her attire, she noted that she had been here for so long that everyone recognized her. Even without a patient gown, it mattered little. In this lifetime, the Lin family had not deprived her in such matters. Since the age of 11, she had received new clothes every quarter, although they were not delivered by her relatives. Yet at this moment, she still wore a striped patient gown. What year could it be now? Like in the previous dream, she could only navigate through her own perspective from that time, the action of looking down at her clothes mirroring her past self's movement. "Poor little thing. Let me see if you are the one I am searching for." A voice, familiar yet unknown, echoed above her, speaking in English. Young Lin Su followed the sound, spotting a figure radiating a hazy white light, perched upon a branch, vaguely resembling some form of animal. The way she lifted her head was too conspicuous. Her slight curiosity was unmasked, prompting the voice to speak again. "A patient gown from Merlin. You can hear me. It seems you are indeed the one, little dear." Lin Su realized it was too late to pretend she couldn't see. Tilting her head, She replied in English to the creature on the branch. "Hello, my name is Lin Su, not Merlin, nor little deer." The light descended from the tree, and Lin Su surmised it must be some sort of bird. "Hello, Lin. You may call me Plank." Lin Su attempted to discern the type of bird before her, but failed. However, young Lin Su appeared to see clearly. She chose not to focus on identifying the creature. "Very well, Mr. Plank, if that is your name, you may call me Su." Lin Su mused that her inability to see clearly stemmed from her own forgetfulness. Plank, obliging, responded, "Of course, Su. Let me see what troubles you that I might assist with." The voice paused momentarily. Young Lin Su couldn't help but wonder if it was genuinely assessing her needs for assistance, and upon reflecting, she deemed the thought too far-fetched. Plank's voice resumed. "Let us start with that patient gown. How long have you been hospitalized, poor little kitty?" Lin Su regarded Plank, her tone devoid of emotion. "I don't recall. I've been here since I can remember. That tree was moved here from another place." She pointed to the tree where Plank had earlier perched. Lin Su heard Plank gasp softly, murmuring something about a sweater. She thought, could Mr. Plank be contemplating pulling out his feathers to gift to her? How unkind. "What of your family? Do they not provide you with lovely clothes?" Plank inquired, puzzled. At this, Lin Su felt a pang of hurt. She was still quite young. Her emotional control not yet robust. "Mr. Plank, I wish to return to my room. Please do not follow." With that, she stood and walked toward her room. But due to the recent emotional upheaval, her heart began to ache, and she mistakenly believed she had walked quite a distance when, in reality, each step was minuscule. Her frail body suddenly collapsed, but fortune smiled upon her as a caregiver was nearby. Although the sanatorium seemed spacious, every area was under surveillance to prevent unforeseen incidents. And soon enough, medical staff rushed over to lift her onto a stretcher. Lin Su's consciousness, alongside young Lin Su's, slipped into unconsciousness. When she awakened, Plank stood beside her bed. "You are awake, Su." The voice carried a blend of apology and surprise. Young Lin Su recalled what had transpired before she fainted and steadied her emotions. "Plank, why are you still here?" Before Plank could respond, medical personnel entered the room to conduct their checks. After confirming her condition was stable, a figure wheeled in several racks of clothing, a well-dressed secretary named Yao, an employee under her father. He announced that these were her clothes for the quarter, and that someone would deliver new garments every quarter henceforth. Before departing without allowing Lin Su to pose any questions, the room fell into silence for a while before young Lin Su spoke. "Plank, how did you manage that?" The little orb of light leapt in triumph upon the nearby table. "A trivial matter. It's just that my armpits hurt from flying, not my wings." "I finally understand what you meant." Plank's voice dropped to a whisper, and she could not quite catch what he said. After young Lin Su had fainted, Plank had remained by her side, overhearing the attending physician conversing on the phone with a man named Lin, as well as the gossip exchanged among the medical staff after the call ended. Although Plank understood little of the Chinese language, it still gleaned some information. For instance, how renowned and wealthy Lin Su's family was. Coincidentally, perhaps due to the Lin family's fame, Plank had flown past several of their prominent buildings on the way to the sanatorium, each marked conspicuously with LIN. Thus, it had tirelessly sought out the voice it recognized from the phone, enduring the discomfort of its wings. Young Lin Su didn't pursue further inquiries about how Plank accomplished this, yet she was genuinely grateful. Plank mentioned that others could not see it, and it required no sustenance, but if Lin Su wished to prepare some delicacies for it, it would be most pleased to partake. Thus, young Lin Su and the little orb of light forged a strong bond of friendship. On pleasant days, they would bask in the sun by the lake, while on gloomy days, they would read together in her hospital room, most often with young Lin Su reading aloud sentences from her English textbooks. Plank expressed dissatisfaction with her English lessons, asserting that even it would likely perform poorly on a Chinese English exam. Later, she obtained animated books of Harry Potter from the great-grandson of a grandmother in the adjacent room. For reasons unknown, upon hearing the title, Plank expressed disapproval, and thus she never read it to him. This did not hinder their friendship. After Plank learned some Chinese phrases, it frequently flew out during Lin Su's classes, returning every few hours to share amusing tales and wish her a speedy recovery so she could see the world outside. Young Lin Su felt that her prolonged existence was partly due to Plank's presence, as Plank was perpetually brimming with vitality. Time swiftly passed, and soon young Lin Su reached the age of 15, approaching the day of her transmigration. Lin Su had been quietly observing all this while, and her heart had already discerned the answer. Almost at the moment she solidified her conclusion, the hazy aura surrounding the little orb of light dissipated, and this time, she could see clearly. Outside the window, drenched by the rain, a magpie flew in before settling in the corner, unseen by the nurses, yet visible only to her. It was not Plank, but Fred. Chapter 20, Mischief. Lin Su's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She should have anticipated this moment when Plank's name was mentioned. Back in her second year, while scribbling pseudonyms in Riddle's notebook, Fred had written Prank Jones. She had realized earlier that despite the divergent narrative arcs, the characters' essences remained constant, reacting similarly in certain situations. During their first encounter, the words she could not quite catch were Fred's. If Mum knew you, she would surely gift you a peculiar, yet warm sweater. Once again, she awakened from her dreams, and this time George seemed to stir at the same moment. He turned on the light, and in each other's eyes, they perceived the same unspoken message. Simultaneously, they spoke, "It's Fred." Then, silence enveloped them. Should sweetheart speak first? Or should she? Minutes later, their voices harmonized once more, and Lin Su smiled, leaning into George's embrace as she began to narrate. "I have never shared with you the circumstances of my crossing over, Georgie, for it has always felt too embarrassing. I was reading, and in reciting the heart-piercing curse, I inadvertently summoned the pain that brought me here." Lin Su spoke with a hint of shyness, and George did not laugh. Instead, he placed his hand over Lin Su's heart, feeling the vigorous rhythm of her beloved heartbeat. She grasped his hand and continued, "Yet, I lost a fragment of memory. The recollection from the moment I recited the heart-piercing curse until I returned to my own world has slipped away from me, but now it has all come rushing back." After losing consciousness due to the excruciating pain, she encountered the legendary King's Cross station, where not Prank, but Fred awaited her, alongside Dumbledore. There, she finally received all the answers. The parallel world she had visited in her first life was indeed the realm of Harry Potter, where she had been but an inconspicuous passerby, for she had not awakened her magical potential. However, after being slain by the Death Eaters, perhaps due to her unique gift, or perhaps because she had clutched her brother's hand in her final moments, she awakened alongside her wizard brother, arriving at King's Cross Station with the same wizards who had perished that fateful night. The old wizard, with a fearsome visage, a false eye, and a wooden leg, was none other than Moody. That night, his magical eye ceased its restless turning and, after gazing at her for what felt like an eternity, guided them to follow him. Upon reaching the station, he candidly informed Dumbledore that he had completed his task and then boarded the train to embark on his next grand adventure. Dumbledore, too, scrutinized her for a long while, discerning the extraordinary power residing within this girl. Even as a mere soul, she emanated a formidable vitality. If he was not mistaken, this soul did not belong to this realm. Contemplating, he informed Lin Su that she could survive but could not return to her previous origin, and he required her assistance in a matter. Dumbledore needed her to return to her rightful world and alter its fate. At that moment, Lin Su was somewhat perplexed by Dumbledore's intentions. She merely glanced at her brother. If he could not survive alongside her, what significance did her own survival hold? Dumbledore, his hands clasped before him, smiled and told her, "Child, you have yet to grasp your own uniqueness. As long as he remains by your side, he will not truly perish." However, the Death Eaters had assaulted her heart too many times, even wounding its essence. If she were to be sent back directly, her heart would be in a state of ruin. Thus, Dumbledore sent her to the second world, where the essence of her soul would be nurtured by the life force she inherently possessed, though her physical heart would likely remain compromised. Lin Su gazed at her obedient brother, whose eyes were vacant and silent, as though he had lost his spirit. Dumbledore urged, "He is still young." After the surge of magic, he was struck by the killing curse, his soul nearly shattered. Yet, you held on to him, which is why his spirit has not vanished but has been safeguarded by your strength. The process of nurturing your heart will also mend his soul, and indeed, it is also an opportune moment for the two other souls within you to rejuvenate. It was then that she realized her parents' souls were also intertwined with hers. What reason could Lin Su possibly have for refusing? Grateful to the remarkable elder, she asked before departing King's Cross, "Have you been waiting for someone here?" Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "I await that selfless, foolish child, hoping he does not recklessly board the train. I fear I have placed too great a burden upon him. Yet I believe he will accomplish everything perfectly and then live on." Lin Su listened, somewhat puzzled, but did not pry further. Instead, she smiled. "You must care for him deeply." Dumbledore blinked. "After all, he is entirely my own." Having recalled something, he continued, "However, remaining here for too long, one inevitably encounters many souls. I have lost count of the number of children who sought to alter their destinies. Many hail from different worlds, yet they wish to change the fates of some among us. I must say, you all possess extraordinary courage. Are you saying we will journey to the same world?" Lin Su inquired with curiosity. Dumbledore shook his head. "Child, every choice represents a fork in the road, birthing numerous parallel worlds that coexist yet unfold entirely differently. You come from different origins and will head to different destinations. Did they all succeed?" Lin Su could barely contain her thirst for knowledge. "Once again, I must say, child, different choices yield different outcomes. In my eyes, the mere act of making such monumental choices constitutes a success." Dumbledore replied. Lin Su pondered, wishing to ask. If the world to be altered was not the one Dumbledore inhabited during his lifetime, why then did he guide these souls to save other worlds? Surely, it no longer pertained to him. Why expend his time and energy, as he did now, even assisting her in traversing other worlds to nurture her soul, merely for an unknown possibility in another realm? Yet, a voice within her whispered that regardless of the outcome, this elder was willing to offer his assistance. He had accepted the conclusion of his world, yet he generously sought to provide another possibility for others. Thus, Lin Su relinquished her memories of the first world and journeyed to the second. Fred would venture to that realm because although Lin Su possessed the ability to choose between becoming a spirit master or a wizard, she lacked guidance. Left unchecked, she might miss yet another opportunity to awaken her powers. In the original narrative's world, after Fred's sacrifice during the Great Battle, he too encountered Dumbledore at King's Cross Station, where he was instructed to find Lin Su. With an adult wizard by her side, Lin Su's unique perception would capture his flowing magic, thereby learning the ways of magical operation. This was one of the reasons she naturally became a wizard upon returning to her world. Another reason was that Harry was also by her side. The ability to perceive the magical flow, now ingrained in her, protected her from ever experiencing a magical surge. However, Fred could only manifest as her guardian spirit. Due to temporal discrepancies, he searched for a long time. Dumbledore had advised him to follow the trail of the strongest life force, yet he had not anticipated Lin Su's frail condition, which piqued his curiosity regarding her hospitalization. He remained by her side as a friend and brother for several years, witnessing her transformation from an 11-year-old frail kitten into a 15-year-old, still delicate, blossoming young woman. During this period, Lin Su had indeed speculated about Prank's true identity. The magpie's appearance, reminiscent of Merlin's patient attire upon their first encounter, is characterized by an involuntary pause during conversation, as if awaiting a response from someone. Over the years, his knack for humor has been delightfully unpredictable, at times bordering on excessive amusement. He is likely one of the proprietors of the Weasley joke shop, most probably the more vivacious twin, Fred, for if it were George, his demeanor would be somewhat gentler. However, he is reluctant to disclose this, nor does he show an inclination to read the Harry Potter books. Thus Lin Su refrains from revealing his true identity and continues to treat him as Prank. There are moments when he suddenly plunges into a melancholic state, and Lin Su, upon comprehending his identity, realizes he is reflecting on his family, particularly George. They have never been apart. He cannot maintain an optimistic outlook alone, and he also worries about whether his brother can cope with his absence. Consequently, Lin Su finds herself paying closer attention to George in the story, initially out of a sense of shared sorrow, as she perceives him as the one left behind. However, upon discerning Fred's identity, her feelings become more intricate. In addition to this, she admires George's courage, envies his freedom and boldness, and appreciates his gentle attentiveness, fostering a strong desire to befriend someone of such caliber. Sweetheart, do you merely wish to be friends with me? George, earnestly listening to her recount tales of his past life, interjected. Lin Su, lifting her head, cupped George's face and planted a resounding kiss on his cheek. I was speaking of the George Weasley in the book. He won't leap out from the pages to bestow sweets upon me, nor will he accompany me on nocturnal escapades, nor will he invite me to balls. I am fully aware of the distinction between this realm and the world within the pages. George, kissing his girlfriend once more, responded. I am grateful to exist in a world where you are present, Su. After drawing her closer, he encouraged her. Please, continue your tale, sweetheart. After the demise in the second world, she encountered Dumbledore once more, alongside the spectral form of Fred. They elucidated the reasons behind Fred's presence beside her and informed her that she could return to her rightful world. Yet, as she departed from the pristine King's Cross Station, unbeknownst to her, Fred followed her out. Due to a minor flaw in the spell cast by Lin's parents, she lost all recollection of her first life, while Fred, strictly speaking, belonged to that initial realm. Thus, she forgot about the years spent with Prank, only recalling an encounter with a peculiar creature invisible to others before her transference. But the nature of that creature eluded her memory. Lin Su fell silent. How could she forget her friend? George kissed her gently and began recounting a dream he had just remembered. From a young age, he had sensed an existence beyond himself and Fred. Being naturally more observant than Fred, he noted that when they faced dangers beyond a child's capacity to handle, or when they played excessively cruel pranks on family, a presence would come to their aid. Fred had always attributed this to their good fortune, yet in that recent dream, he beheld another version of Fred, an apparition indistinguishable from the Fred he knew, yet translucent. As he narrated, a magpie appeared in the room, manifesting as a silvery guardian. Oh, my dear Merlin's couple, you have finally remembered me. George, I must say, the silence when no one engages is truly unbearable. The magpie began to chatter incessantly. While the other two occupants of the room listened quietly, Fred found himself at a loss for words. Hey, must you both gaze at me with such tearful expressions? Sue, I can understand. But George, are you also adopting this woeful countenance? Do you intend to transform into the lead of a tragic play? George instinctively retorted. Anything is better than your looks. The magpie flapped its wings with delight. Now that's the spirit. Brother, Fred, have you truly been here all these years? Lin Su inquired hesitantly. The magpie tilted its head. How could that be? You all forgot me. So naturally, I returned to where I belong. Sue, you know where I refer to. Otherwise, would I remain here as a statue? Lin Su shook her head. Then what did Firenze mean when he said you were George's guardian? George, too, regarded him in silence. The silver magpie gradually transformed into a translucent human form. Scratching his head. Well, initially I thought that by following Sue, I might discover an alternative possibility. Perhaps I could come back to life. Then I could leap before the Weasleys in this world and give them a fright. Don't you think that would be a splendid prank? Lin Su and George exchanged glances with the spirit, momentarily speechless. Clearly, this prank had not succeeded, and congratulations are due. George, you have narrowly escaped a fright. Fred attempted to lighten the mood with humor. Lin Su, with moist eyes, could not help but hide her face behind George to wipe away her tears. Hey Sue, don't cry. Haven't we always coexisted like this in that world? You are living, and I am a ghost. It doesn't affect our friendship, does it? Besides, I can still take on human form. Fred grew flustered, for he had witnessed Lin Su's frail health in her past life. Her tears could lead to her fainting. A sight he had seen too often, and thus he dreaded her sorrow. Not at all. I have forgotten you for so long, and your chatter never ceases. All these years alone, did you have no one to converse with? Lin Su sobbed. Fred shrugged helplessly. Sue, are you lamenting, or are you merely criticizing my verbosity? In truth, I have enjoyed considerable freedom over these years. I have not been constantly by your George's side. Most of the time, I have been at home, occasionally visiting Bill and Fleur during their courtship. If you wish to know, I can share how they came to be together. And Charlie. He has recently begun dating someone named Max, if memory serves me right. Sue, you should have met her. She is one of those who delivered a dragon to Charlie. I nearly forgot. I also visited Percy and caused him some annoyance for a while. Lin Su found it increasingly difficult to remain sorrowful. After all, how could Fred allow his life to be dull? She continued to conceal herself behind George, peering out with a forlorn expression directed at Fred. Fred, perceptive as ever, ceased to recount his antics with Percy and began to admonish the two before him. You two are perpetually lovey-dovey. I cannot be expected to follow you around constantly. Can I? That would be utterly tedious. Rarely did George refrain from interjecting while his brother spoke. But he had grown accustomed to the realization that Fred could complete an entire thought on his own, a notion that both pleased and saddened him. Will your presence in this world have any repercussions for you? George posed the crucial question, and Lin Su's gaze reflected concern. Fred shook his head. Sue's abilities ensure my continued existence. However, if you both fail to remember me, I will have to invade your dreams and cause mischief. Are you implying that you wish to return? Both Lin Su and George articulated Fred's intentions in unison. Indeed, I am fond of this world-esque conclusion. Yet I yearn to witness our own ending. I had been too afraid to read the books Lin Su delved into, but I believe I am now prepared. Fred wore a relaxed expression, and the prank should come to an end, shouldn't it? Lin Su contemplated the conclusion of that world, casting a glance at Fred and then at George, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, she could not voice that ending, merely stating, I believe we need some time to discover a way to return there. Fred, you may have to wait a while. Fred shrugged indifferently. Then I shall go frighten another version of myself. With that, he turned and floated away. Shortly thereafter, a scream echoed from downstairs. Lin Su looked up at George, her eyes brimming with relief. Some pranksters do not spare even themselves. Fortunately, the one she cherished was not such a mischievous spirit. Chapter 21. Prank at the break of dawn. Fred began shouting for George and Lin Su downstairs. Both had barely slept the previous night and had chosen to ignore him. Consequently, he marched straight to Lin Su's lounge and knocked on the door, exclaiming, George. Sue, open up quickly. I think I've seen my soul leave my body. Lin Su and George exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of curiosity in the other's eyes. They crawled out of bed and tidied their attire, with George appearing as though he had just awakened, opening the door. Fred stood there, brimming with excitement. Brother, brace yourself. You're about to meet my ghost. George feigned astonishment. What do you mean? As Fred led the way, he elaborated. Last night, I dreamed of a ghost that looked exactly like me, and when I opened my eyes, it was still there. George couldn't suppress a grin. No way. You mean you've mastered some kind of spell? Fred, animatedly conversing with George, pushed open the door to his room and pointed inside. Look, he asked right there. Where? George asked, bewildered. Fred turned to check his room. Right there. The room was cluttered with haphazard inventions and a bed, but nothing else. Lin Su and another Fred were already upstairs, laughing heartily. Did you not inform him that you and he are not one and the same? The ghost, crossing its arms, remarked, "Isn't this quite amusing? I had no idea I could fool you so easily." Fred continued rummaging through his room until George suggested, "Perhaps he has returned to your body and will emerge again when you dream tonight." Fred found this notion plausible, but solemnly assured his brother, "I'm not lying to you. You can tell when I'm being honest." George nodded. Sensing they were nearing the conclusion of this absurdity, "I understand, Fred. In fact, I encountered that ghost last night." Lin Su descended the stairs, revealing the very spirit Fred had mentioned. The ghost was laughing heartily. "Freddy, you are too easy to deceive." "What?" Fred, the prankster extraordinaire, was taken aback. "All the stories I spun to make you believe I was you. Hilarious, isn't it? But allow me to reintroduce myself, Freddy. I am Prank, the true master of mischief." The ghost extended a hand, and as Fred instinctively reached out, it swiftly passed through his body. "Haha, soul restored." Then, it erupted into laughter behind Fred. Lin Su approached George, who wrapped his arm around her shoulder, both wearing faint smiles. Fred's face flushed crimson. This ghost knew everything about him, including a childhood incident where he carelessly tossed little Ronnie into a goblin hole. That's why he had believed this spirit was indeed his soul, only to be deceived. Prank wiped away non-existent tears, having discovered greater joy in toying with this version of himself after having pranked Ron. Fortunately, there was no need for explanations with Fred. He readily imagined this as a wondrous, shape-shifting spirit, eager to befriend him. Soon, everyone knew that the prank shop had acquired a ghostly companion, identical to Fred but far more mischievous. Chapter 22. Warmth Prank quickly became a favorite among the young wizards, and Fred gradually adapted to the presence of a face that mirrored his own in the shop. Lin Su and George sat across from each other, initially intending to discuss how to send Prank away if he truly wished to depart. However, both fell into a contemplative silence, exchanging glances, uncertain if their thoughts aligned. Lin Su swallowed nervously, feeling a wave of anxiety about what she was about to say. George stood up, pacing the room in apparent agitation. Lin Su rose as well, stepping forward to grasp George's hand. "Georgie." She inhaled deeply, locking eyes with him. "Let us get married." George's breath hitched, and after a moment, he cradled Lin Su's face in his hands. "Sweetheart, do you truly understand what you're proposing?" Lin Su nodded vigorously. "Of course I do, Georgie. I'm not being impulsive. I want Prank to witness our wedding. For us, marriage is merely a matter of time. Since we are destined to be together, why not expedite the process?" Prank was a significant friend to her, and she recognized that the years had not been as effortless for him as he claimed. Before Lin Su thought of him, his existence had been unknown, even to spirits. Now that he wished to leave, she hoped he could witness her happiness. Simultaneously, this presented an opportunity for Prank to formally meet the family and friends he had encountered only in passing. George felt elated by her last statement, but promptly shook off the euphoria to reject her proposal. "Sweetheart, while I'm thrilled to hear you say that, it's not feasible. This is far too hasty. Proposals should be my responsibility." Lin Su grasped his hand tighter. "Georgie, I thought we were on the same page." "We're not, Su. I was only considering an engagement. I didn't know if you would agree, so I needed time to think. I understand Prank's significance to you, but I absolutely refuse to let our wedding be so rushed. I want to give you the best." George spoke in one breath, causing Lin Su's face to flush as if she had consumed wine. He intended to propose so hastily, but her eagerness had propelled them straight to marriage. He pulled her into an embrace and performed a disapparition. Lin Su barely had time to comprehend their new location before a black cloth was draped over her eyes. "Sweetheart, just a moment. It will be over soon," George whispered in her ear. Lin Su's heart raced as she obediently nodded. In the haze, she sensed her attire morphing under the spell, shifting from casual trousers and a shirt to a dress. The air was fragrant with flowers, enveloping her senses and coaxing her to relax and close her eyes. After a few minutes, the fabric was lifted, replaced by George's hand, which slowly removed the veil from her eyes, allowing her to adjust to the light. Lin Su's lips curved into a smile, filled with warmth from being cherished. Surveying her surroundings, she found herself amidst a sea of blossoms, unable to discern the exact location due to the abundance of flowers. She noticed her dress was reminiscent of one her mother had gifted her on her 17th birthday, adorned with fresh petals that swayed gently in the breeze. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Su recalled George's earlier inquiry regarding the dress from her dream. She had only provided a vague description, never anticipating he would actually procure it. In the center of the floral expanse, a space had been cleared for the two of them. George, clad in a tailored suit, knelt before her, a box appearing in his hands at some point. Though she could surmise its contents, Lin Su's heart raced once more. as the box opened before her. A ring lay nestled inside. "Sweetheart, I had intended to propose on your graduation day, but my darling is so exceptional that she graduated a year early. Fortunately, I was already prepared." George gazed up at her, his radiant red hair and handsome visage seemingly aglow. "So much has transpired recently, and I wanted to afford you ample time to contemplate everything, be it your future choices or the stories I was unable to partake in. However, I realized I yearned to be part of your present and future." There was no trace of jest in George's eyes, only sincerity. "I yearn to remain by your side, to awaken you swiftly from your nightmares, to shield you from peril, and to provide a sanctuary for your tears when sorrow envelopes you. I shall never be the cause of your distress." Lin Su's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. "Susu, do you wish to allow George Weasley to partake in your life, to become the one who stands beside you and brings more joy into your existence?" George inquired at last. Lin Su was amused by his final question, her eyes glistening with tears yet her face alight with joy as she nodded vigorously. "Why not? I am willing, George. My answer shall remain unchanged, no matter when you ask." George beamed, retrieving a ring to place upon Lin Su's slender finger, and she noticed a slight tremor in his hand. Unable to contain her laughter, her eyes remained moist. She grasped his hand, urging him to stand, and rose on tiptoe to kiss him. George immediately enveloped her waist, returning the kiss with fervor. The news of their engagement ceremony astounded their friends. The trio had a year until graduation, while Autumn was graduating this year, and she and Cedric were not in a rush. Fred and Angelina were still in the dating phase, and even Bill and Fleur had yet to hold their wedding. Yet here they were, preparing for an engagement? However, after their initial shock, they all offered their heartfelt wishes and raised their hands to volunteer for the event's arrangements. Among their families, Arthur and Molly were wholeheartedly supportive. Molly took Lin Su's hand, pledging to create her engagement gown with her own hands, while George was somewhat sidelined. The Lin family did not exhibit overt opposition but were not particularly delighted either. After several visits from George, Suki gradually softened her stance, for ultimately, their greatest desire was for Susu's happiness. The most responsive of all, young Lin Shunan, after being bombarded by his sister's sweet persuasion, could only nod in agreement, tears brimming in his eyes. As for the Lin family in Huaxia, Lin Su informed Lin Yi through their communication device. Lin Yi was furious on the other end, and after Lin Su hung up, it was but a few days before the three of them hastily arrived from Huaxia. Thus, preparations for the engagement ceremony commenced with fervor. Chapter 23. Engagement in England. An engagement ceremony resembles a gathering of friends rather than a formal event. They informed their close friends that the ceremony would take place at the end of August. The venue was the Weasley family's modest abode, which they had preserved as a magical structure, despite having the means to construct a new one. However, with all the Weasley boys on the brink of graduation and embarking on their own careers, Arthur and Molly preferred to spend their money on travel, much like their previous trip to Egypt after winning the lottery. Now, with the children planning to host their engagement ceremony at home, Molly and Arthur contemplated upgrading their residence. Lin Su, however, stopped them, understanding the significance this place held for the Weasleys. "Madam, this home carries countless memories and love. Neither George nor I wish to mar it with our engagement ceremony." Lin Su clasped Mrs. Weasley's hand, earnestly conveying her sentiments. Molly embraced Lin Su tightly, having witnessed this girl grow from an 11-year-old into the remarkable woman she was now, and felt immense joy at the prospect of George marrying Lin Su. She had observed the deep bond and reliance between George and Lin Su, and now, as it was finally coming to fruition, she could hardly contain her happiness. "Su, come see your engagement gown. I hope you like it. It has been years since I crafted such a dress, but I assure you my skills have not diminished." Molly led Lin Su to Ginny's bedroom, where the gown awaited. The ivory dress featured a one-shoulder strap and a sweetheart neckline. The perfectly placed pleats softened the gown structure, and the mermaid-style skirt flowed into a delicate train of fabric that showcased its beauty even while hanging. Lin Su unabashedly exclaimed her astonishment. "Madam, your craftsmanship is exquisite. This gown is simply stunning." Molly's face flushed with delight as she urged Lin Su to try it on, assuring her that adjustments could be made if necessary. Molly stepped aside to allow Lin Su space, waiting in the living room while Lin Su changed. She overheard Molly shooing George from the room, his puzzled voice questioning, "Why?" Without mercy, Molly firmly closed the door behind him. Once attired, Lin Su discovered the gown featured a tasteful slit, rising to her thigh, but not excessively high. With the hidden zipper pulled up, Lin Su stepped out of Ginny's room, calling out to the mesmerized Mrs. Weasley, "Madam, the gown fits perfectly. I believe no alterations are needed." The girl had blossomed into a striking beauty, her long black hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, radiant without the need for beauty charms or makeup. As she lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkled like a spring, and a delicate blush graced her cheeks. Clearly shy under Molly's scrutiny, My dear, you are utterly breathtaking, yet it still requires adjustment. The waist is a tad loose. Sweetheart, your figure is simply perfect, Molly babbled, marking areas for alterations with pins. Madam, it is already marvelous. I plan to indulge on that day, and I shall need this little extra space. Lin Su teased, winking at Molly. Molly was charmed by her playfulness and gently patted Lin Su's hand. Little sweetheart, are you planning to change your mind by then? Lin Su's blush deepened as she softly replied, I truly adore this gown. Thank you, Mom. Molly promptly decided to create an everyday dress for Lin Su as well. And of course, one for Ginny too. As for the boys, they would have to make do. Upon stepping out in her own attire, Lin Su found George waiting patiently outside, his gaze fervent, revealing that he had likely sneaked glances at her. Lin Su puffed her cheeks in mock annoyance, but chose silence as they returned together to the theater. Time swiftly passed to the end of August. The venue outside the modest abode was beautifully adorned. Given the favorable timing and weather, their engagement ceremony was held outdoors rather than under a tent. Hermione and Ginny took charge of the venue's design, with Hermione's academic enthusiasm leading her to acquire a plethora of Muggle magazines, alongside Ginny. They spent 5 whole days finalizing the layout. The arrangement was not traditional, but rather reflective of their personalities. Though the setting was open air, it was surrounded by greenery, with Muggle-repelling charms cast to prevent any accidental intrusions. George and Lin Su were not ones to adhere to convention, and they designed the entrance to resemble the Hogwarts express train carriage doors, connecting the ends with foliage visible only to wizards. As wizards entered, they would discover that the seemingly three-dimensional carriage was merely a door, leading into an open area adorned with long tables on either side. A magnificent fountain graced the center, featuring sculptures of the 2 protagonists of the day, their radiant smiles welcoming every guest attending the engagement ceremony. Between the long tables and the fountain were seats. Due to the spacious area, the seating arrangements appeared somewhat limited. Wizards could choose their direction, with similar items placed on either side. Near the entrance, a table displayed a delightful array of peculiar candies, surpassing even the variety offered by Honeydukes, each labeled with a description of its effects, accompanied by a pair of twin-like figurines performing comical antics while cautioning against hasty sampling. However, the majority of the attendees were from Gryffindor, who, while perusing the candy wrappers, indiscriminately popped candies into their mouths that bore no resemblance to the descriptions on the packaging. Consequently, the venue was soon populated with an array of peculiar, humanoid figures, creating a lively atmosphere. Next came the dolls of Harry and Ron, who guarded 2 long tables brimming with a sumptuous array of delicacies, inviting everyone to partake in the feast. Ron's doll amusingly held a perfectly proportioned and visually appealing drumstick in each hand, undeniably whetting the appetite. Further along were the dolls of Ginny and Hermione, bustling around the long table, periodically concocting vibrant cocktails. A kaleidoscope of colorful beverages, juices, and potent spirits adorned the same table. On the back table lay Muggle firecrackers and wizarding fireworks, along with whimsical trinkets produced by the prank shop, each accompanied by a note detailing their usage. Strangely, a doll resembling Percy stood precisely at attention, mirroring his serious demeanor, seemingly poised to reprimand any wizard who misused the items. Additionally, the plants encircling the venue were festooned with white and gold balloons and flowers, while twinkling memory stones captured the essence of this particularly grand engagement ceremony. With such an abundance of fine wines, delectable foods, and delightful amusements, it was hard to imagine any wizard wishing to miss out. As a guest inadvertently touched a piece of candy on the table, water from the fountain soared into the air, forming a shimmering curtain, upon which images began to play for all to see. The projected scene depicted the first encounter between George and Lin Su, where Lin Su presented George with peanut brittle, to which he jovially remarked, "Typically, it is we who give candy to others." The two then introduced themselves, with George reciprocating by offering Lin Su a treat. The guests soon discovered the hidden secrets on the table and began a treasure hunt among the items. Ginny raised her voice to inform everyone that each table contained only one item that would trigger an image, with a total of 7 images to uncover. Lin Su was just realizing that Hermione and Ginny had orchestrated this clever design, which explained their insistence on her recounting her interactions with George. Although Lin Su and George were positioned at the entrance, Ginny and Hermione suggested they delay their appearance, allowing the wizards to explore the venue's secrets first. Thus, Lin Su cast the disillusionment charm, and together they concealed themselves at the door. Dumbledore and Gawain arrived quite early. Dumbledore, resembling an eager child, paused at the first long table, captivated by the candies. Gawain, in turn, fetched 2 glasses of sweet cocktails from the third table for Dumbledore to enjoy. Sirius, riding his motorcycle and accompanied by portraits of the Potters, remained free-spirited. The legacy of the Black family afforded him the luxury of a carefree existence. His daily endeavors involved sightseeing with the portraits of James and Lily, and occasionally Regulus. For Sirius, the notion of work was merely a form of leisure. Remus and Tonks arrived hand in hand, with Tonks, despite her pregnancy, still serving as an Auror at the Ministry of Magic, and their little family radiated warmth and love. Lucius and Narcissa did not attend in person. The rift between the Malfoys and the Weasleys would not dissolve with Voldemort's demise, yet they sent Draco in their stead. Draco, equally intrigued by the prank shop's candies and props, typically refrained from visiting the shop himself, opting instead to have others procure items for him. Luna attended with her father, both clad in vibrantly colorful attire that, on this day, appeared fittingly harmonious. Cedric and Cho arrived, arm in arm, their handsome and beautiful pairing capturing the attention of many. Gryffindor students of Lin Su's and George's year were also present, making the spacious venue feel somewhat crowded. Nagini had run too far, managing only to deliver a letter and gifts, assuring that she would attend the wedding but regrettably missing the engagement ceremony. Professor Snape, wearing a grim expression, also made an appearance but remained silent in a corner. Lin Ida and Lin Sixing noticed him and approached to engage in conversation. Evidently Snape had no intention of sabotaging Lin Su's engagement ceremony, as he surprisingly managed a slight smile while conversing with them. Lin Su observed her fellow Gryffindors, who were distractedly glancing towards that corner, then turning back to her friends with exaggerated expressions to confirm that the smiling figure was indeed Snape. To Lin Su's astonishment, Professor Quirrell, adorned with a large headscarf, and the white-haired Newt Scamander had also arrived, the latter accompanied by his grandson. Lin Su instinctively glanced at Dumbledore and Gawain. And indeed, Gawain's expression darkened. Unable to suppress her laughter, Lin Su shared her amusement with George, who still held her hand. He could have found her without it. But at that moment, upon hearing her laughter, he quietly inquired what was amusing her. Lin Su leaned in to whisper the tales of these predecessors' grievances, chuckling as she leaned against George's shoulder. George wrapped his arms around Lin Su's waist, joining in her laughter. Hagrid's entrance was somewhat comical, as his enormous frame paused in front of the carriage door, lost in thought. After a moment, Professor McGonagall, slightly delayed, urged him forward, prompting the door to automatically widen to accommodate his passage, a responsive enchantment. After more than an hour, all the guests had arrived, and the secrets of the long table had been unveiled. Lin Su gazed at the crowd before her, momentarily taken aback by the sheer delight of witnessing everyone gathered in this manner. It was truly wonderful. Releasing the disillusionment charm, the protagonists of the engagement ceremony finally made their appearance, elegantly holding champagne flutes, hand in hand, as they greeted their friends warmly, receiving waves of admiration. Lin Su's hair had been styled by Chun Juan, adorned with her treasured accessories, while the three-layer pearl necklace around her neck was lovingly crafted by Lin Yi. And her comfortable shoes were a gift from Su Qi. Surrounded by love, she clasped her beloved's hand, graciously accepting the heartfelt blessings from her friends. Everything felt as blissful as a dream, yet she was acutely aware of the reality of the moment. Fleur, linked with Bill, cast an appreciative glance at Lin Su, exclaiming, "My dear, I must retract my previous comment regarding your mother's lack of taste. In fact, her skill in dressmaking is exceptional, and this gown suits you splendidly." Bill shook his head in exasperation, replying, "My dear, I have long said that you both need to communicate better. If you could manage to coexist amicably, perhaps your mother would be inclined to custom make a dress for you. I can be quite blunt, but I shall strive to improve, not just for the beautiful dress, but for us," Fleur declared, tossing her silky hair with determination. Lin Su and George strolled towards the opposite end of the plan-enclosed area, where a plant rapidly grew before the eyes of the onlookers, swiftly transforming into an archway. Soon, pure white blossoms began to bloom profusely, ultimately settling into full bloom, with hints of green peeking through the petals. The journey from the entrance of the Hogwarts Express to the floral arch symbolized their progression from acquaintances to this moment of engagement. The story of the two protagonists had been succinctly presented through the earlier treasure hunt activity, with 7 small images representing their 7 years of knowing each other. 7 years ample enough for them to meet, understand, and fall in love, leaving no doubt about the strength of their bond. With no intention of speaking extensively, they simply revealed their rings simultaneously, expressing their gratitude to their friends for attending the engagement ceremony, and then shared a kiss under the witness of all. The friends simultaneously set off the fireworks, and colorful confetti danced in the air. Once the kiss concluded, the gramophone, which had been playing soft rhythmic music, was replaced. Harry and Ron have recently delved into the art of DJing from the Muggle world. Clunky turntables materialized in the venue, while Arthur magically shifted chairs aside, creating a space entirely designated for the wizard's revelry. The pulsating rhythm invigorated the crowd. Fred and Angelina were the first to glide onto the dance floor, while Tonks felt a surge of excitement, only to be halted by Lupin. Sirius attempted to invite Professor McGonagall to dance, but was met with a fierce glare from her. Such fervent rhythms were not easily matched by every wizard present, and fortunately, Harry and Ron had yet to master an extensive repertoire of DJ tracks. Thus the subsequent tunes reverted to standard dance music. Chapter 25. Despite the engagement ceremony, Lin Su and George incorporated a segment for dancing with loved ones. Lin Su first danced with her two fathers, followed by her somewhat dazed brother, Lin Yi. Then, a mysterious figure donned in a mask and hat made an entrance, captivating attention as Lin Su invited him to dance as a family member. As they twirled, Lin Su inquired, "How does it feel, Prank?" The figure was indeed Prank. For Lin Su and George had crafted a temporary body for him. Lin Su had previously entertained a similar idea when infusing the portrait of the Potters with memories. Otherwise, success would have been elusive within a fortnight. However, the resemblance to Fred and George was striking, so in order to avoid unnecessary complications, he adorned himself with a hat and mask. "Hey, Sue, what compelled you to dance with me? With my dashing looks? Aren't you worried your beloved George might feel jealous?" Prank bantered, appearing to move quite adeptly in this borrowed form. Lin Su, twirling under his arm, replied, "Though I know you are Fred, I prefer to call you Prank. You are my dearest friend and my brother. George and I both feel it is only fitting to dance with you." Prank misstepped, his foot out of sync, as Lin Su inadvertently stepped on his foot. "I don't fancy such elaborate ceremonies. If your engagement is this grand, what about the wedding?" As they passed Arthur and Molly, Molly suddenly turned to glance back, prompting Arthur to ask what was amiss, to which Molly shook her head. She merely found the person dancing with Sue familiar, strikingly resembling her twin sons. Yet, her peripheral vision caught Fred dancing with Angelina and George, who was speaking with Sirius while discreetly watching Lin Su. She dismissed her thoughts, attributing them to overthinking. Lin Su mentioned to Prank that she and George intended to elope and forego a wedding, which aligned with Prank's understanding of George. "Prank, are you happy today?" she suddenly asked as their dance neared its conclusion. Prank instinctively responded, "Of course. I've seen so many friends and family today, it brings me joy." Then he abruptly realized, "Sue, could this ceremony be for me?" Before he could finish his thought, the music concluded, and Lin Su released his hand. "Please, Prank, don't let your ego swell. We are certainly hosting this ceremony for our engagement, not for you." With that, she turned and moved in another direction, leaving Prank to touch the brim of his hat, returning to the long table where he sliced a hefty portion of roast turkey, clearly prepared by Molly. He had not savored a meal in ages and found himself missing his mother's cooking. The body Lin Su and George had prepared for him could consume food and taste it, but it would not provide a feeling of fullness. The ingested food would vanish into an unseen pocket dimension, and he intended to seize this opportunity for a feast. Lin Su approached Harry and Ginny, who was evidently awaiting her arrival. As soon as Lin Su arrived, Ginny released Harry's hand, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Lin Su patted his shoulder, and he turned, surprise evident on his face. "Sue." Lin Su extended her hand. "Harry, would you care to dance with me? As my brother." Although their birthdays were only a day apart, Lin Su delighted in being born a day earlier, thus gaining another brother. Harry beamed. "Of course, Sue, but I want to call you sister." Ginny smiled at Lin Su before heading to the long table in search of food. "Fred?" a voice called from behind. Enraptured by the roast turkey, Prank instinctively replied, "I'm not Fred, I'm George, and you're claiming to be mother." The moment the words escaped his lips, he realized the error. His vision was partially obscured by the mask, and the absence of a cool breeze indicated his hat hadn't fallen off. He mechanically turned around to find Molly standing behind him, one hand covering her mouth, as though witnessing an unbelievable spectacle. "What is going on? What prank are you up to now?" Molly's initial reaction was to suspect the twins were at it again. Yet, the figure before her unmistakably resembled Fred, and the look in his eyes was one that even the more sensible George had never directed towards her. "I apologize, madam, but I am Prank, neither Fred nor George." The masked and hatted figure, still holding a plate of roast turkey, appeared somewhat awkward. Molly shook her head and stepped forward to remove his hat, revealing a head of red hair that unmistakably bore the Weasley family resemblance. Ginny, witnessing the unfolding scene, immediately thought of Prank from the theater and approached Molly to quietly inform her of Prank's circumstances. "While I do see the resemblance to Fred and George, I assure you, he is indeed Prank," Ginny asserted, reclaiming the hat from Molly and returning it to Prank. George was also making his way over, while Molly remained in disbelief. She felt torn, standing before what was undoubtedly her child, yet Fred and George were both thriving nearby. Rubbing her temples, she suspected she might be tipsy and offered an apology before seeking a chair to rest. Lin Su and Harry had just completed a dance and approached their respective partners. Then Lin Su noticed Prank's despondent demeanor. In their previous life, Prank would sometimes exhibit such moods, and Lin Su could sense his feelings even when he was merely a magpie. Now, his larger form was even more palpable. "Prank, if you keep sulking. The turkey will taste bitter," Lin Su teased, linking her arm with George's. Harry invited Ginny to continue dancing, though she felt a mix of concern and confusion, but acquiesced. George patted Prank on the shoulder. "You can talk to Mum, you know. I believe she would understand." Prank shook his head. No need to make Mum sad again. He placed the remnants of turkey into his mouth, raising his eyebrows as he mumbled. "Aren't you two going to dance during your engagement?" Lin Su and George exchanged glances, suggesting a few delectable food options to Prank before sliding back onto the dance floor. Little Chun was too young, but Lin Su could certainly waltz with him for an entire song. However, the little one, despite his diminutive stature, would never endure such a humiliation. He tenderly requested his sister not to insist on dancing while clad in a strapless gown, instead assuring her that when he grew up, he would reclaim that dance. To which Lin Su readily acquiesced. Chapter 26. The greatest magic. The wizards swayed gently to the rhythm of the music. At that moment, Dumbledore and Gawain were merely an ordinary couple, while Lupin cautiously cradled Tonk's waist, gently moving in the dance. James and Lily twirled in their portrait, both wearing joyful smiles. The Linida and Lin Sixing couples danced together, while Harry, Ginny, Hermione, Ron, and others gathered around George and Lin Su. Luna was nowhere to be found. Ginny mentioned she had gone off to study goblins with Mr. Scamander. Those unaccompanied, like Sirius and Moody, indulged in gourmet delicacies and fine wines, while Severus had long slipped away unnoticed. Lin Yi and the wizards of Gryffindor were engaged in an exploration of small magical trinkets with the young wizard Lin Chunin and a group of little sorcerers. The most popular was a peculiar matching device. One held a small mirror, with the reflective sides attracting each other, while the backs repelled. Two young wizards could use the backs of the mirrors to keep someone at bay, even lifting one of them into the air. To cease the effect, they simply needed to turn the mirrors to face each other. When Lin Su turned around, she saw little Chunin playing with his companions, suspended in midair. Abeforth was reluctant to encounter his brother's partner, but Ariana was intrigued, so he enlisted Professor Flitwick to bring Ariana's portrait over, where she twirled joyfully within the frame. Didi and Afina, adorned with floral wreaths, fluttered to rest on Lin Su's shoulder, having accompanied Hagrid. Due to Hagrid's swift motorbike ride, the two owls had taken a while to recover, crafting a wreath from local materials to present to Lin Su, reminiscent of the rose necklace she had gifted them upon their first meeting. Lin Su graciously thanked them and invited them to a dedicated long table laden with delicacies, overseen by a doll resembling Dobby. The real Dobby, clad in a new outfit, was bustling in the center of the venue, promoting his services for just 30 galleons. He could prepare a feast for wizards, while Creature and Winky, in a corner, covered their faces in embarrassment at Dobby's antics. In the Hogwarts kitchen, a dozen house elves, led by Ace, were crammed into the shabby abode, not present at the event. Otherwise, the scene would have been even more chaotic. Witnessing the happiness of Didi and Afina, Winston became more attentive to Hedwig, yet she remained indifferent to his advances. Lin Su had no doubt that once school resumed, Winston would follow Hedwig to Hogwarts. Crookshanks was chasing after a small pig, which, taking advantage of its size, was sneakily tugging at Crookshanks' fur, thankfully not venturing into the crowd. The lively gathering continued until midnight. With Lin Su having already discarded her high heels, despite their lightness, she could not manage them for long. George wrapped his arm around her waist to prevent her from stumbling. Tonight, she had inevitably consumed a few drinks and was somewhat disoriented. Yet she still made an effort to bid farewell to her friends at the exit. As the party drew to a close, the house elves efficiently tidied up, and Hermione felt a flicker of satisfaction, realizing they no longer regarded being discovered by wizards as a disgrace, which bolstered her confidence. Dumbledore and Gawain stayed until the end, once again extending heartfelt blessings and leaving a parchment for the young couple. At that moment, Lin Su felt a special warmth towards Dumbledore, offering him a radiant smile and sincerely wishing him happiness in the days to come. As the crowd dispersed, despite Lin Ida and Lin Ye's reluctance, Lin Su would not return to the Lin family that night. Plank was waiting to leave with Lin Su and George, as he certainly could not remain in the shabby abode. However, Molly called out to him, "Frank, why not stay here for the night? Su and George are returning to the shop, and Fred won't be home tonight. There's an empty bed in their room." George concurred with Molly's suggestion, and thus Plank stayed at the shabby abode. Lin Su consumed some antidotes for intoxication, and George used apparition to transport her back to the lounge of the shop. Lin Su's eyes were still somewhat hazy, and George's elevated body temperature instinctively made her want to escape, prompting her to gently push him away, mumbling about needing a shower. However, this time George was determined not to let her flee. His hand rested on Lin Su's waist, a slender figure easily enveloped by his palm. After trying on her gown, her mother had discreetly altered her waistline, Yet even so, there was still room in the dress. With their noses almost touching, George restrainedly kissed Lin Su's lips, softly seeking her consent. Lin Su gradually became aware of what was about to transpire. His warm palm on her waist felt almost searing. Yet she encircled George's neck and gently nodded in agreement. The following day, Lin Su failed to rise on time. George, invigorated, opened the shop, and every customer who arrived saw the recently posted announcement of their engagement, extending sincere congratulations. George beamed as he accepted their well wishes. And all merchandise was offered at a 10% discount. Plank was kept at the shabby abode for several days by Molly under various pretenses. Days later, Plank emerged as if fleeing from the newly decorated fireplace of the shop, immediately seizing George and declaring his intent to leave. Lin Su leaned to glimpse behind him, where Molly hurried after, her eyes red from crying yet attempting to maintain a stern facade. "Freddie, I knew it was you. Why won't you admit it?" Plank stubbornly retorted. "Molly, I am not Fred. Your Freddie is over there." He gestured towards Fred, who was inexplicably introducing products to customers, but still approached to see what was happening. Not wanting to disrupt the children's business, Molly was determined to clarify the matter. Ultimately, Lin Su, George, and Plank returned to the shabby abode, leaving the shop in Fred's care along with the assistance of Dobby. As the little wizards had yet to graduate and had already departed for Hogwarts, the four of them sat on 3 sofas, with Molly fixating on Plank, who sought help from Lin Su and George, only to find them intertwined, studying each other's fingers, oblivious to the oddity of it all. Okay, I was just kidding. I am Fred." After so many years, the words spilled forth once more from Plank's lips, and his expression was rather peculiar, merely a visitor from another world. Molly's face bore a look of confusion, suspecting the child was up to mischief again. Clearing his throat, Plank began. "You know, Mom, George and I enjoy conducting experiments. I've created something that allows time travel and inadvertently ended up in this world." The absurd explanation, surprisingly, seemed plausible coming from Plank, as Molly's expression indicated she believed him. Lin Su and George exchanged glances, deciding to play along. "Indeed, Mom, we are currently seeking a way to send him back." Molly's expression was difficult to describe as she struggled to suppress her rising anger. Before any of them could react, Molly abruptly seized Plank's ear. "You little rascal. How could you deceive me for so long? What mother wouldn't recognize her child? How long have you been out? If you don't return, do you think the other me in that world won't worry?" Lin Su felt a lump in her throat, almost on the verge of tears, but she held back, gripping George's hand instead. Plank, dodging and yelping, protested. "I'm leaving soon, Mom. You must be nice to me. How many people can say they've seen their son from another world?" Molly was swayed by his words and released her grip. "Well, just make sure to come home soon. If you can't go back, stay here. We won't mind having one more at home. Just think of a way to send a message to the other me." Plank beamed brightly, for the first time obediently agreeing to Molly's words. After returning to the shop, Lin Su and George once again consulted with Plank, realizing that his staying wasn't such a bad idea, yet Plank disagreed. Lin Su, after a few days of hesitation, finally retrieved the resurrection stone one deep night. Previously, she had written to Firenze. Although centaurs are remarkable, they did not possess the secrets of death. Now, if she wished to send Plank away, the simplest method would indeed be the resurrection stone. Previously, Lin Su entrusted the resurrection stone to Harry, placing it within a bracelet. After Voldemort's demise, this deathly hallow was ensconced by Harry in a protective box, with Lin Su advising him to conceal the stone in a location known only to him. The specters that linger in the mortal realm are those who harbor a deep-seated fear of death. They choose to remain instead of moving forward, thus rendering themselves incapable of finding the path to departure. In contrast, the spirits summoned by the resurrection stone are drawn back from that enigmatic realm, possessing the ability to leave once more. On the day following the engagement ceremony, Lin Su unsealed the parchment gifted by Dumbledore, discovering nestled within it a card adorned with an image from a chocolate frog wrapper. It dawned upon her that Dumbledore was cognizant of their intentions. He had subtly hinted to her in the same manner he had previously nudged Harry and Ron, indicating that they could summon Nicholas Flamel with the resurrection stone. Confirming once more Plank's genuine desire to depart, Lin Su grasped the stone, and shortly thereafter, a gaunt, solemn-faced ghost materialized before them. Nicholas Flamel's expression was far from pleased. He had long been ready to leave, having lingered in the world for centuries to spend time with his wife. Just as he had finally prepared for departure, he found himself summoned once more. Plank detached himself from the corporeal form that Lin Su and George had crafted for him and stepped forward to articulate his request. With an impassive demeanor, Nicholas led the way while Plank followed closely behind, with Lin Su and George trailing after them. Their ultimate destination, to Lin Su's vague realization, lay within the Ministry of Magic, where a mysterious veil awaited in the Department of Mysteries. The ministry was heavily fortified, yet the night patrols were not without their vulnerabilities. Lin Su executed her disillusionment charm with remarkable finesse, intentionally avoiding any disturbance to others as she concealed her and George's presence, trailing behind. Indeed, Nicholas was the first to step through the veil, vanishing without a trace. Just as Plank was about to follow suit, Lin Su called out to him, "Plank, no? Fred, do you truly intend to return to your former world?" Fred shrugged nonchalantly. "Su, in truth, I should embark on my next grand adventure. Fred Weasley shall not become a ghost haunted by the fear of death. Isn't it time for me to say that line?" George, wrapping an arm around Lin Su, effortlessly continued, "The prank is over." Plank chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, Georgie, you know me well. The prank is over." He winked at the two and turned to step into the veil. Lin Su clutched George's hand tightly, her eyes misty but unshed tears held at bay. Together, they returned to the prank shop, where an object in the pockets of their clothes began to radiate warmth. Upon retrieving it, Lin Su discovered the parchment from Dumbledore. Previously blank, now inscribed with the words, "Love is the greatest magic." Unable to contain her tears any longer, Lin Su reflected upon the multitude of realizations she had come to in recent days. Were it not for love, her biological parents would not have sent her to another world. The prophecy delivered by Trelawney in her 3rd year was, strictly speaking, not a prophecy, but an interpretation of her fate. Professor Trelawney had utilized her divinatory gift to perceive her origins. Her parents willingly embraced death to alter her destiny. Out of love for her, her current parents were drawn into another world, enduring suffering alongside her. The magic itself was not at fault. In the original narrative, this couple should not have existed. They were inadvertently transported together when Lin Xing and his spouse performed the spell, oblivious to their transition into an alternate timeline due to the consistency of their surroundings. Had they not been transported as well, Lin Su might have found herself in a different parallel universe rather than the original one, thus allowing events to unfold as Lin Xing had initially intended. Amidst the twists of fate, everything seemed preordained. Without this minor error, she would not have experienced the subsequent opportunities to anticipate the unfolding events in this world. Eventually, due to her love, the latent powers within her soul awakened, enabling her to bring her parents and brother back to this realm, albeit with a shift in their return timeline. Thanks to Dumbledore's profound love, she was able to nurture her heart in another world before returning here. Plank's successful arrival was not solely attributed to Lin Su's formidable life force, but also to his profound love for his family and an intense desire to reunite with them. The ease with which this world confronted Voldemort stemmed from love. Many years prior, the Lin family patriarch and Minister Lu had left her a glimmer of hope. Voldemort's downfall was a consequence of Lily's love for Harry. It could be said that the very existence of this world is rooted in love. Feeling George's embrace tighten around her, Lin Su looked up to meet his gaze. Love flowed between their eyes, and she resolved not to weep any longer. For she understood that those she loved and who loved her would attain their own happiness. This world was, indeed, a beautiful place. Love is the greatest magic. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.